Yesterday, I was working overtime in the office. I was so tired that I could hardly stand up and accidentally fell asleep on the table. As a result, when I woke up, I traveled to a parallel world similar to Earth. What shocked me the most was that as soon as I opened my eyes, I was told that the end of the world was only 1 week away. Meteorite impact, virus spread, ice age. Various experts have predicted that humanity is about to face a catastrophic catastrophe. At this time, I learned that I was bound to the Doomsday Fortress System and had my own shelter. Every time I unlocked a layer of the fortress, I could obtain various advanced technologies. First level, light weapons production table, equipment production table, food production table. Second level, heavy weapons production table, tactical projectile production table, trap production table. The third level, Tank Technology Institute and Aviation Technology Institute. Fourth floor, Mechanical Vanguard Research Institute, Gene Enhancement Library. Moreover, any equipment in the shelter can be upgraded infinitely. When thousands of people were in the super shelter with no hope of survival under siege by monsters, the sky was dark and they were surrounded by danger. However, I was already fully armed, stepped over the corpses, and easily selected today's ingredients in the supermarket. My mood still calm. At this time, in a bright and spacious living room, a mechanical voice sounded. The Doomsday Fortress System has been activated successfully. Do you want to receive the novice gift pack? I answered subconsciously, yes. As I responded, an invisible barrier seemed to flash in the air before my eyes, and I instinctively took a few steps back. 1,000 points have been issued. Points can be used to upgrade, manufacture, or transform facilities within the fortress. For every day the host survives, he will receive a corresponding point reward. The amount of the reward is closely related to the host's activity level. In addition, killing enemies will also bring point rewards. All points will be settled at 12 o'clock midnight every day. Points reward? Killing enemies. I was a little confused by this information, but I decided to continue exploring according to the system's prompts. So, I opened the system panel without hesitation. First floor of Doomsday Fortress. Fortress owner, Qin Jian. On attributes, camouflage, earthquake resistance. General facilities, living room, bedroom, bathroom, kitchen, refrigerator. Main facilities, equipment production table, food production table, prediction crystal ball. Unlocked facilities, light weapons production table, task list, outdoor facilities, archive area, leisure area, medicine production table. Reminder, after all facilities on the first floor are unlocked, the second floor will be automatically unlocked. It seems that the staircase, separated by the air wall, should lead to the unlocked second floor. Seeing this hint, I roughly guessed what was going on. However, I don't have time to explore what's on the second floor. After all, I haven't even figured out the facilities on the first floor. At this moment, I can only let nature take its course. Moreover, now I have a system. I can own this luxurious shelter without any effort. Moreover, there are a lot of black technology waiting for me. Almost all the facilities in front of me can view the attribute panel. Open any facility panel. Living room, upgrade direction, advanced living room. Branch, expansion, 1,000 expand the space to twice its original size. Cold resistance, 500 add air conditioning, heating, fireplace, and other equipment, which will be automatically activated when the temperature in the house is too low. Ventilation, 400. Added automatic ventilation system to effectively regulate the temperature in the house. Drainage, 500 added drainage system to prevent moisture and water and eliminate moisture in the house. Kitchen upgrade direction, advanced kitchen. Branch, expansion, 500 expand by 50 square meters. Smoke exhaust, 500 increases smoke exhaust efficiency by 100%. Kitchenware, 200 adds more kitchenware to use. Cleanliness, 800 a disinfection and cleaning device is installed on the ceiling to ensure that the kitchen is dust-free. I might use up all my points just to expand the living room. Although I was excited, I still kept my head. After all, the living room was spacious enough. In my previous life, I had seen such a big living room on TV. Now, I am afraid that even if I have tens of thousands of points, I will not expand the living room. After all, I live alone, so I don't really need such a big living room. And when I saw the kitchen, I realized one thing. There was almost nothing to eat at home. The refrigerator was empty, as if the system had not brought any food. Although the shelter is safer, there is no point in living here without food. Starving to death in the shelter is really depressing and even a bit stupid. But the problem is, the owner of this body has zero cash and a negative bank card balance. It is hard to imagine what he has been through. However, fortunately, there is a system, at least I won't die here. Since there is no money to buy food, we can only see if the food preparation table that comes with the system can solve the problem. I walked to the food preparation table and opened the panel to check. Food preparation table, upgrade direction. Level 2 food preparation table, 2000. Can produce earthworm cake, 50, cockroach cake, 80, rat cake, 100. Is this edible? When I saw these 3 names, my stomach instantly churned and I felt like vomiting. I originally planned to spend points to buy some rations and find food for myself. But when I saw these 3 options, I suddenly understood something. This is not food at all. It is something that people can only make when they are in desperate situations. System, can you give me some normal food? I couldn't help but ask. Unless I was really starving, I would never choose these things. Sorry, host. These are the only foods we have at the moment. If you want to get other foods, you can look for the blueprints or upgrade the food production table. Upgrade? I can't afford it. How can I obtain the blueprints? Depending on your daily activity, you may get a blueprint or unlock a task list. You may also have a chance to get it by completing tasks on it. I quickly went to the list of unlocked tasks and found that it actually required 2,000 points to unlock it. It's over. It seems that I can only make some money by selling some old furniture. Of course, what I want to sell is not the large furniture that has just been brought to the shelter, but the old furniture that has been pushed aside by the new furniture. The new furniture was so heavy that it was impossible to move it. On the contrary, the old furniture was light and contained iron, a resource that was definitely not cheap in this world. Without hesitation, I picked up an old table and walked out the door. Outside the door, I glanced back at my own sanctuary, and my eyes suddenly lit up. The outside of the shelter still looks like a dilapidated tin house, but the inside is a completely different scene. I opened and closed the door repeatedly, and the difference between inside and outside was like 2 different worlds. This is probably the camouflage property of the shelter. It's really perfect. In this era of catastrophe, order has become unstable and may even collapse. Even if such a luxurious shelter is located in the slums, it is inevitable that it will attract people with bad intentions. Fortunately, the camouflage property effectively avoids this risk. However, we can't completely let our guard down. At least the door must be locked. After moving all the things, I was sweating and out of breath. After locking the door, I carried my things to the nearest hardware store. The hardware store owner was a middle-aged man with a thin build. He was busy doing something under the counter with his head down. "Boss, do you collect scrap metal?" "Fine." The boss stood up excitedly and looked at the iron chair in my hand. "Are there any more? I'll buy them at a high price, 20 yuan per kilogram." 20 yuan? I asked in surprise. Is the world so short of iron? It's not that there's a shortage of iron. It's just that things have been tense lately, and everyone wants to make some self-defense weapons out of iron and make some money before the disaster strikes. The boss lowered his voice and took out a welded iron rod. "Have one, brother. Fengsheng is not peaceful recently. You have to bring something when you go out at night. Everything is possible. The boss is right. The only self-defense tools I have at home are kitchen knives and fruit knives. I don't use those things easily. Besides, I'm not a professional. If I take this kind of thing casually, I'm afraid I'll hurt myself first. If social order doesn't completely collapse, it would be bad if I'm really convicted of excessive self-defense." I reached out and touched an iron rod. It was of the right weight and length, and it would fit into my trouser pocket without any problem. "Boss, I don't have any cash. Can I exchange these 2 iron chairs for an iron rod?" I said honestly. The boss looked at me and hesitated. "Boss, there are a lot of iron chairs at the door of my house, big and small, all made of iron. They're not far away, just cross the road." I pointed outside the door. "Really? Then I'll go take a look." The boss' eyes lit up, rubbing his hands, walked to the door and looked across. I took him there, and the boss was very satisfied with it. He moved the iron chairs away by himself without any help from me. 20 minutes later, everything at the door was cleared out and the transaction was successfully completed. The boss paid me exactly the same amount, gave me an iron rod, and said he would continue to do business with me in the future. I put the iron bar in my trouser pocket with satisfaction, walked a few steps, and when I felt it was no problem, I went to the supermarket. The supermarket was packed with people, but luckily the shelves were not completely cleared out. I spent all my money as quickly as possible, bought some necessities, and left immediately. I bought instant noodles, mineral water, and a bunch of sausages, that's all. I don't take anything I see. I've eaten these foods before. I'm used to them, and I don't care about the variety. I just eat until I'm full. The noise of the crowd made him feel uncomfortable, but it was not because of social phobia. Instead, when he saw a group of people busy buying supplies, he always felt that something unexpected was going to happen. Anyway, during a disaster, try to avoid contact with people unless there is a substantive benefit. When I got back to my house, I met an acquaintance. It was a real acquaintance. In my previous life, he left a deep impression on me. The yellow-haired man in front of me was called Lu Lang. He was my only friend. We had a life-and-death friendship. He was also an orphan, but we took different paths after 10 years together. Lu Lang went to the car repair shop and made a lot of friends, while I chose to stay at home and do some freelance work. You scared me. I thought you were dead at home. Lu Lang clapped his hands, walked up to me with a smile, and put his hand on my shoulder. I didn't quite like this kind of intimate action, but in order to prevent him from noticing anything unusual, I had to endure it. You're here. I forced a smile. Of course, let me tell you something serious. Lu Lang's expression gradually became serious. Don't stay in this shabby house. Come with us to the car repair shop. It has become a shelter for everyone. We have all the necessary equipment, food and drinks, and your favorite standalone game. There are enough backup generators, so we can keep playing, he said as he gently nudged me with his arm. I was silent for a while. Let's talk about it later. I finally rejected his kindness. Although we were childhood friends and had a good relationship, that was a long time ago. If we stayed together for a long time, we would be exposed one day. Besides, he already had his own shelter, his safety was guaranteed, and he didn't have to worry about food and drink. I like to be alone, and with the help of the system, I can live a better life. I don't need to make close friends with Lu Lang and the others. Just keep a distance. Oh, I knew you would say that. Lu Lang sighed. Fengcheng has been in turmoil lately, so it's best not to run around. If you feel uneasy, you can go to the official shelter in Nanyang District. You may not like the crowds there, but it is safe. Remember to lock the door at night. I think you should put something behind that broken door. After he said that, he didn't insist anymore, patted my shoulder, and turned and left. I watched him leave, thinking silently in my heart. After returning home, I made a bowl of instant noodles, ate a few bites, and then went to the equipment production table. Equipment crafting table upgrade requirements. Level 2 equipment crafting table, 2000. Can craft. Protective clothing, 200. Protective gloves, 50. Gas mask, 100. Bulletproof vest, 300. These don't look expensive, but I don't seem to need them right now. The only thing that caught my attention was the prediction crystal ball, which was so mysterious that I couldn't help but be curious. The crystal ball was suspended in midair, surrounded by purple light and rotating slowly. The scene did not look fantasy, but more like a scene from a science fiction movie. I carefully reached out and touched the crystal ball. As I touched it, a warm feeling spread in my hand, and a new interface opened up in my mind. Prophecy Crystal Ball. Upgrade direction. Level 2 Prophecy Crystal Ball, 5000. Overview. Know everything that is about to happen. The affixes are updated once a week. 1. A piece of meteorite falls into Fengcheng River. 2. Fengcheng River is polluted and nearby residents become zombies. 3. The air is polluted, but the concentration is relatively low and returns to normal after a few months. Zombies? I whispered to myself. Looking at these updated suffixes, my head felt like it was struck by lightning. The system never lies. I have always known that it knows everything. As soon as the system appeared, I believed that it could see through everything. At first, I thought the disaster would be a physical one, like a meteorite hitting the Earth. But who would have thought that the real threat would be a zombie crisis? Everything happened too fast, without any warning. I drank a whole bottle of water and finally calmed down a little. I guess the system is the only one in the world that knows the truth about this disaster. It is neither a fool nor a savior. If I tell the authorities about this, I am afraid I will be arrested as a mental patient. Rather than taking this risk, it is better to protect myself first and then quickly study countermeasures. Fengcheng River is about 8 kilometers away from me. I am not a nearby resident, so there's no need to worry about being infected. But the problem is that Fengcheng's tap water comes from this river. Since the meteorite fragments contain zombie viruses, Fengcheng River will inevitably be contaminated. Want to drink water? Forget it. Not only that, the air is also polluted. However, judging from the description of the affix, the air pollution is much lighter than that of Fengsheng River. Even so, we still cannot be careless, as inhaling too much pollutants may turn us into zombies. Suddenly, I remembered the protective equipment I saw at the equipment crafting table not long ago. The gas masks and protective clothing there might help me avoid infection when I go out. But now, I want to check out the other facilities that have not been unlocked. The zombie crisis is already right before our eyes, but everyone in Fengsheng is completely unaware of it. Once a zombie outbreak occurs, even if the authorities dispatch their troops as quickly as possible, it will be difficult to avoid casualties among the citizens. The worst thing is that it is only a matter of time before this disaster spreads. The paralysis of the entire city may be imminent. I don't want to be the next target of the zombies. I took a quick look at the unlocked facilities, including the small weapon crafting station, task list, outdoor facilities, archive area, leisure area, and medicine crafting station. Finally, my eyes stopped at the outdoor facilities. Outdoor facilities 500. Overview. You can build walls, point defenses, and other equipment around your shelter. The wall is a good thing. It can completely isolate the zombies and keep a safe distance, which will naturally be safer. However, the light weapon crafting station only requires 500 points, and it seems that it can directly craft guns and other weapons. If I could have a stronger self-defense tool, it would definitely be more effective than the iron rod I have now. At this time, I had 1,000 points, which was enough to unlock 2 pieces of equipment. But if you want to upgrade the walls or make weapons later, you won't have points. Although I can get points for every day I survive, if I am not active enough, the points I get may be negligible. However, I made a decision quickly. As the saying goes, only when you're alive can you output. Without adequate protection, no matter how good the weapon is, it will be useless. Moreover, even if I can make a gun, I might not be able to use it smoothly. The operation may seem simple, but in reality, my hands may not be able to keep up with my brain. So I decided to reinforce the wall first. I invested 500 points and unlocked the outdoor facilities. Outdoor facilities. Upgrade direction. Level 2 outdoor facilities. Constructible equipment. Traps 200. Barbed wire fence 500. Auxiliary generator 500. Garage 1000. Crossbow launcher 1000. Monitoring equipment 1000. Corpse collector 1000. Even though the fence was just made of barbed wire, it was better than nothing. So I built it decisively. With a crisp sound, I walked out of the room and looked outside. I saw a 3-meter-high barbed wire fence that appeared almost out of thin air. Fortunately, no one around saw it. This fence is quite strong. I walked to the barbed wire and pulled it gently with my hand. The barbed wire hardly moved, but it was elastic and gave people a sense of solidity. Overall, the barbed wire fence is a quadrilateral, tightly surrounding my shelter. Although it looked a bit like a prison wall, it at least made me feel more at ease. There are 2 doors right behind the wall. They are made of iron and are covered with rust, making it look more like a prison. Although I no longer have any points, I still can't help but check the properties panel of the barbed wire. After all, this should be the most important defense facility in the early stage and must be paid attention to at all times. Wire mesh fence. Upgrade direction. Wire mesh fence. Branch. Solid. 500 replaces the original materials of iron doors and barbed wire, reducing the physical damage they receive by 50%. Towering. 800 increases the height of the barbed wire to 5 meters. Fire resist. 500 reduces fire damage from any source by 50%. Cold resistance. 500 not easy to freeze, extending service life. Tetanus. 1,000 the barbed wire becomes extremely sharp, and anyone who touches it, except the castle lord, will bleed profusely. It looks like everything is going well. Next, I plan to upgrade the iron gate first. I have decided to start with the wire fence. After all, the iron gate is rusty, and every time it opens, it makes a harsh creaking sound. It doesn't look very solid, and it feels like it could be kicked open with 1 foot. If you think about it, the threat from humans might be scarier than zombies. Although the shelter's camouflage makes it difficult for us to be discovered, the barbed wire fence is now somewhat conspicuous. Even a fool can see how fragile it is. Although it can block zombies, it may not be able to withstand human intrusion. No matter what, it is always the wisest choice to be prepared for danger in times of peace. Unless all the people in Fengsheng turn into zombies, there will always be people eyeing even the most secluded places. My past life experience made me no longer trust anyone. After locking the front and back doors, I returned to the house, ate a bag of instant noodles, looked around, and then glanced outside the yard, and gradually I felt more at ease. How many points will be settled tonight? How about taking a nap first? I wiped the sweat from my forehead and decided to take a nap first. Even though I had just moved some small furniture and had recovered after a rest, my body still felt tired, with cold sweats and almost fainting. Looks like I need to exercise more. I laughed at myself and lay down on the big bed. If I can't beat the zombies, at least I can outrun them, right? The bed was so soft and smooth to the touch that it almost felt like the most comfortable bed I had ever slept in. I fell asleep in almost 2 minutes. I don't know how long it took, but I slowly woke up, washed my face, fixed my hair, and checked the time. 11 o'clock. There's still an hour. Since I had nothing to do anyway, I simply opened the door and decided to use this time to exercise. The wire fence at night seemed taller than during the day, and when the wind blew, it made a faint sound as if declaring its majesty. Standing in front of it, I couldn't help but imagine that on a dark and windy night, the zombies were frantically flapping and roaring outside the wire fence. I took a deep breath, stopped thinking about it, and started squatting, expanding my chest, and stretching my legs. At this moment, there was a shouting in the distance, and it seemed that there was a conflict. However, it was pitch black around, without streetlights, and I couldn't see clearly what was happening. An hour later, I returned to the room panting and said to the system impatiently, "System, open the settlement interface." In an instant, the settlement interface appeared before my eyes. Today's points settlement. First survival confirmation, plus 100 points. First unlock of new equipment, plus 500 points. First construction of new equipment, plus 500 points. Going out to trade, plus 30 points. Obtaining a suitable weapon for free, plus 50 points. Going out to purchase, plus 20 points. Exercising at night, plus 10 points. Points settled, 1530. Remaining points, 1530. When I saw the points calculated, I was stunned. My activity level was so high. I thought it would be hard to get even 100 points, but I didn't expect it to be so high. It seems that I really underestimated this system. As long as I eat, sleep, or even stay at home and do nothing, I can get points. It's just a matter of more or less. However, this should be just the first settlement, and there will be no such generous rewards in the future. After all, several of the above items are first time, similar to the first charge reward in the game. It is estimated that the points will not be so much next time, or even not at all. But it doesn't matter. More points are always good. I decided to make good use of these 1530 points. I immediately went outside and started upgrading the barbed wire and iron gate. As 500 points were deducted, the barbed wire shook violently, but without making a sound. I waited a moment, made sure the wire had stabilized, then walked up to it and checked it. The feel is very different from before, becoming more elastic and harder at the same time. If you pinch it lightly, your fingertips will feel pain, proving that it is no longer a simple wire mesh. As for the iron door, it was completely rust-free and looked brand new. There was no strange sound when it was opened. It was surprisingly smooth. The key point was that after it was locked, no matter how hard I pushed, the iron door did not move at all. It worked. I clapped my hands excitedly, showing a satisfied smile. Now it won't break even if a car hits it. However, another question immediately occurred to me. Although the defense has been strengthened, the height of the barbed wire is still only 3 meters, and any trained person can easily climb up. As for the zombies, once their numbers accumulate, they may form a human ladder and easily climb over. It seems that we need to raise the height of the barbed wire. I unconsciously looked up at the anti-theft net on top of the barbed wire and hesitated. The security net is as sharp as a knife blade. If you climb it without protective gear, you will definitely get hurt. As for the zombies, they haven't appeared yet. You will only see traces of zombies when meteorite fragments fall. I had originally planned to make a choice to upgrade the towering or tetanus features of the barbed wire. The former can increase the difficulty of climbing for the enemy and reduce the risk of being attacked. The latter turns the barbed wire into a sharp weapon that can be used for both defense and attack. Any creature that touches it will suffer severe damage, fundamentally eliminating potential threats. But in fact, if you choose the latter, there is no need to upgrade the former for the time being. The problem is that the latter's attack method is indiscriminate. While its targets are not necessarily humans, it is not so crazy that it cannot recognize friend from foe. I can't help but think of those curious children especially those naughty ones. What if they touch the barbed wire? Will they die? At least I don't want to get into legal trouble before the disaster happens. So, I decided to observe for a while. After all, the upgrade is a matter of seconds. As long as you stay calm, it won't be too late to make adjustments when you face a zombie attack. I went back to my room, took a shower, changed my clothes, and although I wasn't sleepy at all, I still turned on the TV to watch the news. In the era of catastrophe, all entertainment programs have been suspended. All channels are urgently broadcasting the latest news about the meteorite, and even launched midnight news. What was shown on the TV screen were meteorite fragments that were only the size of a human head, but their actual diameter was several hundred meters. I couldn't help but think of the earthquake-resistant design of our fortress. Although it is not clear what level of shock it can withstand, the place where the meteorite fragment fell is 8 kilometers away from us, so there should be no problem. Emergency news interruption. Viewers watching on TV, please be alert and listen carefully. The T-30 meteorite exploded at 0:14 today. Hundreds of fragments caused by the explosion are flying towards the Earth at high speed. It is estimated that about 76 fragments will fall into our country, and the other 831 fragments will mainly fall into North America, Europe, and the Pacific Ocean. It is expected that meteorite fragments will hit our cities. The sudden news made me sit up straight. My city would definitely be affected by the meteorite fragments. It was only a matter of time, but I have to find out the exact time. If it's tomorrow, I have to be more careful. Local news interruption. The scene changed, and the information on TV was updated again. It is expected that a piece of meteorite fragment will fall into the center of Fengxing River in our city in 4 days. The moment of landing may cause an earthquake of about 3.5 magnitude. Citizens are requested not to panic. Residents around Fengxing River will be evacuated, and the authorities will dispatch thousands of soldiers to carry out the evacuation. Please be sure to tell your relatives and friends, and always pay attention to local news. 4 days later, it seems I still have time. I nodded, feeling relieved. 4 days is enough time for me to exercise and accumulate more points. I will try to accumulate enough points for protective clothing and weapon crafting tables during this period to ensure that everything goes well. The next morning, when I was eating instant noodles, I suddenly heard a knock on the door outside the yard. I immediately stood up and walked to the door. Standing outside the door was Lu Lang. "Open the door, Fengzi. It's me," Liu Lang shouted carelessly. The corners of my mouth rose slightly, and I opened the door. After he entered the house, he looked around with a look of surprise on his face. "Damn, Fengzi, what's going on with this barbed wire? There was nothing at the door of your house yesterday." This is the anti-theft wire mesh that I spent all my savings to hire someone to install. I quickly made up an excuse. "Oh, so that's how it is. They are so efficient. Can you give me their phone number?" Lu Lang's face was full of excitement. "I also want to make the repair shop safer." I could only continue to make up a story. They said they would stop working after my order. That's a shame. Why didn't I think of it earlier? Even though there are many people in the repair shop, petty theft is still unavoidable. We chatted for a while, and Lu Lang handed me a big bag full of bread, snacks, boiled eggs, and fruits. He said that the instant noodles I bought were not nutritious and made me feel greasy, so he bought me some other things. Although I'm not particularly close to this childhood friend, his actions at that moment still made me feel warm. There's no one who could care about me at this time, except the director of the orphanage. No wonder we were so close, like brothers. If it weren't for these memories, I would have suspected that there was some unknown secret between Lu Lang and me. However, even so, I would not tell him about the shelter out of emotion. Giving him a kind reminder was already the greatest reward I could give him. By the way, there is something that you guys in the garage should also know. "What's the matter?" Lu Lang asked. "You know about the meteorite fragments, right? If conditions permit, it's best for everyone to prepare gas masks. If you don't have masks, masks will do." "Huh?" Lu Lang was obviously stunned for a moment, but when he saw that I didn't continue talking, he hurriedly asked, "Go on." "Meteorite fragments will not only pollute the river water, but also the air. If you inhale toxic gases for a long time, you may go crazy." "Yes, that's crazy. Biting people everywhere like a mad dog. You should also be careful of such people when the time comes. Otherwise, once bitten, you will also go crazy." I didn't mention zombies because there are no zombies in this world. Yes, that's right. Whether it's movies, novels, or any other works describing zombies, they're just fiction. Humans have zero knowledge of them. If zombies really exist, The situation should be like this. After a disaster occurs, humans will recognize the characteristics of zombies from their behavior and take corresponding preventive measures. Lu Lang was a little confused by what I said. Fengzi, where did you hear this? Is it true? Really? Trust me. In short, try not to go out. If you do go out, you must take protective measures. Don't forget your weapons. Lu Lang nodded heavily. Okay. Fengzi, you have never lied since you were a child. Of course I believe you. I have a few homemade gas masks here. Would you like some? I got it, thank you. After chatting for a few minutes, Lu Lang said goodbye to me. The next day, I stayed in the shelter all day without leaving. At noon, I heard about a home invasion and a death in the neighborhood. Thinking of the screams of that group of people last night, I became more determined not to leave the house. In fact, not just now, the global situation has become very chaotic a few months ago. Incidents of looting and vandalism occurred frequently and became increasingly violent, and even some national leaders had to make concessions to the rioters. Despite this, Kyushu is still recognized worldwide as the country with the most stable riot control. There are many reasons, but unfortunately, the reality is so cruel, and the appearance of zombies is destined to make it difficult to maintain this stability. Now, all I can do is not to cause trouble and wait quietly. That day, the points were settled at 102 points, which I thought was pretty good. After all, I didn't go out for the whole day, but I still managed to accumulate more than 100 points. For the next 3 days, I continued to stay at home, eating, exercising, watching the news, sleeping, and repeating over and over again. Whether it is day or night, there's always all kinds of noisy noises outside, but I ignore them. At this moment, it is most important to focus on taking good care of yourself. With the upgraded barbed wire as protection, I am no longer panicked whether it's birds, beasts, or anything else. 4 days later, 564 points were settled, and now there are 1594 points left. On the morning of August 19th, I learned from TV that meteorite fragments had fallen into Fengsheng River 2 hours ago. Let's begin. I quickly went to the equipment production table and spent 350 points to make protective clothing, protective gloves, and gas masks. Remaining points, 1244. Bang! Just as I was about to try on the protective suit, a loud noise suddenly came from outside the yard. I quickly looked out the window and saw a luxury car crashing into the barbed wire. A man and a woman got out of the car. The middle-aged man looked about 20 years younger than the young woman. The man covered his injured head. Obviously, he had been hit hard. This is the place. It looks like we can block them. The man glanced at the barbed wire and immediately ran over to try to open the iron gate. The young woman followed closely behind him, and the two worked together to pull the door. But soon, they became more and more rude. They not only kicked the door, but also kicked it continuously. The expression on the woman's face gradually became ferocious, and she kept cursing. I came out wearing a gas mask. Seeing someone in the yard, the two men were obviously relieved, but they also showed impatience. It turns out that someone lives here. That's why I kicked the door for so long. The woman complained to me directly. I had already felt disgusted when I saw them kicking the door, and her words made me even more angry. However, they couldn't see my expression because they were wearing gas masks. Hey, open the door quickly, the woman shouted directly at me. I ignored her and asked the man, what happened outside? The man was still somewhat polite, but also seemed a little impatient. There are thugs everywhere. They are crazy. We are running, and they are chasing us. The man was panting and started coughing violently as soon as he finished speaking. It was obvious that he had run too fast and almost exhausted his lungs. Thugs? Could it be that they are here so soon? I was a little surprised, tightened my mask, and looked at the two people. You guys should leave quickly. This is my personal shelter. I don't accept anyone. After saying that, I turned around and prepared to leave. Hey, boy, you can't just stand by and watch me die. The man panicked when he saw I was leaving. The woman next to him wanted to say something, but was elbowed by him and immediately shut up. I'm the general manager of Fengshan Group. You saved me, and there will definitely be benefits. When I heard him introduce himself, I stopped and looked back at him. 20 years of being a corporate slave has made me feel sick of this identity. But this time, I seemed to see something else, a group of staggering figures. Although I couldn't see clearly, I knew that it was the zombies chasing me. The man and the woman also noticed it, and their faces turned pale instantly. If those crazy people who bite anyone they see really ran into them, they probably wouldn't even have a chance to resist. Brother, Take it. The man trembled, took out a wad of money from his pocket, threw it over, and it happened to fall at my feet. This is a deposit. If you save us, I will give you another 20,000. No. 50,000. I smiled, picked up the money, walked up to them, and looked at them through the wire. Speak. Are you deaf? I've given you the money. Why don't you open the door? The woman suddenly became angry again and shouted while banging on the iron door. I scratched their heads gently and gave them a friendly reminder. The more you shout, the more excited they seem to be. What? The woman frowned and looked back. Sure enough, the wailing of the thugs became more intense. Their limping steps became more rapid, and they quickly approached them. The woman turned pale in an instant. Her whole body began to tremble violently, and her eyes were filled with fear. However, she blurted out, "You threatened me. Just wait. You will see what happens in a moment." I didn't respond, but just smiled bitterly and thought to myself, was this wrong? Shut up. The man finally couldn't help it, pointed at the woman's nose and cursed, then turned around and continued to greet me with a smile. Brother, I know you think the money is not enough. Just wait. The man turned and ran back to the car. After a while, he came back carrying 2 suitcases. Here's 1 million. Enough for you to buy an apartment. As long as you let us in, it's all yours. As he spoke, he deliberately opened a suitcase to reveal neatly stacked bills. On the surface, he was flattering, but he had a plan in mind. Damn it, when I get in, I'll smash your head with a suitcase. You like money, so I'll use it to kill you. However, the next second, I suddenly shook my head. Sorry, I'm not interested in money. After saying that, I casually threw the money in my hand and dropped it at the man's feet. The man was stunned. He thought the masked man in front of him was unwilling to open the door because he didn't want enough money. After all, living in such a shabby tin house with no hope in life, how could he not be interested in money? But he was wrong. In this world, there are people who really treat money as dirt. Since money is useless, I can only use the methods I used in the workplace. Boy, don't be ungrateful. My identity is real. I'm giving you face now. Hurry up and open the door for me. Otherwise, I will send people to tear down your broken wire fence and house. The man's expression changed instantly. His eyes were burning with anger, and he threatened with his teeth bared. He looked like a real zombie, which made me believe it. Give you face? Let them give you face. I sneered. I was no longer surprised by the change in the man's expression. After all, I had been numb to so many threats. But in this life, if I back down because of these words, then what is the point of my traveling here? What is the point of getting the system? What's more, the zombie crisis has already broken out. What are financial power and status worth in front of zombies? Okay, just wait. I'm going to smash your broken door right now. When the man saw me turning around and preparing to leave, he suddenly became furious and turned back to get in the car. As the accelerator was stepped on, the luxury car suddenly crashed into the iron gate. The iron gate does not move, and the barbed wire is not affected at all. The man in the car almost vomited blood. The reaction force of the collision almost made him vomit blood, and his internal organs were severely impacted. Why is it so hard? Is this door made of diamond? The man finally realized that his impact had no effect at all. The iron door didn't even vibrate at all, but he still refused to give up and crashed into it again and again. The car was leaking oil and the engine was smoking. His eyes were bloodshot and he was yelling, with no intention of stopping at all. The woman thought he had gone crazy, so she quickly moved away, grabbing the wire and yelling at me, "Little brother, don't go. Come here, I have something to tell you." The woman instantly became much weaker, and her voice became softer. I stopped and looked back at her. The woman immediately winked and gently placed her right hand on her chest. "You must not like those big bosses. Actually, I don't like them either. You must have been exploited by them before." I couldn't help but sneer when I heard this. Was she doing this on purpose? Was she trying to disgust me before she died? Look, he's gone crazy. We don't need to worry about him. I saw there's a door at the back of your house. Why don't you open the back door and let me in? When he's killed by the thugs, all the money in the car will be yours. The woman said this with a smug smile. Besides, there is me. I can also be yours. She was obviously very ordinary, yet so confident. Her words, illogical, ignited my anger. Money and women. Do men have to have these 2 things to live? I suddenly came to my senses and felt relieved. I pointed at the thugs behind the woman and said, "They actually like you more." The woman turned around suddenly and found that the thugs were getting closer and closer to her. Dozens of mouths pounced on her. Immediately afterwards, her wailing sounded and a bloody scene began to unfold. The man in the car finally failed to break the door open. He was too seriously injured and fell to the ground as soon as he got out of the car. This alarmed a zombie, which pounced on him. Accompanying the man and woman's screams and curses, I walked into the house without looking back. Chapter 9, Fighting Back, is the right thing to do. Qin Jin returned to the room and lay on the sofa for a long time before he slowly came back to his senses. Things have come to this. He finally saw real zombies. It was just like in the movie, bloody, torn skin and cloudy eyes. Very shocking. There is no other word to describe the scene of them devouring the man and woman except disgusting. Now, his shelter has been surrounded by zombies. Fortunately, there is barbed wire blocking it. But we can't just leave these zombies alone. We must find a way to clean it up. Otherwise, if you see this thing every morning when you go out, how messy it would be. So, you have to get a handy weapon quickly. Although the barbed wire has been upgraded and can't even be broken by a car, it is absolutely safe to stay in the shelter. But you can only survive for a while, not for a lifetime. After all, there was not enough food. Even if he lived frugally, he would be forced to go out to find it after a month. Moreover, what if a group of desperate survivors really emerge within this month and are the first to snatch up all the goods or occupy the supermarket? He couldn't even pick up the leftover dog. In short, the crystal ball is not omnipotent, and you have to predict some things that may happen occasionally. Humans will eventually have conflicts over various resource issues and may even fight each other. But he doesn't have to worry about this problem. After all, he is a loner. But if you meet survivors in the future, confront them. Then the only way to suppress the opponent is with a gun. Guns are omnipotent in the early stages. Qin Jin came to the light weapon production table and directly spent 500 points to unlock it. With a loud bang, a glittering light weapons production table with a beam of light appeared completely before his eyes. Light weapon crafting table. Upgrade direction. Level 2 light weapon crafting station, 3000. Craftable items. Military long knife, 500. M9 pistol, 1000. Double-barreled shotgun, 2000. There are 744 points left. Only enough to buy a military long knife. Longsword sounds powerful, but his main purpose is not cold weapons. Although he couldn't use a gun, it was a long-range weapon after all. You can kill zombies from a completely safe distance. With a little practice, you will definitely be able to use it well. Qin Jin talked to himself, his face full of confidence. His brain was even working fast, and he had already planned out his plans for the week. Make guns, fight your way out, occupy supermarket resources, and intimidate the survivors around you. Good things don't always come easy to good people. Qin Jin had experienced this too many times in his previous life and was already tired of it. So he thought that he should just stop being a good person in this life. Everyone is considering their own interests. Isn't this a kind of equality? The current social order has been paralyzed. Maybe tomorrow someone will form a gang, elect a leader, and start causing trouble. He is alone, so he naturally cannot show weakness. In short, with a gun in hand, the world is yours. So, fight your way out now. Qin Jin thought about it carefully. Killing zombies will give you points. The more the better, the more you kill the better. Although the M9 pistol only has 1000 points, the subsequent purchase of bullets is definitely not free, right? We have to save up enough money for bullets. Qin Jin was just thinking about how to kill the zombies efficiently. No worries at all. After all, barbed wire is an impenetrable wall. Stop the zombies and make yourself successful. Fire at them madly through the barbed wire. The other party can't bite or reach it. That feeling is so great just thinking about it. A few minutes later, Qin Jin couldn't wait to put on protective clothing, gas mask, and gloves. Walked out fully armed. Chapter 10, Kill Them All. Outside the yard, in front of Qin Jin, there are dozens of zombies clinging to the barbed wire with their dirty hands stretched out. Seeing a living person like Qin Jin appear, the zombies immediately went crazy. The howling sounds continued. But no matter how they pushed the barbed wire remains motionless. The bloody zombies did not stop Qin Jin. On the contrary, it ignited Qin Jin's fighting spirit. I wish I could hit them on the head with a stick right away. The gaps in the barbed wire are just big enough for the iron rod to extend through. So Qin Jin could only use Confrontation to make these noisy guys shut up. Such an attack may not be as effective as a direct blow to the head. But the same thing goes, as long as you are alive, you will have output. with such a barbed wire fence separating them. The zombies could only be beaten by him. So Qin Jin took a deep breath, aimed at a zombie, gripped the iron rod tightly with both hands, and slammed it into the other's face. The zombie that was hit in the face let out a strange cry and fell backwards. He died already? Qin Jin was stunned for a moment. He did not feel secretly happy, but rather questioning. Could he be so strong that he could kill the zombie in one blow? But the next moment, the zombie stood up again, and Qin Jin gave up his delusions. Although it was still alive, there was a piece of flesh missing from its face, and blood was constantly oozing out of the gap. The top of the iron rod was not completely welded flat, and the uneven edges actually increased the lethality of the stabbing. Moreover, Qin Jin guessed that the zombie's skin might rot very quickly. Apart from the increase in strength, their bodies and speed were weakened, and they did not have any outstanding advantages. So it is reasonable to take away a piece of the other party's flesh. So, hit him on the head. Anyone who has watched works related to zombies should know that the zombies' brains are their weakness. Qin Jin was naturally no exception. The current situation forced him to bring the settings in his zombie works into reality. Soon, Qin Jin attacked the half-crippled zombie again. With a fierce thrust, it actually pierced directly into the opponent's forehead. The zombie trembled violently, and as the iron rod in its brain was pulled out, its body went limp as if it had lost its bones, and it hit the wire mesh, falling down in an extremely exaggerated posture, never to move again. Qin Jin shook off the flesh and blood on the iron rod. His heart was about to jump out. He was very excited at the moment. It was as if some switch in my body was turned on, and I felt extremely excited. He has already dealt with a zombie. 2 rounds of attack, simple and easy. Qin Jin overestimated them. They are not as exaggerated as imagined. Maybe if he kills a few more, he will get used to it, or even become numb to it. These brainless zombies don't know how to escape or think. They just keep staring at the prey that is out of their reach and frantically cling to the barbed wire. Afterwards, this row of zombies were like leeks, first selected by Qin Jin and then slaughtered. So were killed instantly with just 1 hit. Others took 3 or 4 hits to fall, and in most cases it took only 2 hits. But Qin Jin thought that he was definitely not skilled enough. Otherwise, if he could stab more accurately and with more force, he would be able to kill them one at a time. Nearly an hour later, all the zombies in front of Qin Jin had fallen down. The barbed wire was covered in blood and flesh. The blood hanging on the barbed wire dripped down like rain. The whole scene is very touching. The air was filled with a fishy odor that would make anyone vomit if they smelled it. But Qin Jin's mouth and nose were fully armed, so he couldn't smell at all. In addition, his gloves and protective clothing were also stained bright red. Plop! Qin Jin sat down exhausted, looking at the bodies lying in front of him, and couldn't help but howl, "Great!" Then he looked at the barbed wire on the other 2 sides. There's still quite a few zombies clinging to the barbed wire over there, but there are fewer than here. But at the moment, Qin Jin really didn't have the energy to continue cutting leeks. The consumption of this round was greater than that of the exercise in the past few days. Moreover, the protective suit and gas mask stacked together made him very hot and difficult to breathe. Qin Jin hurried back to the house and took off this cumbersome outfit. Then he picked up the disinfectant on the windowsill and cleaned it. Then he kicked him into the corner. Considering that there would definitely be problems with the tap water, Qin Jin had no intention of washing off the protective clothing and the blood on his hands. Even for fear of accidentally forgetting, Qin Jin directly turned off the water valve. After taking a few breaths, Qin Jin no longer thought about the scene of cutting leeks. I made some instant noodles, prepared a bottle of water, and then rewarded myself with a sausage for my performance today. After eating and drinking, Qin Jin went outside the yard to check again fully armed. After making sure that the number of zombies had not increased, Qin Jin returned to the house with peace of mind and locked the doors and windows. In this exhilarating wave of killing, Qin Jin didn't know how many zombies he had killed. But think about the system regulations that killing enemies will give you points as rewards. Qin Jin also felt that he must have earned a lot of points. Qin Jin adapted very quickly that night. At first, I was looking for earplugs because of the wailing outside the house. But perhaps it was because he was physically and mentally exhausted from the battle that he couldn't recover even after resting for half a day. Qin Jin fell asleep soon after listening to the wailing. When Qin Jin woke up, it was already daybreak. Outside the yard, the sun was shining brightly, and there were even birds singing. But the scene around was completely different. Corpses, severed limbs, dried blood, and a burning building in the distance. Everything is filled with death, despair. Chapter 11, The Power of Tetanus. Qin Jin looked at it for a while, shook his head, and couldn't say anything. System, open the settlement interface. Today's points settlement. Survival confirmed. Plus 30 points. General diet. Plus 3 points. Fended off 2 threatening strangers. Plus 100 points. Brave and arrogant. Plus 50 points. Kill a zombie for the first time. Plus 200 points. Kill zombies. Plus 182 points. Barbed wire takes a lot of damage. Plus 40 points. Points settlement. 784. Remaining points, 1528. You have enough points to make a gun. There's even enough points left for a military longsword. Only, Qin Jin was not in a hurry to make it. When he was killing the zombies yesterday, he thought of something. It's about the tetanus upgrade option for barbed wire. It clearly states that anyone who touches it will be torn to pieces and bleed profusely. The effect of prolonged bleeding alone is equivalent to a death sentence. So, if this item is upgraded, will the zombies outside the barbed wire bloom directly? Qin Jin felt a little bit of anticipation in his heart. What if he makes the right bet this time? That would be huge profit no matter how you look at it. Although it costs 1,000 points, I feel a little sad. But he is not staying at home now. As long as there are zombies visiting here, even if you kill a small number of zombies every day, he is also guaranteed to earn a few hundred points. As for buying guns or something, there's no need to rush. Because he thought of something. The disaster happened suddenly yesterday afternoon. During the day, there are definitely a lot of people in supermarkets or shopping malls. In short, there will inevitably be an outrageous number of zombies in places with dense crowds of people. Even if the survivors gathered people and went out, it would be impossible for them to occupy those resource points in the first place, unless led by an official. Otherwise, with their weapons, it would be impossible to capture it. Fortunately, Qin Jin no longer needed to worry. With a command, points were deducted and the tetanus upgrade was completed. There was no sound outside the window. Everything was very quiet. Qin Jin immediately walked out the door fully armed. Then, he unexpectedly discovered those zombies that were clinging to the barbed wire just now. At this moment, his head was drooping and tilted to one side, and his body was lying at an angle on the wire mesh. No, to be precise, it was hanging on the barbed wire. All the arms hang naturally, swaying slightly. Qin Jin widened his eyes and quickly came to the barbed wire and finally saw it clearly. All the zombies clinging to the barbed wire, from their heads to their feet, any part that touches the barbed wire. All of them were deeply pierced by the barbed wire. Blood was flowing. The surroundings suddenly became quiet, and Qin Jin could only hear the clear sound of birds chirping. After a long time, Qin Jin couldn't hold it in any longer and said, "Fuck. Tetanus? So powerful." Instantly killed all the zombies that were clawing at the barbed wire. Looking at the zombies that all looked the same after death, Qin Jin couldn't believe it at all. At this moment, a zombie was approaching. Qin Jin saw it, but did not retreat. He waited quietly for it to come over. After all, it's outside the barbed wire, so there's no need to be on guard. A few seconds later, the zombie howled and pounced forward fiercely. Then there was a sound of flesh tearing, and it hit the wire mesh, with flesh and blood torn apart in an instant. The mouth was smoothly cut open by several iron wires. The jaw fell off. Qin Jin moved aside to avoid being splashed with blood. Looking closely, the zombie was covered in flowers. A normal person would definitely be shocked. After walking around the yard and looking at the zombies whose deaths looked tragic, Qin Jin almost laughed out loud. Isn't this fucking invincible? Now, whenever a zombie comes, it will be instantly killed by the barbed wire. At the end of the day, it might be hard to even see a living zombie. I wasn't that worried in the first place, and now I feel relaxed and at ease without any worries. But then, Qin Jin seemed to think of some important issues. Does the zombies killed by barbed wire count as being killed by him? If you don't keep count of the points, you'll lose a lot. Qin Jin was a little panicked, but he didn't think too much about it. After all, he isn't at the stage where he needs to use zombies to brush up points yet. My behavior yesterday was completely opportunistic. If there wasn't this barbed wire separating them, not to mention a group, just facing one of them would make Qin Jin confused for a while. After all, he hasn't confronted the zombies head-on yet. Who knows if that thing has other ways of attack besides biting? How to defend, how to dodge, those are all problems. It seems that even having a gun won't help. Unexpected events are inevitable if you are forced into close combat. An iron rod cannot break through the siege. When conditions permit, I'll prepare a military long sword. That thing must be at least more lethal than an iron rod. On this day, Qin Jian's job was to assist with the barbed wire work. All the zombies hanging on the barbed wire were poked to the ground by Qin Jian with an iron rod. After all, it still has to be aesthetically pleasing. Hanging a row of zombie corpses like this makes me feel upset just looking at it. The system is rigorous, and he doesn't expect the zombies killed by the barbed wire to be counted as his own. He only hopes that such behavior can get him some assists. The next morning, Qin Jian got up early and immediately opened the settlement interface to check. Today's point settlement. Survival confirmed. Plus 30 points. Sleep well. Plus 10 points. General diet. Plus 2 points. Kill zombies with barbed wire. Plus 357 points. Clean the barbed wire. Plus 25 points. Points settlement. 466. Remaining points, 994. Seeing the 357 points brought by killing zombies, Qin Jian's eyes suddenly lit up and he laughed out loud. The zombies killed by the barbed wire are really counted as his. And he killed a lot of people. Just looking at the points, it was almost twice as much as yesterday. His bet was totally right. Now I don't even need to clean up the zombies. Just stay at home and do nothing. And in a day, you could get hundreds of points. Saving time and effort, Qin Jian has now become a big boss. However, when Qin Jian went to the toilet, a new problem arose. The toilet light was not working. Not only the toilet and kitchen lights, but also the TV. That's right, the power is out. Just like those zombie movies, either the internet or the power was cut off. Without light, living in the dark, aren't we just like those zombies outside? Chapter 12. A trap that attracts zombies? Perfect with barbed wire. Because of this sudden situation, the production of guns and long swords may be delayed for a few more days. But this was all within his expectations. A zombie crisis breaks out in a city. It would be abnormal if there were no power or water outages. Besides, there is the crazy output of barbed wire that continues for 24 hours. He doesn't have to worry about not having points. Turn on the outdoor facilities option. Qin Jian fixed his eyes on the subsidiary generator worth 500 points. After verbal confirmation, the points will be instantly reduced by 500. Outside the house, a buzzing sound gradually began to be heard. Crack! All the equipment in the house immediately restored power. Qin Jian turned off all the lights, put on protective clothing, and walked out. Coming to the side of the house, Qin Jian found the bulky and noisy auxiliary generator. The zombies wandering around the house immediately came over the moment they heard the noise of the generator. Then, one after another, they crashed into the barbed wire and lost their lives. Qin Jian also thought of a solution at this moment. Use the noise of the generator to attract a large number of zombies to come and kill them head-on to earn more points. But the cost could be high. I just can't even think of sleeping all day long. Just hearing the noise in the room just now was enough to make him block his ears. Forget it. I don't want to die suddenly again. Qin Jian finally gave in and decided to see if the upgraded branch of the engine could reduce noise. After all, the generator has to be turned on all the time, otherwise there will be no electricity. Attached generator. Upgrade direction. Energy generator. Branch. Cleaning self-cycle. 500. The generator automatically cleans the internal dust and dirt every other week. Silence. 200 effectively reduces the noise of the generator. Power consumption. 500 generators now use twice as much electricity as before. Heavy metal skin. 1,000 replaces the original material to make the generator stronger and more durable. Recharge. 3,000. The generator automatically refills fuel. No refilling is needed. Indeed, there is. Qin Jian grinned and immediately upgraded the silencer of the generator. In an instant, the generator in front of him was like a deflated tire, and the noise suddenly became much quieter. If I must use a metaphor, that's the equivalent of the sound from a chainsaw, reduced to the sound of a range hood. Qin Jian even went back to the house to feel it for himself, although I can still hear a little bit. But it's much better than before. Of course, the price of getting such a benefit is that only 294 points are left. But at this moment, Qin Jian simply wanted to do a reverse operation. See if there is anything else that can be upgraded and spend these 294 points. After all, no matter what, upgrading any facilities will only benefit him and not cause any harm. But forget about the indoor facilities, the lowest seems to be 500 points. So what about the outdoor facilities? Qin Jian took a look. I found out there is one that can be upgraded. That's the trap. Only 200 points are required. Qin Jian immediately checked the description of the trap. Trap, 200. Upgrade direction, advanced trap, 4000. Overview. As the name suggests, it is a trap mechanism placed on the ground. Except for the castle lord. Any creature that steps on the trap will be harmed. Note that traps cannot be brought out and can only be used for point defense. Branch. Animal trap. 20 upgrades a normal trap to an animal trap, increasing damage by 50% and targeting all mobs. Can be used to replace other traps at any time. Inch power. 100. The bite force of the trap is increased 5-fold and can be amputated in an instant. Can be replaced with other traps at any time. Stinky chemical. 50 upgrades a normal trap into one with a special smell, which reduces damage by 50% but attracts nearby zombies. Can be used to replace other traps at any time. Increased. 200. You have twice as many traps as before, located at the front and back doors of your shelter. Environmental adaptation. 500. Your traps become invisible. Invisible to everyone except you. Auto refill. 1000 used traps will be replenished the next day. After taking a quick look, Qin Jian seemed to have seen something extraordinary. For example, this stinky chemical trap. Although the damage is reduced, there is an additional effect of attracting zombies. Thinking of the hordes of zombies being attracted here. Then he hit his head and died. Qin Jian was so happy. Those are all points. After this thing is upgraded and combined with barbed wire, it is simply invincible. Qin Jian didn't hesitate at all and spent 200 points to unlock the trap. Then he spent another 50 points to upgrade the trap to a smelly chemical trap. The total cost is 250 points. 250, what an auspicious number. If I had discovered this good thing earlier, he would not have thought of such a useless method as using the noise of the generator to attract the zombies into the trap. But it doesn't matter. Each has its own advantages and disadvantages. If the generator is not upgraded with noise reduction and is always on, he will not be able to sleep. Qin Jian's job today was also very simple. Continue working on the barbed wire. Help clear the bodies hanging on the barbed wire. Simply wipe the wire mesh with water that has been used several times. After all, it's not like you didn't see the settlement page just now. You'll also get some points for keeping the wire clean. Until dusk and sunset. Qin Jian finally finished his work and returned to the house contentedly. Chapter 13, Dealing with Corpses. Build a corpse disposal machine. Early the next morning, Qin Jian opened the settlement interface. Today's point settlement. Survival confirmed. Plus 30 points. Sleep well. Plus 10 points. General diet. Plus 1 point. Build a generator. Upgrade the generator. Plus 200 points. Restore power to the shelter. Plus 100 points. Feeling very happy. Plus 35 points. Kill zombies with barbed wire. Plus 612 points. Clean the barbed wire. Plus 53 points. Points settlement. 1085. Remaining points. 1129. I actually earned more than 1,000 points yesterday. And just looking at the points for killing zombies. Qin Jian could guess how many zombies died under the barbed wire yesterday. The odor chemical trap is very effective. If only we had discovered it earlier. Qin Jian, with his messy hair, walked out without washing or rinsing his hair. Outside the house, it was a mess. Except for countless bodies hanging on the barbed wire. There were also corpses piled up under the barbed wire. There was a fishy smell coming. Qin Jian could smell it through his protective suit, and his brows were furrowed. Although you can kill zombies every day without doing it yourself. But after a zombie dies, its body cannot disappear automatically. If this continues, his shelter will become a garbage dump, living among hundreds of corpses. Various viruses and bacteria merge together. The debuff is simply stacked up to the maximum. No matter how thick this protective suit is, it can eventually withstand their erosion. It's not enough to just think about it without doing it. Qin Jian felt it necessary to clean up the corpse. As for how to clean up, they didn't gather them into a pile and burn them, nor did they dig a hole and bury the bodies. Instead, use the system's black technology to deal with it. That's right, Qin Jian has already thought about it. He will use the system's black technology to deal with it. That's right, Qin Jian has already thought about it. And I thought about it before going to bed last night. Qin Jian had nothing to do yesterday, so he took a look at the other unlocked outdoor devices. Among them, the corpse collector caught his attention. This thing can do more than just get rid of corpses. After collecting a certain number of corpses, Qin Jian will be given random rewards. He is very much looking forward to the random rewards. With so many corpses, there must be more than one random reward. You can also clean up the corpse at the same time. It's really killing two birds with one stone. Right now, he has 1,129 points. It takes 1,000 points to unlock the corpse collector. It's just enough. After betting on the barbed wire fence correctly, Qin Jian's self-confidence soared. This time, it is also a small gamble if the random reward is a large number of points. Or if it's some other good stuff, he will undoubtedly make a fortune. Looking around, there were no living zombies around. There were only two zombies wandering across the street not far away. Two badly mutilated bodies were standing outside the iron gate. Qin Jian took great effort to push open the corpse and the iron door together. Then, he did not move the body directly. Instead, he headed straight for the garbage truck at the intersection. This thing is more convenient for transporting corpses than carrying them manually. It just takes some energy to carry the body into the car. But so what? Random rewards are the motivation that keeps him going. Tightening his gloves, Qin Jian put more than a dozen corpses onto the garbage cart in one breath. Then he quickly pushed the cart back into the yard and locked the door. It is undoubtedly best to be cautious. Just now, when he was moving the corpse, he seemed to be targeted by zombies in the distance. Fortunately, that thing is ridiculously slow. Afterwards, Qin Jian couldn't wait any longer. Unlock. At the command. The points dropped to 129 instantly. A machine emitting white smoke suddenly appeared in front of him. The appearance of this machine is very domineering. On the top of the machine, there is a skull decoration as big as a computer screen, which is bright and dazzling under the sunlight. And below the machine is a device similar to the conveyor entrance. However, this entrance is like an abyss, bottomless, and no one knows where it leads to. But why think so much right now? It is enough to know that the entrance is definitely used to dump corpses. The red button next to the corpse collection machine is very conspicuous. Qin Jian tapped it lightly, and the conveyor started working immediately. Then, he tentatively placed a body on the conveyor. As the corpse was transported by the conveyor, it fell into the entrance. The skull on the top suddenly glowed and turned bright red. Then, a strange sound like that of a wandering ghost came from the entrance. Qin Jian paused, thinking to himself, it really is like an abyss. The skull was inevitably conspicuous, and Qin Jian looked carefully and found some clues. Moving a little closer, Qin Jian saw numbers marked in the left and right eyes of the skull. The left eye displays the number 3, and the right eye displays the number 9. Qin Jian had no idea what these numbers meant, nor did he want to guess. Practice is the only criterion for verifying truth. I guess if we continue to throw bodies in, we can slowly solve the mystery. Qin Jian simply picked up a corpse and threw it into the entrance. The next moment, the number on the skull's right eye turned into 8. I really want to understand. Qin Jian suddenly understood. I have even guessed what the number 3 in the skull's left eye represents. Soon, Qin Jian took out 8 bodies from the car and arranged them on the conveyor one by one. As the 8 bodies were transported, the numbers on the skull's right eye gradually returned to 0, and then suddenly started rolling like a lucky wheel. Finally, it stops at the number 10, and the number 3 in the left eye has now become 2. Boom! Just at this moment, there was a loud noise coming from the entrance of the collector, and a black suitcase was thrown out. Qin Jian was stunned for a moment, then laughed out loud. You guessed it. Huh. Chapter 14. Generous Random Rewards. Face the zombies head-on. This suitcase must be a random reward. In Qin Jian's view, the 10 on the right represents the number of corpses that need to be collected. As long as you collect 10 corpses, you will get a random reward. On the left side is the number of times you can get rewards. Now, one reward has been distributed, and he has 2 chances left to get rewards. In other words, 20 more bodies will have to be transported later. Let's open the random rewards first. Qin Jian put a bunch of things behind him, rubbed his hands, and quickly picked up the suitcase. Unlock and uncover. There was a knife lying in the suitcase. The blade is smooth, and the tip is very sharp. It is intimidating just by looking at it. The overall length is about 40 centimeters. It is not an ordinary short knife or dagger, but it is not as large as a machete. After picking up the knife, a prompt popped up in front of Qin Jian's eyes. Get the military long knife. Military long sword? Isn't this the thing in the light weapon crafting table? It's worth 500 points. Qin Jian's eyes lit up. I didn't expect that this random reward could directly give out things from the crafting table. This is really great. It is equivalent to earning 500 points directly. And I just happen to be not used to using the iron rod. Weapons can be replaced directly without any thought. Qin Jian weighed the long sword in his hand and felt it was very light and smooth. I waved it twice in the air, but I could still hear the heavy sound of wind. Lightweight, yet powerful. This sentence couldn't describe it better. Qin Jian was almost overjoyed, because this time the random reward was a military longsword. Next time, they might use hot weapons like guns. He looked up at the skull, which seemed to be telling him, "What are you still standing there for? Go and move the body." Qin Jian pushed the cart and rushed out, first clearing out the bodies at the door. Back to the corpse collection machine. 10 more corpses were transported. Bump! As the sound came from the entrance again, a backpack was thrown out and fell to the ground. Not a suitcase this time. Qin Jian frowned and picked up the backpack. The backpack was bulging and looked like it would burst at any moment. When I unzipped my zipper, the stuff inside suddenly popped out, clattering all over the floor. Oh my god, this is... When Qin Jian saw those things clearly, his eyes almost popped out. Bullets. So many bullets. The whole bag is full of them. There are bulk, boxes, and even full magazines. In short, there must be hundreds of them. And, judging from the specifications, it is undoubtedly a pistol bullet. That's it. I could save a lot of money on buying bullets. Qin Jian is now extremely looking forward to that last random reward. Now that we have melee weapons and bullets, do we need a gun too? Qin Jian was so excited that his hands were shaking. After transporting the last batch of corpses in one breath, Qin Jian stared at the dark entrance and clenched his fists. Hit! Give me a gun, please. Qin Jian kept muttering to himself. For a moment, the corpse collection machine became his lottery station. Bump! There was a final noise from the entrance, and a suitcase popped out. At this moment, the skull made an electronic laugh, and the red light went out, and the machine stopped working. Could it be that it's really shipped? Qin Jian immediately came to the conveyor, picked up the suitcase, and his eyes widened. Opened the suitcase with joy. What appeared before him was a pitch-black object. Qin Jian's smile gradually disappeared, and he couldn't help but mutter to himself, "What is this?" Slowly picking up the item, the system prompt sounded. "Get the pistol silencer," Qin Jian exclaimed, suddenly realizing, although I didn't win the gun, I got a pistol silencer, which is also pretty good. If I hadn't drawn this thing, Qin Jian wouldn't even consider that. That's how loud the gunshots were. Although the gun is a killing weapon, it is very effective against both humans and zombies. But the price is that it will make a lot of noise. Not only will it arouse human vigilance, it will also attract zombies. The silencer effectively avoids these two problems. It is a very important accessory, carrying a backpack and a long knife. Qin Jian, who had returned with a full load, returned to the room with an almost silly smile on his face. In the afternoon, Qin Jian went out with a long knife. He felt that it was time to prepare for going out. Maybe I can make a pistol tomorrow. So, warm up and practice your knife skills first. Qin Jian arrived in front of the iron gate and happened to see a zombie coming towards him. Taking a deep breath, Qin Jian opened the iron door and held a knife in both hands. With a sudden run-up, he chopped directly at it. The opponent had no time to react. He just raised his hands to make a standard zombie move when half of his head was chopped off at an angle. With a thud, the zombie fell to the ground, and all kinds of nonsense in his brain flowed all over the ground. Qin Jian let out a long breath and couldn't help but want to say to the zombie lying on the ground, "That's it." Chapter 15, the actual combat, is over, and a new round of prophecies begins. Although it was the first time that he confronted zombies head-on outside his own territory. But with just one cut, the anxiety in my heart disappeared instantly. Zombies are just like that. To deal with one alone, you just need to be quick. But what if there are multiple ones? When Qin Jian thought of this, he glanced sideways and saw 2 more zombies. How can you know if you can do it if you don't try? Done. These practical trainings must be experienced. It's not his usual style to pierce his ears right before getting into the sedan chair. Qin Jian rushed directly towards the two zombies. However, this time the other party seemed to notice him quickly. He stretched out his hands and suddenly quickened his limping steps. No! Qin Jian stopped immediately and stopped such reckless behavior. If I rush forward directly, I might be able to chop down the first zombie. But the second zombie might pounce on him in between attacks. He can't handle it. What's more, these two have been completely alarmed, and their attention is 100% focused. But such a problem does not pose any difficulty for Qin Jian. If he was knocked unconscious by two zombies, would he still have the face to go out? Qin Jian took a few steps back, looking back to see if there would be any sudden zombie attack from behind the embankment. Soon, the distance between the two zombies widened significantly. Qin Jian seized the opportunity to rush over and chopped off the head of the zombie in front of him with one knife. The attack interval was just enough. Qin Jian almost jumped up and chopped at the second zombie's head. However, the attack missed the target, cut off the opponent's entire right arm. Qin Jian was stunned for a moment, looked at the zombies rushing towards him, and subconsciously kicked them out. Bump! This kick made him take a few steps back. Then Qin Jian swung the knife again and chopped off the opponent's head. That was a close call. Qin Jian wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. I thought to myself that I won't use this kind of moves that look cool, but are actually stupid next time. In the next hour, Qin Jian killed many more zombies around the shelter. There are more than 20 of them. There are single ones, groups of 2, and even groups of 3. They were all slaughtered by Qin Jian using the pulling method. The key is that this long sword is extremely lethal and requires no skill at all. Kill one with one sword, and your courage and morale will naturally improve. Of course, just being reckless is not enough. Qin Jian also mastered some skills. For example, when a zombie pounces on you, you can kick it aside to avoid being bitten. This kind of counterattack behavior is not only related to courage, but may also be related to talent. After all, he didn't think that other survivors would be able to react quickly and kick back when faced with a zombie's attack. In short, Qin Jian went out and killed so many zombies, all relying on his belief in himself. Although it was very enjoyable to chop, but I couldn't handle the rush of the day. We moved so many corpses and killed so many zombies. It is impossible for a normal person not to be exhausted. Back in the house, Qin Jian took off his thick protective suit. Then, with some heartache, he contributed a bottle of water and poured it on the protective suit to wash away the bloodstains on it. Kicking the protective suit aside, Qin Jian boiled some mineral water and made some instant noodles. Then he took out some sausage and an apple as a reward for himself today. The barbed wire hasn't been cleared yet. Forget it for now, just have a good rest today. Qin Jian stopped to think. The instant noodles that originally had no taste tasted delicious today. In the evening, after Qin Jian finished exercising in the house, he came to the prophetic crystal ball. I did a lot of things today, but I was so busy that I forgot about it. If I remember correctly, it has been exactly 1 week. Isn't it time to update the affixes of the prophecy crystal ball? To prevent trouble before it happens, we must quickly see what is going to happen next. Qin Jian placed his hand on the crystal ball. As the warm touch came, one suffix after another unfolded in Qin Jian's mind. Prediction crystal ball. Upgrade direction. Level 2 prophecy crystal ball, 5,000. 1. The outdoor temperature will continue to drop until it drops by about 20 degrees and returns to normal within a month. 2. The bacteria in the air have mutated, and ordinary masks can no longer effectively resist them. 3. Fierce zombie dogs intervene. Zombie dog. It seems like the end of the world doesn't give us any time to breathe. Within a few days, new monsters appeared. Maybe more mutated monsters will appear later. Qin Jian pinched his chin and began to think deeply. Zombie dogs may be more fragile, but they are much more flexible than zombies. Actual combat is needed to test the strength of that thing, but we need to be more vigilant. In short, he will take one step at a time and will not back down easily. As for the first 2 suffixes, Qin Jian was not worried yet. Just upgrade the protective clothing when the time comes. The next day, Qin Jian settled the points. Survival confirmed, plus 30 points. Sleep well, plus 10 points. A decent meal, plus 7 points. The combat status has reached its peak, plus 60 points. Kill zombies, plus 205 points. Kill zombies with barbed wire, plus 458 points. Points settlement, 877. Remaining points, 1,006. Stimulate, just over 1,000 points. Qin Jian rubbed his hands, feeling extremely happy. In this way, the production of pistols can be completed. Chapter 16, being monitored. Come to the light weapons crafting table. Qin Jian directly made the M9 pistol. The dark and cold weapon floated in the air and appeared in the middle of the crafting table. Qin Jian slowly reached out and caught it. I have a gun. Qin Jian was so excited that he didn't know where to put his hands. He urgently wanted to go out and find a reference object to practice his shooting skills. The reference object is naturally the zombies. There are no targets in this room, and it is not as open as outside. Qin Jian looked at the M9 pistol again and felt that it was very handy. What are you waiting for? Just go out and find a target to shoot at. Qin Jian did not forget to put on protective clothing, took the gun, and pushed open the door. The moment I opened the door, a gust of cold wind blew towards me. Qin Jian's body began to tremble involuntarily, and then he realized that the temperature outside had gradually begun to drop. I originally wanted to upgrade the warmth of my protective suit, but because I made a gun, I don't have enough points, so I can only wait until tomorrow. Although the temperature outside had dropped significantly, Qin Jian, wearing protective clothing, could still barely hold it in. After all, nothing can stop his enthusiasm for going out and testing guns. Qin Jian came to the yard, and before he could find a suitable reference object for test shooting, he suddenly heard a burst of hurried footsteps. Boo! Qin Jian's eyes suddenly widened, and he instinctively turned around and raised his pistol. However, when he turned around, he only saw a row of zombie corpses hanging outside the barbed wire. Qin Jian realized that his vision was blocked by the corpses. He immediately ran over and pushed one of the corpses aside to look outside. Then, he saw a nimble figure who happened to disappear into the grove. Human. Qin Jian thought of this the first time, because there is absolutely no way zombies could be so agile. So, was he being surveilled just now? Suddenly, Qin Jian felt his scalp tingling. I just went out early in the morning and suddenly learned the news. It's like when celebrities are secretly photographed by paparazzi. It makes people angry and wary. Now, it was impossible for Qin Jian not to be 100% alert. But it didn't take long before Qin Jian gradually calmed down. No matter how many people there are on the other side, what their motives are, or when they started monitoring me, their purpose must be to come to their own refuge. After all, at first glance, this circle of barbed wire gives people a sense of security. Regardless of the equipment inside, who would not want to be protected by this barbed wire? But if the other party really wants to break through here, I'm afraid they will have to pay a considerable price. Unless the other party also has a gun, the confrontation will be more difficult. Otherwise, Qin Jian would not suggest using them as targets for testing guns. The door and barbed wire are impenetrable, and the only way to get in is to climb. However, one doesn't have to guess what the result of climbing a barbed wire fence would be. For outsiders with ulterior motives, this is a situation that cannot be broken in any way. Just climbing the barbed wire is enough to kill you 8 times, not to mention being pointed at by a gun after you flip over. Qin Jian suddenly didn't worry about anything anymore, because there is no need to worry. I want to die, no one can stop me. At the same time, at the door of an apartment building, the skinny man with dyed green hair knocked on door 102. This guy was the one who was monitoring Qin Jian just now. Boom, boom, boom. Open the door, it's me. The noisy sound of tables and chairs being pushed open was heard from the back door of the unit, and then a cautious-looking man poked his head out. The two looked at each other. The green-haired man immediately raised his arm to show the other party tacitly. Then he turned around and looked at the other person again. I wasn't bitten. Come in. The man made way for him, and green-haired immediately went in. The small room was actually packed with people. There were at least a dozen of them. Each of them looked ferocious, and more than half of them had tattoos of dragons and phoenixes and were covered with scars, giving people a very oppressive feeling. At this moment, a sturdy middle-aged man in the crowd stood up. The man is the leader of this group and has a resounding nickname, Brother Foam. He walked towards Green Hair and asked seriously, "What's going on?" There are indeed people living there, and they are very young. They look to be in their 20s. Green Hair immediately reported the situation. 20-something. Just him. Brother Foam was stunned for a moment and continued to ask. Yes, just him. And he has no weapons. Green Hair nodded affirmatively and continued to report. After all, He was there observing for more than 40 minutes alone, braving all kinds of dangers. Except for a generator. There was only a dilapidated and small tin house in the yard. It can't accommodate more than one person. After hearing this, Brother Fong frowned and began to think. There's only one person living here, and he has no weapons. That were those zombie corpses hanging on the barbed wire. Could it be that he really was killed by being hit on it? Since the reasons were analyzed yesterday, Brother Fong also thought of this point at this moment and felt that it was reasonable. Chapter 17 Zombie dogs appear and gun testing begins. Brother Fong and his group were a group of absolute villains before the disaster even started. Their usual sources of income are threatening street vendors, being a local boss, or petty theft. But after the disaster began, there were no legal constraints. They became more unscrupulous. In order to avoid being chased by zombies, he even pushed the fleeing passersby into the zombie group. Then they took over a rental house from a young couple. It's this house. The ending of the young couple was tragic. The man put up a resistance despite the large number of opponents and was beaten to death on the spot. The women were captured by them, and they took turns to abuse them, day and night. Then, it was used as bait to cover their escape, thrown to the zombies, and was eaten up. He is a ruthless and cruel thug who has committed countless crimes. He deserves to be shot 10 times. Last night, they went out in the dark and accidentally saw Qin Jian's shelter. Because the barbed wire was full of corpses and was very conspicuous, they had to pay attention to that place. I want to take a closer look, but I stopped because there were too many zombies gathering towards the barbed wire. At first, I didn't know there were people living there. Now, through Greenhair's inspection, we know that there's a shelter there. It was a private shelter with only one young man living there. Brother Fong was, of course, particularly excited at this moment. If this is true, then wouldn't they have gotten a great bargain? That barbed wire can not only keep out those biting maniacs, it can even kill them. The level of safety is of the essence, and you no longer have to worry about various things being blocked at the door. Also, there is a generator available. The city has been without power since yesterday. They don't want to live in darkness. Bright lights and feasting are the life they want. Now that half the people in the city have gone crazy, the law has become ineffective. Well, they themselves are now the law. Kill them all. Burn them all, rob them all. They are the kings of this apocalypse. Brothers, get ready for action tonight. Let's just move to a new home. After thinking about this, Brother Fong immediately spoke to the younger brothers around him. We brothers haven't thought as much as Brother Fong, and in fact we can't wait any longer. Now hearing the boss's clear instructions, they immediately widened their eyes and nodded, rubbing their hands and going back to prepare their weapons and equipment. Qin Jian observed in the room for about an hour, and only walked out after he was sure that no one was monitoring him anymore. Now, practicing shooting is the most important thing. If no problem, there are now 2 more enemies in its enemy list. One is the zombie dog, and the other is the human enemy. The former has no intelligence, but is aggressive and flexible. If the latter does not have a long-range weapon, it may not cause any harm to him, but it has intelligence and thinking. Will use all means and methods to threaten his sanctuary. In short, the 2 are about the same in strength, but they're definitely much more difficult to deal with than ordinary zombies. Woof, woof, woof. A sudden sound of dog barking interrupted Qin Jian's thoughts. Qin Jian turned his head and looked. I saw it outside the barbed wire at a glance. A bloody dog was standing there, barking at him. It looks like a medium-sized dog, but it is impossible to tell what breed it is, because something had actually dug a hole in its back, and the skeleton inside was clearly visible. Even the skin is not intact. How can you tell what species it is? In short, this must be a zombie dog. I didn't expect that when I mentioned the devil, he would appear. I was just thinking about you. Qin Jian muttered to himself, pulled the bolt of the gun, and slowly walked towards the zombie dog. He planned to test the gun on this zombie dog first. However, just in front of the barbed wire, the zombie dog suddenly pounced over, and then it hit the barbed wire. He was pierced into a string in an instant. Qin Jian took a step back, trying not to get splashed with blood. Damn it, I shouldn't have come earlier. Maybe we'll stay there and bark, and I can use it as a target. Qin Jian couldn't help but curse and was about to leave in disappointment. When I turned around, I found a zombie dog outside the barbed wire. He leaned sideways, didn't yell at him, just stared at him straight. The face of this zombie dog was even more terrifying. There were several pieces of flesh missing from its face, and half of its skin seemed to have been peeled off. But Qin Jinny's expression didn't change at all. Instead, she looked a little anxious. Don't bump into it again. Can't I just finish you off? Qin Jin muttered and immediately raised his gun. After aiming for about 3 seconds, pulled the trigger directly. Bang! The M9 pistol equipped with a silencer made a very crisp sound, but did not hit the motionless zombie dog. Instead, it hit the ground in front of the opponent. Chapter 18. Into the gun test, analysis techniques. The sound of the bullet had been reduced to a minimum, but it still landed in front of the zombie dog, scaring it. So it moved a little at this moment. But he had no intention of running away. It's crooked, but it's okay. Seeing that the zombie dog did not run away, Qin Jin continued to aim. Bang! Another shot was fired. The shot was clear and hit the zombie dog right in the head. His already broken face was smashed into several pieces. Suddenly, it let out a pitiful howl and fell to the ground sideways. Yeah. Oh. Qin Jin on this side let out a cheerful cry. Although the other party didn't move, I aimed for about 5 seconds before firing. But a headshot is also an extraordinary performance for me. Woof, woof, woof. Woof, woof, woof. Just as Qin Jin was still immersed in joy, a burst of dog barking was heard around him. Besides, so many. Qin Jin was a little surprised. He turned around and saw 4 or 5 more dogs appear in his sight, running towards him from the east and north. Those zombie dogs were indeed very fast. They rushed from far away to nearby in less than a few seconds. And the key is that it is small and difficult to hit with a gun. But at the moment, Qin Jin was just analyzing and was not too worried. After all, he had hundreds of rounds of ammunition, so he had no worries about running out of bullets. If there are none left, just move the bodies to the body collector. If you're lucky, you'll get a few hundred bullets. Plus, with the barbed wire blocking the way, the zombie dogs couldn't even touch a single hair of his. So Qin Jin took the opportunity and started clicking at those zombie dogs. Pa 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 pa. After firing a whole magazine of bullets, the zombie dog was shot in the leg and fell down. Then it slowly stood up, but was shot twice by the quick-eyed and swift Qin Jin and immediately fell to the ground. Qin Jin didn't have time to fight the remaining zombie dog, so it flew onto the wire mesh and killed itself. However, one zombie dog seemed to be smarter. When he saw his friend in front of him hit the wire mesh and his body was suddenly torn into pieces, he stopped immediately. Then, he stopped where he was and called out to Qin Jin again in confusion. As if spitting at Qin Jin. Qin Jin immediately turned around and walked over, changing the magazine for his pistol. He thought all the zombie dogs were hit to death. Qin Jin came in front of the zombie dog and had a close contact with it. Bump! Qin Jin looked at its disgusting face, held the gun in one hand, took a slight aim, and blew its head off. Are you calling you? After cursing, Qin Jin put away his gun and left. The battle with the zombie dogs lasted less than 5 minutes. Although he was taking advantage of the situation again by using the barbed wire, Qin Jin didn't think he had learned nothing. The attacks of these zombie dogs are similar to those of zombies. They all pounced and bit, but they were much faster than the zombies. Zombies may have a wider bite range than them, but are slower. If you don't fight back but dodge, just back off. And the zombie dog's attack and bite should be avoided by dodging sideways. Moreover, you have to predict the opponent's attack in advance. There seems to be no zombie dogs nearby at the moment, otherwise. Qin Jin might specifically find a zombie dog to try. After all, he was bold and careful, so this was not a difficult task for him. Only by daring to try and challenge can you have a foothold in this doomsday. Isn't this how all those apocalyptic heroes in movies survived? He even has a system with him. Why can't we follow suit? Afterwards, Qin Jin came to the corpse collection machine. I pressed the conveyor switch, but there was no response. Qin Jin originally wanted to transport more corpses to earn some random rewards, but seeing that the skull was lying quietly, he couldn't help scratching his head. Did I guess wrong? Aren't the rewards updated every day? Qin Jin couldn't help but click on the upgrade option of the corpse collector to see the details. Corpse collector. Upgrade direction. Corpse harvester. Branch. Improved efficiency. 500. The collector transports corpses 200% faster. A wide variety. 1,000. The random rewards of the collector machine are increased to 5. Quit while you're gaining. 1,500 reduces corpse requirement from 10 to 9. Calm and peace. 2,000. The number of random rewards restored per week was changed from once to twice a week. It's so expensive, no one can afford it. I overestimated this thing. I thought the reward would be restored 3 times a day, but you told me it would only be restored once a week. Qin Jian was ready to go out and move the corpse, but after seeing these, he suddenly lost his temper. It seems that even if you have a system, sometimes you still have to work down to earth. But it doesn't matter. He won't use up all the resources in his hands before the next random reward is restored. Qin Jian originally wanted to clean up the bodies on the barbed wire. But after thinking it over again, I decided to give up the action. The current situation is that the corpses form an irregular wall. It can effectively cover everything in the shelter. Although it does block my vision a bit, it doesn't matter. As long as he is in this yard, he is invincible. Chapter 19, those who climb the barbed wire will have their skin torn apart. Around 10 o'clock in the evening, a group of figures appeared in the grove next to the shelter. These people are Brother Feng and others. At this moment, they were holding various weapons such as sticks, machetes, and high-intensity flashlights. Brother Feng even has a spare killing weapon in his hand. It's called the yellow flying knife. Although the appearance is similar to the yellow knife, it has the word fly in it. This makes it quite different from it in principle and structure. This is a tactical weapon of the North American military, which he obtained through smuggling a few years ago. It can not only be used as a melee weapon for self-defense. There is a button on the handle of the knife. Press it all the way and the blade will fly out. The catapulting distance is about 15 meters, and the force is no less than that of a manually thrown flying knife. It can easily pierce a person's skull. If the other party is completely unaware of this thing, it could be a hidden weapon. At this time, Green Hair, who was in charge of reconnaissance, ran back. "Boss, I've checked everything. There are only 2 crazy people nearby." "Okay, don't worry about them. Just go ahead." At Brother Feng's command, the younger brothers around him immediately rushed forward and backward. However, Brother Feng discovered that there were 4 people behind him, standing still and looking at him awkwardly. "Are you deaf? Why don't you get on?" Brother Feng immediately asked unhappily. The 4 younger brothers looked at each other and spoke one after another. "Brother Feng, I have a stomachache. I'm about to pull my pants pocket out." "Me too." "What?" Hearing this, Brother Feng was furious and grabbed one of them by the collar. "Did you guys conspire to deceive me? Do you want to escape from the battlefield?" "Without Brother Feng, we definitely don't have it." "What happened? Why did I get an upset stomach by such a coincidence?" Several people looked embarrassed and said one after another, "It should be because I drank tap water." "Are you fucking stupid? The tap water is yellow like urine, and you still dare to drink it." Brother Feng couldn't help but hit a few people on the head. "That's enough. Go back and look after the house. The other party only has 1 person, so he doesn't need so many of you. Since you have diarrhea, don't eat for this week. If you don't have any objections, get out of here." Brother Feng cursed continuously, but the 4 younger brothers nodded and said thank you, then turned around and ran away. Then, Brother Feng turned around and found that Green Hair was still staring at him. "Boy, you've only been here for a short time, but your contribution is several times higher than that of these good-for-nothings. When this operation is over, I will promote you. Don't worry." Brother Feng thought that Green Hair was going to ask the same question he had asked before, so he immediately spoke up and patted him on the shoulder. "No, Brother Feng, you—" Brother Feng saw Green Hair's sweaty face and gradually frowned. "Are you feeling unwell too?" "Yes, I was fine just now, but now I suddenly have difficulty breathing." "Having trouble breathing?" When Brother Feng heard this, he subconsciously took a deep breath. Ahem. As a result, I actually felt difficulty breathing and even coughed twice uncontrollably. It's not that the air is thin, but it seems to be filled with dust particles. There's a feeling of blockage in the nose when I inhale it. But Brother Feng didn't think too much about it. He thought that the barbed wire was full of corpses and there was a faint foul smell, so it was normal for the air quality to be poor. "Once we occupy that place, just clean it up." After comforting Green Hair, the 2 immediately caught up with the main force. Everyone has now reached under the barbed wire. They deliberately chose a location full of corpses as a climbing point. First, it can serve as a cover to conceal their actions. Secondly, it saves manpower, and one can simply step over the corpses to climb over the barbed wire fence, which is less than 3 meters high. But considering that this barbed wire can easily kill those lunatics, Brother Feng also took sufficient defensive measures. For example, these cut-resistant gloves, one for everyone. After putting it on, the sharp parts of the wire mesh will not hurt them at all. I'm afraid the owner of this house never thought that we would attack here by surprise. Brother Fong smiled slightly, already looking forward to turning this place into a luxurious refuge in the future. Okay, time waits for no one. Go ahead. Brother Fong immediately urged everyone to put on cut-resistant gloves and prepare to climb. Next time, but the next moment, as several people touched the barbed wire, waves of flesh-tearing sound were heard. Those people suddenly felt so much pain that they started wailing. Hey, what the hell is wrong with you guys? Brother Fong was stunned for a moment and quickly growled, "Shut up." Several people covered their bleeding hands, grimaced, and gasped. One of them even cried out loud, "Boss, our hands are cut." Several people immediately showed their hands to Brother Fong. After seeing those hands with torn skin and even broken fingers hanging to the side, Brother Fong was completely stunned. You guys don't wear gloves? We did wear it, but someone took off a pair of gloves and showed them to Brother Fong. He saw that the gloves were cut into several holes and torn into strips of cloth. How is this possible? Brother Fong thought he had been extremely cautious. Before leaving, he tried to poke the cut-resistant gloves a few times with a knife and found that the quality of the gloves was very good without any signs of damage. As a result, the barbed wire easily tore through my gloves and even cut off my fingers. Chapter 20. The scene is chaotic. Can barbed wire be sharper than a knife? This was completely beyond his imagination. Impossible. There must be a place that is not sharp. Brother Fong shook his head in disbelief, pushed his younger brother away, and touched the barbed wire with his fingers while wearing gloves. As a result, with just a touch as light as a dragonfly skimming the water, the fingertips and even the gloves were pierced instantly. Brother Fong sucked in a breath of cold air and quickly retracted his hand, reminding, "Stay away from the barbed wire. There's something wrong with this barbed wire." In fact, the other brothers did not wait for Brother Fong to remind them. When they saw the miserable plight of their companions, they moved away from the barbed wire in advance and did not dare to get close at all. "Boss, why don't you go back and think about the strategy and talk about it another day?" Green Hair quickly made a suggestion, muttering in his heart that it was a good thing he didn't try to touch the barbed wire just now. No, it has come to this. If we don't break through, our losses will be even greater. Brother Feng's idea was completely opposite to Lu Mao's, and he immediately refuted it. Those who were still able to move the body here. Brother Feng immediately changed his plan. He planned to use these corpses to form a flesh wall, which would facilitate their climbing and, most importantly, resist the fatal penetration of the barbed wire. That's right, this barbed wire can definitely kill people. Just a slight touch would cause your skin to be torn, not to mention the consequences of leaning forward. No wonder those crazy people would die by hitting their heads against each other. He had considered that the barbed wire would be sharp, but he hadn't considered it to be this sharp. At the same time, Qin Jian in the room, holding a gun in his hand, was observing the group's every move through the window. Just now he heard someone yelling outside the house, so he ran to check. Because one of Brother Feng's group was holding a flashlight, Qin Jian was able to spot their location almost at a glance. I watched someone in the crowd tear off his clothes and bandage his hands. Qin Jian was sure that one of them was lucky enough to touch the barbed wire and was injured so badly that he was completely unable to take care of himself. This is equivalent to having a few fewer capable fighters among the invaders and a few more useless wounded. However, Qin Jian was not in a hurry to act at the moment. Although he practiced shooting in the morning and afternoon, he couldn't guarantee that he could kill all of them. But people are alive, there's always a way. Qin Jian quickly thought of a plan to deal with them. If they come rolling in, wait until they're close enough and then launch a sneak attack. This would make it possible to catch them all in one fell swoop. After all, it is easy to get in, but difficult to get out. Don't even think about turning it over again. The door lock was also very peculiar, and he didn't believe that anyone could figure out on the spot. Qin Jian carefully observed everyone and felt more relieved when he found that they only had cold weapons. Sticks and machetes? That's it. How daring of you to come here that very night. Let's see how capable you are. At this moment, Brother Feng and others who were carrying corpses under the barbed wire suddenly heard the sound of dogs barking. Is there a dog barking? Really? Catch it and keep it as a pet. No one guessed that it was a zombie dog. Instead, they discussed it in low voices in a relaxed manner, until someone discovered that a dozen bloody and horrible-looking dogs gradually walked out of the dark corner. The zombie dogs gathered in groups and formed a fan shape, surrounding Brother Fong and others. Fong, Brother Fong. This doesn't seem to be an ordinary dog. Greenhair's face turned green and his jaw almost dropped. The eyes of others, including Brother Fong, were also wide open. How could they possibly understand zombie dogs when they haven't even had any actual combat experiences with zombies? They don't even know that even dogs have gone crazy in this world. Just by seeing the bloody mouth of a zombie dog, everyone was about to pee. Everyone prepared to fight. When Brother Fong said this, everyone stopped what they were doing and raised their weapons. Escape is no longer possible. Everyone fell silent, not even daring to breathe. The dogs were also pacing back and forth, waiting for their chance to strike. Cough, cough, cough. However, at this moment, Greenhair's violent cough broke the silence. Brother Fong rushed forward to check. Boy, cheer up. You can't. Before Brother Fong could finish his words, the green-haired guy suddenly roared and pounced on Brother Fong. Brother Fong screamed in fright and instinctively pushed Greenhair away. The green-haired guy was pushed and bumped into other people. Then the man was unlucky enough to be bitten on the back of the neck by the green-haired man, and a piece of flesh was torn off in an instant. Greenhair has turned into one of those crazy people. Get away from him. No one could figure out why Greenhair turned into a madman for no reason. He had been examined in the morning, and there were no signs of bites on his body. The moment Greenhair turned into a zombie, the group of zombie dogs also moved at the same time and rushed towards the crowd. Brother Fong and others not only have to deal with the crazy Greenhair, but also have to face the zombie dogs that are rushing towards them. The scene became chaotic in an instant. Roaring, screaming, and barking of dogs. Absurd pictures and exciting sounds. It's just like a Hollywood movie. Chapter 21. Reap the benefits without any effort. Qin Jian saw everything that happened outside the house. Of course, Qin Jian was surprised and delighted. They were attacked by zombie dogs. Great. We should hurry and prepare to join the battle. Strive for a double harvest. After Qin Jian finished thinking, he immediately rushed out of the house. At this moment, Brother Fong had already fought off a wave of zombie dogs and picked out 2 people who had been bitten by the zombie dogs. Both of you, get on top. Brother Fong pointed at the barbed wire and instructed them. This is undoubtedly a crazy decision, but there is no way the fate of those bitten by zombie dogs can be imagined. And if they don't retreat into the yard now, they will be wiped out. They didn't care whether they alarmed the owner of the yard or not. Anyway, the other party has no weapons, and anyone who sneaks in can subdue him. Brother, I'm leaving first. Take care. One of the bitten brothers had tears in his eyes, shouted, and then slammed into the barbed wire. With a pop sound, the man was pierced like a candied hawse. Blood gushed out. His body was firmly hung on the wire mesh. Step on his shoulders and go up. Brother Fong continued to roar with a crazy look on his face. The second brother hesitated for 2 seconds, then quickly climbed up by stepping on his companion's body, and then stuck to the wire mesh, and was directly pierced into a specimen. He was motionless. The human ladder was high enough, so Brother Fong climbed directly onto the bodies of his 2 younger brothers and tried to cross the barbed wire. Next time. But as he jumped over, the anti-theft net scraped off several pieces of flesh from Brother Feng's back. Plop! He fell directly to the ground. His body was scraped, and his arm was almost dislocated. The wound on his back stained his vest red, and soon all over the ground. The price of crossing the barbed wire is very heavy. He sacrificed his younger brother and seriously injured himself. But at least I'm already here. If I don't do something, there will be no one left of me. Brother Fong endured the pain and said nothing. He climbed up with difficulty and limped towards the iron gate. However, the next moment, something suddenly caught his feet. Brother Fong couldn't help but scream this time. He looked down. It turned out to be a trap. It clamped his foot tightly. Fuck him. You actually used such a dirty trick. Brother Fong cursed under his breath. The yard was dark, and he couldn't see anything at all. That was exactly the smelly chemical trap that Qin Jian had set up earlier, and it was stepped on by Brother Fong right at this moment. Although the damage was only half of that of an ordinary trap, this fierce clamp almost took half of Brother Feng's life. If it was an ordinary trap, Brother Fong might have fainted from the pain on the spot. Qin Jian, who was hiding in the corner, saw what happened to Brother Fong and burst out laughing. What bad luck, but it's a shame that I wasted a trap. Qin Jian thought that Brother Feng was just a small brother in their gang, so he continued to hide in the corner, waiting for others to climb over the wall. This time he had a new idea, which was not to rush into silencing the witness. Instead, they captured a few alive and tortured them. Ask where the other party's base is, go to their base to check it out, and clean up the remaining members to prevent future troubles. Just search for something useful. Yeah. At this moment, Brother Feng gritted his teeth and roared as he dug open the trap under his feet. After crawling to the gate, Brother Feng shouted to the people still fighting outside. Everyone, run over here. However, Brother Feng tried the door lock several times but failed to open the iron door. He unexpectedly discovered that this padlock was completely beyond his understanding. There's a silver chain on the outside, a square lock in the middle, and there seems to be a rotating lock in the lock, and there are springs and wheels on the outside. Lock and lock and lock. How the hell do I open this? Brother Feng almost vomited blood on the spot and kicked the iron door in anger. Then he immediately covered his leg in pain. Hey, breaking into someone's house is bad enough, but you also deliberately destroyed my front door? At this moment, a voice suddenly came from behind Brother Feng. It was Qin Jian who was speaking. Oh no, we've been discovered. Brother Feng was startled and turned back to fight with his axe raised. Then, seeing the black muzzle of Qin Jian's gun pointed at him, Brother Feng stopped roaring immediately, and for a moment he lost all desire to fight. It was like a bomb that was about to explode suddenly went silent. He was stunned, completely stunned. Snap! As the axe in his hand fell to the ground, Brother Feng half knelt down, sweating profusely, and for a moment he forgot the pain in his body. Didn't he say that the owner of this house had no weapons? Why? Is there a pistol? Did Green Hair cheat on him? Is this guy a traitor? The intelligence was wrong, very wrong. Brother Feng naturally thought of Green Hair. In fact, Green Hair was too nervous at the time. The moment he saw Qin Jian going out, he was afraid of being discovered, so he immediately turned around and ran away, without seeing the gun in Qin Jian's hand clearly. In fact, he is still loyal to Brother Feng. But now Green Hair has turned into a zombie, and nothing can be explained. Brother, this is all a misunderstanding. Misunderstanding? Ha ha ha. This misunderstanding is really ridiculous. Can't you find your home? Are you trying to climb over the wall and ask me? Brother Feng's illogical words made Qin laugh. At this moment, Brother Feng smiled awkwardly and turned to look at his younger brothers who were still fighting desperately with the zombie dogs outside. Qin Jian also turned around to observe the battle situation outside. At this moment, Brother Feng reached out and slowly touched his waist. What are you doing? Suddenly, Qin Jian turned around and roared. Brother Feng was so frightened that his whole body trembled, and he quickly withdrew his hand. Qin Jian's wave is actually in the atmosphere. He made this move deliberately to test the other party. As expected, the other party has not yet given up resistance. How brave. No, nothing. Take it out. Quickly. Brother Feng seemed to be trying to cover it up, but Qin Jian gave him no chance. He raised his pistol and threatened. It's just a knife, nothing much. Seeing that Qin Jian's expression did not look like he was joking, Brother Feng had no choice but to do as he was told. He slowly took out his flying knife, looking like he was ready to surrender. The action seems normal, but it actually hides a huge mystery. Even in the dark, Qin Jian observed carefully. The moment the other party took out the knife, he turned the knife sideways and pointed it at himself. His intuition told him that this was definitely not normal. Bang! Qin Jian fired. It was very accurate, and the bullet hit Brother Feng's left hand, which was holding the knife. A hole was instantly opened in Brother Feng's left hand, and he bent down, covering his palm. All of Qin Jian's schemes were discovered, and he now had no way of counterattacking at all. He used all his strength to climb over the barbed wire, but ended up getting injured one after another in the yard, leaving him with only one breath left. I thought I could turn the tables, but when I turned around, a gun was pointed at my head. It is really like one thought from hell to heaven, and another thought from heaven to hell. Brother Feng was almost driven crazy. Brother, forgive me. I was wrong. I am such an idiot. I have no father or mother. I can do everything, and I'm good at fighting. As long as I'm alive, you can order me around for the rest of my life. Don't treat me like a human being. Please, big brother, please let me live. Brother Feng finally gave in, and despite the pain, he banged his head 3 times at Qin Jian. He almost knocked himself unconscious. Qin Jian walked up to him expressionlessly and picked up the yellow flying knife. This thing, it seems very special. After playing with it for a while, Qin Jian couldn't help but ask, "Is there a button on the handle?" "Yes, this is." Brother Feng originally wanted to give Qin Jian a serious science lesson, but when he looked up, he found that Qin Jian was pointing the tip of the knife at him and his hand was already on the button. "Hey, don't." Whoosh. Brother Feng was 1 second too late. Qin Jian pressed the button and the blade instantly flew out from the handle. Then, the blade was not straight and stabbed Brother Feng's forehead. Brother Feng's whole body trembled violently, his eyes widened, and his throat jumped up and down, but in the end he said nothing and fell down. Fuck. Qin Jian was stunned. What kind of black technology is this? He has never seen it before. Fortunately, I fired the gun decisively at that time. Otherwise, it might be me who got stabbed in the forehead. Qin Jian let out a long breath and couldn't help but curse Brother Feng as an old bastard. He pulled out the knife that was stuck in his forehead and replaced it on the handle. Then, Qin Jian ran towards the melee with a gun. However, when he got there, he found that the battle was almost over. The losing party is naturally Brother Feng and his gang. Without combat experience and good weapons, the zombie dogs pounced on them accurately, and more than half of the people had their throats bitten off and died on the spot. Some of the remaining people were knocked down, but were not bitten in vital areas, so they continued to resist with their weapons. Some of them were very powerful. Not only were they not knocked down, they even killed several zombie dogs. However, unfortunately, someone is about to appear behind them to reap the benefits. That is Qin Jian. Chapter 22. Hunt and Kill. Eradicate the trouble. Pa pa pa. Qin Jian shot directly at several powerful men who were fighting desperately with the zombie dogs. The crisp sound of gunfire instantly rang in my ears, and before those people could react, they were hit directly in the waist or legs. With a wail, they fell to the ground immediately. Then, he was besieged by zombie dogs. But Qin Jian reacted very quickly and shot all the people who fell to the ground, successfully killing them all. Of course, I didn't give him the pleasure out of pity, but because I was afraid that the points I got would be snatched away by zombie dogs. The remaining zombie dogs noticed Qin Jian and rushed over one after another. Then, bang. It hit the wire mesh and turned into a pool of meat paste. At this moment, not far away, the two people who were hit by Qin Jian suddenly stood up and ran, supporting each other. Fuck. Is there anyone pretending to be dead? Qin Jian was stunned for a moment. He originally wanted to shoot to stop them, but it was too late and the other party was still on the edge of darkness. In just 3 seconds, he could not see their movements clearly. Qin Jian had no choice but to put away his gun and give up the pursuit. After sighing, Qin Jian still smiled. There was almost no intervention throughout the process. He killed a group of enemies effortlessly. He may become the biggest winner now. So why do you need a bicycle? When I returned to the door, Brother Feng's body was still lying there. Thinking that he had such a high-end weapon on him, Qin Jian walked over and searched his body. Apart from a pack of cigarettes and a lighter, the only thing left was a box of lace. Shaking his head, Qin Jian threw the belly silk directly into the garbage truck. It's no use. At least it's useless now. Then, he threw Brother Feng's body into the car for storage, and Qin Jian returned to the house. 6 o'clock the next morning. Qin Jian got up. Without washing his hair or face or even settling the points, Qin Jian walked out of the door with a gun. Outside the door, it was eerily quiet, east of the barbed wire. The bodies of the enemies who were defeated last night were lying all over the place, with blood and flesh everywhere. The scene was even spectacular and heavy. Qin Jian came to the place where the two men escaped yesterday and checked the ground. Sure enough, we found the bloodstains they left behind. Qin Jian had actually thought about it a long time ago. If the vision had not been unclear at night, he would have chased after him right away. We will never delay and will never take revenge. He felt it necessary to develop such a habit in the last days. As long as he can find any clues, he must chase after them and silence them. After all, it's the end of the world. Being lenient to your enemies is just cruel torture to yourself. So Qin Jian began to search along the blood trail. Although the bloodstains had dried, they were still very clear along the way. Very smoothly, Qin Jian arrived at the door of an old apartment 20 minutes later. During this time, he ignored the zombies along the way and killed 2 zombie dogs that were eating corpses. There was a large pool of blood at the door of room 102, and there was also a large pool of blood on the door handle. That's it. You don't really live far away, but it would be your fault if you ran away back home. Qin Jian muttered to himself and kicked the door. Unexpectedly, the door was kicked open. Qin Jian immediately raised his gun and aimed at the house. He glanced past all kinds of debris and saw several people lying in the room. 1, 2, 3. 6 in total? Weird. Did I let so many get away yesterday? Qin Jian was stunned for a moment, but he didn't think about it anymore. He pointed at the 6 people and threatened, "Get up! Hurry up! No, don't shoot. I promise not to move." Among them, 2 people wrapped in bandages immediately stood up and raised their hands high in surrender. These 2 were the guys who escaped last night. "You 4, stop playing dead and get up." Qin Jian raised his gun and aimed at the 4 men, threateningly. However, they did not respond. Qin Jian took a closer look and found that these people had dull eyes, dark faces, and purple lips. It's like being poisoned. No, it doesn't look like poisoning. It looks like you're about to turn into a zombie, right? Qin Jian widened his eyes slightly and thought to himself, "They are sick. It seems to have been like this since I drank the tap water." The 2 who surrendered reminded at this moment. Qin Jian nodded after listening. "Since you drank the tap water, I believe you all understand the consequences. You 2 don't look very good." Qin Jian looked back and felt that their expressions were not much different from those others. The only difference is that one group can communicate normally, while the other group becomes complete fools. For people were infected by drinking tap water, and 2 people were infected by inhaling a lot of air containing germs without wearing protective gear. Oh my goodness, so this room is used to raise poisonous insects? They're all virus carriers. Qin Jian instinctively stepped back from the 2 men and raised his gun. "Kneel down." Of course, the 2 had nothing to say and quickly knelt down. After all, they have guns in their hands. How can we resist? But seeing Qin Jian's attitude, the 2 of them quickly understood what he meant. They immediately started crying and wiping tears. "Master, please spare us. We were forced to work with Brother Feng. Attacking your shelter is totally wrong." I was crying and snotting, and I almost believed what the 2 of them said. In fact, the 2 of them were once Brother Feng's right-hand men, and they swore to follow him till death many years ago. However, how could Qin Jian too believe such bullshit? But speaking of it, he was curious. What kind of person is their boss, Brother Feng? He sounds like he is very powerful. Could it be one of those 4? Who is your boss? Why can't I see him? Qin Jian couldn't help but ask. The 2 paused, looked at each other, and said, "It's the one who climbed over the barbed wire." "Huh? That's him." These words stunned Qin Jian, and he almost laughed out loud. It's a pity that Brother Feng was accidentally killed by him yesterday. But think about it carefully. That guy really had the qualifications to be the boss, so it was right for him to be killed. He cares about his younger brothers, is not afraid of death, and is very cunning. Even with only 1 breath left, he was still thinking about killing himself. Fortunately, there was no danger in the end. "Your boss is a pretty good knife. He almost showed off to me yesterday," Qin Jian said as he took out the yellow flying knife, which was bright red and stained with Brother Feng's blood. Seeing Qin Jian waving the flying knife towards them, the 2 of them were startled and subconsciously covered their heads with their hands, shaking all over. Those who know about it naturally know that this thing is a time bomb in every way. Or suddenly press the button and assassinate the opponent. Or you accidentally press the button and hurt your own people. At this moment, Qin Jian discovered that the 4 people in the room had slowly stood up. It was obvious from the look in their eyes that the 4 of them had turned into zombies. Ahem. Qin Jian coughed lightly, and seeing that the 2 hadn't noticed, he said, "It seems that I came at the wrong time." "No, I came at the right time." Then he changed his words and smiled with a mysterious expression. "Bump." Then, Qin Jian took a few steps back and suddenly closed the door. The 2 people who stayed in the room looked at each other in confusion. But soon, they felt heavy breathing coming from behind them. Looking back, they both screamed. One of them was knocked down and had his neck bitten off. The other man escaped just in time and flung the door open. But he found that Qin Jian did not leave, but leaned against the wall of the corridor with a lazy look on his face, and the gun in his hand was pointing at his chest. "I was trying to save 2 bullets." Qin Jian told the truth. The man was stunned for a moment, then his face was filled with pain, tears streaming down his face, and he retreated behind the door. Then, at Qin Jian's wave of his hand, he closed the door. Immediately afterwards, there were bursts of screams and the sound of someone struggling against the door. Qin Jian kicked the door with his feet, waiting for the struggling sound behind the door to stop. After hearing the sound of gnawing, he slowly opened the door again. Pa pa pa. After a few gunshots, the 4 zombies were completely unable to react and fell to the ground with blood holes all over their bodies. Ugh, it's over. We can retreat after collecting the spoils. Chapter 23, Bacteria Resistance. Upgrade protective clothing. More than 20 minutes later, Qin Jian left the room contentedly, holding a bulging plastic bag. Inside the plastic bag, of course, were the looted spoils. Mostly food. There are half a bag of rice, canned food, sausage, fruit juice drinks, melon seeds, and other snacks. It is used in small amounts. There are soap, hairspray, perfume, and other toiletries for cleaning the body. The rest is medicine. There are not many boxed and bottled ones, but it is definitely necessary to keep them for emergencies. Have something nice tonight. On the way back, Qin Jian was just thinking about how to reward himself. After all, he had fought off the human invaders last night, although the zombie dogs intervened in the middle and indirectly helped him. But Qin Jian felt that even without the help of the zombie dogs, he could easily win. After all, that group of people couldn't break the situation no matter what. There is no point in not climbing over the wall. If you do, you will be captured by yourself. The weapons are ridiculously rubbish, except for Brother Feng's yellow flying knife, which almost showed off himself. No weapon can compete with your gun. Returning to the outside of the barbed wire, Qin Jian casually looted the bodies of the invaders. Although the body was badly mutilated, the clothes had not rotted yet. Qin Jian found a lot of cigarettes, lighters, and chewing gum from these guys, and the change, which is currently useless. The chewing gum Qin Jian was left behind. He planned to keep cigarettes, lighters, and other things as treasures. He only smokes when he is under extreme stress. But now his life is not without hope. It can even be said to be stress-free. So there is absolutely no need to smoke. He lives a very comfortable and easy life. Food, weapons, shelter, everything. There is no restriction on entry and exit. It is very free. Why is there any pressure? However, it does not mean that you should quit smoking directly. After all, he was an old smoker in his previous life. Even if I travel through time, I will still have the craving for smoking. Qin Jian muttered to himself, but then he took out a cigarette and lit it. After taking a deep puff, Qin Jian smiled slightly. But I have to smoke one cigarette first, so I can have the strength to quit smoking. Qin Jian just stood outside the door and smoked. There was a zombie in the distance that seemed to be staring at him and slowly walked towards him. Qin Jian, who was smoking, was very calm at the moment. It was as if he treated the zombie as a human being and just watched it quietly. By the way, why is there a zombie virus in the meteorite fragments? Staring at the other person, almost instinctively, Qin Jian thought of the current century's problem in his mind. But soon he stopped daydreaming. I am not a professional, so there is no need for me to think deeply about it. This opportunity for discussion should be left to scientists around the world. Now he just needs to live his own life. With the prophetic crystal ball, he will be able to survive even if the world is in turmoil. Inadvertently, Qin Jian was a little surprised to find that these invaders were all wearing anti-cut gloves. It seems that this group of people are not so reckless. They had made careful plans before capturing this place and came well prepared. But black technology is invincible. The barbed wire will eventually ignore their armor. The reason they failed, it's not because their equipment is too poor, but because their facilities are so awesome. Perhaps, in the future, there will be invaders with better equipment targeting his shelter. Everything is unknown. Just take it one step at a time. Qin Jian threw the cigarette, but under his feet, stomped it out, and returned to the house. System, you understand me. Today's points settlement. Survival confirmed. Plus 30 points. Sleep well. Plus 5 points. General diet. Plus 2 points. Morale is at its peak. Plus 100 points. Successfully defended the shelter and repelled the invaders. Plus 500 points. Kill zombies with barbed wire. Plus 161 points. Kill zombie dogs with barbed wire. Plus 688 points. Kill the zombie dog. Plus 249 points. Kill a human enemy. Plus 945 points. Kill the human enemy leader and see through their tricks. You will be rewarded with zombie dog information picture and text. Points settlement, 2670. Remaining points, 2676. Over 2,000 points. Isn't this happier than payday? What other information and pictures are there about zombie dogs? Although I don't know what it is, one I know after I explore it. Qin Jian, who was chewing gum, slammed the table and almost bit his tongue. This wave of profit is not a small one. It's totally bloody money, okay? From this perspective, zombie dogs and human enemies are really valuable. There are only a dozen human enemies in total, and some of them seem to have been killed by zombie dogs, so they're not counted towards your points. That's nearly 1,000 points. However, compared to zombies and zombie dogs, the frequency of encountering human enemies is definitely lower, unless his shelter becomes famous overnight and attracts a large number of vicious people who attack it day and night. Moreover, zombie dogs are stronger than zombies overall, but there are fewer of them. Because there are fewer of them, they're even rarer. So it makes sense that human enemies and zombie dogs are more valuable. Qin Jian did not continue analyzing because he could not wait to spend these points. Yesterday we said we were going to upgrade the protective clothing, but we ran out of points. So I will definitely not delay today and get promoted. Thinking about this, Qin Jian opened the upgrade option of the protective suit. Protective clothing. Upgrade direction. Advanced protective clothing. Branch. Breathable 100. Add heat dissipation holes to periodically discharge heat and relieve the wearer's pressure. Heat resistant 200. A layer of heat-resistant film is added on the outside to protect the wearer from high temperatures. Cold resistant 200. A thick thermal film is added to the outside to resist severe cold. Portable backpack 500. A detachable large-capacity backpack is added to the back, and the internal 40 caddies weight is automatically ignored. Bacteria resistance 1,000. Disinfection devices are added on both sides of the shoulders to periodically spray disinfectant on the protective suit, effectively resisting 50% of incoming bacteria and viruses. They all look pretty good. The most expensive one is only 1,000 points, and they're all very practical. Qin Jian nodded with satisfaction and prioritized upgrading breathable and cold resistance. Then he put on protective clothing and walked around the room for a while. It really works. Qin Jian discovered that after upgrading the ventilation, he really didn't feel the stuffiness anymore. Because whenever it starts to get hot and stuffy, the protective suit will suddenly shrink slightly, as if the gas inside is being sucked away. Then it returned to normal after a few seconds, and the temperature inside dropped, which made him feel very relieved. If Qin Jian hadn't been so tight on points before, he would have upgraded to breathing skill long ago. After testing the ventilation, Qin Jian opened the door again and walked around the yard twice. It's not cold anymore. Qin Jian was very pleased. After the protective clothing was upgraded to be more cold resistant, the outer layer became much thicker and would normally be less breathable. However, after upgrading the breathability, you no longer have to worry about this situation. In short, the two complement each other and benefit each other. Invincible. Qin Jian returned to the house happily. Then, he will face a choice. Do we need to upgrade the bacterial resistance of protective clothing? Because the affixes of the prophecy crystal ball are marked. The bacteria in the air have mutated. Even wearing a mask is useless, which shows that its penetrating power is very strong. Although protective clothing is definitely more defensive than masks. But at the moment, Qin Jian didn't know whether the protective clothing would be penetrated by those bacteria. Unless the crystal ball clearly states that protective clothing will be ineffective against those bacteria. Otherwise, this is simply a Schrodinger's protective suit. Qin Jian thought about it for a long time and decided that it would be better to prepare for a rainy day. Perhaps as time goes by, the bacteria will continue to mutate and become even stronger. So Qin Jian gritted his teeth and upgraded his bacterial resistance. In an instant, Qin Jian felt that there were some extra things on both sides of the shoulders of the protective suit, which was a bit annoying. That thing was a disinfection device, oval in shape, and very similar to a rouge box. There are spots of light flickering slowly in the center, and from time to time the inner ring and the outer ring rotate slightly in opposite directions, which looks very high-tech. It seems that as long as this device is not damaged, the disinfectant inside will continue to be filled and used forever. Puff! Less than 30 seconds after the device was installed, it sprayed out disinfectant. The disinfectant flew towards Qin Jian's head, and then formed water mist, falling on the protective suit like flowers scattered by a fairy. Although it seemed gentle, Qin Jian had an inexplicable sense of security at this moment. Now, when you go out, you don't have to worry about being attacked by bacteria, viruses, or anything like that. You can even disinfect your home at the same time. Chapter 24 Archives Area Unlocked. At this moment, Qin Jian still has 1,376 points left. Of course, he wouldn't save it. He would definitely spend it all. He needs to think about where to spend the money specifically. Barbed wire at the core facility? It seems that it is not necessary for the time being. Whether it is attack power or defense power, it is now at the ceiling level. One of the traps was stepped on by Brother Phone before, but there are still 4 left, so the efficiency of attracting zombies will not be significantly reduced. By the way, let's take a look at the information about that zombie dog first. Qin Jian suddenly remembered something and opened the system to check. System, what is this zombie dog information graphic? Since there was no detailed introduction, Qin Jian had to ask about the system, something that belongs to the archive area of the shelter facility. It is similar to the blueprint. If you want to view it in detail, please unlock the archive area and place it in the archive area. The system immediately answered in detail. So, I have to spend points to unlock the archive area again. Alas, speaking of which, I've never gotten the design drawings, and they're similar in nature. Qin Jian curled his lips, thinking unsatisfactorily in his heart. The archive area is not expensive, and it only costs 500 points to unlock it. Besides, he doesn't have anything that needs to be upgraded right now. Otherwise, he would have lost more than 2,000 points in the blink of an eye. So, Qin Jian spent 500 points and unlocked the archive area. Boom! There was a loud noise in the room, and Qin Jian was startled. Then, white smoke came out from a corner of the room. Qin Jian walked over carefully to check and found that there was an extra door on the wall in the corner. Is this the archives area? Qin Jian muttered to himself, fanned away the white smoke with his hand, and pushed open the door to the archive area. As soon as I entered the house, my vision suddenly became clear. Directly in front of you is a long and narrow corridor. On both sides of the corridor, there are bookshelves that are over 5 meters high. The bookshelf was made of black sandalwood and looked very clean and new, but there was not a single book on it. It was completely empty. There is an iron ladder in the corner. There is nothing else besides this. This is a completely different dimension, right? Qin Jian couldn't help but complain. Just by looking at the seemingly endless corridor, he felt that there was something completely wrong with this room. Forget it, never mind, the system boss is omnipotent. Qin Jian wandered between the bookshelves and remembered the purpose of why he unlocked this place. Put the zombie dog's information and pictures into the archive area. Qin Jian said immediately, as the information and pictures of the zombie dogs in the system warehouse disappeared. Everything seemed as if nothing had happened, and everything around was quiet. Qin Jian was a little confused. Is this the end? Looking around, Qin Jian realized something. At the top of the bookshelf area at the entrance, there is an extra book placed diagonally. Qin Jian shrugged his shoulders, walked over, took the iron ladder in the corner, climbed up, picked up the book, and sat directly on the ladder to read. As soon as I turned the page, I saw a bloody photo, which was a photo of a zombie dog. Fuck, do you have to be so scary? It even comes with an illustration. Even horror novels don't have such a kind heart. Qin Jian's shoulders shook, and he continued to turn the pages. Zombie dog, or corpse dog for short. Before infection, it was a dog. The body decays faster than ordinary zombies, and some even have their skin peeled off, so their appearance is bloody and terrifying. Strength is comparable to zombies. Speed and agility are comparable to zombies, but more fragile than zombies. The main attack method is to pounce, and like to bite the prey's throat. The virus in the body is very strong. The person bitten will turn into a zombie within 8 hours, and will not feel anything unusual during this period. They like to travel in groups at night, hiding in the shadows and waiting for their chance to strike. There are only a few sentences in total, which probably record all the information about the zombie dog. I turned the page again, and it was all blank with no more records. So, the purpose of the archives area is to record the information of monsters. Qin Jian suddenly understood. Not bad, really good. This way, he wouldn't have to analyze it all by himself. Just open the book and take a look, and you will know everything. Although I have analyzed zombie dogs before, there are several items in this graphic and text material that are exactly the same as my analysis. But there are some things that cannot be analyzed from the Qin bamboo slips simply by looking at their appearance. For example, this night in groups. Qin Jian thought the pack of zombie dogs that attacked Brother Phone and his men last night was just an accident. They thought that because Brother Fong and his group were so numerous and made such a big fuss, they naturally attracted a group of zombie dogs. Now, he realized that it was just their habit. No matter what the situation was, they liked to form gangs. There's also the problem of the virus. Anyone bitten will turn into a zombie within 8 hours. Well, this information is quite important in some ways, but it doesn't seem important to me. Because to put it bluntly, the only thing you can learn from this news is you can know exactly how long you can survive after being bitten by a zombie dog. The monster had only appeared for less than a week, so it was impossible to develop a serum. If you were bitten by a monster, there was naturally no way to save you. You could only wait quietly to become a zombie. Qin Jian then opened the upgrade option in the archive area. He thought that since he knew the information about the zombie dogs, he might as well unlock the information about the zombies. It never hurts to know more. Archive area. Upgrade direction. Advanced archive area, 4000. Unlockable. Zombie information graphics, 200. Yes, it really exists, and it's so cheap. Unlock it. Qin Jian immediately unlocked the zombie information and pictures. The next moment, another book appeared on the bookshelf next to him. The location where it appears is right next to the zombie dog book. Qin Jian gradually understood something and looked at the endless bookshelves. Suddenly, he felt terrified. Won't there be thousands of monsters in the future? Calming down, Qin Jian flipped through the pictures and text on zombies. Zombies, also known as living corpses. Human before infection. Most of them were pale, had ulcerated skin, and walked in strange postures. The strength is about 1.5 times that of an adult, and the bones, muscles, skin, and other organs are twice as fragile as humans. They attack by biting and scratching. As long as they can reach it, they will desperately attack any part of the prey. There are many different viruses in the body. The bitten person will turn into a zombie within about 18 hours. In the early stages, there will be adverse reactions such as fever, dehydration, vomiting, and dizziness. In the middle stage, you may feel panic and anxiety for no apparent reason, feel restless, scratch your head, or feel unbearable pain at the bite site, which will continue periodically. In the later stages, there is a high probability that he will lose his ability to move and speak, and his skin will lose its color. Some zombies like cold and dark places. Dark places will temporarily teach them how to hide and sneak attack. The heat and cold will affect their mobility. Staying in such an environment for a long time will cause them to temporarily learn to lie down and play dead, and then sneak up on prey passing by them. After reading this, Qin Jian learned a lot more, especially the zombie's habit of playing dead, which he had never encountered before. But once he knew this, he would be able to pay attention to the corpses on the roadside when he went out in the future. After all, who knows whether it is a corpse or not? Anyway, just stay away. After swimming in the ocean of knowledge, Qin Jian walked out of the archives area. He has thought it through. 676 points remaining. Upgrading the pistol accessories should be no problem. So he took out his M9 pistol and turned on the upgrade option. M9 pistol. Upgrade direction. Military M9 pistol. Branch. Ammunition. 50 refills, 50 rounds of ammunition. Capacity. 100 replaced with extended magazine, increasing from 15 rounds to 32 rounds. Recoil. 200 replaced the barrel with a high standard one, add a grip and a buttstock, and effectively reduce the recoil during shooting. Durability. 500 The entire gun body is replaced with high-grade materials to increase service life. Sight. 500 Add a low magnification red dot sight to increase shooting accuracy. Let's upgrade the capacity first. It's quite cheap. After reading this, Qin Jian nodded and said. Then, the M9 successfully upgraded its capacity, and the extended magazine was half the length of the previous magazine. In addition, there was another amazing discovery in the Qin bamboo slips. That is, all the other spare M9 magazines have been replaced with extended capacity magazines. It's totally a bloody profit. With more bullets, there will naturally be sufficient firepower. It can effectively avoid the fear of insufficient firepower. Chapter 25 officially out. Target food. Qin Jian couldn't wait to get his gun and go out. After all, he had only practiced with a gun for one day and was far from perfect. His performance in yesterday's actual combat was also exceptional, not to mention that most of the enemies he hit were either lying unable to move or had their backs to him. It's no exaggeration to say that this is opportunistic. Qin Jian walked out of the yard directly, found a zombie not far away, and shot it with his gun. This is a rare moving target, much easier to hit than a zombie dog moving target. The difficulty is moderate, of course, and very helpful for practice. After firing nearly a dozen rounds, the zombie not far away slowly fell to the ground. That's what I said. All the previous ones were just taking shortcuts. Qin Jin's face was full of black lines, and he continued to look for the moving target. Qin Jin was immersed in shooting the whole day. More than 300 bullets were wasted. But he was not panicked at all. After all, the bullets could be replenished. And it only costs 50 points to replenish 50 rounds of ammunition. It's equivalent to 1 bullet for 1 point, which sounds cheap. And according to his careful calculations these days, he can get more than 1 point for killing a zombie with 1 bullet. In short, it's a sure win. In the evening, Qin Jin took the half bag of rice that he had seized to the kitchen, spent 200 points to upgrade the kitchen's kitchenware. In an instant, there were a lot more things in the kitchen. Cutting boards, cooking pots, bowls and chopsticks, forks and spoons, everything. Qin Jin even felt a little guilty, thinking that 200 points were a bit too few. He scooped out 3 bowls of rice and poured them into the cooking pot. Speaking of which, he hasn't cooked for a long time. My hands are very rusty now. I can't even remember the year or month since I last cooked. However, it should be no problem to make fried rice. After preparing the simple ingredients, Qin Jin put on a scarf and a chef's hat gifted by the upgraded kitchen, which was full of a sense of ceremony. About an hour later, a plate of pickled mustard and ham fried rice was finally brought to the table by Qin Jin. As Qin Jin took a spoonful of the shiny and colorful rice into his mouth, he savored it carefully. What happened next was something Qin Jin couldn't have expected. His eyes became moist involuntarily. That's right, this meal is so delicious that it makes me cry, even if the only ingredients in the fried rice are pickled mustard and ham. He remembered that he hadn't eaten the meal he cooked for 3 years. In his previous life, when he was an office worker, he would occasionally cook for himself. Later, he had to work overtime more and more and had no time, so he had to cook less often until he had to work overtime every day and did not return home all night. He gave up his hobby and mainly ate takeout all day. Later, I couldn't afford takeout anymore, so I ate instant noodles instead. From getting sick of it to vomiting and finally to numbness of the taste buds. There is even a very special case of anorexia. He has no desire for any food except instant noodles. The food just needs to fill your stomach. It doesn't need to be too good. Now, he has abandoned that idea. As the dusty memories gradually awakened, obsession emerged in Qin Jin's heart. Just think of it as a way of keeping healthy. From now on, cook a meal for yourself every day. But what about the food? It's been a week. I'm afraid all the vegetables in this city have rotted. Even if it's not rotten, viruses and bacteria are still attached to it. If you eat it, the consequences will be very serious. While Qin Jin was thinking about the ingredients, he finished a plate of fried rice with relish. The fragrance in the house lingered and lingered for a long time. Before going to bed, Qin Jin drank a bottle of hot milk and then made a formal decision. Officially going out tomorrow. Target ingredients. All kinds of things are fine. As long as we can save a little bit, the better. Food is the most basic need of human beings. Not only should we eat enough, but we should also eat well. Even though it is the end of the world, he still wants to eat exquisitely. After all, you are different and you have the ability to strive for a better life. So why not try? After looking at the map of the neighborhood, Qin Jin decided to go to the nearest Rongxing supermarket tomorrow. It seems to be the supermarket where he bought instant noodles before. After completing the plan, Qin Jin went to bed early. The next morning, Qin Jin calculated the points. Survival confirmed, plus 30 points. Sleep well, plus 10 points. A nutritious and delicious meal, plus 20 points. Kill zombies with barbed wire, plus 84 points. Kill zombies, plus 301 points. Kill the zombie dog, plus 24 points. Kill a human enemy, plus 140 points. Points settlement, 677. Remaining points, 1053. Qin Jin thought about it for a while and decided to upgrade the M9 to its full configuration. After all, he was going out today, and he was not sure how many zombies there were in the supermarket, so upgrading the main weapon to the highest level was undoubtedly the safest option. So in addition to the durability of the M9, Qin Jin spent a total of 700 points to upgrade the recoil and scope. As the buttstock and grip were configured, Qin Jin took the M9 in his hand to try the feel and gradually smiled. It feels like holding a submachine gun. He believed it when they said it could have the power of a submachine gun. The red dot's sight is the most important, because this thing must be better than the machine's sight. After all, with the sight, it is difficult to miss. The grip, buttstock, and scope, these three together all improve accuracy. Holding the M9 in his hand, Qin Jian felt like he was cheating. Fully armed, spent another 100 points to replenish 100 rounds of ammunition and chewed a piece of gum. Okay, let's go to the supermarket and kill him 7 times. Qin Jian pushed the door open directly. Call! A strong wind blew towards him and almost blew him to the ground. The scene outside the house seemed a little paler than yesterday. That pale feeling is exactly the condensed frost. It's much colder than yesterday, and, judging by the trend, the temperature will continue to drop. It was the beginning of autumn, and the temperature was neither too hot nor too cold. If it drops by 20 degrees, the temperature will drop directly to below 0. In this case, the survivors will not only have to face viruses and zombies. We also have to face the sudden arrival of winter. People who don't have spare cotton clothes can easily freeze to death just by staying in the house, let alone going out to look for supplies. The only good thing is that we don't have to worry about global warming anymore. But what does this have to do with me? He was well fed, warmly dressed, and fully equipped. It can't be said that he can walk around freely, but it can be said that he won't die easily. Qin Jian pushed the door open and walked out, but he slipped and almost fell. There's a thin layer of ice on the ground. It seems that in addition to food, I also need to find a pair of non-slip shoes. Qin Jian thought to himself. Then he crossed the street easily. The road was unobstructed, and there was not even a trace of zombies. There were only corpses lying all over the ground. Wait, the dead body? Qin Jian suddenly remembered what he learned yesterday. If the temperature is too high or too low, the zombies will behave like playing dead. So, the body lying on the ground could be... Qin Jian frowned and looked at the corpse blocking his way. Bang! Qin Jian pulled the trigger and shot the corpse. The corpse did not respond, but Qin Jian cautiously fired 2 more shots. This time the corpse shook violently, wailed, and slowly raised its head. There really are people pretending to be dead. Qin Jian was shocked and glad that he fired 2 more shots. Afterwards, Qin Jian shot the zombie pretending to be dead in the head, and it really died. Qin Jian never thought that zombies could be so cunning. It didn't even move after a shot was fired. I'm afraid if it were someone else, they would have fallen into the trap long ago. Be careful, be careful. Qin Jian slowed down his pace, tried his best to avoid the corpses around him, and after going around in circles, he finally arrived at the Xingyan supermarket. The entrance of the supermarket was a mess. The walls were covered in dried blood, and various mutilated corpses lay around. The cold wind brought by the low temperature dispelled the rotten smell here, but it also brought death. As there was still an intact corpse at the door, Qin Jian was very careful at this moment. First he tested it with a gun, then he boldly approached and tested it with a long knife. The head of almost every corpse was pierced by Qin Jian's long knife. He wasn't pretending to be dead. Qin Jian passed through with peace of mind and entered the supermarket. However, what came into view next was another pile of corpses. That's right, there were so many bodies, so many that he subconsciously used the word "a piece" to describe the number. Chapter 26 Survivors on the Rooftop. Right now, Qin Jian couldn't avoid the corpse. If he wanted to take something from the shelf, he had to continue trying. Either some of these corpses are pretending to be dead, or they're all pretending to be dead. Qin Jian climbed up on the checkout counter and looked deep into the supermarket, which covered several hundred square meters. There are dead bodies everywhere. It is estimated that there are more than 100. I just hope that among these more than 100 bodies, only one is pretending to be dead. Qin Jian didn't intend to use the stupid method to eliminate them one by one. Instead, another simple and crude method is adopted. Make some noise. After all, zombies have very sensitive hearing, and he doesn't believe that they will continue to pretend to be dead after hearing the noise. There's a large vase at the entrance of the supermarket. The vase has a very delicate appearance, and the light blue pattern highlights the profound Kyushu porcelain culture. If it wasn't an urgent need, Qin Jian would have wanted to take him away. After finding the right angle, Qin Jian kicked the vase that was almost as tall as him. The vase lost its center of gravity and slowly tilted to the side. Puff! Then there was a loud and crisp sound. The vase was smashed to pieces. Then, Qin Jian heard wailing coming from all directions. Fuck shit. The corpses in front of Qin Jian slowly stood up one by one. For a moment, I seemed to be back to the feeling of rushing to shop in the supermarket. There were huge crowds of people, and it was very lively. Qin Jian didn't fire a single shot, just turned around and ran out of the supermarket. This is totally counterproductive. How could there be one person pretending to be dead among 100 people? It's obvious that among 100 people pretending to be dead, one is really dead. Perhaps the sound of the vase was too loud. Even the zombies pretending to be dead outside the supermarket were alarmed by Qin Jian and blocked their way. Of course, Qin Jian would not tolerate those who blocked his way, so he raised his gun and shot them. The M9 has a powerful firepower of up to 32 rounds. Before he finished firing a volley of bullets, several zombies had already fallen to the ground, deader than ever. Although it may sound a bit exaggerated, in Qin Jian's opinion, the M9 equipped with a red dot sight and a lowered buttstock allows you to just aim and shoot. He fired 2 shots at random, each blowing up a zombie's head. But with hundreds of pursuers behind him, Qin Jian did not dare to stay and continue to run. In fact, he was not fleeing from these zombies. Instead, we have already thought of strategies to deal with them. That was the direction that led them to the wire fence of the shelter. Let them commit collective suicide. Anyway, the shelter is not far from the supermarket, and the zombie horde will arrive in less than half an hour. More than 100 zombies should be worth a few hundred points, right? Qin Jian felt somewhat proud inside, and turned around and shot at the zombies, aiming to prevent them from losing their interest in him. And as long as there are not more than 100 zombie dogs, he can still pull it over. At the same time, several heads popped out from the low rooftop of Rongxing supermarket. Each of them had their faces covered, and they were staring in the direction of Qin Jian in shock. They saw everything Qin Jian did throughout the whole process. Who is this guy? Is he crazy? Looking at him, he doesn't look like he's running away. Among them, a man and a woman dressed in law enforcement uniforms were discussing Qin Jian. The team consists of 6 people, 2 women and 4 men. Their specific identities are law enforcement officers, doctors, retired workers, vagrants, and students. Jiang Yingxue is 28 years old and has been a law enforcer for 6 years. His apprentice, Shun Haidong, is 4 years younger than him. The two were assigned to form a team by their superiors a month ago and usually perform patrol duties in the North District. When a disaster happened, they happened to pass by Rongxing supermarket. At first they thought a riot had occurred, but later they discovered that the matter was not simple, so they quickly organized a rescue operation. However, there were too many people in the supermarket, and there were only 2 of them as law enforcers. In the end, they only rescued a small number of people and hid on a rooftop. Of course, the reason why we hid on the rooftop of the supermarket was out of helplessness. But at that time, it was also the best hedging method. Originally, their team consisted of more than 20 people. Everyone was relatively united in the first 2 days, but conflicts arose within the group on the 3rd day. Some people couldn't stand our rules for distributing food, so they formed gangs and decided to go out and go it alone. Some people were clamoring to go home and save their families. Because of the strong response, Jiang Yingxue had to compromise and let go more than half of the people. She tied them to the concrete pipe with ropes and let them take the opportunity to escape from the sidewall along the ropes. In the following days, more people left one after another. Until now, the 6 of them. Although I completely don't understand why the young man who broke into the supermarket deliberately made a noise and alarmed more than 100 zombies. But this may not be a good thing for him, but it is a good thing for them. After all the zombies were attracted away by him. Jiang Yingxue felt that this was a good opportunity to loot supplies, so she quickly said, "Xiao Shun, come downstairs with me." "Huh? Sister Shui, it's not possible now, right?" Shun Haidong understood what Jiang Yingxue meant, but he was still a little hesitant at the moment. After all, those zombies are very cunning, and they even pretend to be dead. Yesterday, they bit Lao Futu, a retired worker in their team. There's no time to waste. If we don't get some warm clothes, we'll all freeze to death out here tonight. Jiang Yingxue's voice became much higher. She is not stupid. The temperature yesterday was at least 10 degrees lower than today, and it looks like it may continue to drop. Food is now secondary. They have no winter clothes, and if they don't find some to keep warm, it's only a matter of time before they die on the rooftop. What the hell is wrong with this world? Not only have people suddenly become half dead, but why is the weather so weird? Shun Haidong couldn't help but complain and turned to look at the middle-aged man next to old John. The middle-aged man is the son of old Fu Tu, named Fu Hao. Hey, come over here with us. Shen Haidong had an extremely bad impression of the middle-aged man because he learned that the man was still relying on his parents in his 30s and was not active during the early collective actions. I still have to take care of my dad. Fu Hao immediately replied with an awkward smile. Then he perfunctorily asked the old man leaning against the wall, Dad, are you feeling okay now? Old Fu waved his hands to indicate that he was fine, but in fact his pale and weak face had already deceived everyone. Well, Shen Haidong sighed helplessly, turned his head, and looked at the young female college student again. The female student immediately looked horrified and shook her head. I'm not going. I'll go with you. At this time, the old man in his 50s stood up and asked, if possible, can you come to my clinic? Dr. Liu, we have to check the situation outside. We'll let you know when we come back. For safety reasons, you shouldn't come with us for now. Jiang Yingxue spoke up to stop him. Oh well, Dr. Liu looked serious and had no choice but to nod. The two of them immediately moved away the obstructions at the rooftop entrance, and as soon as the door opened, a zombie suddenly pounced over. Be careful, Sister Shui. Shen Haidong immediately pushed Jiang Yingxue away, raised his gun, and pulled the trigger. However, what followed was not a gunshot, but a crisp click. No more bullets. Shen Haidong was stunned and confused on the spot. Seeing the zombie was about to get close to his face, he screamed in fear and sat down on the ground. Bump! A gunshot rang out, and a hole suddenly appeared in the zombie's head, and it fell down. This scene scared the female student nearby, and she screamed. The others also turned pale and hid far away. Jiang Yingxue put down her gun and quickly helped him up. Actually, I'm almost out of bullets, Jiang Yingxue said in a low voice, with a hint of helplessness on her face. Sister Shui, I'm sorry. After escaping danger safely, the two went down the stairs and arrived at the supermarket. Chapter 27. Encounter human enemies again? Qin Jian had emptied 2 magazines and had almost stabilized the hatred value of the zombie swarm. It should be fine. Now, we just need to... Qin Jian's thoughts were suddenly interrupted because he heard bursts of dogs barking behind him. After cursing under his breath, Qin Jian immediately turned around to look. The 2 corpse dogs were about 20 meters away from him at this moment, rushing towards him one after the other. Pa pa pa. Qin Jian pulled the trigger directly. If I'm not mistaken, this is his first time confronting a corpse dog head-on without the protection of barbed wire. Although the opponent was fast, it was rushing straight towards him, and Qin Jian easily hit the corpse dog in front. Once the corpse dog was shot, it would stagger, and then its speed would drop drastically. So Qin Jian took the opportunity to fire several shots in succession. The leading corpse dog was shot 3 times in the body and once in the head. It rolled on the ground several times and died on the spot. But the story is not over yet, because its death bought time for its companions behind it. Originally, Qin Jian wanted to treat everyone equally, but because the corpse dog helped the corpse dog behind it to block the bullet, the corpse dog now rushed to Qin Jian effortlessly. Grass! At the critical moment, Qin Jian threw away the M9, took out the long knife from his waist, and chopped down immediately. Sizzle. This knife can't be called a coincidence. It can only be called luck. He chopped the corpse dog's head, smoothly splitting its face in half. Blood sprayed on Qin Jian's protective suit, and he subconsciously made a move to cover his face. Then, he shook it lightly and threw the chopped-up dog corpse down. It was a close call. Huh. Qin Jian did not panic but smiled, looked back at the location of the zombies, and ran directly back to the shelter. Perhaps it was because the zombies smelled the stinking chemical traps in the yard that their speed increased a lot, and their eyes revealed extremely greedy desires. It was as if there was a lot of fresh meat waiting for them in the yard. These crazy hordes of zombies are a complete nightmare for ordinary survivors, because no one can stop them. Not to mention they are coming towards you. Even a normal person would be scared to death if they saw these hundreds of zombies. However, they went astray and offended people they shouldn't have offended. The reason why this person is scary is that he can easily break up this group of terrifying zombies without having to do it himself. It's really spectacular. Qin Jian had already returned to the yard, closed the door, and couldn't help sighing as he stared at the group of corpses in front of him. This time, he could finally experience what it felt like to be besieged by zombies. Of course, the result of this siege is that the zombies may be wiped out, and he will earn hundreds of points for it. It wasn't until the zombies reached the barbed wire and started crashing into it and dying one by one that Qin Jian felt that it was about time and there was no need to supervise them anymore. After all, it seems that their target is not themselves anymore, but the smelly chemical trap in the yard. In other words, he could now get away with it unscathed, since the hatred had been completely transferred. So, Qin Jian secretly opened the back door of the yard and ran away. After looting the supermarket and returning home with a full load of supplies, I can collect some corpses for the zombies. It's a perfect plan. Qin Jian thought of this complacently and walked forward quickly. Although he had gone around from the side and was not far away from the zombies didn't notice Qin Jian at this moment. They are all neurotic and want to eat the traps in the yard. 5 minutes later, Qin Jian returned to the supermarket. Now, the scene in the supermarket is completely different from before. Even though it was still in such a tattered state, with bloodstains everywhere and even a few corpses lying in the corners. But fortunately, there are almost no corpses to be seen. There are also a lot of things left on the shelves, but most of them had fallen to the ground, making it inconvenient to pick them up. But this is harmless to Qin Jian. After all, after clearing out the zombies here, this supermarket will be yours. Anyway, it looks like all the survivors nearby are dead. Otherwise, the items on the shelves wouldn't be so complete. In other words, there were actually quite a few survivors who tried to come here to loot supplies, but they failed to get out alive and became one of the zombies just now. Never mind. Nothing to think about. Even if there are survivors, if we accidentally find them daring to step into the supermarket, we can just intimidate them and drive them away. If it really doesn't work, expulsion by force is also acceptable. Qin Jian smiled and brought a bloodstained cart ready for a free shopping experience. In every way, he had been waiting for this day for a long time. You don't have to spend a penny on the things on the shelves. You can take them and use them as you like. You can put them back after taking a bite, or even throw them away. There is absolutely no restriction on action. After all, the supermarket now belongs to him. What's this? Qin Jian lowered his head and found that there was a severed hand belonging to someone unknown in the cart. He picked it up and threw it away. Oh, Sister Shui, hand. Be careful. There must be zombies nearby. However, the next moment, several screams were heard from the direction of the throwing hand. Qin Jian was stunned for a moment and instinctively stopped, lowering his body and half-kneeling behind the cart. The other party soon stopped making any movement, and the supermarket suddenly became so strangely quiet that you could hear a pin drop. If you look down, the two sides are now only separated by a shelf. At this moment, Qin Jian was walking close to the shelf with an extremely cautious posture. On the other side, Jiang Yingxue and Shun Haidong used the waist-high counter in the grocery area as cover, slowed down their pace, and walked quietly. Both sides are undoubtedly trying to find out their respective positions. However, the nature of the two is different. Qin Jian was looking for the location of this man and woman, but the latter mistook Qin Jian for a zombie and looked for him. It should be next door. Shoo, keep your voice down. There might be more than one. I'll go around, and we'll double-team him from the front and back. Good. Qin Jian heard what the two were saying again at this moment, and a hint of murderous intent flashed in his eyes. Is it next door? Qin Jian guessed in his mind and found that there were gaps between the shelves, so he could barely see what was going on next door. At this moment, a figure slowly flashed by next door. It was Shun Haidong who was planning to go around. But Qin Jian had no idea who that was, so he turned his head suddenly and stared at him. Member of law enforcement? After seeing what Shun Haidong was wearing, Qin Jian was stunned for a moment. Could it be that this supermarket is under official control? That's not right. If that's the case with their abilities, they can't clear out the zombies in this supermarket. Qin Jian felt a little embarrassed when he thought of the first sentence. After all, he would not be able to realize his idea of becoming the king of the mountain. But after thinking about the second sentence, Qin Jian felt hopeful again. Besides, there seem to be only 2 law enforcers at the moment. Maybe they have fallen behind. Or is it fake? In short, both are possible. Why don't you ask clearly and try to use courtesy before force? Qin Jian was just thinking about this when another figure passed by next door. It was Jiang Yingxue. Qin Jian took a glance and found that the other party had a gun in his hand, but he did not panic. It's normal for law enforcement members to have guns, so they're not fake law enforcement members? Qin Jian suddenly thought of a way to avoid direct conversation and understand the situation at the same time. That is to ask them directly across the shelf. But just as Qin Jian was about to speak, he found that the woman turned back. Then, in just a blink of an eye, the woman's figure disappeared like a ghost. Chapter 28, just a misunderstanding. The other party's behavior made Qin Jian a little confused. Crash! But at this moment, the goods on the shelves made a noise. The woman's face appeared in the gap between the two items. At this moment, her eyes were sharp and the gun in her hand was pointing in the direction of Qin Jian. Qin Jian naturally saw the other party as well. Looking at the cold muzzle of the gun pointed at him, his mind went blank for a moment. Human. When Jiang Yingxue passed by just now, she noticed that there seemed to be something hidden on the shelf next to her. So he planned to make a sudden counterattack and kill the zombie directly through the shelf. As a result, when she saw clearly that the other person was a human, she was stunned. In the next moment, she quickly recognized that the other person was the young man who had just attracted hundreds of zombies to leave. Why is he back again? No, why did he come back so soon? No. Just when Jiang Yingxue was about to put down the gun and prepare to say hello, Qin Jian suddenly raised the M9 and pulled the trigger frantically. Pa 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 pa. Qin Jian's mentality is steady, but not that steady. When he saw the other party pointing a gun at him, his first thought was not to confront him or say something like, "Don't move, put the gun down." Instead, he felt that the other party would inevitably pose a threat to him, so he chose to strike first. 2 bullets flew past Jiang Yingxue's ears. Jiang Yingxue came to her senses and was shocked. She immediately lowered her body to avoid the bullets. She never expected that the first thing the other party did when he saw her was to shoot. Although I knew that the other party had a gun, I also wondered whether the other party was a law enforcer like myself. But she never thought of him as a vicious lunatic. After all, at first glance, both his temperament and appearance were so childish. However, when you see your own kind for the first time, you just shoot without saying a word. You really can't judge others by their appearance. She still thinks too highly of people. So Jiang Yingxue changed Qin Jian's identity within a few seconds. From a good guy, he became a murderer without blinking an eye. At the same time, she naturally started to fight back, and the two of them started a crazy shooting match across the shelf. The goods between the shelves were easily smashed and pierced. The remaining bullets ricocheted onto the shelves, splashing dazzling sparks. But perhaps the shooting angle was too special, and the two sides were evenly matched, so neither side was able to hit the other. However, when it comes to firepower and endurance, how could Jiang Yingxue be a match for Qin Jian? Jiang Yingxue was holding a domestically produced new Type 07 pistol with a capacity of 8 rounds. Without considering the difference in other accessories, Qin Jian's M9, with a 32-round ammunition capacity, is 4 times hers. Jiang Yingxue hid and loaded her pistol, but Qin Jian had not yet finished firing the bullet and continued to pour out flames. Perhaps it was because Qin Jian's hands were too fast. Jiang Yingxue panicked and started to have wild thoughts. Is that a submachine gun in this guy's hand? It's still muted. Could this be a drug dealer on the run from the internet? How come he has such good equipment? Better than law enforcers? While Jiang Yingxue was still in shock, a bullet grazed her delicate and white cheek. The burning sensation on her face made her feel like she was being killed. His hand loosened and the unloaded magazine flew out, and Jiang Yingxue fell directly to the ground, subconsciously protecting her head with both hands. Qin Jian then prepared to load the gun. On the other side, Shen Haidong also ran over. Sister Shui. Don't come over here. Pa pa pa. Having lost sight of the woman, Qin Jian naturally turned the gun towards the man. Shen Haidong's face suddenly changed. He howled in fear and lunged forward to avoid the bullet. Both of them lost their vision, but Qin Jian knew that the other party did not dare to move, so he continued to suppress them with firepower. Although this idea may not be very realistic, Qin Jian really wants to break through the shelf and hit the opponent. Anyway, he still has 10 magazines in his hand, with more than 300 French bullets in total. I believe he can't beat them to pieces. Hey, stop fighting, brother. We are human beings, not zombies. Hey, did you hear that? Shen Haidong immediately started to explain, his voice trembling with the sound of gunfire. Qin Jian heard it all, but said nothing and continued shooting. Stop hitting me, brother. We should talk. After she had used up 4 or 5 magazines and the shelf in front of her was torn into pieces, Jiang Yingxue finally couldn't help but speak. She felt that there was no need to fight back, because judging from the enemy's firepower suppression, she believed that the enemy was carrying an arsenal. The only way to save your life right now is to talk. The other party came to the supermarket in such a hurry, probably to plunder resources. At worst, we could just let him search. There's still plenty of things here anyway. In short, we need to calm him down first. Of course, we must not let him take the resources for himself. There's not only a first round of negotiations, there's also a second round. When he was on duty, he also served as a negotiation expert and negotiated with many criminals who were still holding hostages. She is confident that she can make a big deal out of a small matter. Qin Jian did not lose his mind. When he heard the other party say he wanted to negotiate, he stopped talking. What do you want to talk about? Let's introduce ourselves first. My name is Jiang Yingxue, and I'm a law enforcer. This is Shun Haidong, also a law enforcer. My name is Qin Jian. As a law enforcer, why do you want to kill me? Qin Jian first introduced himself, and then asked directly, Kill you? We. Jiang Yingxue was stunned for a moment. Then she thought of what had just happened and suddenly realized. It turned out that this was all just a misunderstanding. She mistook Qin Jian for a zombie, but fortunately she discovered it in time. However, the other party thought she was going to shoot him, so he fought back directly. Listen, brother, let me apologize first. This was completely my mistake. I mistook you for a zombie and almost shot you. Listening to Jiang Yingxue's explanation, Qin Jian shook his head. I don't believe it unless you prove to me that you are law enforcers. Shun Haidong sighed and immediately stood up, and Qin Jian's gun immediately fell on him. Don't panic, brother. Look at my uniform. Isn't enough to prove our identity. Shun Haidong quickly pulled at his uniform and said awkwardly, Do you take me for a fool? If I pick up a uniform from the ground and put it on, I could pretend to be a law enforcer. Shun Haidong was stunned when he heard Qin Jian's words. It is well-reasoned and convincing. If you had put on a uniform and claimed to be a law enforcement officer before, you might have been discovered and taken to the police station for questioning. But now, social order is in chaos. Not to mention wearing uniforms and pretending to be law enforcement officers. Even running naked on the street will not be stopped by anyone. Xiao Shun, don't just stand there. Take out your duty badge. At this time, Jiang Yingxue stood up and immediately reminded him. Yes, duty badge. Shun Haidong then remembered and breathed a sigh of relief, as if he had grabbed a life-saving straw. This is enough to prove our identity. Let me show you. Jiang Yingxue slid their duty badges along the shelf to Qin Jian's side. Qin Jian caught it and continued pointing his gun at the two men while looking at the duty sign. Put down your gun. There's no need to be so cautious. Jiang Yingxue reminded her, but Qin Jian frowned and looked at her, but did not do as she said. Instead, he slowly put down his gun after looking at the two men's duty badges. The photo on the duty badge is not deceptive. The two men are indeed law enforcement officers. The farce is over. Qin Jian felt relieved, but he was not completely relaxed. After all, there was a big problem waiting for him. Chapitre 29 Alliance? Chapter 29, Alliance? Qin Jian, come over to us. Let's get to know each other better. Jiang Yingxue spoke at this moment with a slightly sweet smile on her face, which made it difficult for people to be alert and cautious. Qin Jian put away his gun, walked around the shelves, and finally came face to face with the two men. Jiang Yingxue directly stretched out her hand. Qin Jian was stunned for a moment before he realized that the other party wanted to shake hands with him. A handshake represents reconciliation and friendship. Jiang Yingxue's hands were very delicate, white, and as soft as cake. But Qin Jian felt inexplicably disgusted. Ever since his fiancée cheated on him in his previous life, he's been very wary of women. Where are you from? Qin Jian. Why should I tell you where I came from? Qin Jian replied with a smile. Jiang Yingxue was choked. Okay, let me start. There are 6 people in our team. We are now living on the rooftop of this supermarket. Apart from the 2 of us, the others are students, doctors, retired workers. You just lured away all the zombies in the supermarket. We all saw it. You are very capable and brave. I am very grateful that you can help us deal with this troublesome problem. Although there was a little unpleasant incident just now, fortunately, it was all a misunderstanding and we didn't lose anything. You must be here to search for supplies, so search quickly. It's still very dangerous here. Jiang Yingxue talked a lot in a row, seemingly not giving Qin Jian any chance to interrupt. However, Qin Jian could still hear the other party's hidden meaning, especially the last sentence. To put it bluntly, I want a supermarket and they want one too. That meant that they were clearly expressing their gratitude by allowing him to search the supermarket for some supplies and then asking him to leave immediately. How could Qin Jian let them take advantage of him? Just as Qin Jian thought, Jiang Yingxue had exactly the same idea. Not only did she have this idea, she even had further ideas. That is to win over Qin Jian. That's right, the opponent's equipment and weapons are really luxurious. Protective clothing, gas masks, protective gloves, and a fully equipped silenced M9 pistol with firepower comparable to that of a submachine gun. With him, the team's chances of survival will be greatly improved. As long as the other party agreed to plunder supplies, she would immediately invite Qin Jian to join them. And then, if he agreed again, things would proceed exactly as she wished, and that would be perfectly appropriate. In that case, they would not only save a batch of supplies, but also recruit a member with strong fighting power. Moreover, the other party will definitely share their own resource points, so their ammunition can be replenished. Of course, it would be even better if there were extra protective clothing and gas masks, so that you wouldn't have to wear this rag all day and be afraid of the bacteria in the air. If Qin Jian knew what Jiang Yingxue was thinking at this moment, he would definitely say to her on the spot, "What are you thinking about?" Jiang Yingxue simply laid her cards on the table and said half-jokingly, "Why don't you join our team? Seeing how cautious you are, you must be the only one." Qin Jian ignored Jiang Yingshue's 2 sentences and said, "Can you be reasonable?" Qin Jian's words left both of them extremely confused. "I won't hide it, even if you are law enforcers. This supermarket belongs to me now. Any objections, guys?" Qin Jian glanced around at the two of them and said with his hands spread out, What?" When these words came out, Jiang Yingxue was stunned. This is really a huge request. Shen Haidong on the side couldn't help but said quickly, "Brother Qin, don't be ridiculous. Isn't this equivalent to stealing our territory? We took this place a week ago. You are the one who is unreasonable, okay? This land is not yours, because it's occupied by over 100 zombies. And I can take out over 100 zombies, but you can't. So it's mine now, is that okay?" Qin Jian's words were concise and to the point. Shen Haidong's face turned green. How can this be wrong? If there weren't 100 or so zombies in the supermarket, it would be impossible to loot the supplies. People will not have different opinions over material issues, and those who should leave will leave, and those who should disperse will disperse. We are all from the same roots, and we are all trying to survive. Why do you have to do this? If we form an alliance, won't this supermarket also belong to you? Jiang Yingxue tried to persuade him awkwardly at this moment. She just didn't believe that she couldn't persuade this little kid who was younger than herself. Little did she know that Qin Jian was actually much older than her and had experienced more ups and downs than her. "I feel like I've said enough. There's no need to explain." Qin Jian sighed, and with a click, he loaded the M9. This is just for deterrence. He certainly won't kill law enforcers for no reason. When the two heard the crisp sound of gun loading, they were shocked and felt that if they said any more, things would be bad. "Okay, we'll give this supermarket to you. But you have to give us a way to survive. Let us get some warm clothes." Jiang Yingshue's voice trembled. "No, if you want to trade, you have to buy it," Qin Jian said with his eyes wide open. Shen Haidong turned around and said jokingly, "Okay, Boss Qin, how much do the clothes in your store cost?" As he said that, he took out his wallet. But then Qin Jian waved his hand to indicate no. "I never said I had to buy it with money. I wouldn't even want 1 billion for free now." Shen Haidong had been scolded by Qin Jian many times in a row. At this moment, he spread his hands, hit aside with a bitter face. "Okay, I won't get involved." Jiang Yingxue was not so autistic that she thought about it, and quickly said, "Then can I exchange some things of equal value for your warm clothes?" "Okay, tell me about it." "Let me think." Jiang Yingxue frowned and thought carefully. There was still some food and drinks left, but Qin Jian definitely couldn't take them. After all, he now owns a supermarket. Medicines and medical equipment. Yes, these things are not available in the supermarket. He must need them. Jiang Yingxue immediately said, "We have a lot of medicines and medical equipment, all new." Qin Jinsi took a deep breath and thought about it carefully. He really doesn't have any medicines or medical equipment. But he is not sick or in any condition, so he doesn't need it for the time being. "How about this? Leave the medicine to me first. Do you have any fresh vegetables?" Qin Jian changed the question. After all, he did not forget his original intention. His main purpose of coming to the supermarket was to save the vegetables. He can have as much of that stuff as he wants, and he won't think it's too much. Jiang Yingxue had no intention of procrastinating. She nodded and asked Shun Haidong to go upstairs to find some fresh vegetables. Qin Jian was not idle either. He went back to get the cart and soon arrived at the vegetable area. After seeing the fresh vegetables neatly arranged on the vegetable stall, wrapped in plastic wrap, Qin Jian's face immediately lit up with joy. Oh, they're all complete. Then I'll pick a few today and come back here tomorrow. Qin Jian muttered to himself, and when he approached the vegetable shop, he was stunned. The vegetables looked fresh, but they were not clear enough due to the distance. If you look closely, the vegetables in the plastic wrap are covered with rotten spots. It was not an ordinary rotten spot, but a spiderweb-like one, densely packed and very creepy. It is nothing like ordinary vegetable diseases. Fuck, the vegetables are alive. The next moment, Qin Jian was startled by the cabbage that suddenly jumped up beside him. The cabbage fell right at his feet and was kicked away by him. Puff, puff. The cabbage lay in the aisle, made a strange noise, and turned over. Then, Qin Jian saw two black tentacles growing on the cabbage. The tentacles swayed in the air, carrying the cabbage back and forth. Seeing such a scene of spiritual pollution, Qin Jian felt that he would need to spend his whole life to heal. Chapter 30 Watchdog. Although I don't know why these vegetables have mutated so strangely. But Qin Jian had no intention of just hiding away. Instead, he walked towards the cabbage with tentacles, intending to step on it. Wait a minute. It's better not to do that, so as not to dirty your feet. Qin Jian suddenly thought of something and took out his lighter. So he leaned over and lit the vegetable roots like a firecracker while the thing didn't move, then let out a sigh and ran away. Then he heard the burning cabbage making a sound similar to that of a baby crying. You might as well just scare me to death. Qin Jian complained with an ugly expression, and after seeing that cabbage monster completely turn into black, he set fire to all the vegetables around him. No one could imagine whether such monsters would pop out of those vegetables. Besides, the vegetables were also corroded by bacteria, and if we didn't want them to spread to other products, we had no choice but to burn them. 5 minutes later, several vegetable shops were engulfed in flames. Of course, Qin Jian was not stupid. He kicked all the combustible materials aside to prevent other commodity areas from being affected. When Jiang Yingxue and Shun Haidong came down from upstairs, they saw the vegetable area burning not far away. At first, they were both shocked, but when they saw Qin Jian standing there with a calm expression, they didn't think much about it. Sorry for the wait. Can I take a look at this? Coming to Qin Jian, Jiang Yingxue handed him 2 carrots. Those were the only vegetables they had left, and they were taken from old Fudu's vegetable basket. To be honest, if it weren't for the eggs and vegetables in Lao Fu's basket, their team would probably have gone their separate ways that day. Just these 2. Looking at the 2 carrots, Qin Jian asked with some disdain. Well, there's one, but it's quite special. Jiang Yingxue looked back at Shun Haidong, who handed her 2 flower pots. The first time he saw the flower pot, Qin Jian frowned and said, You're trying to fool me with a potted plant? Isn't that funny? No, look carefully. Shun Haidong quickly reminded. Qin Jian stretched his neck and looked inside, and found that there was no potted plant in the flower pot. Instead, the green onions and garlic that were planted. Shun Haidong accidentally found these 2 things in the corner of the rooftop, and they seemed to have grown mature. Normally, it is considered a vegetable provided that the other party does not dislike it. Qin Jian certainly didn't dislike onions and garlic. After all, they could be made into food and had the effects of detoxification and anti-cancer. In this doomsday, their status in the food list had been greatly improved. But thinking of the vegetables that were covered with rotten spots and even had legs growing straight, Qin Jian swallowed his saliva and said, Let me check first to see if they have any legs. After all, the 2 of them didn't see the scene just now. After hearing Qin Jian's words, they looked at each other in confusion. Fortunately, after inspection, there was nothing abnormal with these vegetables. Okay, deal done. 2 carrots for garlic cloves and 4 green onions. If converted, you can get 10 sets of warm clothes. Clothes are useless to me anyway, so I'll let you take advantage of them. Qin Jian calculated and said. Jiang Yingxue felt that this was a bit too much, so she quickly asked, Well, we only need 6 sets. Can we exchange the remaining 4 sets for something else? Qin Jian frowned, looked at her with some contempt, and advised, I suggest you keep some spare clothes, because the temperature may drop below 0 in a few days, and wearing only 1 piece will not be enough. How do you know? Jiang Yingxue asked, in confusion. Qin Jian blurted out, I guessed. In this way, the two sides had a brief bargaining, and Jiang Yingxue's side was defeated and went upstairs with a basket of thermal clothes. Before leaving, Qin Jian gave them his address and said that if they found any extra fresh vegetables again, they must come and hand them in, and he would be happy to exchange them. Then, he did not forget to warn the other party not to go downstairs to steal while he was away. Otherwise, if he found out, they would not be able to live on the rooftop. Of course, Jiang Yingxue and the other person didn't dare to disobey. After all, even if they had the intention to do something bad, they didn't have the courage to do it. It would be easy for Qin Jian to do something to them. Although Qin Jian verbally warned them not to target the supermarket, he couldn't be there 24 hours a day to catch them in the act. It would also be easy for the other party to steal something. After all, there are too many things in the supermarket, and he would not be able to find out if something is missing. Just as Qin Jian was thinking hard, he found that 4 corpse dogs suddenly appeared from nowhere and were blocking the entrance and gnawing on the corpses nearby. 1 against 4 is still very dangerous. After all, Qin Jian had just tried 1 against 2, and he almost lost. The second one was killed by a blind cat who stumbled upon a dead mouse with a knife. But right now, the supermarket has a back door. Hey, it seems there is a solution. Qin Jian suddenly thought of a good idea to kill 2 birds with 1 stone. Not only can he avoid these 4 corpse dogs, but he can also let them serve as his watchdogs for free. Let's try it. Qin Jian nodded, then quietly pushed the cart out the back door and returned to the supermarket. He kept a distance of about 20 meters from the corpse dogs, and then shouted at them, hey. This sound actually scared the 4 corpse dogs. Then they noticed the fresh meat in front of them and rushed over. The moment Qin Jian finished shouting, he turned around and ran away. The corpse dog was chasing him faster than he had imagined, but fortunately Qin Jian was not far from the back door. After a few seconds, he had reached the back door exit and left the door a crack so that he could observe the movements of the corpse dog. The moment the 4 corpse dogs rushed forward and pounced, Qin Jian slammed the back door shut. Bang! Bang! There were uniform collision sounds. Qin Jian locked the back door and listened for 2 seconds to make sure they were still banging on the door. Then he sprinted 100 meters and went around to the front door. As the front door slammed shut, the corpse dogs unexpectedly discovered the fresh meat appearing at the place where they had just been dining and immediately rushed back with their tongues wagging. But on this side, Qin Jian had already picked up the chain door and the bunch of keys inserted on it and locked the door. The corpse dogs slammed into the door again, even causing their heads to bleed. Blood splattered on the transparent door glass, causing tiny cracks to appear on the glass. Qin Jian instinctively leaned back. Then he calmly pulled down the rolling door above his head, locked it with the key on the chain door, turned back to get the cart, and left. Everything was as he planned. Now the supermarket is a bit safe. It is difficult for people outside to enter and for people inside to go downstairs. In short, unless there are more than 100 people, these 4 corpse dogs working together will be a nightmare for the small group of survivors. Returning to the barbed wire gate, Qin Jian smacked his lips and checked the situation. The 100 or so zombies had almost all been killed by now. The only few that were lucky enough to survive did so because the bodies of their companions blocked the barbed wire, leaving them with nowhere to crash into. But in the end, they could not escape Qin Jian's hands. After taking aim and firing in bursts, Qin Jian accurately blew off their heads. Oh my god, how do I clean this? Looking at the more than 100 corpses at the door, Qin Jian's only thought was that if the recycling machine had no upper limit on the prize draw, he would have made a fortune. Although there were too many corpses, they were finally useful. If you want to clean it up, you have to move it into the yard for later use. But when should this be moved? Forget it. Let's not worry about it for now. Qin Jian turned around and went back into the house. That night, Qin Jian prepared a good meal for himself. Scrambled eggs with green onions and fried carrots with ham sprinkled with garlic powder. The 2 side dishes are exquisite and delicious, and you can eat both of them without wasting them. Chapter 31. First floor equipment, all unlocked. Qin Jian sniffed hard, and his nasal cavity was instantly filled with the fragrance. The whole house is filled with the aroma of cooking. My cooking skills really haven't deteriorated. Huh. Qin Jian picked up the bowl and started to eat it. He devoured it in no time and finished the food in just a few bites. There was not a single grain of rice left in the rice bowl, and the vegetable plates were cleaned very cleanly, without even a trace of oil stains. It would be great if I could cook for myself every day. It's just that there are too few fresh vegetables. Qin Jian still feels a tingling sensation on his scalp when he thinks of the lively cabbages in the supermarket during the day. Hey, the Fortress of Doom is good in every way, except that you can't grow vegetables. It would be great if there was some kind of high-tech greenhouse where we could collect some seeds and be self-sufficient. Just as Qin Jian was lying on the leather sofa, picking his teeth with a toothpick, the system suddenly spoke. Host, please rest assured. What you need is on the second floor of the Doomsday Fortress. Please continue to unlock the device. Qin Jian stood up immediately, his eyes widened. System, what greenhouse do you say is on the second floor? I feel a little embarrassed when you spoil the story like that. Qin Jian grinned foolishly and tried to chat with the system, and by the way, wanted to know more information about the second floor of the fortress. However, the other party only said that one sentence, and then there was no more movement. Qin Jian shrugged helplessly. Normally, this system was very aloof. It was impossible to summon it to chat. But it doesn't matter. He did it unintentionally, and it paid off. The system's words made him curious about the equipment on the second floor of the fortress. Greenhouse, with that, we don't have to worry about vegetables anymore. But it seems that I have to unlock all the devices on the first floor before I can unlock the second floor. Qin Jian thought of this and opened the equipment interface of the shelter. The equipment that has not been unlocked on the current level include the task list, leisure area, and medicine production table. The points required to unlock are 1,000, 300, and 500 respectively. They're not expensive. If I can spare 1,800 points tomorrow, I can unlock it directly. Qin Jian nodded in thought. All three seem to be quite useful. The first person who can receive the task issued by the system will not only receive point rewards, but also seem to be able to obtain design drawings rewards. The second one is, needless to say, entertainment. If you can still play billiards and play computer games in this doomsday, you will be treated like an emperor. As for the third one, although it is not of much use after unlocking it, it is undoubtedly the best to have it in case of emergency. After all, you cannot guarantee whether you will get sick in the future. After making the decision, Qin Jian returned to the kitchen, took out various fruits from the refrigerator, carefully cut them into a fruit plate with a knife, and took it to the coffee table to enjoy the delicious food. These fruits were brought to him by Lu Lang. Having said that, I don't know how this childhood friend is doing in their shelter. Did you listen to your own advice and put on your gas mask? Or has he unfortunately died? He shouldn't die. Although he usually looks careless, in the memory of this body, that guy is a rough but meticulous person, more careful than anyone else. Therefore, there's no need to find something to do for myself right now and go out to visit their shelter. As I said, living a good life is better than anything else. After eating the fruit plate, Qin Jian went straight to bed. He slept very soundly. Originally, Qin Jian usually did not get up before 8 o'clock recently. When I woke up today, it was already 8:30. But there was nothing urgent today, so Qin Jian gradually slowed down his pace. Qin Jian lazily went to the bathroom, looked in a mirror, and finally decided to wash up. After instinctively turning on the faucet, Qin Jian was stunned for a moment. Then he realized that he had turned off the water valve, and the tap water had been contaminated and could not be used. I can't wash with mineral water every day, right? While brushing his teeth, Qin Jian couldn't help but think about this question. I brought in 2 boxes of mineral water yesterday, and the supermarket still has hundreds of boxes. It sounds quite sufficient, and I have been using it myself. But think about it. Because there is no running water, he has been using mineral water for cooking these days, and now he is also using it for washing. In the future, maybe I can use it to wash clothes or boil water to make tea. In short, the waste of replacing tap water with mineral water is unimaginable. He believed it when they said that hundreds of boxes of stock were used up in a year. Qin Jian tried to open the upgrade option for the wash basin, but didn't see any equipment like a water purification faucet, so he had to give up. I hope there will be water-related equipment when I unlock the second floor. Qin Jian prayed in his heart. After quickly washing his face and eating, Qin Jian opened the settlement interface. Today's points settlement. Survival confirmed. Plus 30 points. Sleep well. Plus 23 points. A very luxurious meal. Plus 21 points. A weapon is about to be fully equipped. Plus 50 points. Fight a zombie dog for the first time. Reward. The blue pill design. Kill zombies with barbed wire. Plus 860 points. Attracted over 100 zombies, showing extraordinary courage. Plus 80 points. Negotiate with the survivors and win. plus 100 points. Take over the supermarket and use it for your own benefit, plus 2,000 points. Point settlement, 3575. Remaining points, 3828. 3. More than 3,000 points? Just for occupying a supermarket, you'll be given 2,000 points. After going out yesterday, he earned enough money to buy a house. Now, not only can I unlock all 3 devices, but I can also have more than 2,000 points left. Qin Jian patted his chest and tried to calm himself down. However, he couldn't help but burst into a barbell-like laugh. How the hell can I control myself? Just by going out to lure out a zombie and buy something, you can earn so many points. If this continues, let alone unlocking the 2nd floor, I estimate that the 3rd floor will be unlocked in no time. By the way, it seems like I got the design drawings. Qin Jian stopped laughing, calmed down, and searched the system warehouse. Blue pill design. The little blue pill. Seeing the name of the design, Qin Jian suddenly thought of the legendary medicine for men. But this thing is useless to him. It's not like he's bad at that. But there is nothing we can do about it. The things given by the system seem to be random. Well, if conditions permit in the future, I can give it a try. Qin Jian then inquired through the system about the location where the blue pill design was stored. It was the medicine production table that he was going to upgrade. So after spending 1,800 points, Qin Jian quickly unlocked the 3 facilities. As the house began to shake, a cloud of dust rose up out of nowhere. Qin Jian flashed to the door, picked up the gas mask at his feet, and put it on. After about 5 minutes, everything became quiet. In the hall, there was a platform with a mysterious beam of light, a piece of something similar to a blackboard, and a door in the corner of the hall. The platform should be the medicine production table. There were words flashing on the blackboard. It must be the task list. As for what's behind that door, there can't be anything else except the leisure area. Qin Jian walked to the middle of the hall contentedly, looked around, and nodded heavily. All facilities on the 1st floor have been unlocked. So, the 2nd floor should be unlocked. Qin Jian was not in a hurry to go to the stairs, but planned to check the specific functions of these 3 things first. After all, even if you unlock the greenhouse on the 2nd floor, there are no seeds to grow, right? First place the blue pill design on the medicine-making table, and then take a look at it. Medicine production table. Upgrade direction. Level 2 medicine production station, 5,000. Overview. A platform for making special drugs that can be used to temporarily enhance the body. Available products: red pill, 500/50 medicine quantity. Blue pill, 1,000/100 medicine quantity. Sharp eyes potion, 1,500 out of 150 medicine quantity. Chapter 32. Accept the mission and the double-barreled shotgun is completed. Qin Jian was a little stunned when he saw this. This was the first time he had seen that in addition to spending points, other things could be spent on making something. However, he naturally could not understand the specific dose of medicine. So he decided to consult the system about this issue. The system immediately gave an answer. Host, the medicine production table comes with a medicine decomposition machine. Put various types of medicines or medicine raw materials into the decomposition machine, and it will decompose into drug quantity. The amount of medicine will be decomposed more or less, depending on the freshness and preciousness of the medicine being decomposed. Oh, thanks for the tip. Qin Jian nodded in response. Now he understood. Various medicines must be thrown into the decomposition machine to separate the drug quantities. But if you spend points to buy these medicines, it would be too cost-effective. After all, the cheapest one costs 500 points, and with those points, he can upgrade 1 piece of equipment. Even if you don't mind spending points if you buy them with points alone, there will be no stock in the future, and you can just buy them and use them now. Therefore, it is undoubtedly the most cost-effective to make them using drug quantities. Right now, he has no drug breakdown, not even a little bit. But finding medicine is not a difficult task. There is a pharmacy less than 2 kilometers away from his home. And Jiang Yingxue said yesterday that she also had a lot of medicine. But at the moment, Jiang Yingxue is very close to him, so it would be more convenient for her to get the medicine. But there's no need to rush. Before going to her to get the medicine, let's first see what effects these 3 medicines have. Then Qin Jian took a look. After taking the red pill, 50% of the body's injuries will be restored immediately, and the speed of wound healing will be accelerated tenfold, which will last for 3 days. It can be used for first aid and endurance. The blue pill is not the medicine I thought it was, but after taking it, I will get an antibody that lasts for 3 days. It prevents any bacteria or virus from invading my body. That is to say, after taking this medicine, even if he is accidentally bitten by a zombie or a corpse dog, as long as the antibody buff has not worn off, he will not be infected, even if he is bitten to a pulp. The role is more defensive. The effect is really awesome. The last one is the secret potion of sharp eyes, which is more offensive. After drinking it, the strength and speed will be greatly improved. The sense of smell, hearing, and vision will also be strengthened. The effect lasts for 2 days. These medicines are all better than the other. Moreover, there are no side effects after taking it, and you can even take all 3 together to achieve cumulative effects. If you take these 3 medicines together, wouldn't you be invincible outside? Qin is already looking forward to what it will be like when he takes some medicine and stacks up all the buffs. After checking the medicine production table, Qin came to the task list. The task list had clear fonts and was arranged horizontally. Each task was separated by a ray of light. There were 3 tasks in total. Task list. Upgrade direction. Medium-sized task list, 2000. Overview. Responsible for providing tasks to be completed for the Castle Lord, updated once a week. Mission 1. Kill 50 zombies by yourself. Reward, 500 points. Mission 2. Kill 15 corpse dogs by yourself and receive 800 points as a reward. Mission 3. Provide assistance to a survivor once, and the reward will increase the number of random rewards from the corpse disposal machine. P.S. All completed tasks will be settled together with the daily point settlement. Well, these tasks are not too difficult. After seeing the details of the mission, Qin eyes lit up. I originally thought that the system would assign him some hellish tasks. Killing monsters with my own hands is something I can do now. 50 zombies are definitely no problem. They can be killed in a day. If there are 15 corpse dogs, you have to fight them in several waves, but it is not a difficult task. As for assisting survivors, making a deal with Jiang Ingxue should be considered as helping her, right? I'm just about to go out to find her. How will I know if I don't try? Qin took his gun, put on his equipment, and was about to go out. Then he remembered that he still had more than 2,000 points left and returned to the living room. It seems like there is no point in saving points at the moment. It would be better to spend it directly on upgrading equipment or gear. So Qin quickly scanned the various equipment and devices. Finally, Qin came to the light weapons production table, and his eyes stopped on the double-barreled shotgun worth 2,000 points. That's right, he wanted to make a double-barreled shotgun as his second main weapon. This thing is a kind of shotgun. You can imagine how powerful it is. Any creature that comes into close combat with it will be torn to pieces by the powerful shrapnel. With this gun, it would be much easier and more brutal to deal with the corpse dogs, because you can find a right moment and kill it with one shot. The only drawback is that you can only load 2 shots at a time, but that is secondary. The most important thing is to be able to kill monsters instantly. So Qin didn't feel bad and just spent 2,000 points to make the double-barreled shotgun. After weighing it in his hand, Qin felt as at ease as if a huge stone had been placed under his heart. Such a perfect weight and such a smooth feel. And this deadly warhead. Load 2 rounds of red ammunition into the gun and spend another 28 points to buy 14 bullets. The reason why I spend 28 points to buy ammunition instead of an exact integer. Because he has no points. That's right. The remaining points are 0, and this wave is completely spent. But Qin's mood was very cheerful. After all, it is just like money. Spend it on what you like and what is worth it, instead of using it to pay off mortgages, car loans, debts. Only now did he realize that guns were the romance of men. Although there were not many bullets in the double-barreled shotgun, Qin still wanted to find a target to try his hand. When I opened the door, a cold wind blew in as usual. Qin felt nothing, except that his body was tilted slightly by the slightly strong wind. It was pale outside the door again. Wait, this pale feeling seems familiar? Qin stopped in the yard, frowned, and instinctively stretched out his hand. Then a complete snowflake gently fell into the palm of his hand. Snow falls in August, the beginning of autumn. Wow, winter has squeezed out autumn and arrived 1 season early. Qin sighed, pushed open the iron gate, and saw a zombie walking towards him. This zombie was covered in snow, and his rotten skin had condensed into a wisp of white frost, which made him look quite pleasing to the eye. "Good morning, Mr. Zombie. Want some freshly made bullets?" Qin greeted the other party in an absurd manner, then raised the double-barreled shotgun, aimed, and pulled the trigger. Boom! The shotgun made a deafening sound. Qin Jian's ears moved, and his body shrank. The M9 pistol had been equipped with a silencer since he got it, so this was the first time he heard a normal gunshot. The moment the shotgun sprayed out flames, it split into several pieces, which instantly penetrated into the zombie's body, leaving dozens of bloody holes in its body, and the huge impact force caused it to fly backwards. After falling to the ground, its body was badly mutilated, with several fingers missing, and its internal organs and large intestines all scattered out. Chapter 33, The Second Transaction. Qin Jian walked forward to take a look and was immediately shocked. It's all broken. It is indeed incredibly powerful. If it is not powerful enough, how can it be used for hunting and against birds and beasts that are larger than humans? Qin Jian grinned and loaded another round of ammunition into it. There was no way around it. This thing could only hold 2 bullets at a time. If it wasn't a critical moment, he would definitely make sure the ammunition was full. With his shotgun, Qin Jian's steps became more unbridled, and he held his head high and chest puffed out, as if he was the most confident person in the world. Bang! Bang! While passing through the street, Qin Jian killed 2 zombies who were pretending to be dead on the ground. You want to deceive me? No way. The reason why we could guess that the 2 zombies were pretending to be dead was because the ground where they were lying was too clean. Not to mention their internal organs flowing out, there was not even a trace of blood. As for the zombies that died completely, they were either badly mutilated or covered in blood. At least it's like this in his area. In short, Qin Jian is completely immune to the trick of pretending to be dead. In order to save bullets, Qin Jian even humiliated the zombies who were pretending to be dead. For example, you could kick them on the butt to wake them up, then use a long knife to behead them from behind. Damn, why are there so many people pretending to be dead? Along the way, there wasn't a single standing zombie. Instead, all of them were lying on the ground pretending to be dead. Their behavior undoubtedly made it inconvenient for Qin Jian to walk, so Qin Jian had no choice but to slow down, wake them up one by one, and then behead them. Beheading is also convenient for marking dead zombies, so that Qin Jian can find the zombies pretending to be dead in time when he comes next time. It took Qin Jian a long time to clear the path he had to take. I guess we have to kill 40 of them. Qin Jian remembered the mission of killing 50 zombies, nodded slightly, and talked to himself. A task can be completed in less than a day, or even less than an hour after leaving home. No one can match this efficiency. Oh! Qin Jian roared happily. At this moment, beheaded corpses were lying all around him, and he, like an executioner, stood proudly among the corpses. What Qin Jian didn't know was that his extremely flamboyant behavior at the moment had been seen by a group of hostile survivors. There were still zombies not far away, but Qin Jian felt that there was no need to rush to complete the task, because he could just kill a few zombies as he passed by, and the task was due within a week. He could even put it off until the weekend. The first priority now is to find Jiang Yingxue and the others and give them some help. After all, the third task increases the number of rewards from the recycling machine. That thing is highly random and can give out a variety of rewards. Isn't it more generous than the monotonous point rewards? If some kind of weapon, or something even more awesome than a weapon, comes out, he'll make a killing. Qin Jian, full of anticipation, has now arrived at the entrance of the supermarket. Just as he was about to lift the rolling door, Qin Jian suddenly remembered that there were 4 corpse dogs locked up in the supermarket, so he stopped. With the current terrain and his double-barreled shotgun, it would be much easier to deal with the 4 zombie dogs. But if we kill them all, there will be no guard dogs to watch over the supermarket. Qin Jian was not a genius with a high IQ, so he couldn't think of a way to catch the corpse dogs and keep them in the supermarket. If you think about it carefully, although it effectively prevents people from stealing things in the supermarket, it also makes it inconvenient for you to enter and exit the supermarket. After all, that thing doesn't recognize its master. Why? Qin Jian sighed, patted his head, and decided to find Jiang Yingxue in another way. So he went around to the interchange on the side of the supermarket, raised his head, and started shouting. Hey, Jiang Yingxue, and that Haidong, can you hear me? I have something to talk to you about. At the same time, Jiang Yingxue and the others naturally heard Qin Jian's call. Their eyes lit up, and they couldn't believe why the other party had come to them on their own initiative. Following the sound, Jiang Yingxue lay on the rooftop and looked down, then immediately waved. I heard it. It's here. I want to exchange something with you. Wait a minute. Jiang Yingxue shrank back after she finished speaking. After a while, a thick rope was dropped from the rooftop and dangled right in front of Qin Jian. Fuck, there's actually such an operation? That's great. It will be convenient to trade now. The appearance of this rope immediately solved a lot of troubles for Qin Jian. After all, they can conduct transactions without going through the supermarket. Jiang Yingxue then appeared above the rope. She grabbed the rope and slid down with a light and swift movement. The whole process took no more than 5 seconds. Qin Jian felt that if it were him, he would not dare to just grab the rope and slide down, because it is very likely that the rope will spark and you will lose your hands. In short, those who have received professional training are different. If I have a conflict with her in the future and am forced into close combat, I am afraid I will not be her opponent in hand-to-hand combat. If it weren't for the clothes provided by Qin Jian, they would not have been able to survive last night and would have been frozen into popsicles. So one thing is one thing. Qin Jian is their savior. Moreover, he came to them today to do business, so out of courtesy, how could Jiang Yingxue not come down to meet him in person? What do you want to trade? Without asking Qin Jian why he didn't come up the stairs from the supermarket, Jiang Yingxue said with a smile, "Didn't you say yesterday that you had a lot of drugs? I need it now, so open the chips." Qin Jian spoke straight to the point. Jiang Yingxue didn't intend to waste time, but was more practical than Qin Jian. "I want to replenish my ammunition, can I?" There is no shortage of food for the time being, but Jiang Yingxue only has 1 magazine of bullets left in her hand, while Shen Haidong doesn't have a single bullet left. With a volley of bullets, forget about going out to search for supplies. If I don't go out to search, there will naturally be nothing to exchange for Qin Jian. But she didn't hold out much hope at the moment. After all, she had just met Qin Jian yesterday, and they had only done business once. Their relationship was extremely unfamiliar. How could the other party trust her so much? Sure enough, Qin Jian laughed the next second, and Jiang Yingxue also smiled awkwardly. "How about I give you a weapon?" But Qin Jian suddenly spoke, neither explicitly refusing nor agreeing. "Weapons? Sure." Jiang Yingxue was stunned for a moment when she heard the word weapon, and then she thought that Qin Jian wanted to sell a gun to her, and she immediately nodded excitedly without controlling herself. However, she overthought. This? Not bad. Qin Jian took out the military long knife from behind. Because there was still blood on it, the other party discovered that it was not a new one, so he wiped off the blood with embarrassment. Only used once. Qin Jian argued that this knife was actually still slashing zombies an hour ago. The reason why he sold the long sword was because Qin Jian felt that it was becoming inconvenient to carry. Because he had an extra double-barreled shotgun, when he put down the knife, he had to take off the shotgun, and vice versa, he had to keep holding the knife. In short, there is no time to go empty-handed. The long sword is worth 500 points, which is not precious to him, and it is possible that this thing can be found in the recycling machine. Although he had used it to chop zombies before, and had killed a zombie dog that pounced on it at the critical moment. But the former ignored it, but the latter now has a way to deal with it. Just this double-barreled shotgun has high damage and a wide range of shrapnel. Not to mention 1. Even 3 can be smashed to pieces with 1 shot. Therefore, Qin Jian felt he was losing out when he traded his long sword with the other party. Chapter 34, Under Attack. Although Qin Jian did not sell her ammunition, this sharp and new long sword still attracted Jiang Yingxue's attention. Just looking at it as a whole, this knife gives people a very light yet deadly feeling. It is snowing heavily today, and the weather is very cloudy. But there is still a glimmer of light coming out from the edge of the knife. Very shocking and very unscientific. How much? No, how much medicine is it worth? Jiang Yingxue decided to buy it, because she felt that she didn't have enough ammunition, so she could make up for it with a sharp weapon. According to her intuition, taking this knife with her when going out, facing zombies would be as easy as chopping melons and vegetables, one by one. It would be nice if there were a weight. But it's okay, you guys go ahead and order it. But don't order too little, otherwise I won't agree. Qin Jian didn't want to bargain because he was anxious to complete the task and then go back to receive the random rewards. Okay then, I'll give you half of our medicine in exchange for your knife. Okay, I'll give you the knife first. Qin Jian handed over the long sword. The feeling of freeing his hands for a moment made him want to laugh. Jiang Yingxue took the long sword and suddenly felt that this guy was not so easy to talk to. He was just a little eccentric and had some crazy ideas. But she understood that he did that just to survive. After all, in this apocalypse, even she began to distrust some people. Is there any specific medicine you want? I'll pick it out for you. No, it doesn't matter if it's in a box or a bottle, as long as it's medicine. Good. Jiang Yingxue climbed up quickly, and 5 minutes later, a vegetable basket appeared behind her, and she climbed down. However, just when she was halfway up the mountain, a gust of wind suddenly sounded in her ears. Whoosh! Bang! Jiang Ying was startled, frowned, and turned around to see that there was a crossbow stuck diagonally on the high wall next to him. What? Her eyes widened in shock. The next second, she was sure someone was aiming a crossbow at her. However, she was still in midair and had no chance to dodge at this moment. Qin Jian had been watching Jiang Yingxue climbing down and naturally saw the flying crossbow. He was stunned for a moment, then immediately turned around to look. Whoosh! As soon as I turned around, I saw a crossbow flying towards me. At this moment, Qin Jian almost instinctively squatted down to protect his head. Then, the crossbow stirred up a strong wind and flew over his head. Qin Jian cursed, and his heart almost jumped out. He didn't dare stay there for another second. He suddenly jumped and hid behind the trash can next to him. At the same time, from the direction of the alley entrance, a total of 5 figures were rushing towards them with great momentum. The 2 people at the back, each holding a crossbow, had no expression on their faces and were reloading their crossbows as they walked. The 3 leading men were grinning and smiling strangely, holding axes and machetes, and running towards this side slowly. Go, go, go. There must be a lot of stuff in that basket. If we grab it, we'll have everything. And don't kill that woman. I'll make sure to enjoy her after I catch her. The 3 of them even started chatting, and the content was extremely arrogant. When they saw Qin Jian's actions, they thought that the other party was completely frightened by them and was hiding and dared not come out. They felt that they had a sure win this time. In fact, Qin Jian did this not because he was afraid of the opponent's crossbow, but to wait for the group of people to reach a closer distance, then take out the double-barreled shotgun and give them a good beating. However, the next moment, Qin Jian heard a groan from Jiang Yingxue above his head. Qin Jian was stunned for a moment, then looked up and unexpectedly found that Jiang Yingxue was injured. At this moment, Jiang Yingxue had a crossbow stuck in her lower abdomen. Her expression was grim, and her body was shaking as if she was about to fall off at any time. And she was 5 or 6 meters above the ground. If you fall from this height, you will be half crippled at best and die on the spot at worst. But now, Qin Jian had no way to take care of her. If you show your head now, you might be hit by crossbow. The opponent's accuracy was good enough. He almost shot him, and also injured Jiang Yingxue. In short, you must never have a fluke mentality. Let's finish these 3 first. The 3 thugs quickened their pace and charged forward. Ha ha! This kid doesn't even dare to show his head. It's a pity you can't hide forever. We are coming directly to chop you down. Little cutie, show your head. Uncle won't kill you. The 3 thugs continued to utter mocking taunts, as if they did not regard Qin Jian as a human being at all. Then, when they were about to reach the trash can, Qin Jian suddenly poked his head out from behind and aimed a double-barreled shotgun at the 3 of them. In an instant, the smiles of the 3 people disappeared, and their brains started working rapidly. If they were given a chance to respond at this moment, the 3 of them would instantly kneel down and beg for mercy, which would be the complete opposite of what happened the last second. Bang! The barrage of bullets that came towards them directly smashed the 3 thugs into pieces. That's right, they were shattered to pieces in the truest sense. The 3 people seemed to have disappeared on the spot, with all kinds of broken limbs and rotten flesh flying everywhere. It's better to say that they were blown to pieces than to say that they were shattered. Fuck, they have guns. What? How is that possible? The 2 thugs with crossbows in the distance were stunned when they saw this scene, and their bodies began to tremble involuntarily. I had been secretly observing Qin Jian for a long time. Although that guy had killed many zombies and was very brave, I didn't see him take out a gun. Run! But now the 2 of them didn't dare to think so much. They turned around and ran away. Qin Jian didn't intend to give up. He stood up, took out his M9, and started firing a burst of shots. After only 2 shots, one of the fleeing thugs let out a wail and fell to the ground. When another thug saw his teammate being shot, he quickly stopped, but after hesitating for 2 seconds, he turned around and ran away, leaving him behind. The thug who fell to the ground was naturally extremely desperate. He turned around and pulled the crossbow in the hope of a lucky counterattack. However, the next moment, a bullet accurately passed through his head. Jiang Yingxue was almost unable to hold on any longer. Just now, one of the two arrows hit her, and the other hit the rope. If she moved, the rope might break instantly, and she would fall vertically and become a piece of garbage. But the wound that kept bleeding was gradually pushing her to the brink of death. As her hands loosened, Jiang Yingxue fell down powerlessly. But what followed was not a heavy landing. Instead, he fell on something very soft. Ouch, my old waist. After hearing Qin Jin's complaint, Jiang Yingxue's eyes widened and realized that it was the other party. Who caught her? What am I? It's all over. Qin Jin interrupted her and said. Jiang Yingxue nodded, showing a smile of having escaped death, and thanked him weakly. Thank you. However, Jiang Yingxue fainted. 5 minutes later, Shun Haidong, Fu Hao, and Dr. Liu climbed down. They were very slow to react. If Qin Jin hadn't called them down, they would still be on the rooftop asking each other whether gunshots were heard just now. Sister Xue, are you okay? Don't scare me. Seeing that Jiang Yingxue was injured, Shun Haidong immediately called out to her anxiously, with tears in his eyes. After all, if the master died, how could he lead everyone to survive by himself? It's okay, don't be afraid. Hey boy, come and help me. Dr. Liu comforted Shun Haidong at this moment and said to Qin Jin. Qin Jin wanted to refuse at first. After all, he had already saved the person, so he would not want to help with the rescue. However, thinking of the task he was doing, he hesitated. We have assisted the survivors once, so that should be the end of it, right? If you provide assistance again, you may not receive additional rewards. But it seems that it can be counted as activity. Increase the points for settlement. All of Qin Jin's thoughts are related to interests, and he doesn't just want to help the other party. So, without saying a word, he squatted down and joined the rescue. Finally, Qin Jin took the initiative and not only repaired the broken rope, but also carried Jiang Yingxue, who had been bandaged, to the rooftop. Chapter 35, Fu Hao's Ambition. Thank you, Brother Qin. If it weren't for you, Sister Xue might have fallen to her death. On the rooftop, Shun Haidong kept thanking Qin Jin, and Qin Jin was so afraid that he would just kneel on the ground and kowtow to him a few times. If possible, I will be your slave in the future. No, not really. Qin Jin answered with a dry laugh, feeling that Shun Haidong had gone a bit too far. Although he didn't know what the relationship between Jiang Yingxue and him was, it seemed that the other party really cared about Jiang Yingxue. Otherwise, I wouldn't have made such a ridiculous request. Originally, Qin Jin wanted to leave immediately. But we have to consider whether the group of people just now might have accomplices and could kill him by surprise. He was not in a hurry to leave. He took advantage of the rooftop's commanding heights to survey the surroundings. After staying there for about an hour, Qin Jin did not see any thugs, so he felt relieved and prepared to leave. But just before leaving, Qin Jin glanced sideways and found that Fu Hao was staring at him. It seemed that he was not staring at him, but at his gun. What's up? Fine. Qin Jin asked, and Fu Hao responded with a smile. Thank you, Captain, for saving us. Seemingly a little embarrassed, Fu Hao said one more sentence. Qin Jin nodded and climbed down the rope. Then he walked by and picked up the weapons of the thugs. Keep them all and sell them to them later. Qin Jin inspired his business acumen and walked out of the alley with his weapon in hand. Then he thought of another question. Could it be that the sudden attack by this group of thugs was not a sudden encounter with them, but that they were well prepared? Was it because I was too conspicuous when I was chopping the zombies and they saw me? Qin Jin took a deep breath and said to himself, I have to be more careful when I go out next time. This battle made Qin Jin feel that his biggest enemy at the moment was not zombies or anything like that, but humans. When Jiang Yingxue woke up, it was already night. Sister Xue, are you awake? Where's Qin Jin? He left long ago. Oh, Jiang Yingxue couldn't help but think of what Qin Jin had just done. In fact, although she seemed unconscious at the time, she was still somewhat conscious. She knew that Qin Jin was busy helping to rescue her, and he had fixed the rope, and even he carried the heavy girl on his back and climbed up to the rooftop. This is totally a good person. No, it should be said that he has a sharp tongue, but a soft heart. Even though he only wanted to do business with them, he still stepped forward and saved himself at the critical moment. Although they were not familiar with each other, and even disliked each other at first, they dared not speak out. But somehow he is really cool. Although he is a little thin, he is very handsome. Jiang Yingxue forgot the pain of her wound for a moment and started to have wild thoughts. Then, she suddenly came to her senses, shook her head violently, and slapped her head. Strange. At this time, I'm still thinking about this. Later in the evening, Jiang Yingxue was barely able to get up and walk, but she had to stop to rest after walking a certain distance. At this moment, Fu Hao, who was leaning on the edge of the rooftop, suddenly said to everyone, "I have a plan, everyone." Everyone was stunned for a moment and instinctively focused their attention on him. You know, nowadays, not only are zombies rampant, but there are also thugs and rioters. Without a decent weapon, you can't protect yourself at all. And that Qin Jian has a wealth of equipment on him. So why don't we? Fu Hao was halfway through his words when his eyes darkened slightly, and he made a gesture with his hand. Several people looked at each other, undoubtedly not understanding what Fu Hao meant. When does it begin? Before Jiang Yingxue and other key figures responded, a female student next to them suddenly asked with wide eyes. Fu Hao felt that he had found his teammate and said with a smile, "Let's wait for him to come to us next time, or we can take the initiative to go to his shelter to find him. He wants fresh vegetables, right? Let's pretend to bring them, lure him out of the shelter, and then we can do it right away. Then we'll have a double harvest. Not only will we have equipment, but we'll also have a new shelter to keep us out of the wind and rain." Jiang Yingxue and Shun Haidong looked at each other and then curled their lips. They're law enforcers, not mad thugs. It is impossible for them to occupy the magpie's nest and kill people on sight. Even if they had decent weapons to confront Qin Jian, they would not choose such an unhealthy approach. The only safest and most correct way is to live in peace, maintain a cooperative relationship, and gradually increase mutual trust. Fu Hao, you said this in front of us? Are you asking for trouble? Shin Haidong smiled with a fake smile and simply ignored Fu Hao's words. Fu Hao looked at him with contempt. Hey, it's the end of the world. Why do you still want to be good people? Can't you just abandon your previous identity? If you want to go by yourself. Jiang Yingxue said with her arms folded across her chest, looked at Fu Hao as if he were a fool, turned her head and ignored him. But the female student continued neurotically at this moment. I agree with Fu Hao. I really can't stand living on the rooftop. I want to sleep in a big bed and cover myself with a warm quilt, not this down jacket. I want to eat delicious food, fried chicken, hot pot, not instant noodles. The female student gradually began to scream, as if she was venting all the dissatisfaction in her heart over the past few days. I still say that if you want to go by yourself. No one will help you. Jiang Yingxue turned her back to the two of them and reminded them again. For some reason, she disliked this girl more than Fu Hao. Every time the balcony door was knocked down by zombies, she would scream in fear, hide aside, and do nothing. Otherwise, her screams will attract more zombies. On the first day, because of her, the door to the rooftop was almost broken through by the zombies. Fortunately, there were many people in great strength at that time, so they blocked the door. At that time, some people angrily proposed to kick her out of here, and even threw her off the roof. But considering her identity, she stopped this behavior in time. Hey, you guys don't want the duck that's already in your mouth. It's fine if you don't want to help, but don't stop me. Girl, it seems that you're the only one who can help me. Let's set out tomorrow, move together, and visit his sanctuary. Fu Hao came over at this moment and said to the female student. When the female student heard this, she was stunned for a moment, and then said in panic, I am a girl. How can I do such dirty and tiring work? No, then what can you do? Fu Hao was immediately confused, and then said, Well, let me take care of the killing, and you just need to lead him out. No, I'm not going. There are monsters everywhere outside. No. The female student quickly shook her head. I just agreed to your plan, but I didn't agree to go with you. I'll be here to cheer you on and wait for your triumphant return. The girl student's words made Shun Haidong and Jiang Yingxue, who were standing by, laugh. Stop it, you two. Dr. Liu couldn't help but persuade her, with a look of suppressed laughter on his face. Chapter 36, More Business Opportunities. Fu Hao scratched his hair, let out a long sigh, and returned to old Fu Tu. Dad, you're almost dying anyway. Why don't you just accompany your son to do something big? You said that my future depends on your dedication. If Qin Jian was present and heard Fu Hao talking to his father like that, he would punch him on the spot. How can a normal person say this? However, Jiang Yingxue and others were used to hearing it. Before old Fu was bitten, Fu Hao had always spoken to him in this tone. Old immortal, Seeing old Fu leaning there for a long time without saying anything, Fu Hao stood up and couldn't help but curse inwardly. Yesterday, Dr. Liu explained that Mr. Futa's current condition was due to excessive blood loss and was in a semi-comatose state. Little did they know that Lao Futa's current condition was actually a prelude to his corpse turning into a corpse. At this moment, old Futu suddenly raised his head and grabbed Fu Hao's ankle. Old man, are you awake? Damn it, I thought you fell asleep again. You Aowa. Before Fu Hao could finish his words, old Fu suddenly pounced over and bit his leg. Fuck you. What's wrong with you again? Didn't I just curse at you secretly? Is it that serious? Seeing that old Fu Tu suddenly went crazy and bit Fu Hao, the others naturally couldn't sit still and immediately came over to pull the two apart. Lao Fu, what's wrong with you? Xiao Shun, stay away from him. There's something wrong with him. Jiang Yingxue seemed to have noticed something. Her eyes widened, and she quickly reminded Shun Haidong to leave. Shun Haidong avoided the other party's attack and carefully pushed his head. Dr. Liu, come over and see what's wrong with Lao Fu. No, Dr. Liu, don't come near. Jiang Yingxue pushed Dr. Liu away and looked old Fu up and down carefully. Then she shook her head and said in shock, Old Fu, he has turned into a zombie. These words surprised everyone. How is this possible? Fu Hao shook his head in disbelief, and then he changed his face like a Sichuan opera, crying to old Fu, Dad, say something. You must be pretending, right? The crowd pulled the father and son apart, and then tied up Lao Futu with the only rope they had. Looking at the grimacing and mad old Futu, several people looked at each other, helpless. I never thought that after that thing bit someone, it could infect others. Dr. Liu realized it later and slowly squatted down, muttering, this is more terrible than Ebola. Sister Shui, leaving it like this is not a solution. I can't even sleep at night. Shun Haidong said helplessly, with his hands on his hips. Jiang Yingxue didn't say anything, but gave Shun Haidong a look, letting him figure it out for himself. When Shun Haidong saw her eyes, he suddenly realized something. How else can I deal with it? Of course it was handled normally. Seeing Jiang Yingxue and the other person walking towards them, Fu Hao immediately stood up and blocked in front of old man Fu, wiping his tears. What are you doing? What do you want to do? Listen, Fu Hao, your father is no longer your father now. In order to ensure the safety of others, we have no choice but to get rid of him. The two of them did not hide anything and told Fu Hao directly. You guys don't go too far. As law enforcement officers, this is intentional murder. When I have a chance to escape, I will report you and expose your actions. Fu Hao's eyes suddenly widened, and he said something irrelevant, gradually becoming incoherent, and even wanted to hit Jiang Yingxue. The next moment, he was pulled back by Dr. Liu and faced him face to face. Then he was slapped twice by Dr. Liu. Shut up. Wasn't it you who caused your father to become a zombie? In one word, it hits the nail on the head. That's right, when a zombie broke in, it was old man Fu who helped Fu Hao block the zombie's attack. The son was safe, but the father was injured. Dr. Liu is also a father, so he naturally understood old Fu Tu's good intentions. So he couldn't help it and stood up to slap Fu Hao twice on behalf of old Fu Tu. Get out of here. You've been bitten by him too. You won't live long. People like you should go to hell with your father. Dr. Liu was furious and said without any reservation, which shocked Jiang Yingxue and the other two and made them stare. Okay, you all are bullying me, right? Today I must confront that Qin Jian. He doesn't allow me to steal in the supermarket, but I will steal anyway. See who dares to stop me. Fu Hao bared his teeth, having given up on himself. He turned around, moved the covering on the iron gate, and rushed out of the supermarket. Jiang Yingxue stopped Shun Haidong, who wanted to chase after him, and reminded him, don't worry about him. Lock the door. Fu Hao went down to the supermarket, took a flashlight, found a cart, put all kinds of food into the cart, opened a bag of biscuits, and began to devour them. Qin Jian, just wait for me. I will meet you in person tomorrow. Let me see how capable you are. Can you convince those two law enforcers? Leaning on the cart, Fu Hao ate and drank, while vaguely thinking about the plan to attack Qin Jian. However, the next moment, Fu Hao seemed to hear some strange wheezing sounds. Who is it? Fu Hao was stunned for a moment, thinking that Jiang Yingxue and the others had caught up with him. He shone the flashlight over there and said with a smile, are you going to regret this? As a result, the photo showed 4 bloody corpses of dogs. Snap! The wine bottle in Fu Hao's hand fell to the ground suddenly, alarming the corpse dog, which suddenly pounced towards him. A clown fell. After Qin Jian returned to the shelter during the day today, he never came out again. He stayed there until the evening, then walked out of the shelter and started exercising in the yard. I've learned a lesson today. Next time I will definitely not let any random person touch my butt. Qin Jian muttered to himself, confirming that he had been secretly chased by that thug all the way today and was suddenly attacked. I thought there wouldn't be many survivors near this area, but it turned out to be the opposite. There were quite a few survivors. Those hiding on a rooftop and running underground are more active than zombies. And they're all well-equipped, with pistols, crossbows, bullets, and flying knives. The only thing missing is a tank and a cannon. I thought that except for me, all the survivors in this city had entered the era of cold weapons. Perhaps, because of the parallel world, this country does not have very strict control over thermal weapons. Or is it that they simply don't regulate hot weapons at all? Just let them run wild like those countries in North America? Qin Jian was absent-minded during exercise and was always thinking about problems. After all, he let one person escape this morning. He couldn't track down the other party's base camp, so he naturally couldn't silence him. However, if he could find any clues, he would never let the other party go. An hour later, Qin Jian returned to the house. It's time to take out the medicine and decompose it. Thinking of this, Qin Jian quickly took out various medicines from the basket. If possible, he thought he should prepare some pills when going out in the future. Once he got into a tough battle, he would take all of them, stack up the buffs, and launch a fierce counterattack. Soon, Qin Jian threw all the medicines into the decomposition machine on the medicine production table. With a click, the opening of the decomposition machine closed automatically. Then, the medicine in the decomposer was blocked by the extended iron plate, and a sound similar to that of a juicer was heard. 600 doses of medicine have been stored in the medicine production station. After hearing the system's prompt, Qin Jian nodded with satisfaction. It breaks down a lot of medicine. There is more than enough to make each medicine once. Although I didn't suffer any injuries in the battle that morning. But Jiang Yingxue was completely different. She almost died from excessive blood loss. Qin Jian felt that he had a good business sense. Make a red pill and sell it to Jiang Yingxue. You know, after taking the red pill, you can immediately recover 50% of the injuries, and it will also speed up the healing of the wounds afterwards. For Jiang Yingxue, this is definitely a life-saving straw, and it only costs 50 doses of medicine to make, which is very cost-effective. Chapter 37, Previewing the Second Layer Equipment and Making an ID Identifier. After completing the plan, Qin Jian spent 100 medicine doses to make 2 red pills. One for myself and one for Jiang Yingxue. The red pill was oval in shape, the size of a taro ball, and smelled somewhat fragrant. Qin Jian almost couldn't resist secretly taking a bite. Then, he spent another 250 doses of medicine to make blue pills and secret medicine for sharp eyes, keeping them as backup for future outings. As long as there is enough drug to break down, there is no need to worry about not having enough drug. As for Jiang Yingxue, she left half of the medicine for herself. Therefore, that half of the medicine is equivalent to 600 doses of medicine, and he now has the equivalent of 850 doses of medicine. Even if we have to fight a big battle every now and then, a month would be more than enough. After doing all this, Qin Jian put the enhanced medicine into a plastic bag and packed it separately from Jiang Yingxue's medicine. Then he went to the task list to check the completion status of the tasks. The first mission of killing 50 zombies has been completed. Originally, he probably didn't kill 50 zombies in the morning, but on the way back, Qin Jian encountered a few passing zombies and killed them. So, the 500-point reward is in hand. The second task was to kill 15 corpse dogs, but he didn't see any when he went out today, so the number of kills on the list has always been shown as 0. The third mission to assist the survivors has been completed. I can finally start giving out random rewards tomorrow. Qin Jian rubbed his hands, feeling very excited. There are already dozens of corpses in the yard. If the recycling machine does not refresh the reward times, the corpses will freeze into a lump and it will be inconvenient to take them out. For dinner, Qin Jian tried to knead the dough and planned to make 2 buns. The filling of the buns is ham, green onions, and carrots, but not normal meat. Qin Jian was actually very craving for meat because the sumptuous dinner yesterday had whetted his appetite, and his vision also became more discerning. It's a pity that in the current situation, Not to mention meat. Even fresh vegetables have rotted into a ball, and some have even run away. We already have greenhouses, so will there be space for livestock? After eating the buns, Qin Jin thought of something and suddenly remembered that he had not gone to the second floor for sightseeing today. Go take a look. Even though you can't unlock anything, at least you can learn about it in advance. Qin Jin immediately came to the stairs and stretched out his hand tentatively. This time, no red cross appeared and no invisible rebound force. The stairs were completely clear. Qin Jin ran up the stairs excitedly. The lighting on the second floor of the Doomsday Fortress is dimmer than that on the first floor, and the space seems smaller than the first floor. But although it is small, it has everything you need, including a sofa, TV, refrigerator, and so on. System, open the facility's overview on the second floor. Qin Jin almost couldn't wait to speak to the system. Then, the system panel on the second floor appeared before his eyes. Doomsday Fortress second floor. Fortress owner, Qin Jin. General facilities. Living room, bedroom, bathroom, kitchen, refrigerator. Main facilities. Tactical projectile production table, trap production table. Unlocked facilities. Heavy weapons crafting table, 8,000. Greenhouse, 2,000. Livestock area, 10,000. Training ground, 5,000. Reminder, after all facilities on the second floor are unlocked, the third floor will be automatically unlocked. All the facilities on the second floor are less than those on the first floor, but it seems to be more important than the first layer. After all, at a glance, they're all sustainable development resources and will inevitably become an important source of food for him in the future. The greenhouse is not expensive, it only costs 2,000 points. Once I have the seeds, I can prepare to unlock it. There actually is a livestock area, but it costs 10,000 points to unlock it. The heavy weapon crafting table and training ground are also quite expensive. And what is this training ground used for? Is it really used for training? The equipment on the second floor had different uses, which shocked Qin Jin and made it difficult for him to choose. He thought that the first thing to do was to get the greenhouse. After all, he had 0 points and couldn't even afford a pistol bullet. Whether it was 10,000 or 5,000, it was an astronomical figure for him. However, there are still 2 built-in facilities waiting for the curious Qin Jin to check out. So Qin Jin came to the tactical projectile production table to check it out. Tactical throwables crafting table. Upgrade direction. Level 2 tactical throwing crafting station, 10,000. Craftable. Molotov cocktail, 500. Smoke bomb, 500. Molotov cocktails and smoke bombs are naturally good things. The former can create a sea of fire, burning anything in front of it to ashes. The latter is convenient for retreat or attack, and is definitely effective against both humans and monsters. What a pity, the things here are too expensive, 500 each. If it were the equipment downstairs, they could all be used for an upgrade. Qin Jin shook his head and then came to the trap-making table. Trap maker. Upgrade direction. Level 2 trap maker, 5,000. Overview. The difference between the traps in the yard is that the traps made here can be taken out of the shelter at will. Craftable. Animal trap, 200. Baited trap, 500. Qin Jin took a quick look and suddenly felt that it would be necessary to make a bait trap tomorrow. He had seen the effectiveness of the bait traps in the yard. If you take it out, it will not only attract the monster's attention and reduce potential risks, but it will also be convenient to gather them and then catch them all in one fell swoop. So, not all the things on the second floor are temporarily unused. Qin Jin went downstairs, heated a bottle of milk, and drank it, then went back to the bedroom and went to sleep. The next day, Qin Jin hurriedly opened the settlement interface. Survival confirmed. Plus 30 points. Good sleep. Plus 18 points. A nutritionally balanced diet. Plus 15 points. Visit the second floor of the fortress for the first time. Plus 100 points. Kill zombies. Plus 386 points. Complete Mission 1. Plus 500 points. Complete Mission 3. Add a random reward for the recycling machine. Get attacked and successfully fight back. Plus 480 points. Rescued a companion in the face of danger. Plus 200 points. Generous help. Helping the needy. Reward. ID identifier design drawing. Points settlement. 1678. Remaining points. 1678. Not bad, not bad. Although not as much as yesterday. It's enough. Besides, the design drawings have been issued again. Qin Jin immediately checked the design drawing of the ID authenticator and confirmed that this thing belonged to the light weapons production table, so he immediately put it in. It takes 500 points to make an ID authenticator. Its purpose is to attach to hot weapons or door locks to lock them in a special way. The specific explanation is that if it is attached to a weapon, then no matter who holds the weapon, once it is detected that the ID the weapon is aimed at is Qin Jian, the weapon will be locked instantly and will be unable to fire. If it is attached to a door lock, the door lock and all reference objects near the door will become extremely hard and cannot be easily destroyed. It will only open automatically after recognizing that the ID is Qin Jian. Fuck, then isn't this thing a god? When Qin Jian saw the two explanations, his eyes widened in shock, and he exclaimed in amazement. For the first use, don't think about it in the long term. If you are forced into a hand-to-hand fight with the enemy and your weapon is snatched away by the enemy, once the enemy aims at you, your gun will instantly become scrap metal, and you won't be able to fire a single shot. This gives him time to counterattack. The second use can be used now. It is directly attached to the door of the supermarket, and the entrance of the supermarket will not be open to anyone except itself. Isn't this better than those watchdogs? I bought it. Chapter 38, The Airtight Supermarket. Considering that the supermarket has two doors, front and back, Qin Jian did not skimp and spent 1,000 points to make two ID identifiers. With 678 points left, Qin Jian went to the second floor, made a bait trap using the trap-making table, and carried it with him. Qin Jian did not let go of the remaining 178 points. I spent 78 points to restock the double-barreled shotgun with 34 rounds of ammunition, leaving just 100 points in my pocket. With red bullet chains crisscrossing his body and an airtight protective suit, Qin Jian looked like a war maniac at this moment, mysterious yet bloodthirsty. When he arrived at the yard, Qin Jian did not rush out, but walked towards the body recovery machine to check it out. Random rewards remaining, one time. Sure enough, the reward is in place. So what are you waiting for? Let's get started. Qin Jian rubbed his hands and couldn't wait to move the prepared corpses one by one onto the conveyor, turned on the recycling machine, and watched the corpses leave. 10 bodies collected. A suitcase flew out, accompanied by a strange laugh from the recycling machine. Hey, I guess it's a gun. Or accessories. Qin Jian talked to himself, as if he was checking lottery numbers, and his heart was excited. Qin Jian opened the suitcase suddenly, but did not see any gun or gun accessories. Instead, there lay a bunch of mismatched things. How can you put food in a suitcase? But it looks good. Qin Jian looked at the biscuit-like foods neatly arranged in the suitcase, picked up a piece, and put it in his mouth to taste it. It's not biscuits, it tastes like meat, but it tastes okay. I just missed breakfast, so take a few pieces with you on the way. Qin Jian's mouth was full of crumbs. He stuffed another piece into his mouth, and then he heard the system prompt. Got 20 rat biscuits, 30 cockroach biscuits, 40 earthworm biscuits, and 10 fried chicken fillets. Puff! As soon as Qin Jian heard the word rat biscuit, he spat out his mouth. Vomit! I retched for a long time, but couldn't vomit anything. Qin Jian went back to the house and quickly drank a bottle of water. Only then did he regain his courage, went back to the suitcase and closed it. Fuck, why is it so weird? It tastes like meat, but I'm not sure what kind of meat it is. So I just ate a few dead rats. Qin Jian's face turned green, but he suddenly remembered something. Apart from these 3 foods that are not eaten by normal people, it seems that there are other things. Chicken fried steak. Qin Jian immediately flipped through the suitcase and discovered that it actually had a layer of interior space. When he opened the compartment, he saw 10 fried chicken fillets wrapped in oil paper in a lunchbox. Each fried chicken fillet is the size of 2 palms together, golden and crispy on the outside and tender on the inside. It is completely different from the meat-colored rat cake. Qin Jian brought the suitcase back into the house again, then picked up a piece of chicken steak and started enjoying it. It's hot. Smells good. Delicious. Qin Jian's mouth was full of oil. He remembered that he had complained last night that he couldn't eat normal meat. After all, there was no live poultry within a few miles. As a result, I won the delicious fried chicken steak in the lottery this morning. Is it because he is so lucky, or is the system deliberately teasing him? If it's the latter, please don't show any mercy, Big Brother system, and tease me as much as you can. The interlayer of the suitcase could be used for insulation. So Qin Jian simply left the remaining chicken fillets untouched and let them lie quietly inside. After having a good meal and a good drink, Qin Jin finally officially left the house. As soon as I went out, I placed the bait trap on the route to the supermarket. The moment the bait trap was placed on the ground, white gas was released from the four corners. Qin Jin, who hadn't stood up yet, suddenly smelled a foul stench coming towards him. Shit, was this the trap? It's so penetrating. I can smell it even with my protective clothing on. Qin Jin immediately covered his nose and hid to the side, then turned around and looked around. He saw a few zombies lying on the ground, pretending to be dead, not far away. Suddenly, they stood up slowly, fixed their eyes directly on him, and rushed over quickly. Wow, this trap can even catch zombies pretending to be dead. These 500 points are really worth it. Qin Jin deliberately moved away for a distance and observed the effect of the bait trap under a row of small trees covered with snow. In just 5 minutes, nearly 10 zombies had gathered around the bait trap. In just 10 minutes, nearly 20 zombies had gathered together, pacing back and forth, looking at a loss. Nice one. Qin Jin couldn't help but give a thumbs up in the direction of the bait trap. I hope that before he comes back, there will be 100 zombies gathered here, and then I can come and reap them all. By the way, improve your shooting skills. Qin Jin, wearing non-slip shoes, trotted and arrived at the supermarket entrance in 10 minutes. Then he pulled out his ID reader. Can this thing even attach to rolling shutter doors? Qin Jin thought to himself and sent it up without thinking twice. As a result, the ID reader made a beeping sound and was actually attached to the rolling door. The next second, the ID reader glowed green, and a sweet female voice came. ID authentication successful. Clatter, clatter. The rolling door then rose up automatically. Qin Jin looked at this scene and felt a little confused and awe-inspiring. This is amazing. He couldn't help but sigh. This thing is completely equivalent to an anti-theft system. Moreover, this is truly anti-theft. Once attached, any reference objects around it will be indestructible and difficult to break. Because he didn't know what kind of indestructible thing it was, Qin Jin planned to test it out. I took a step back, and the rolling shutter door fell down automatically. It was very sensitive. Qin Jin retreated about 10 meters, then raised the M9 and fired a shot at the rolling door. Bump! The rolling door made a crisp sound, and Qin Jin seemed to clearly see the arc of the bullet hitting the rolling door. Is it really that elastic? Qin Jin walked over and took a closer look. There was no trace or bullet hole left at the location where the rolling door was hit by the gun. Although the rolling door is made of iron, it is not thick. If a gun hits it, even if it cannot penetrate it, it will leave a conspicuous mark. Therefore, this rolling door is truly indestructible with the ID identifier attached. Qin Jin was a little bit unconvinced, so he raised his gun and fired directly at the wall next to the rolling door. There was another burst of fire, and bullets bounced off the wall and flew elsewhere. The wall may be thicker than the rolling door, but the materials are different, so the marks left behind will normally be more conspicuous than those left by the rolling door. However, when I looked at it again, there was still no trace left, as if nothing had happened. Qin Jin clapped his hands and grinned. Invincible! It not only discourages intruders from entering through the main door, but also discourages them from breaking in through the wall. Then, Qin Jin attached another ID identifier to the back door of the supermarket. The entire supermarket is now completely under Qin Jin's control, and not even a fly can fly in. Ding! Identity recognition successful. After the back door opened automatically, Qin Jin thought for a moment and entered the supermarket. Now that we have the ID identifier, there's no need to keep those 4 watchdogs. Because keeping it now will only cause trouble to myself. Chapter 39, The Red Pill That Works Immediately. Qin Jin deliberately lowered the sound of his footsteps, and before long, he discovered the location of the 4 zombie dogs. 4 corpse dogs were lying next to a bloody corpse, looking very lazy. They must have had a big meal not long ago. Qin Jin just lay on the ground, took out his M9, aimed, and started firing. 1 corpse dog was hit on the head and died on the spot, and then another corpse dog died while running. The remaining 2 corpse dogs wanted to use tactics, circling around to attack Qin Jin, 1 on the left and 1 on the right. However, Qin Jin was not fooled by such fancy moves. He controlled the distance well, took out his double-barreled shotgun, and fired 2 shots. The 2 corpse dogs were beaten to pieces on the spot, and they couldn't even pounce on Qin Jin. By the way, whose body is this? It looks quite fresh. Qin Jin felt that the eaten corpse was very different from the other corpses in the supermarket. so he walked over to check it out curiously. The result made Qin Jian shocked when he saw it. Isn't this the man? From the remaining half of his face, Qin Jian recognized that this guy was one of Jiang Yingshue's team members, and he was also the middle-aged man who stared at his gun with strange eyes yesterday. To be honest, as soon as I looked into his eyes for the first time, I knew that guy was not someone you can easily deal with. As a result, his true colors were revealed today. What a pity, I had kept something back, but he failed to steal and got beaten instead. Qin Jian smiled with glee and walked straight up the stairs to the rooftop. After knocking politely on the door, Shen Haidong's alert voice came from behind the door. Oh, hi, Qin Jian. Brother Qin. Overnight, Shen Haidong's way of addressing Qin Jian changed. Even the generations were wrong. Originally, Shen Haidong was 1 or 2 years older than Qin Jian. Qin Jian didn't think too much about it. He had been willing to work like a slave for him before, so he could just call him whatever he wanted. I came to see Commander Jiang Yingshu. Qin Jian simply changed his name. When Jiang Yingshu heard Qin Jian say this, she couldn't help but smile. That smile contained so many meanings, including joy and excitement. Why does he care about me so much? Aren't we just an ordinary cooperative relationship? Jiang Yingshue's mind was full of random thoughts, which seemed to be caused by the joy of surviving a calamity. Her dreams last night were filled with Qin Jian holding her in his arms, comforting her and saying it's okay. Enduring the pain, Jiang Yingshu came to Qin Jian and complained, "Why did you leave so fast yesterday? I didn't even have time to say thank you." Qin Jian wanted to ask, "Didn't you faint yesterday? How do you say thank you? How is your injury?" "Thanks to you, I recovered quickly." Jiang Yingshu smiled brightly with her white teeth bared, but her words sounded a little absent-minded. "Thanks to me." Qin Jian was a little confused when he heard this, and then he felt that Jiang Yingshu today seemed a little different from before. Her eyes seemed filled with unconcealable joy, as if she had won 50 billion. And whenever she looked at him, her eyes were sparkling, and sometimes she would deliberately avoid his gaze. This woman? Could it be that she has hurt her head? Qin Jian ultimately failed to think of that aspect, and made an uncertain guess in his heart. After chatting for a while, Qin Jian immediately got to the point and introduced the products he was selling today. "What? Is this true? After eating it, half of the injuries on the body will be healed immediately, and the wound healing speed will be accelerated within the next 3 days." After hearing Qin Jian's introduction of the red pill, everyone couldn't believe it. Their eyes widened. Dr. Liu, in particular, kept pushing up his glasses as if he had heard something very absurd. But think about it carefully, the world has become like this now. What strange things can't happen? So he asked, half believing and half doubting, but wanting to listen with an open mind, "Brother Qin, may I ask, what is the raw material of this pill? Or did you get it from some other way?" Qin Jian hesitated for a while, then said directly, "I made it myself, and the materials are trade secrets. I'm letting you know because I trust you, but just keep it between yourselves, and it's best not to spread it around." Jiang Yingshu shrugged and said, "It seems that there is no way to spread the news. There is not even a living person around. Okay, stop wasting time and see how it works. I've already told you that as long as you take this, the rest of the medicine in your hands will belong to me." Jiang Yingshu turned around and ordered, "Xiao Shun, pack all the remaining medicine for Qin Jian." "Okay." Shen Haidong immediately nodded and took action. Dr. Liu at the side hesitated to speak, but still said nothing. He only murmured in his heart, "I have to keep a bottle." Seeing that Jiang Yingshu and the others were so happy, Qin Jian didn't plan to drag it out any longer and directly handed the red pill to Jiang Yingshu. "Just drink some water." Then he kindly reminded Jiang Yingshu that after all, the pill looked very chewy, and swallowing it would be a complete torture to herself. This unintentional remark made Jiang Yingshu secretly happy. She thought to herself, the other party cares about her so much, could it be that the man has feelings for her? So Jiang Yingshu obeyed very well and swallowed the pill with water. "What's that smell?" Qin Jian asked curiously. "It's a little bitter, but not too bitter." Jiang Yingshu's answer was very confusing, and Qin Jian really wanted to give her the Mao Dun Literature Prize. 5 minutes later, nothing seemed to happen. Everyone sat together staring at each other, feeling somewhat awkward. Qin Jian had never used it before, so he cleared his throat and said, "It should be effective soon." Just after saying this, Jiang Yingshu suddenly moaned, "Ah, it's so hot." Everyone immediately turned their attention to her, and came forward to check her out. Then, Jiang Yingxue made a move that was surprising to Qin Jian. He suddenly lifted up his clothes, revealing the wound on his lower abdomen. Qin Jian was stunned for a moment. I have to say that Jiang Yingxue has a pretty good figure, with her abs and abdominal muscles clearly visible. But the most important thing right now is her wound. Her wound was now smoking slowly. Jiang Yingxue breathed out air and untied the bandage around the wound, revealing the bloody wound. Then, under the gaze of everyone, the wound stopped bleeding and formed a scab at a speed visible to the naked eye. Oh my God, I've never seen anything like this before. Dr. Liu was stunned on the spot and kept saying, "Oh my God," and grabbing his hair, as if he had seen something that shocked the world. Yes, this scene really shocked the whole world, because there is no specific medicine in the world that can make a wound scab over and stop bleeding within a few minutes. How does it feel? Qin Jian asked with a slight smile. Jiang Yingxue was still in shock. She reached out and tentatively touched the wound, only to find that there was no blood. It doesn't hurt at all. The wound feels really sore. Jiang Yingxue reported her feelings. Qin Jian clapped his hands. That's settled. It's a pleasant transaction, and I look forward to our next cooperation. After saying that, Qin Jian was about to go back carrying the medicine basket. Wait! Jiang Yingxue immediately called him back. Why? Still want to do business. Qin Jian has already thought about what to sell them next, which is the 3 cakes drawn in today's lottery. Rat cakes, cockroach cakes, earthworm cakes. Anyway, I'm the only one who knows what it is made of. If I sell it to them, what if they enjoy eating it? Chapter 40. Eat it while it's hot. Qin Jian turned around and found Jiang Yingxue running straight towards him. Qin Jian stepped back instinctively and wanted to say jokingly, "This is what I should do. There's no need to tell me you're willing to sacrifice yourself for me." Qin Jian, thank you. Jiang Yingxue certainly wouldn't say that, but at this moment, she also held Qin Jian's hands tightly. Qin Jian got goosebumps all over his body. I originally thought that you were the kind of person who would never give a penny, but after what happened yesterday, I suddenly became more open-minded. You are not that kind of person. You're a good person, better than anyone else. Qin Jian was stunned by these 2 sentences and thought to himself, am I being given the good guy card? I'm beginning to be interested in you. I'm looking forward to our future cooperation. The second half of Jiang Yingshua's sentence is normal, but the first half is a bit abnormal. That's right, this is not a hint at all, but a blatant statement. But Qin Jian's focus was different from that of normal people. His expression became serious, and he said, "Since you want to cooperate with me so much, that's fine. I have a job on hand now. What do you want to do?" Qin Jian planned to find these people to help him carry the zombie corpses. They were cheap laborers, so it would be a waste if they were not used. How could everyone not be tempted by Qin Jian's active invitation? Jiang Yingxue almost didn't even think about it, and nodded and replied directly, "Okay, what kind of work? What are the benefits?" To be honest, with Jiang Yingshue's current mood, she would be willing to work for Qin Jian for free. It's not a job related to killing zombies. It's just a little dirty and tiring. The benefits will be kept secret for now, but I will definitely not let you down. That's even more of a no problem. Almost tacitly, the people present agreed to Qin Jian's request. Except for the female student in the corner, no one spoke to Qin Jian the whole time. Their eyes were timid, as if they wanted something from him. Since the other party hadn't made any statement, Qin Jian naturally wouldn't bother to please him and directly classified him as someone whose credibility might be questionable. Under Qin Jian's leadership, everyone walked out of the supermarket. During this time, Jiang Yingxue saw Fu Hao's body and couldn't help but mutter, "He is dead after all. He deserves to die. After all, he was bitten by his father, and he won't live long." Dr. Liu on the side said with some resentment that he felt people like Fu Hao should be scolded more. Qin Jian clearly remembered that there was another person in Jiang Yingshue's team besides Fu Hao. But considering that Fu Hao ran into the supermarket to steal and was bitten by a corpse dog, as well as the mysterious missing person, Qin Jian did not dare to ask more questions. Anyway, he guessed that there must have been disagreements within their team yesterday. The reason why I said again is because Jiang Yingxue just said that their team originally had 40 or 50 people, but after splitting up and reuniting, there are only 4 people left now. Qin Jian, did you know that the zombies that appeared recently would pretend to be dead? On the way, Jiang Yingxue couldn't help but kindly remind Qin Jian. In fact, Qin Jian knew about it a few days ago and nodded. "I know. then do you know that people bitten by zombies will also become zombies? And there is no cure. Jiang Yingxue reminded anxiously again. Qin Jian looked helpless and didn't know what to say. Even children can understand this, so they must have just figured it out, right? Damn, I've never seen this before. Something is coming. Huh? What is this? At this moment, Shun Haidong beside him suddenly pointed in a direction and shouted. Qin Jian turned around and saw a corpse dog rushing towards them with bared fangs and claws. No way, you don't even recognize the corpse dog? Your vision is too narrow. However, after hearing Shun Haidong's words, Qin Jian couldn't help but complain. Shen Haidong was a little confused. Corpse dog? Dog. Qin Jian sighed, and when the corpse dog rushed over and everyone stepped back in fear, he raised his double-barreled shotgun and shot it into pieces with one shot. This is called a corpse dog, a mutated dog. Qin Jian put down his gun and gave everyone a brief explanation. And something was also in his mind at this moment. Seeing that they know nothing about anything, they will definitely suffer when they go out in the future. So Qin Jian decided to change the original rewards of rat cakes and cockroach cakes into intelligence rewards. Naturally, it was the information about corpse dogs and zombies. After they finished their work, Qin Jian went back to the archives to copy a manuscript and handed it to them. Jiang Yingxue and others nodded, but the female student next to them was still holding her head and screaming loudly. Hey, shut up. Before Qin Jian could say anything, Shun Haidong got angry and pushed her hard. Ugh. The female student trembled all over before she came to her senses, her eyes filled with tears. If you dare to cause trouble again, get out of here now. Shun Haidong said threateningly that under normal circumstances, he would simply ignore this female student. And now, they're on their way to work for Qin Jian. If they mess up or cause Qin Jian's dissatisfaction, can this damn girl afford it? Yes, I'm sorry, I'm just too scared. The female student answered with sobs, not daring to look anyone in the face. Qin Jian didn't say anything and seemed to have adapted to everything quickly. Soon, everyone arrived at the location of the bait trap. It took less than an hour to go to the supermarket and come back, and nearly 100 zombies had gathered at the bait trap. If it weren't for Jiang Yingxue and the others, Qin Jian would have started using them as targets for practice. What's going on here? Why are there so many zombies gathered here? I don't know. Let's stay away. I feel like it would be bad if we were being watched. Jiang Yingxue and the others were discussing the matter guiltily, while Qin Jian on the side did not tell them the truth. After all, although they are familiar with each other, they are not familiar enough to reveal each other's secrets. When the other party is really willing to risk his life for you, then we can talk about revealing the truth. 20 minutes later, everyone arrived at Qin Jian's shelter. The first thing that caught the eyes of Jiang Yingxue and others was the towering barbed wire wall, and the densely packed corpses lying around the barbed wire. Is this his refuge? Oh my god, it looks like a battlefield. The flying snow and August dyed everything around the shelter white. Your mission is to move these bodies to my yard. Qin Jian finally told the details of the mission. That's right, the shelter is filled with too many corpses. I don't have unlimited energy. How can I have time to clean up the corpses if I'm busy outside all day? So, we had to find people to do the hard labor. After being a social animal for so many years in my previous life, this time I can finally be a boss and instruct others to do this and that. When Jiang Yingxue and others heard the content of this activity, their heads started to get confused. There are too many corpses. Although the bloody and mangled areas were frozen, it wasn't that disgusting, but most of the bodies were buried in the snow. If we wanted to move the bodies, we had to shovel the snow first. Jiang Yingxue didn't expect that the physical work Qin Jian asked them to do was this. But if you think about it carefully, it's okay. After all, the other party is so confident in handing the job to them. Isn't it first of all because they trust them? In order to enhance their trust, and also to enhance a relationship with Qin Jian, she is willing to do any dirty or tiring work. Give us some tools, and we'll start working now. Jiang Yingxue smiled brightly and said to Qin Jian, Are you so happy to do a job? Although they were working for him, Qin Jian couldn't help but think to himself when he saw Jiang Yingxue's out-of-place smile. What a strange woman. So Qin Jian took all the tools and handed them to Jiang Yingxue and others. Everyone cleared the snow at the door in an orderly manner, and then began to work together to carry the body. After one morning, almost all the bodies at the door were cleared. Everyone was so cold that their faces turned red, and they were breathing hard to keep warm. At this moment, Qin Jian opened the door and appeared from behind them, holding a plate of rat biscuits in his hand. Everyone, I've packed lunch. Eat it while it's hot. Chapter 41, Qin Jian's Bottom Line. Qin Jian never could have imagined that he was just tentatively heating up 20 rat biscuits in the microwave. As a result, the rat cake exudes a tempting aroma. Yes, it's a real tempting scent. It smells like chicken. He was a little confused for a moment, thinking, could it be that this thing was not made of dead mice, but bamboo rat meat? It is said that bamboo rat meat is edible, and the meat is fresh and delicious. But no matter how delicious it is, he can't accept it. Brother Qin, you're in charge of our lunch? This is so embarrassing. Brother Qin, you are too polite. Thank you, Qin Jian. What is this? It smells so good. When everyone smelled the fragrance of the rat cake, they immediately swallowed their saliva and secreted a lot of saliva. Although they had enough food, they only ate instant noodles for every meal and occasionally had some sausage or some snacks that would not fill them up. So, forget about being able to eat meat patties. Even being able to eat hot food is just a pipe dream. Everyone seemed to have no intention of being polite, and they quickly divided up the rat biscuits on the plate. While wolfing them down, they praised Qin Jian's meat biscuits for being delicious, soft, and juicy. Is it tasty? As long as it tastes good, huh? Qin Jian smiled awkwardly, feeling sick to his stomach as he watched the other person eat rat cakes. How can rat meat taste so delicious? But considering their current state, even if I tell them the truth, they won't stop talking. Qin Jian thought to himself that he had no intention of doing anything bad to them. What if someone vomits all over the floor after hearing the truth? This yard is dirty enough already. Don't add anything new to it. At this time, Qin Jian found that Jiang Yingxue quietly came to his lower left side. Then, the other party handed over a piece of rat cake and put to his mouth. You eat too. I have eaten. Qin Jian quickly dodged like lightning, but the other party kept on talking, saying, I just need to eat my fill. This thing is too precious. If you don't want to eat it, you could take it back. It's not that precious, actually. Then you should eat it. Jiang Yingxue pressed all the rat biscuits against Qin Jian's lips. Qin Jian's brain was working rapidly for a moment. To eat or not to eat. Then, he finally made a decision. Okay, I'll eat. Qin Jian swallowed it in one gulp, holding his breath, unwilling to chew it carefully. But the next second, it seems really delicious. It smells so good. Qin Jian couldn't escape the law of true fragrance. He laughed and said, I didn't expect my cooking skills are so good. If he really made such a dark dish, Qin Jian would probably not be able to sleep all night. But there was nothing he could do. He had already boasted too much, and it was difficult to end it. As if he had the courage to open the door to the world of dark cuisine, Qin Jian went back to the house, heated up the cockroach cakes and earthworm cakes, and took out half to share with everyone. He still kept in mind, in case these two things turn out to be delicious, it would be a huge loss if he gave them all away. But if the opposite were true, he would be willing to give them the remaining half. These are meat patties with different flavors. I'm giving them to you to test for poison first. No, they're for tasting. Really? I'm full. There's no need for you to waste food on us. Jiang Yingxue still had principles and gave a reminder. Qin Jian didn't think he would lose much, so he said impatiently, Hey, just eat yours. After saying that, he rudely stuffed the cockroach cake into the other person's mouth. After chewing for a few bites, Jiang Yingxue rolled her eyes and handed the remaining half to Qin Jian. Try it. What's that smell? Qin Jian didn't react for a moment, so he took it and threw it into his mouth. It's pretty standard, but not too bad. Then, Qin Jian suddenly paused and stared at Jiang Yingxue. What she just handed to me, is it what she has eaten? Indirect quiche. Qin Jian thought with a tingling scalp, and then he saw Jiang Yingxue smiled at him mysteriously, then got up and left. Qin Jian just felt that he seemed to have been tricked, as if something had been taken away from him, and the loss was outrageous. After enjoying the sumptuous lunch, everyone started their afternoon work. Except for the female student, everyone was very motivated and efficient. The snow in the yard was quickly cleared to create a path for walking. As for the accumulated snow, it was scattered everywhere and piled up more than 1 meter high. At this time, the female student slowly came to Qin Jian under his gaze. Qin Jian didn't say anything, but told her with his eyes, What's the matter? Brother Chin, come here for a moment. The female student spoke softly, with a sad and weak expression, like Lin Daiyu. Why don't you just say it here? Qin Jian didn't give the other party face and said expressionlessly. The female student hesitated and said, it's some private matters. You don't want to go to the bathroom? Then I can't let you into the house. Qin Jian guessed for a while and said to her, let's go. Qin Jian then took her to the back of the house. Brother Qin, do you still have those meat patties? Give me a few more. The female student stopped and immediately stretched out her hand to beg. Qin Jian was stunned for a moment and let out a long sigh. He was pissed off. Isn't this simply asking for an inch? Just now during lunch, he deliberately stared at the female student. This guy went up and grabbed a dozen rat biscuits, stuffed half in his mouth, and put the other half in his pocket. She got the most. Later, when we were sharing cockroach cakes and earthworm cakes, she grabbed them more than anyone else. Now, he's even going further and asking him for food? How about holding an eating contest for you? Qin Jian didn't give her any face this time, pointing at her pocket. Don't you still have a lot of food in your pocket? How could I have that? I got the least. Those hungry wolves were simply crazy. I, a little girl, couldn't possibly compete with them. The female student not only lied, but also threw dirty water on Jiang Yingxue and others. Qin Jian was so angry that he laughed. How could he be called a college student? He didn't know how to be humble and could only quibble and slander. Moreover, Qin Jian saw all her behavior during his supervision. There's still some old scores to settle with her. Not only did she eat the most, but she also didn't work hard. As soon as she entered the house, she would immediately drop the shovel and take a rest, or she would symbolically move a few corpses and then leave them aside. Doing the least work and eating the most. This is totally maggots. Get out of my sight right now. Qin Jian smiled wryly and pointed to one side and said. The female student's expression showed pain for a moment, and then she suddenly hugged me. Brother Qin, please take me in. The monsters outside are too scary. I don't want to die. I don't really ask for much. As long as I can eat meat pies and have a thick blanket every day, that's enough. When Qin Jian was hugged by her, he did not dodge or push her away, but waited quietly for her to finish speaking. The female student said a lot of things throughout the whole process, and her intention was undoubtedly to ask me to keep her. However, the other party avoided the main point and did not even say a word about return. Is it okay to just eat meat patties every day? 100 points for a rat cake. He can't even afford one. How shameless is she? You only put forward your own demands without saying anything about the price. You can even be a little perfunctory and say you can help me with the laundry and cooking in the future. Does this look like a place to adopt giant babies? Let go. Qin Jian spoke coldly. No, as long as you don't agree to me, I won't let go. Please, Brother Qin Jian. The female student continued to be shameless and even thought that she could force Qin Jian to agree by acting coquettishly. Chapter 42, Late Night Attack. The reason why she is so confident is that she had several successful cases during her college years. Act cute, act coquettishly, and act adorable in order to gain various benefits from boys. However, Qin Jian is completely immune to such behavior. On the contrary, it completely ignited Qin Jian's anger. It's a miracle that you are not kicked out of the team by Jiang Yingxue and the others. If you can't beat them, just join them, right? Qin Jian continued speaking with a strange smile on his face. The female student looked at him in shock, then slowly let go. What are you talking about, Brother Qin Jian? The next second, she felt something cold against her stomach. Looking down, he found that it was Qin Jian's double-barreled shotgun. Don't shout. I really hate noise right now. I won't say anything, you know what I mean? Qin Jian predicted that the female student would scream in fear, so he threatened her immediately. She immediately covered her mouth and tears fell down. Please. She sobbed silently, wondering if she could get a last bit of sympathy by crying and acting pitiful. Qin Jian aimed at her head and gently released the safety of the double-barreled shotgun with his right fingers. The female student gave up her last hope and turned around and ran away in fear. Qin Jian collected his guns and said to himself, I hope no one will challenge my bottom line again. By dusk, the bodies hanging on the barbed wire had been almost cleared. The yard was filled with corpses and snow, but it also looked a lot tidier than before. At least it will be convenient to throw the body into the recycling machine later, and without the body blocking the view, the field of vision will be much wider. Before starting work, Qin Jian reminded Jiang Yingxue and the others not to touch the barbed wire. Otherwise, they would bear the consequences. Everyone remembered his words, so no one was injured by mistake. After seeing Qin Jian handing over 2 pieces of paper covered with words, Jiang Yingxue frowned and asked, "What is this?" "Keep the information about zombies and corpse dogs." Qin Jian replied, "Intelligence. This is not good." Jiang Yingxue was stunned. "Such important information, you just gave it to us as a reward so easily?" Qin Jian was also surprised by Jiang Yingxue's reaction. Is it abnormal to pay for work and provide a meal at the same time? Why does she say it as if she was given a state secret? "Because I trust you, I sell you the information. You may have to do more things for me in the future. If you don't even understand the characteristics and habits of zombies, then why do I need you?" Qin Jian's explanation was quite logical. Jiang Yingxue nodded and accepted the information. She suddenly chuckled. "I thought our reward was the meat pie. Originally, it was, but I changed it temporarily. Thank you for your hard work. I won't see you off." 5 minutes later, Qin Jian watched them leave. There was still light snow falling in the yard, but without the sound of shoveling snow, everything became quiet. Qin Jian sat under the eaves and lit a cigarette. What should we eat tonight? He was smoking and talking to himself. Jiang Yingxue and her group did not have a peaceful journey back home, as they were attacked by zombies. It was the pile next to the bait trap. Originally, there were hundreds of zombies gathered there, but Jiang Yingxue and her team acted low-key and passed by quickly, so only a dozen were led away by them. "Hey, are you done yet? Why are you still chasing me?" Jiang Yingxue was a little impatient with the zombies chasing after her, and couldn't help but speak. Then, she raised her neck to the others and said, "You go first, I'll follow." "Sister Xue, be careful, your wound might burst." Shen Haidong knew that his master could not hold back any longer, so he did not intend to dissuade him and quickly gave him some instructions. Jiang Yingxue nodded, and the people behind her left quickly. "Here, more than a dozen zombies are coming towards us." Jiang Yingxue took out the long sword she had bought from Qin Jian before. The next second, she rushed towards the group of zombies. He did not rush forward recklessly, but moved with light steps, his posture as elusive as a wild goose. Brush! With a flick of his knife, the heads of 2 zombies in the group of corpses fell off instantly, and Jiang Yingxue appeared on the other side of the group of corpses. 7 in and 7 out. You can do it even if your injury has not healed yet. This knife is so fast. Jiang Yingxue looked at the long sword in shock and thought to herself. It was much faster than a butcher knife. It could easily chop off bones and flesh. Knives, guns, barbed wire that kills you if you touch it, and the red pill that can't be explained by science. Where did Qin Jian get his equipment? Who is he? More than a week after the apocalypse, he has easily mastered the attack methods and characteristics of zombies and even corpse dogs. Even if he is a senior veteran, it is impossible for him to summarize it as comprehensively as he did, right? Terrible. Luckily, he is not our enemy. Jiang Yingxue came to her senses and rushed forward to chop off the heads of several zombies. Then he slowly glanced at the information given by Qin Jian, switched from offense to defense, tested the zombies' attack methods, and dodged back and forth. As expected, it's just a monotonous attack. The weak point is the head. If I had known that earlier, I wouldn't have wasted so many bullets in the beginning. I haven't encountered corpse dogs yet, but I already have all the information about them. There's no need to be afraid of those skinning monsters. After Jiang Yingxue chopped down the dozen or so zombies, she immediately turned around and left. Late at night, a group of masked men appeared near Rongxing supermarket. There were more than 20 of them in total, lined up in a row against the wall, moving forward cautiously, each holding a machete, an axe, or a crossbow in their hands. The bald man in the lead was holding a single-barreled shotgun in his hand. The bald man is called Gu Changming, and he is the leader of this group of people. Their organization has a resounding name, Wolfgang. Before the end of the world, their organization was wanted by the authorities for selling homemade weapons and had been hiding in Fengsheng. After the Doomsday happened, he organized everyone to take out all the weapons they had, rose up in resistance, and fought off wave after wave of zombies. They quickly realized that the world was doomed and there was no need to hide any longer. On the contrary, they can walk around the streets with impunity, burn, kill, and loot when they see groups of survivors, and capture beautiful women directly when they see them. Don't you want to arrest us? We're walking on the street. Come if you can. This is what Gu Changming has been saying recently. The reason why he is so arrogant is that he can no longer see any trace of law enforcement officers. And today, the purpose of their going out is very special, yet extremely refreshing, and it is related to law enforcers. Mouse, are you sure that the person you saw yesterday was a law enforcer? Or was it a beautiful female law enforcer? Gu Changming couldn't help but turn around and asked. He has asked this question no less than 10 times since he left the house. The man named Haozi was one of the attackers who narrowly escaped Qin Jin's gun yesterday. Boss, I will never lie to you. That is definitely a female law enforcer, young and beautiful, no more than 30 years old. But I'm only 30. That's great. This age is just right for me. Gu Changming grinned evilly, revealing a row of disgusting yellow teeth. It has been more than 10 years since the beginning. Revenge on law enforcers has always been his dream. Now, it is finally about to come true. Moreover, not only can I take revenge, I can also... Gu Changming looked frantic. His saliva was almost flowing out. Chapter 43, Internal Strife. Let's go check with a group of people in the alley over there first. If they're careless and don't retract the rope, we can just sneak up. The rest of you, follow me to the supermarket entrance. We'll sandwich each other. Gu Changming felt that the group of law enforcement officers on the rooftop was a perfect catch. If he could get rid of them, he could also get the supermarket. Supplies, revenge, and women, 3 birds with 1 stone. Tonight is a rewarding night. At the same time, Jiang Yingxue was lying on the edge of the rooftop, propping her cheek up, thinking about how Qin Jin fed her today and gave her such important information as a reward. For so many years, I have been busy with work all day and have not even had the chance to fall in love. Now, I finally want to have a relationship, but times have changed. Alas, a friend in need is a friend indeed. That's not nonsense. Jiang Yingxue murmured helplessly, thinking how nice it would be if she could meet Qin Jin earlier. At least before the end of the world, I can have a passionate love affair. At this moment, Jiang Yingxue suddenly saw a group of figures appearing in the alley downstairs. Zombies? No, not a zombie. Jiang Yingxue's eyes widened when she saw that the shadows were not crooked, but were neatly lined up in a row. Xiao Shun, don't sleep. Shun Haidong, who was leaning against the wall, woke up immediately and wiped his saliva. Put up the rope. Jiang Yingxue roared in a low voice. Although she didn't know what kind of people they were, she was sure that they wanted to climb up the rope. What happened again? Shen Haidong had no idea what was going on, but he quickly grabbed the rope next to him and twirled it around. What the hell? They found us. At this moment, the group of thugs who reached the bottom of the rope found that the rope was rising rapidly. They were stunned and started cursing. One of the thugs didn't care about anything and just jumped and grabbed the rope. Quick, master! The thug shouted with bared teeth, and the action began. The other thugs looked at each other, then immediately jumped up, grabbed each other's body, and pulled the rope back down heavily. Oh my god! Shen Haidong was taken aback by the sudden force and asked in a tense voice, Sister Shui, what's down there? It's a group of humans, but they are not friendly to us. Jiang Yingxue replied, then decisively took out her pistol, aimed at the people below, and pulled the trigger. Bang, bang, bang. The thug who was climbing on the top was shot in the head and fell off the rope. The thugs climbing the rope were startled when they heard the gunshots. And then someone shouted, Don't be afraid. Keep climbing. They can't have so many bullets. Crossbow shooters, come over here and provide cover. Don't just stand there. Someone else shouted. Jiang Yingxue also heard this and immediately retracted her head. Within a few seconds, several crossbow bullets shot up from downstairs, hitting the edge of the wall or directly into the sky. Sister Shui, I can't pull the rope anymore. There are too many people on the other side. Let's just chop them down. Shen Haidong and Dr. Liu were sweating profusely and felt very helpless at the moment. Then chop it down. Jiang Yingxue did not hesitate. Cutting the rope was undoubtedly the best way to avoid danger. Whoosh! He raised his hand and slashed with the knife, but the rope only broke a little. Jiang Yingxue was stunned for a moment and cut again with the knife, but the rope still didn't break. Oops, the rope is too thick. Isn't this knife specially used for chopping people? Jiang Yingxue felt a little regretful at this moment. If she didn't want the ropes to be stronger, she wouldn't have tied several bundles of ropes into a knot. Just as she was about to chop down the third time, the thug on the other side of the rope had already climbed up and stuck his head out. Jiang Yingxue immediately saw the other party and turned back to shout, Xiao Shun, cover. Then he thought to himself, Qin Jin, this happened suddenly. I hope I can still live to see you tomorrow. Fuck it. You really don't want people to live a good life. Shen Haidong responded to the order and couldn't help cursing. He took out a military dagger and rushed towards the thug who was about to climb up. He stabbed in the shoulder and then kicked him down. Then Dr. Liu also came to the rope, holding the scalpel, waiting for the thug to climb up again. It's almost there, it's almost there. Jiang Yingxue continued to cut the rope, muttering to herself. As for the female students, they hid as far away as possible, wishing they could use their bodies to grind a hole in the wall and crawl into it. Shen Haidong turned his head to look at her, sighed, ran over, and handed her the shovel in the corner. Take it and follow me. No. There were traces of tears from the afternoon on the girl student's face. She shook her head violently at this moment, still so weak. Hurry up. If you don't resist, you're going to die. Shen Haidong almost roared. If it weren't for his special status, he really wanted to slap this girl in the face. It's so infuriating. Even though I'm dying, I don't do anything, waiting quietly for death, like a piece of meat on a rolling knife. You bastard. If I had known earlier, I should have let those people throw you down. You are not even as good as Fu Hao in saving such an ungrateful person like you. Shen Haidong couldn't help it and started cursing. As the female student listened, her expression changed from weak to dazed. Finally, her eyes widened and veins popped out on her forehead. Why are you scolding me? What did I do wrong? I just want to live a good life. Her heart suddenly twisted. The female student grabbed the shovel, and Shen Haidong was delighted, thinking that his method of provoking the student had worked. Follow me. However, as soon as Shen Haidong turned around and waved, the female student suddenly hit him on the head with the shovel in her hand. Shen Haidong's back of the head was hit hard. He let out a wail and fell to the ground. Xiao Shun. Jiang Yingxue looked back, screamed, and quickly ran to Shen Haidong to check on him. Then, she came up to the female student with her eyes wide open and asked, What are you doing? Are you crazy? He scolded me. The female student shouted with a grin. And then you beat him, right? You think you're right. Jiang Yingxue was already extremely furious at this point, and her patience with female students had completely reached its limit. What's the difference between this girl and a mental patient? Be submissive to the enemy, but strike hard at your own people? Even at this critical moment, he swung the shovel at his teammates. Right now, only Jiang Yingxue and Dr. Liu can resist. Meanwhile, someone had already climbed up the rope, grabbed Dr. Liu's hair, and started fighting with him. I made up my mind. I want to leave your team. I want to join their team. You guys disappoint me so much. As law enforcers, you can't even guarantee my safety. You can't even keep me fed. The female student shook her head and growled with wide eyes. If Qin Jian heard this, he would probably fly into a rage on the spot, stuff the gun in her mouth, and pull the trigger. But Jiang Yingxue could no longer endure it at this moment. She cursed and punched her. The opponent was punched in the nose and immediately rolled his eyes and fell to the ground. Jiang Yingxue ran back, raised the knife suddenly, and chopped off the head of the thug who was fighting with Dr. Liu, as if he was a zombie. Dr. Liu was stabbed in the shoulder by a thug. He quickly dodged to the side, took out disinfectant and bandages, and tried to save himself on the spot. Once this thug died, the thugs below finally had a chance to stick their heads out. However, before he could see the situation on the rooftop clearly, a long knife came towards him. The thug yelled in fear, but reacted quickly enough to dodge the attack. However, he soon found that his hands had left the rope. Then he fell down from the building wailing. Right now, Jiang Yingxue is the only one left who can resist. Just this one cut, please. At the critical moment, when another thug poked his head out, Jiang Yingxue turned back, clenched the long knife, tensed all her muscles, and chopped down fiercely. The rope finally snapped. All the people who were still climbing on the rope fell down. At this moment, Gu Changming heard the wailing from the other end of the alley. He couldn't help but run over to take a look, and found that all the people lying in the alley were his own people. Fuck. Useless trash. Break the door. Quickly. You guys with crossbows, surround the supermarket. Don't let them get a chance to escape. Chapter 44. Exhausted Gu Changming. Even though they hit a wall, Gu Changming still felt that his plan was flawless. After all, they still had more than a dozen people. The few people on the rooftop were completely trapped in their jar. As the thugs armed with crossbows guarded the supermarket from all sides, Jiang Yingxue dared not show her face anymore. Now, we can only pray that Qin Jian's automatic door will work. Thinking of what Qin Jian had talked to her about the supermarket's anti-theft system doors in the afternoon, Jiang Yingxue placed all her hopes on those two doors. As long as they can't break through that door, they will be safe for tonight. Get out of the way. At this moment, Gu Songming held the shotgun proudly and pushed away the younger brothers around him. The little brothers were holding weapons and shouting, standing in 2 rows on the left and right, looking just as rampant as terrorists. Then, Gu Changming aimed the gun at the lock hole under the rolling door and pulled the trigger hard. Bump! A gunshot rang out, deafening. Ugh! Go ahead. Gu Changming didn't even turn his head, pointed at the rolling door, and gave instructions to his younger brother. The younger brothers rushed forward, grinning and using all their strength. Be careful when you go up there. Don't hurt that female law enforcer by mistake. I won't keep this thing to myself when the time comes. Everyone can share it. Gu Changming had already begun to look concerned and said to everyone with a smile. However, confusion and shock were immediately heard from the crowd. Boss, this door can't be opened. What? Impossible. Gu Changming was stunned when he heard this and immediately squeezed into the crowd, staring at the door lock with wide eyes, and found that the door lock was intact, without even a trace left. He was stunned. Could the lock of this rolling door be stronger than the door lock of a house? He had broken into several survivors' shelters before, and he used guns to break the door locks. He was very efficient and successful every time. Why did I suddenly get so upset? Get out of the way. This is my first time trying to lock the door. I must have gotten it crooked. Gu Changming pushed the responsibility onto himself, pushed away the people around him, aimed at the door lock, and fired again. Later, he joined the team raising the rolling door. 3, 2, 1. Lift. Everyone grimaced. Their eyes were bloodshot, but in the end, they still couldn't lift the rolling door. The rolling door seemed to be embedded in the ground, motionless. Gu Changming couldn't help it. Fuck. I don't believe it. Bang, bang, bang. He just started spraying at the door lock. As a result, a shrapnel accidentally hit him and knocked him down. Ouch. Boss. Everyone quickly helped him up. Don't worry about me. Go check the door lock. Gu Changming pulled out the shrapnel embedded in the flesh, ignoring the wound, and quickly reminded. Everyone came forward to check, their faces full of pain and helplessness. Boss, the door lock is still fine. After hearing the news, Gu Changming gasped, and his hair almost stood up in anger. Is this a rolling door imported from outer space? How can it be so strong? After all the effort, the door lock was fine, and not only did he waste a whole magazine of bullets, he was also accidentally injured by his own gun. How can this be a game day? It's a total lost day. I even killed several people. Boss, there seems to be a device on this door. At this time, a younger brother touched the ID reader attached to the door and quickly said. Gu Changming covered his wound and walked over to check. Ding! ID recognition failed. As soon as he put his face closer, a female voice came from the device. Everyone looked at each other, gradually becoming confused. Although they have not seen the world, they are not stupid. This door requires facial recognition to enter, but when did rolling doors become so high-tech, do you need ID verification to enter or exit? It seems that brute force won't work, so I can only use technology to break the door. Xiao Dong, come and take a look. Gu Changming called over the crossbowman Xiao Dong, who was guarding nearby, and the latter immediately came to the ID reader and checked it carefully. Xiao Dong was an electrician before joining the Wolf Gang, so he had some knowledge of anti-theft equipment. He estimated that he could dismantle this broken device in no time. 5 minutes later, Xiao Dong raised his head and looked at Gu Changming with a dull expression. How about it, Xiao Dong? Can you solve it? This boss. Xiao Dong hesitated, looking confused. I have never seen such an anti-theft device. This doesn't make sense at all. There's not even a parallel circuit. No, there's not even a wire. It's just an empty shell device stuck on. What? An empty shell device? Gu Changming was confused after hearing this. What Xiao Dong meant was that even he couldn't understand this thing. No, I still don't believe it. Let's go to the back door and check. Gu Changming waved his hand, and everyone ran to the back door of the supermarket. Although the back door also has this strange device, it does not have that broken rolling door. Gu Changming learned his lesson this time. He first sent someone to kick the door hard. As a result, after kicking for a long time, the brothers' legs were sprained, but the door didn't move at all. Fuck him. Gu Changming cursed and fired a shot at the device without caring whether he hurt anyone by mistake or not. Bump. After one shot, Gu Changming didn't even look and fire another shot. After firing more than 20 shots in a row, Gu Changming had used up all the bullets in his pocket. The device finally looked like it had scarred, even though there's only a little scar, but it gave Gu Changming and others a glimmer of hope. Go ahead, hit them with something. It's already broken. If we continue to attack it, it will probably fall off. The younger brothers were ready to go and used axes and machetes to chop directly at the device. Xiao Dong ran back to the main gate, intending to study the device so as not to delay either side. One side scored by brute force, the other side scored by technique. Gu Changming and his gang really put in a lot of thought and effort. During this period, the noise they made also attracted zombies and corpse dogs. After a fight, one of their men died and one was injured. Just like that, before I knew it, a night had passed. In the narrow alley, Gu Changming and others slumped against the wall or lay on the ground. They were exhausted, listless, and had dull expressions as if they had turned into fools. They didn't sleep all night and took turns to break the door, but each time ended in failure. The device was still there on the door, motionless, just with a few new scars. This wave of actions did not gain anything, but on the contrary, the price was heavy, very heavy. Well, Gu Changming climbed up tremblingly. His eyes were blurry and the world was spinning. Not to mention that he was almost freezing to death. He was almost exhausted just from banging on the door all night. Moreover, the wound was extremely painful, but it felt wet, slippery, and elastic to the touch. Gu Changming instinctively looked down and found that a circle of something similar to a tumor had grown on his wound. Ah! He yelled and suddenly woke up. Gu Changming knew that the air contained a large amount of germs. If he inhaled too little, he would get various diseases, and if he inhaled too much, he would directly turn into a zombie. But he didn't expect that the wound would become like this after being exposed outside for just one night. Get up, everyone! Let's go back and take a rest first. There was really no way to deal with this supermarket at the moment. So, Gu Changming had to temporarily organize everyone to make a tactical retreat. Just as everyone got up in a daze, a rope fell from the wall behind them, and a slender figure slowly climbed down. As a result, the rope was too short and not at a safe distance from the ground, so the other party had no choice but to jump down. Ah! A groan startled Gu Changming and others. Everyone turned around. Then I saw a girl who looked like a student trying to stand up. That's right, the one who climbed down was the female student. Because they really couldn't stand Jiang Ingxue and the others, they tied a rope and climbed down while they were sleeping, intending to surrender to this group of people who were relentless towards them. Chapter 45 Important Information. Even though the other party was a girl, Gu Changming and others were very vigilant and took out various weapons and aimed at the other party. The female student immediately raised her hands and explained, "Don't shoot. I'm here to join you. Join us." Gu Changming put down his gun and looked the female student up and down. "Are you the guy on the rooftop?" "Yes. I have no ill will towards you. I come to you sincerely. That group of people didn't treat me well at all. They even beat me up." Even when facing the enemy, the female student still tried to evade the main point and make excuses. Gu Changming paused, still not quite believing the other party. "You two, go over and search her body." "Yes, boss." The two younger brothers immediately walked over to the side of the female student, and their eyes immediately became obscene. After waking up last night, the female student went through a series of ideological struggles, and her awareness has reached a very high level. If you don't give up your dignity, how can you earn the capital to survive? It just so happens that these people are all rough guys. Maybe they will like someone like her. When the two younger brothers were searching her body, she didn't move at all, even holding her chest and head high, allowing the other party's restless hands to grope around. Although she looks average, she doesn't look very old. It should be quite tender. Besides, he is one of the people from the rooftop who defected. Perhaps we can get a lot of information from him. In a moment, Gu Changming had already analyzed the female student thoroughly. "Boss, we finished searching and found nothing. But there is everything." The two younger brothers returned to Gu Changming and whispered in his ear with a smile. "Yeah, I see, I'm not blind." Gu Changming nodded slightly and responded with a smile. Then, he waved to the female student. "Come here." The female student did not hesitate and walked towards the other person boldly. "Our organization is called the Wolf Gang. My name is Gu Changming. You can call me Brother Ming." Gu Changming hugged the female student into his arms and introduced himself with a smile. "Hello, Brother Ming." The female student immediately forced a smile and called out, then briefly introduced herself. Then, the group left the alley. Half an hour later, The female student was taken into the shelter by Gu Changming and others. The so-called shelter was nothing more than a farmyard in an urban village. But compared to living in a building, there's an extra wall here, which can accommodate many people and resist the invasion of zombies. When the female student passed by one of the houses in the yard, she glanced and saw a group of half-naked and dirty women through the window. The group of women huddled in the corner. Some buried their heads in their knees. Some scratched their heads with their hands, their eyes wide open, as if they had all gone crazy. How could the female student not understand this scene? She immediately became extremely nervous. Maybe she will become one of that group of women in the future. For a moment, the female student felt a little regretful. In Jiang Ingshue's team, although they didn't have enough food or warm clothes, at least they weren't forced to do anything, and their movements were not restricted. But in the current situation, there is no turning back. The female student gritted her teeth and decided to endure it all. But soon she thought of something. Perhaps if I tell them about that, my status can be improved a little bit. At least, we can't let them torture us like those women did. The female student was then taken back to her room by Gu Changming. Gu Changming entered the room and started taking off his clothes, leaving only a vest, and then locked the door. Then he looked in the mirror and examined the tumor at the wound. Damn, how long has it been? It's grown again. Gu Changming cursed, put the basin of water under himself, picked up a knife from the table, and put a piece of cloth in his mouth. Then he fiercely cut the tumor with a knife. Well, at first, the female student didn't know what Gu Changming was doing. She stood up and looked out of curiosity. Immediately, she saw this bloody and disgusting scene. She covered her mouth with her hands, and her eyes almost popped out. 5 minutes later, Gu Changming finished cutting. The water in the basin had been dyed bright red, with a few tumors floating on top. After dipping himself in disinfectant, Gu Changming bandaged himself briefly before coming in front of the female student. You look so miserable. You must be hungry, right? Gu Changming stretched out his hand and made a pleased gesture. The female student looked in the direction of his hand and saw a variety of food on the dining table. Braised eggs, sausages, braised chicken feet, canned food, and even 2 leftover stir-fries. The female student didn't even say thank you and started eating voraciously. However, she was not blind. She watched Gu Changming pour a small packet of powder into a glass of orange juice. Here, drink something and don't choke. Gu Changming had already handed over the orange juice with a harmless smile on his face. The female student was very scared and had already thought about the consequences of drinking the orange juice. She slowly took the orange juice and suddenly said, "Brother Ming, I want to tell you something." "Oh, are you talking about the information about those people on the rooftop?" "I'm not in a hurry to listen. After all, the supermarket is locked. We can't break in. We're trying to find a way. Let's drink something to calm down first." Gu Changming guessed what the female student was going to say, spread his hands, and answered with a smile. Obviously, the other party clearly didn't want to let him go, even if he told them the information. But the female student was not talking about the same information, so she continued, "Brother Ming, what if I have a way to crack the door lock of the supermarket?" Gu Changming was stunned for a moment and frowned. "What? You said you can crack that broken device?" "Uh-huh." The female student nodded fiercely, without any hesitation. "I can't crack it, but Qin Jian can, because the key is with him." "Who is Qin Jian? Is he someone from your rooftop?" "No, listen to me." The female student quickly told Gu Changming everything about Qin Jian. "What? This is impossible." Gu Changming was stunned after hearing this, thinking that even novels wouldn't dare to write such a character. A person monopolizes the resources of an entire supermarket and owns an invulnerable personal shelter. He is fully equipped with 2 guns at hand, has abundant food, and can eat fried meat patties every day, and even has a mysterious medicine in his hand that can instantly heal injuries after taking it. If he hadn't heard the end, Gu Changming would have directly believed what the other party said. But if what the other party said is true, then perhaps there is a way to heal my injury. Relying on the fact that she was alone and did not dare to lie to him, Gu Changming chose to believe her. In short, if they can capture Qin Jian, then his shelter and equipment, as well as the female law enforcer on the rooftop and the entire supermarket, will all belong to them. It's totally possible to wash away last night's shame. So they are facing only one enemy? Although the enemy has 2 guns, we also have guns and more than a dozen crossbows. There is strength in numbers, and if we engage in a head-on firefight, we are no worse than the enemy. On the contrary, It might even suppress the opponent so that he dare not show his head. You eat first. I will tell the brothers about this matter. Your information is very important. When we return from this great victory, you will be my first lady. How you think? Chapter 46, are we going to be attacked again for no reason? When the female student heard about Gu Changming's bargaining chip, how could she not be happy? She agreed immediately. I do. Thank you, Brother Ming. Thank you, Brother Ming. The female student quickly bowed in thanks. Gu Changming touched her head, smiled, and walked out the door. Everyone gather. Let me tell you something first. Gu Changming came to the middle of the yard and shouted at the top of his voice. The next second, several younger brothers ran out of the room where the women were imprisoned, with their upper bodies naked and tying their belts. The other brothers also ran out from the rooms everywhere. After everyone arrived, Gu Changming told them about the Qin bamboo slips. Wait a minute, boss. I have a question. Halfway through his speech, Haozi walked out from the crowd, frowned, raised his hand, and said, What's your problem? Say it. Why is this Qin Jian similar to the one I saw the day before yesterday? If Haozi hadn't mentioned this, Gu Changming almost forgot about it. The day before yesterday, the rat was chased away by a man armed with a shotgun and a pistol. If it weren't for that person, Haozi and his men would have already broken through the group of people on the rooftop and captured the female law enforcement officer. And Qin Jian's equipment seems to be exactly the same as that person's. Wait a minute, I'll go back and ask. Gu Changming was a little uncertain. Qin Jian and that person must not be two different people. If the intelligence is inaccurate, vigilance will be reduced, resulting in unnecessary casualties. But soon Gu Changming returned to the yard and grinned. I asked, it's just one person. Don't worry. Just do it. Whoever captures Qin Jian alive will be given a feast of meat by me. Plus women, you can take as many as you want. Good. Suddenly, a group of people raised their weapons and cheered. Jiang Yingxue yawned and slowly woke up. Listening carefully, the group of thugs downstairs had stopped smashing the door. Perhaps they had given up on the strange door lock and left. Although she only slept for 2 hours, Jiang Yingxue was already satisfied. Jiang Yingxue tightened her thick clothes, let out a breath of cold air, suddenly thought of something, and immediately turned her head to look. In the corner, Shun Haidong was lying quietly with a bandage wrapped around his head, and next to him was Dr. Liu, who was leaning against the wall and looking drowsy. No, where's that dead girl? After looking around, Jiang Yingxue did not see the shadow of the female student. She frowned immediately and felt uneasy. Then she remembered what she had said to herself yesterday. She's had enough of them and is planning to join that gang of thugs. This girl, damn it. Jiang Yingxue couldn't help but curse. She thought the girl was just saying that out of anger, but she didn't expect that she wasn't joking. Isn't she a coward? Why did she suddenly turn against herself and even join the thugs' camp? Crazy, really crazy. Jiang Yingxue felt that things were getting worse and worse. After all, she didn't know how long the other party had been gone, and she was not worried that the other party would fall into the tiger's mouth. After all, it was her own choice, and whether she lived or died had nothing to do with her now. She was worried that the other party would leak all the information to the other side, and then bring a large force to launch a second round of attack here. Wait, my reasoning is incorrect. Jiang Yingxue's brain was working rapidly, and she shook her head violently. Qin Jian once said that the door lock of the supermarket could only be opened by himself after passing ID authentication. The fact that the other party's attack overnight yesterday was fruitless has proven that what Qin Jian said was true. Even if they're the other party's ultimate target, they must pass through the supermarket door lock. Otherwise, they will never be able to reach them. So, they might. The weather is sunny today, and we can even see a ray of sunshine. But at this moment, Jiang Yingxue's heart was as cold as ice, as if all the emotions had stopped suddenly. Qin Jian is in danger. Jiang Yingxue quickly woke up Dr. Liu, told him that she was going out for a while, and then turned back and climbed down the rope. I have 2 boxes of Isatis root here. You can exchange them with Qin Jian for some meat patties. Hey, don't walk so fast. As soon as Dr. Liu took out the medicine, he found that Jiang Yingxue was nowhere to be seen. He looked aggrieved and said to himself, there's not enough food. Jiang Yingxue ran wildly all the way and directly past a group of zombies. During this time, she passed by a piece of icy ground and accidentally fell. At least the fall only caused her clothes to get dirty and did not cause any broken wounds as she had expected. After a while, Jiang Yingxue saw Qin Jian's shelter. On the other side, Qin Jian had just gotten up. Settlement points. Yawning, Qin Jin said lazily. Survival confirmed. Plus 30 points. Good sleep. Plus 17 points. Luxurious, rich, and nutritious food. Plus 23 points. Kill zombies with barbed wire. 94 points. Heal an ally. Plus 100 points. Provides free food to allies. Plus 100 points. Clean up the yard. Plus 572 points. An ally kills a zombie with a weapon you provided. Plus 52 points. An ally is attacked at night, and you successfully resist with your weapon. Plus 250 points. Points settlement, 1232. Remaining points, 1332. Wait, what the hell are these last two? Qin Jin suddenly perked up after seeing the last 2 points earning details. Ally? You're not talking about Jiang Yingxue and the others, right? If they kill zombies with the weapons they provide, can he still get points? And they were attacked again last night. Can you still be attacked if you live on the rooftop? But it looks like it should be fine. Qin Jin breathed a sigh of relief, but then frowned. Am I worried about them? Alas, kindness is indeed uncontrollable. After opening the door, Qin Jin tested the temperature outside. Although it's not snowing, it's actually much colder outside than yesterday. Even though he was wearing reinforced protective clothing, Qin Jin could still feel the gradual chill in his legs. Qin Jin has studied physics before. It's much colder when the snow melts than when it snows. But he is not without tricks. Why not just wear more clothes? So Qin Jin went back to the house, put on a sweater, and then put on protective clothing. After going out, he no longer felt cold this time. Coming to the barbed wire, Qin Jin touched it and scraped off the frozen frost on it with his fingers. I think it's necessary to upgrade the cold resistance of the barbed wire. It seemed that it was hit by zombies, or perhaps it was frozen. Qin Jin could clearly feel that the barbed wire was much looser overall and not as tight as before. Just as Qin Jin was about to go back to his house to upgrade, he glanced sideways and saw a figure rushing towards him. Qin Jin thought it was a corpse dog and thought to himself that he might as well go out and find a corpse dog and complete the mission today. However, just as he took out his gun and aimed, Qin Jin unexpectedly discovered that the figure running over was none other than Jiang Yingxue. Jiang Yingxue? Why are you here so early in the morning? Qin Jin looked surprised and said, half-jokingly, I don't provide free breakfast here. No, Jiang Yingxue shook her head, panting, her face red from the cold. You go ahead and speak first. Qin Jin immediately opened the door. He thought the other party was so anxious to report that they were attacked last night. After Jiang Yingxue recovered, she finally said, as long as you're okay. I was fine. Qin Jin scratched his head. What kind of confusing remarks were made by this woman? By the way, was your shelter attacked last night? Qin Jin asked curiously. Jiang Yingxue waved her hand. It doesn't matter. I suspect you will be attacked today too. What did you say? Qin Jin was stunned. Oh my God. Did he receive such a bombshell so early in the morning? But he didn't provoke anyone, so why was he attacked again for no apparent reason? It's really a day-long rest. Chapter 47, Take Enhanced Drugs. You said they were attacked by monsters? Or by humans? Qin Jin asked quickly. Jiang Yingxue then told Qin Jin everything that happened yesterday. Qin Jin took a deep breath, turned around, and sat under the eaves. This female college student is really brave. Not only did she betray the country, she also colluded with a group of thugs. He even wanted to tip them off and organize them to attack him. Is it because I scolded myself yesterday that my glass heart suddenly cracked and turned evil? Qin Jin was not panicked. Instead, he thought the female student's behavior was like a clown and very funny. Jiang Yingxue was afraid that Qin Jin would not believe her, so she continued to emphasize, this is my intuition, it's very strong. I think you need to do something to deal with it. Please believe me, because I don't want you to die. There was something wrong with Jiang Yingxue's second sentence, both in her tone and expression. Qin Jin turned his head and looked at her deeply. I don't want to die either. Afterwards, Jiang Yingxue told Qin Jin some of the information she had roughly learned. For example, the enemy's lethal weapons include more than a dozen crossbows and a single-barrel shotgun. Jiang Yingxue knew it was a hunting rifle from the sound, but she never had a chance to see the person holding the gun. A dozen crossbows and a shotgun. This group of thugs is much more fierce than Brother Feng's gang. Qin Jin pinched his chin and considered countermeasures. If we fight head-on, we may not be able to win. Even if we don't consider the short range of the opponent's shotgun, it may not be able to reach him. The other side still has more than a dozen crossbows. If the crossbowmen are as accurate as the two people we encountered before, it will be extremely difficult to deal with. After all, barbed wire can block zombies, but it can't block bullets and crossbows. You can get in directly through the gaps in the barbed wire. We need to think of some tactics. Qin Jin turned and said to Jiang Yingxue. Jiang Yingxue was completely confused. Do you want me to give you some advice? To be honest, I can't think of a solution. There must be at least 20 of them. They are well equipped, and they only have 2 guns at most. No matter how they confront each other, there will be no good result. It's okay. We will get through this difficult time. I'll think of a solution, but I still need your help. Qin Jin said to Jiang Yingxue comfortingly. When Jiang Yingxue heard this, she suddenly felt a surge of courage and nodded. Okay, tell me. What should I do? Just stay here and don't leave this yard at all. Then I'll get you something. Qin Jin got up and returned to the house. After a while, he appeared at the door with a crossbow seized the day before in his hand. Here, I'll give you this for self-defense. There are 18 crossbows in total, but that's all. Use them sparingly. Jiang Yingxue took the crossbow and felt touched and surprised at the same time. Are you so confident in handing the weapon to me? When Qin Jin heard her ask this, he looked a little impatient. Sister, are you stupid or am I stupid? You've given me such important information. Shouldn't I give you something as a reward? Besides, one thing is one thing. If you're going to act with me, I will naturally provide you with weapons. If you were invulnerable, I would have asked you to chop people with a long knife. Why would you have to go to so much trouble? Qin Jin even included a joke in his last sentence, and Jiang Yingxue couldn't help laughing. Okay, Qin Jin, I will defend this place to the death. You can go without any worries. Qin Jin nodded, thinking to himself, why does your last sentence sound like a curse on me? 10 minutes later, Qin Jin went to the equipment production table on the first floor and the tactical projectile production table on the second floor and bought a smoke bomb and a bulletproof vest, spending a total of 800 points. There are 532 points left. Because this smoke bomb plays a crucial role in this counterattack plan, Qin Jin plans to check the upgrade options of the smoke bomb and try to strengthen it. Smoke bomb. Upgrade direction. Advanced smoke bomb. Branch. Range. 200. The detonation range of the smoke bomb is increased, covering almost a circular area with a diameter of 70 meters. Concentration. 200. The smoke concentration increases 3 times. The visibility of people inside the smoke is only 1 meter, making it almost impossible to move. Duration. 100. Smoke effect increased from 5 minutes to 10 minutes. Bait. 200. Smoke bombs have a special smell that will attract nearby zombies. So cheap. At first glance, 3 of the 4 upgrade options can be upgraded. Qin Jin was immediately delighted. He took a careful look and decided to upgrade the range, duration, and bait of the smoke bomb. Everything is within my plan. The reason why he did not choose to upgrade the concentration was because he might enter the range of the smoke bomb at that time. If the visibility was only 1 meter, it would inevitably affect his operation. After handing over 500 points, only 32 points were left. I can't save any points at all, but there is no way upgrading again and again is just to live a better life. Qin Jin put on his bulletproof vest and hung the reinforced smoke bomb on it. In addition to protective clothing and sweater, Qin Jin is now wearing 5 pieces of clothing. It's already getting hot. Fortunately, it has an exhaust function. Qin Jin thought thankfully in his heart, picked up the hot milk on the table, poured half of it into another cup, and walked out the door. Give. Qin Jin handed half of the hot milk to Jiang Yingxue. After all, this woman has a hard life. She only rests for 2 hours a day. The man got up early in the cold weather to inform her of the news. So what if she gave him a drink of milk? Besides, she still had to help him with the work. If things were better, the thug she killed could be counted as her points. In short, if he makes good use of Jiang Yingxue and his gang in the future, he will have an additional source of points income. Jiang Yingxue took the hot milk and stared with her eyes wide open. She felt more than just touched. She really wanted to give Qin Jin a big hug now. Unfortunately, she could guess that the other party would be very disgusted with such behavior and might even be angry. Thanks. The thousands of words in my heart were finally simplified into just 2 words. It has to be said that Qin Jin saw everything about Jiang Yingxue. After giving the other person the milk, she seemed to turn into a girl who was just beginning to fall in love. She avoided my gaze and was very shy. Cheer up and don't be distracted. This is a war. Qin Jian patted her shoulder and said something with hidden meaning. Jiang Yingxu nodded vigorously, and for a moment she seemed to be back in the days when she was on duty and her boss was giving her orders. After a while, Qin Jian walked out of the shelter and came to the direction of the bait trap. The bait trap is very lively here, with nearly 200 zombies gathered together and having a party. Using zombies to launch a counterattack is also one of Qin Jian's plans this time. After all, no matter how many people the enemy has or how sophisticated their weapons are, they can't withstand so many zombies, right? The human wave tactics versus the corpse sea tactics. The species are different, but the nature is the same. There is nothing to question. At this time, Qin Jian took out all 3 medicines. After eating this, I will be the brightest guy in this area. Qin Jian thought optimistically and took the blue pill and sharp eye potion first, keeping the red pill as a backup to recover from his injuries. After a few seconds, Qin Jian felt as if his whole body was burning. What the hell? What does this feel like? Am I going to become Ghost Rider? Chapter 48, Cover Up Everything and Strengthen the Smoke Bomb. Qin Jian couldn't help but take off his protective suit, put on his gas mask, and breathe in. During this process, Qin Jian also clearly felt that his 5 senses had undergone a qualitative change. Originally, the group of zombies was about 100 meters away from him, but he could clearly see their specific clothes, behavior, and their bodies with missing limbs. In short, his vision was ridiculously clear, as if he had a camera in front of his eyes. Moreover, he could hear the wailing of the zombies more clearly, which was very harsh and even a little noisy. As for his sense of smell, it was too enhanced so that he could smell the stench coming from the corpses from a long distance away. After temporarily becoming a clairvoyant and clairaudient, Qin Jian immediately felt a drastic change in his body. That's power and speed. Instinctively, Qin Jian kicked the tree behind him. Bump! The tree, which was so wide that 5 people couldn't hug it, made a clear muffled sound and began to tremble violently. All the snow on it fell down without leaving any snow and hit Qin Jian on the head. Qin Jian shook off the snow on his head, smiled slightly, and then climbed up the tree. That's right, he climbed up the tree in a flash, faster than a monkey. He's been in poor health since childhood. Let alone climbing a tree, he would get so tired that his eyes roll back after jogging for a while. Now, it seems as if he has turned into Tarzan and has mastered the skills of climbing trees. My body is invincible. Qin Jian clenched his fists and talked to himself excitedly. He couldn't wait to test his current strength. Qin Jian jumped directly from the tree that was nearly 6 meters high. When he landed, his feet were very light and only made a slight sound. He rushed directly into the dense crowd of zombies without any hesitation and fear. After all, if you take the blue pill, you won't get infected even if you get bitten. His goal was not to kill all the zombies, but to remove the bait traps among the zombies. So, this is the scene that appears now. A figure that was barely visible to the naked eye rushed into the crowd of zombies. The zombies were completely unable to react and were knocked to the ground by the figure. However, by the time they reacted and were about to catch the figure, the other party had already taken the bait trap and ran away from the group of corpses. It's so exciting. Whether it's speed or courage, this is definitely worthy of a Guinness record. Qin Jian had already appeared about 100 meters away from the zombie group, with his hands on his hips and a confident smile on his face. He didn't dare say that he could match the speed of the corpse dogs, but it was more than enough to make a fool of hundreds of zombies. Qin Jian had completely lost his guard against the zombies at this moment, and even felt that they were inexplicably friendly. Carrying the bait trap, Qin Jian was like a corpse driver, leading the more than 200 zombies to stroll back and forth near the shelter. Jiang Yingxue in the yard was stunned when she saw this scene. Is this still a human being? If there were hundreds of zombies following me, I would faint from fright when I looked back. Although the scene was shocking, Jiang Yingxue was naturally relieved to see that Qin Jian was safe and sound. And it is not difficult to guess that Qin Jian must be planning something by attracting so many zombies. After a while, Qin Jian returned to the tree. The zombies under the tree gathered in piles, so densely packed that it was very creepy. If someone fell down, he would probably be torn into pieces instantly by the zombies on the spot, with no possibility of survival. But Qin Jian acted as if nothing had happened at this moment, with his hands behind his head and one leg folded over the other. Take a nap. Looks like everything will be fine for now. As Qin Jian spoke, he put the gas mask on his face as a sunshade and soon fell asleep amid the noise of the zombies. After an unknown amount of time, a roar of a car was heard and Qin Jian was instantly woken up. Are you here? Qin Jian rubbed his eyes and looked carefully. Not far away, a truck was rushing forward, knocking several zombies away and heading straight for the shelter. Qin Jian jumped down suddenly and fell into the crowd of corpses. The strengthened body even increased its weight, instantly dispersing half of the zombies. A few seconds later, Qin Jian squeezed out from the crowd of zombies. If you don't know, you would think he squeezed out from the crowd. At this moment, Jiang Yingxue had already hidden in the yard of the shelter, pulled up the crossbow, and aimed in the direction of the truck. The one driving the truck was Gu Changming. As the leader, his favorite thing was to lead the charge, which was also fulfilling his duties as a leader. This battle will surely bring endless gains and huge profits. The truck quickly arrived in front of the barbed wire and stopped steadily. Seeing that the female student was sitting in the passenger seat, Jiang Yingxue couldn't help herself and raised her head and shouted, "Traitor!" After saying that, Jiang Yingxue pulled the trigger of the crossbow, and the crossbow fired straight out. Although the accuracy was acceptable, the distance was too far and the glass of the truck was too thick. The crossbow stopped before penetrating half of the glass, and the glass instantly cracked into a spiderweb shape. Brother Ming, someone shot me with a crossbow. The female student in the car was horrified and hugged Gu Changming very skillfully. It's okay, just hide in the car. I'll catch Qin Jian and help you calm down. Okay, Brother Ming, you must catch him. I must humiliate him today. The female student said frantically. In fact, she is not needed in this battle. After all, she is of no use. But just because she thought about how Qin Jian had threatened her with a gun and cursed her yesterday, she was naturally furious. So she arrived at the scene fearlessly, wanting to avenge all of yesterday's grudges. First give him a few slaps, then kick him in the balls. It's okay to stab a few times, as long as I feel relieved. Anyway, I have Brother Ming protecting me. Who else would I be afraid of? When the female student thought of this, she laughed with a grim expression. After getting off the car, Gu Changming patted the trunk of the car. The next moment, the trunk door opened with a click, and more than 20 people jumped out from inside, some of them even holding ladders in their hands. Because the female student reminded him that the barbed wire could not be climbed or even touched, Gu Changming simply did not take any chances and directly prepared a ladder, intending to climb into the yard in this way. Everyone worked very efficiently. 2 ladders were immediately placed on the wire mesh, and several of the guys had already started climbing inside. Whoosh! A crossbow flew in the next second and hit one of the younger brothers in the shoulder. The other party immediately let out a wail, fell sideways, hit the barbed wire, and then his body was pierced into a skewer. When everyone saw this scene, they were stunned. Is this barbed wire knife? Forget it. As long as we don't touch it, it'll be fine. Someone, find that Qin Jian for me. Return his 2 crossbows. Gu Changming thought that the person shooting the crossbow in the yard was Qin Jian. Little did they know that Qin Jian was now running wildly and appeared behind them. And because his steps were too light, Gu Changming and others who were in front of the barbed wire had no idea that they were about to be touched on the buttocks. At this time, Qin Jian had already thrown out the bait trap and smoke bomb in his hand at the same time. Puff! The smoke bomb was thrown next to the truck, and the smoke that was emitted in an instant enveloped Gu Changming and others. The bait trap was thrown under the truck, making it difficult to reach and even impossible to detect. The combination of the enhanced smoke bombs and bait traps, plus so many living people, made the zombies behind Qin Jian go crazy for a moment. They rushed towards the barbed wire with their fangs and claws bared. What's going on? Cough, cough, cough. Gu Changming and his gang were confused by the sudden appearance of smoke. It's a smoke bomb, boss. What? Smoke bomb? How is that possible? Gu Changming widened his eyes in disbelief. Isn't this thing only in the hands of the military? Could it be that the military has arrived? The area covered by the smoke was too vast, and Gu Changming and his companions were unable to get out after walking for a long time. What they didn't know was that Qin Jian had already transformed into a ghost and blended into the smoke. Chapter 49, A Series of Traps. Someone in the crowd suddenly wailed and then fell to the ground. You can't escape the 15th if you escape the 1st. The rat that had luckily escaped that day was hit by Qin Jian's M9. Boo! The crowd was too noisy, and Qin Jin's M9 was silenced, so no one could hear the gunshot. They only saw someone falling in the crowd. It's a rat. What's wrong with him? Gu Changming immediately ran over to check on the mouse and found blood oozing from its lower abdomen. He was shocked for a moment. That wound was clearly caused by a gunshot. Thinking about the smoke bomb thrown at their feet by someone unknown, Gu Changming became a little panicked. Everyone be careful. Someone is shooting at us. At the shout, everyone got goosebumps and instinctively squatted down, looking around for the gunman's location. However, there was no way Qin Jin could be discovered by them. He went into the smoke, fired 2 shots, and then ran out of the smoke, struggling back and forth. His strength and body was enough for him to move in and out of the smoke, and it was also enough to make it difficult for Gu Changming and others to capture his figure. Qin Jin even memorized the locations of several thugs, and after running out, he shot blindly into the smoke from outside. 2 more people fell to the ground immediately, and Gu Changming was completely panicked. His brothers fell one after another, but he still couldn't find their positions. But if I run out of the smoke blindly, the other party might be waiting for me, and I would die faster. But at this moment, Gu Changming vaguely saw a strange figure disappear into the smoke. There it is. Gu Changming pointed and shouted, then raised his shotgun and shot. Fuck, it's too slow. Qin Jin suddenly felt something hit him, and thought to himself that something was not good. He turned around and ran out of the smoke again. Then, he subconsciously looked down. I found several shrapnel stuck in the bulletproof vest. The other party just shot himself. Qin Jin was a little shocked, but also somewhat relieved. Fortunately, he had prepared for a rainy day and bought a bulletproof vest to wear, otherwise this shot would have taken his life. But to be honest, the bulletproof vest produced by the system is different. Although the shrapnel made him feel the impact, it did not make him feel pain. Damn it, I'd rather not go in there. My backup is coming anyway. Qin Jin looked back at the tide of zombies rushing towards him and smiled slightly. Then he pointed the gun at the smoke and fired randomly. Bullets kept flying past Gu Changming and others. Some of them were unfortunately hit in the calf and fell to the ground, while others were very lucky to be hit in the forehead and died on the spot. Fuck you. How dare you play tricks on us? For a moment, Gu Changming felt that the other party was treating them like little white mice and locking them in a cage to tease them. He couldn't help but curse, but still didn't dare to rush out. Instead, he immediately lay down and fired back with a shotgun in the direction where the bullets came from. The others also followed Gu Changming's action, lying on the ground and shooting towards the outside of the smoke with crossbows. Qin Jin had already predicted that the other party would retaliate from the smoke, so he hid behind 2 stacked corpses and continued shooting. During this time, he also took out a double-barreled shotgun and fired into it. Although this thing has a short range, the shrapnel has a large range, and blind shooting may have miraculous effects. His guess was correct. A large amount of shrapnel from the double-barreled shotgun hit the 3 people on Gu Changming's side again. One had his ear cut off, and 2 were knocked down on the spot. The smoke lasted for about 5 minutes and still hadn't cleared, while the sound of gunfire inside and outside the smoke continued. Is this a smoke bomb? Gu Changming felt more and more that something was wrong. After all, he had been a soldier when he was young and knew a thing or two about military weapons. A normal smoke bomb can only produce smoke for about 30 seconds, while a specially made one may last for about 5 minutes. But this, 5 minutes had passed, and the smoke hadn't even shown any sign of clearing. Could this be a nuclear smoke bomb? It lasts so long. Gu Changming instinctively looked for the location where the smoke bomb landed and soon found it. But as bullets were still flying overhead, he could only crawl forward. Finally, when he reached a similar position, he grabbed the smoke bomb and threw it far away. That's good. The smoke should dissipate soon. Gu Changming thought with some pride, thinking to himself, is there anything that I can't subdue? Don't worry about the people outside for now. Take this opportunity to climb in. Let's catch Qin Jin first. Besides, there shouldn't be such thick smoke in the yard, which will make it easier for us to observe the opponent's position. Gu Changming was experienced after all, and he quickly changed his tactics. The younger brothers nodded, plucked up their courage, and stood up, ready to climb the iron ladder under the bullets. But how could Jiang Yingxue in the yard let them succeed? Although the smoke bomb covered Gu Changming and others, she could not see their movements in the smoke. But the range of the smoke bomb was not biased or correct, and it failed to cover this side of the barbed wire, so as soon as someone climbed up the ladder and showed his head, he was instantly discovered by Jiang Yingxue. Without hesitation, he fired a crossbow. The thug was hit in the chest and fell to the ground. The second thug tried to take advantage of Jiang Yingshue's attack and flip over, but his foot accidentally touched the barbed wire, and his entire leg was pierced by it in an instant. The thug wailed and fainted, his body stuck on the iron ladder, unable to move at all, blocking the thug below. Jiang Yingxue was naturally very happy to see this scene. After all, she didn't even have to make a move, but the other party killed himself. What's going on? Haven't you climbed in yet? Boss, someone is stuck on the barbed wire. We are blocked. Damn, a bunch of good-for-nothings. They can't help at all at the critical moment. Just when Gu Changming was about to crawl over by himself, he found that the place outside the smoke seemed to have quieted down. We didn't kill him, did we? He guessed with a vigilant look on his face, thinking that the people outside had been shot to death by them. After about 10 seconds, he felt that everything was fine and slowly stood up. The others also stood up cautiously. Go out and take a look, Gu Changming ordered. Now, under Qin Jian's blind shooting, only 17 of their original 20-odd people were left. 3 of them were killed by the gun, and 6 were injured to varying degrees. At this time, Gu Changming and others suddenly discovered that a large group of figures emerged from the smoke. The figures were twisting and turning, and they kept wailing. Fuck, it's a zombie. Where did so many of them come from? Shoot them. They never expected that after one wave of attacks, another wave would come. A large number of zombies inexplicably attacked from all directions, completely blocking them on the barbed wire. Boss, we are surrounded. I don't want to be eaten. In just less than a few seconds, a sea of corpses consisting of hundreds of zombies dived into the smoke. The surroundings were blocked, and there was no way out. Everyone was suddenly in despair, and some even cried out uncontrollably. Damn it, we've fallen into a series of traps. Gu Changming's eyes widened at this moment, and he realized it later. Chapter 50 Detonate the truck. They thought Qin Jian and his shelter were a ready catch, but they didn't expect that the other party was not just one person, but had set a trap in advance, waiting for them to fall into it. For a moment, Gu Changming was so angry that he almost bit off his tongue. All the information was provided by female students. However, it was only then that I realized that the real situation was completely different from what she said. Gu Changming turned around and ran to the truck, opened the passenger door, pulled the trembling female student out of the car, and threw her to the ground. Damn it, you bitch, how dare you lie to me? I trusted you so much, gave you good food and drink, and even made you my first lady. I'm going to kill you. Gu Changming went up and kicked her repeatedly, cursing at her. The female student was naturally completely confused at this moment. She rolled over and begged for mercy. Brother Ming, stop hitting me. Everything I said is true. How dare I lie to you? Get lost, you bastard. I should have shot you right then. After saying that, Gu Changming raised his gun and aimed at the female student. But the next second, he felt the zombies approaching from behind him, so he shuddered and quickly climbed into the car. Get in the car. Retreat. Gu Changming shouted, and the rest of the people quickly rolled and crawled, even throwing away their weapons, and got into the back of the car. Please, Brother Ming, don't abandon me. Roll. The female student quickly stood up and tried to climb into the car, but was kicked down by Gu Changming, causing the car door to close tightly. Buzz. Bump. The car first stepped on the accelerator and crashed into the wire mesh. Puff. What Gu Changming didn't expect was that the violent collision caused the wire mesh to pierce the entire front of the car. The engine in front of the car instantly started smoking and caught fire. The barbed wire pierced the glass and almost hit his face. Nima, what on earth is this barbed wire made of? He was so scared that his face turned pale, and he quickly reversed the car. Bump. As a result, after falling over, he felt as if the rear end of the car had hit a wall again. Actually, it was a wall, but its nature was somewhat different. It's the wall of flesh formed by the zombie army. The guys who entered the trunk of the car didn't have time to close the door before the dense swarm of zombies rushed in and swallowed them up in an instant. Gu Changming had already guessed what had happened in the back of the car, and cold sweat instantly broke out on his body. But he did not give up and stepped on the accelerator hard. Buzz! The truck seemed unstoppable and crushed its way out of the crowd of zombies. Gu Changming didn't care about anything else. He thought that as long as he had the life, he would have no shortage of firewood. He rushed out of the smoke with a car full of zombies. This scene happened to be seen by Qin Jian, who was hiding under a tree several hundred meters away outside the smoke. Because the car's engine was damaged and the two front wheels were punctured by the barbed wire, the car was moving much slower at this moment. It swayed from side to side, throwing out the zombies behind the car one by one. The whole scene looked absurd and yet inexplicably funny. Qin Jian originally thought that the other party would be devoured by the zombies without a single one left, but he did not expect that the other party actually survived and was planning to drive away, etc. But the next moment, Qin Jian used his clear vision to unexpectedly discover that the truck was leaking oil. There's a chance to stop it. No, it should be said that it is destroyed directly. Qin Jian ran like a sharp sword, chasing from the side, and after dozens of seconds he finally got close to the truck. Gu Changming, who was in the truck, saw Qin Jian chasing behind him from the rearview mirror and was confused for a moment. Why is this zombie running so fast? No, this isn't a zombie. Gu Changming was suddenly terrified, because even though his truck was missing two wheels, the speed was not low when the accelerator was stepped on to the lowest level. However, the speed of the person chasing behind was almost exactly the same as that of the truck. This was completely beyond his comprehension. But everything has its limits, and when fear reaches its extreme, it will inevitably turn into madness and anger. Gu Changming is like this now. He opened the car window, took out his shotgun, and screamed, "Don't come over here!" While howling like a wolf, he pulled the trigger. Several shots were fired in succession, all of which hit the target 8 miles away. But Qin Jian's bulletproof vest had just suffered severe damage, so in order to avoid danger, he simply stopped, aimed at the truck, and fired. Pa 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 pa. He was aiming not at the car body, but at the fuel tank. The fuel tank is leaking. If it is hit by a bullet, the truck will explode instantly, and the people and zombies in the car will naturally be engulfed in flames. Gu Changming breathed a sigh of relief when he saw the other party stop. But when he heard that his car was constantly hit by bullets, he became worried again. Not good. As if he had regained some of his sanity, Gu Changming unexpectedly discovered from the rearview mirror that his car was leaking large amounts of oil, and the front engine of the car is also on fire. Now the car is in an extremely dangerous state. Now, he only had one thing in mind. No, we must abandon the car. He thought and acted. Before the car slowed down and stopped, Gu Changming opened the door and jumped out. Boom! As a result, the next second, before he fell to the ground, the truck behind him suddenly exploded with a flash of fire. The impact of the explosion instantly blew him away more than 10 meters. But the place where he landed was covered with grass, and he fell on it and only got some scrapes. Not dead. Qin Jian, who was far away, saw Gu Changming's fleeing figure at a glance, and subconsciously raised his gun, only to find that he had no bullets left. The spare magazine had been used up in the blind firing just now, and now there were only a few bullets left for the double-barreled shotgun. Qin Jian cursed and chased after him fiercely, wanting to capture the other person alive. However, he soon discovered that the other party picked up the bicycle next to him and rode into the alley and disappeared. Fuck, he ran away after all. Qin Jian stopped and was now sweating profusely. The enhanced body gave him amazing movement speed, but it did not enhance his endurance. So once he runs for a longer time, he will be exhausted. I'll try to upgrade the medicine when I get points tomorrow. This medicine is still not all-powerful enough. Qin Jian thought to himself, then returned the same way and arrived at the shelter. The smoke in the shelter had just dissipated, and a large number of zombies were looting the bodies of the thugs. The remaining zombies that couldn't grab the fresh meat were attracted by the bait traps outside and in the yard. Half of them wandered around, while the other half crashed into the barbed wire and were torn to pieces in an instant. Inside the yard, 2 women were facing each other with crossbows, and the situation was very tense. I warn you again, put down the crossbow. You should be the one putting down the crossbow. The 2 people confronting each other were Jiang Yingxue and the female student. Jiang Yingxue never expected that the female student did not leave here, but stayed and climbed up the iron ladder. Jiang Yingxue believed it when she was told that she had become a different person. After all, she knew her very well before that. Before, he would scream and shout just by seeing zombies, but now not only is he not afraid of zombies at all, he even climbed over the barbed wire and wanted to fight her to the death. I never thought you were such a shameless guy. Not only did he betray us, but he also brought this group of beastly fellows to attack Qin Jian. I really should have killed you last night, to get rid of this evil for the people. to prevent you from harming other teams of survivors. Jiang Yingxue was extremely angry at this moment, and her originally crystal-clear eyes were already filled with murderous intent. Chapter 51: Jiang Yingxue's Surprising Move. After the female student was abandoned by Gu Changming, she became mentally ill and listened to nothing. Whoosh! The next moment, the female student suddenly fired her crossbow, but she had no professional training, and the crossbow missed and hit the ground directly under her feet. Jiang Yingxue rushed over upon seeing this, kicked the girl's crossbow away, then grabbed her with both hands and used the classic criminal catching posture to pin her to the ground. The subdued female student cried loudly, and her crying was heartbreaking, but she could not arouse any sympathy from Jiang Yingxue. Crack! At this time, the door in front of Jiang Yingxue slowly opened, and Qin Jian walked in a daze. Hey, isn't this a college student? You look so exhausted after not seeing you for a few days. What? You missed me? Then you brought a group of people to visit me. You were so sincere, haha. After seeing clearly that the person pinned to the ground was a female student, Qin Jian immediately said a few sarcastic words. The harsh words entered the female student's ears like the devil's whisper, causing her to scream at the top of her lungs. She struggled violently, but was held down by Jiang Yingxue. Jiang Yingxue told Qin Jian about defending the yard and the female student climbing over the barbed wire to attack her. Qin Jian nodded and praised her for a good job, saying that he would definitely reward her well later. Jiang Yingxue felt that this praise alone was the greatest reward Qin Jian had ever given her. But there were still some things that had not been dealt with, so Jiang Yingxue was not happy. Qin Jian, how does she deal with it? Jiang Yingxue patted the female student's head and looked up to ask Qin Jian. Qin Jian hesitated for a while and said, "Let her go first. I'll ask her." Jiang Yingxue nodded and let go of the female student. The female student slowly stood up, turned around, and was about to scratch Jiang Yingxue with her claws and fangs. Bump! As a result, Qin Jian was quick and kicked her in the body, sending her flying several meters away. Jiang Yingxue was startled. It wasn't that he was shocked by Qin Jian's kicking the female student away, but the force of his kick. Anyway, in all these years, she has never seen anyone who could kick someone so far away with one kick. It seems that the Qin bamboo slips are really hidden. What on earth does this guy do? Is he a state agent? Otherwise, he wouldn't have such good equipment. He even has that kind of magic medicine. Jiang Yingxue couldn't help but start to have wild thoughts at this moment. Qin Jian came to the female student and found that she was spitting blood and rolling her eyes. Oh no, don't let me kick you to death. Qin Jian felt a little panicked. I surrender, please spare. The next moment, the female student spoke with difficulty. If it weren't for Qin Jian's kick, she probably wouldn't have recognized the current situation. In just one day, she fell from heaven to hell. Originally, a life with enough food and clothing was about to begin, but unfortunately, who would have thought that this was just the calm before the storm? You answer whatever I say. As long as you tell the truth, you will be spared from death. Qin Jian breathed a sigh of relief when he saw that she could still speak. Then he looked directly into her eyes and said, the female student did not give up hope of survival and quickly supported herself to stand up. Ask me. I will tell you everything. Just as Qin Jian was about to ask, Jiang Yingxue stood in front of him. Let me ask. Hearing Jiang Yingxue's request, Qin Jian was stunned for a moment, then spread his hands and said, Okay, it doesn't matter who asks. Then, Jiang Yingxue took the other party to the edge of the barbed wire and questioned him seriously. It must be said that Jiang Yingxue was a law enforcer after all, and she was very thorough in her interrogation. Her eyes alone scared the female student again and again. The female student wanted to hide something, but finally gave in and revealed everything. Courtyard number 4 of the urban village. I've been to this place before when I was on duty. I can take you to find the escaped Gu Changming. After finding out where Gu Changming's base camp was, Jiang Yingxue turned around and nodded at Qin Jian and said. Qin Jian also nodded and said that this couldn't be better. I've said everything I need to say. You can let me go now. The female student asked quickly. Qin Jian had already thought of something, and just as he was about to say yes, Jiang Yingxue snorted and said, Well, I can let you go. Qin Jian couldn't help but look at Jiang Yingxue with contempt, thinking that his limelight seemed to have been stolen. But the next second, a shocking scene appeared. Jiang Yingxue pushed the female student hard, and her back hit the wire mesh. In an instant, her body, including her face, was pierced by the wire mesh. Blood spurted out, and her death was extremely tragic. Qin Jian was shocked by Jiang Yingshue's behavior. You? How? She brought people here to kill you. Is she worth forgiving? Jiang Yingxue said in a roaring voice, her eyes even becoming moist. Qin Jian was speechless for a moment, thinking to himself, I didn't actually intend to let her live well. After all, there's so many zombies outside the door. If I let her out, she will die faster. By the way, didn't she betray you too? We are all in the same boat. Qin Jian couldn't help but say again, that's all secondary. You are the main thing. Jiang Yingshue's words truly shocked Qin Jian. He even wanted to ask Jiang Yingxue, am I your old father? Why do you care about me so much? Calm down, calm down. The person is dead, and we have found out where he is. Just take a rest first. Qin Jian patted the other person on the shoulder to comfort him, and then he instinctively hugged Jiang Yingxue and brought her under the eaves. Jiang Yingshue's shoulders suddenly shook when she was hugged like this, and her angry expression suddenly disappeared. Then, she turned her head and looked at Qin Jian. Qin Jian didn't seem to react, and had already sat down. No, it's okay. Jiang Yingxue blushed and lowered her head. The original plan was to head directly to the village in the city to eliminate Gu Changming, but unexpectedly, there were still hundreds of zombies outside the door who were unwilling to leave. So Qin Jian simply decided to let the zombies slowly die by crashing into the barbed wire, and then go out when they were almost dead. In this way, time dragged on until noon. Qin Jian went back to the house and heated up the remaining half of the cockroach cake and earthworm cake, added 2 bottles of drinks, and the 2 of them stood under the eaves to eat lunch. By now, Qin Jian had become numb to this kind of food, because as long as he didn't fantasize about it, he could barely eat the food as long as the taste was acceptable. Since she had just chatted with Qin Jian about many trivial matters, Jiang Yingxue became bolder and asked curiously, since you were so nice to me, why don't you invite me to your house? Why do you have to let me stay out in the cold? Qin Jian had already prepared how to respond to Jiang Yingshue's words. He smiled and said, you can see this broken iron house. It's not warm to stay in it. Besides, there are some commercial secrets inside. I cannot invite you in for a visit right now. After hearing Qin Jian's answer, Jiang Yingxue couldn't say much. She shrugged and asked curiously, you call yourself a businessman, but I always feel that you don't look like a businessman. You are more like a master that I cannot reach. Chapter 52, Enlightenment. Qin Jian frowned and glanced at her, impatiently saying, why are you bringing up poetry and painting? The zombies outside the door are almost dead now. Should we set off? Qin Jian looked outside the barbed wire and said. Jiang Yingxue came back to her senses and nodded. Okay, I'll take you there, and you are responsible for protecting me. You'd better protect yourself. I'm not good at protecting others. If the crossbow on the ground is lost, just recover it and use it. The 2 of them walked out of the yard in unison. Jiang Yingxue listened to Qin Jian's advice and collected all the crossbows that were within reach on the ground. They encountered a team of 3 corpse dogs along the way. Qin Jian shot 2 of them to death with a double-barreled shotgun, and Jiang Yingxue shot 1 to death with a crossbow. At the same time, in the village in the city, in Gu Changming's base camp, Gu Changming limped open the door and came back in a miserable state. At this moment, his eyes were red and bloodshot, his upper body was naked, and his body was covered with bruises. His back was torn and bloody due to the explosion of a truck. This was not the scariest part. The scariest part was that on his already injured lower abdomen, a large tumor-like foreign object had now bulged out. It had been cut cleanly, but it grew back unexpectedly and was even more serious than before, even to the point where it was difficult for him to walk. But even without the growing tumor, Gu Changming felt that he would not live much longer. The torn wounds on his back were still bleeding, and the bitter winter had frozen his limbs to the point where he was almost numb. Looking at the small houses around the yard, none of the former brothers were left, all fed to zombies. In less than a day, the wolf gang was destroyed. And all this was caused by a guy named Qin Jian. Qin Jian, I won't let you go even if I become a ghost. And that stinky cousin, he must have been eaten till not even a bone is left. Gu Changming smiled with glee, staggered, and broke into the room where the woman was imprisoned. The women were startled at first by the sound of knocking on the door, and then they saw Gu Changming with a hideous face and covered in blood. Zombies! Zombies are breaking in. For a moment, several women screamed in panic. Gu Changming cursed impatiently. You are all blind, right? Who turned into a zombie? Ming, brother Ming, what's wrong with you? I'm not happy, I want to vent. After saying that, Gu Changming directly grabbed a woman. But the next moment, he suddenly discovered that the woman's face seemed to have the same tumor as the one on his lower abdomen. Although it was not big, there were many of them. Very dense. The disgusting scene instantly made Gu Changming lose interest in it, but he just said casually, why are you like this? Forget it, just change someone else. Anyway, none of us can survive. When Gu Changming said this, all the women were stunned. As the leader of this group of women, Guomin not only heard the clues in Gu Changming's words, but also felt from the other party's injuries that the time for them to resist had come. It was quiet outside the yard, and it seemed that only Gu Changming had returned. Adding to what happened to him, he must have encountered some big incident outside, just now, and almost his entire army was wiped out. Ahem! Guomin coughed lightly and winked at the women next to him. Several women nodded, and at this moment they were all behind Gu Changming. When Gu Changming was about to unbuckle his belt, Guomin found the right moment and pounced on him. She grabbed Gu Changming's neck with both hands, clamped her legs around his body, and leaned back heavily. The two of them fell to the ground immediately. Then, the other women rushed forward and pressed Gu Changming down with their bodies. Soon, Gu Changming was strangled to the point of rolling his eyes, foaming at the mouth, and gradually dying. Guomin and others let go of Gu Changming's body and fell to the side, gasping for breath. Okay, sisters, stop breathing so hard, or you might inhale too many germs. Guomin quickly reminded everyone, and the women quickly covered their mouths and tried their best to ease their rapid breathing. Guomin had been a nurse after all. On the first day of the apocalypse, she noticed that the air quality was declining drastically. Then she was accidentally brought here by Gu Changming. But she soon provided Gu Changming with some suggestions on wearing masks and covering the face, which was appreciated by him. Since then until now, she has not been harmed by Gu Changming and others. Instead, Gu Changming felt that she was useful and protected her. Although she was no longer in danger, she had to watch the women around her being tortured one after another. She struggled for a long time and decided to secretly organize everyone to resist. She was looking for a way to escape. Now, they have finally realized their wish. But they still face a crisis. 2 days ago, one of the sisters was infected with a strange virus. The virus will not turn them into zombies like those outside, but it will cause all kinds of tumor-like foreign bodies to grow all over their bodies, causing them to itch and hurt and suffer unbearable pain. Guomin tried to find a solution, but the virus was too rare and should have been produced at the same time as the zombie virus, so he could not get any more information. Sisters, take care of each other. Let's go out and search the yard for some clothes and food. We can't just sit there and wait for death, Guomin quickly said to everyone. 20 minutes later, Guomin and his team found a large amount of clothing and various food and daily necessities. Let's leave here. I always feel that this place is weird and it's not suitable to stay here for long. Guomin said this to everyone, and everyone undoubtedly disagreed with her. This place is like hell to them. They suffer inhuman treatment every day. Even though those devils are dead, everything here makes them feel uneasy and scared. Crack! However, just as they were about to leave, the gate of the yard was suddenly opened, and a man and a woman rushed in armed with weapons. The two people were Qin Jian and Jiang Yingxue. When both sides saw each other, they were stunned. Don't move. Then Qin Jian and the other person spoke in unison, aiming their weapons at Guomin and the others. We won't move. Guomin immediately raised her hands and said, and the woman behind her also quickly put down the supplies in her hands and raised her hands. But the next moment, someone noticed the uniform underneath Jiang Yingshue's coat and said excitedly, "It's the law enforcer." Law enforcer? Really? Has the rescue team arrived? Great. For a moment, all the women's eyes turned to Jiang Yingxue. Without even waiting for Jiang Yingxue to speak, they put down their hands without hesitation, walked over to surround her, and questioned her. Qin Jian was pushed aside by a group of women. He was a little confused and thought, it seems that these women are the harem group that the college student mentioned, right? Jiang Yingxue was a little confused by their questions. She thought hard for a long time and finally made an important decision. I'm Sore. There's no rescue team, and I'm not a law enforcer. I'm just an ordinary person. I just picked up this uniform to keep warm. After saying these two sentences, Jiang Ingxue breathed a sigh of relief. The hopes of Guomin and others were immediately shattered. Qin Jian felt that Jiang Ingxue was slowly changing after meeting him. At least in terms of thinking, I am becoming more and more mature. But she was forced to do so, which was understandable. If she hadn't been betrayed, she might not have realized this. In short, the same old saying applies. If you can't even take care of yourself, how can you take care of others even if you're a law enforcer? What good can you do? Well, let me ask you something. Where is Gu Changming? I have something private to discuss with him. Qin Jian asked the women with a smile, holding the double-barreled shotgun upright in his hand. Guomin turned his head and glanced at the hut, pointing and saying, "It's there, but we've killed it." Qin Jian was stunned for a moment, thinking, wouldn't this be a wasted trip? It seems like there are extra points for killing the leader of human enemies, but all the points that should be looted were looted. It's so annoying. But the next moment, when he saw the group of women carrying bags of vegetables that looked fresh, Qin Jian suddenly felt that the trip was not in vain. Chapter 53, Shocking Tumor. Everyone, can you wait a moment? After Guomin and others learned that Jiang Ingxue was not a law enforcer, they were about to leave in dismay, but were stopped by Qin Jian. "Excuse me, is there anything else?" Guomin walked up to Qin Jian and asked very politely. But Qin Jian was not polite and asked, "Should we keep the fresh vegetables?" "Wait, not just vegetables, I mean everything. Leave them all." The next second, Qin Jian changed his words and spoke again. When Guomin heard this, she was stunned. She turned around and looked at the sisters behind her. They were also very shocked and looked to be in a dilemma. "Sir, I don't think you guys look like Gu Changming, so why would you openly rob us?" Even though the other party had a gun, Guomin plucked up his courage and spoke bluntly without any hesitation. After all, she felt that she was right, and as someone who worked in a hospital, she was best at convincing people with reason. "Your stuff. I don't think you guys are as shameless as Gu Changming, do you?" Qin Jian bit back, and even though Gu Changming was dead, his corpse was whipped all over. Guomin was choked and quickly continued to argue. "We were the ones who killed Gu Changming, so this is our territory now, and everything here belongs to us." Although she really didn't want to use this place as a refuge, Qin Jian was being so domineering at the moment, and she felt that if she didn't say so, she would have no point in arguing. "I guess you just finished off the half-crippled Gu Changming, right? Besides, if we hadn't killed all his brothers, would you have been able to be freed? Although I sympathize with you being locked up here, one thing is one thing. I hope your brains won't be damaged by being locked up here, right?" Qin Jian didn't intend to give the other party face and asked questions continuously. Now Guomin was speechless. How could it be wrong? Even if another of Gu Changming's followers had come back, they wouldn't have dared to do anything. If it weren't for the two of them, they probably wouldn't know when this suffering would end. Therefore, the credit should belong to them. They were the ones who broke into Gu Changming's shelter. It is only natural that the supplies here belong to them. "Sir, thank you for your generosity, but could you please give me something?" Guomin gave up arguing and started begging. "As you can see, we are all women. I am fine, but my sisters are sick, disabled, and have insufficient clothing. We haven't found a suitable shelter yet. If we don't have food, we won't be able to survive." Guomin did not intend to play the victim, but instead told the truth in an attempt to win Qin Jian's sympathy. But Qin Jian was stingy and vowed not to show any mercy to strangers. He said with a cold face, "What does it have to do with me? What benefits have you given me that you want me to give you things?" Hearing Qin Jian's words, Guomin suddenly thought of something and quickly said, I can provide you with some information." Qin Jian frowned, thought for a moment, and said, "Then tell me." "I heard from Gu Changming before that there is a corporate shelter not far from here. There are quite a few survivors in it. It is said that the distribution is reasonable, everyone has their own duties, and they are very united. So, I don't think there will be any more bad guys like Gu Changming around here. If you come here to search and meet other people, they must be people from the corporate shelter, so you don't have to be wary of them. At least, you won't hurt them by mistake." Looking at the cold gun hanging on Qin Jian, Guomin swallowed and explained. Qin Jian dug his ears and retorted, "What if they hurt us by mistake?" You said they're not bad people. Have you seen them with your own eyes? I advise you to stay here honestly and don't seek help from that corporate shelter. What if you run into a den of thieves again? We won't be able to save you then." Qin Jian chuckled and tried to dissuade them. She thought to herself, How could this woman be such a saint? How could she be the leader of their group if they stepped out of this courtyard? Not to mention whether they would be hunted down by monsters. They would definitely suffer a lot if they met other survivors later. Guomin was speechless, but she couldn't say that what the other party said was unreasonable. In this world, you can judge a person by his appearance, but not his heart. Who can guess whether a seemingly kind person will push you into a fire pit from behind in the next second? It seems that she was too kind and thought everything was good. Thank you for your reminder. Forgive me for speaking so bluntly just now. Guomin immediately bowed and apologized. Qin Jian saw that the other party's attitude was quite sincere, and he was willing to correct his mistakes. He nodded slightly and said, "Well, at least you provided us with information to reduce the probability of us stepping on landmines. Except for fresh vegetables, you can keep all other food." After saying that, Qin Jian planned to walk around to see if there were any supplies worth searching for. Jiang Yingxue didn't say a word the whole time. After all, she knew very well that Qin Jian was negotiating terms with Guomin and the others, and she had no right to interrupt. She was only responsible for watching the other party and observing everyone's attitude. If the quarrel became serious, she would plan to intervene. However, at this moment, she seemed to notice something that was somewhat shocking. "May I ask, what's going on with these two?" Jiang Yingxue called Guomin and pointed at the two women in their team who had tumors on their faces and asked, "You mean the two of them?" Guomin immediately explained everything in detail. Jiang Yingxue seemed to feel that Guomin's speech was very professional and not an ordinary person. So she asked after she finished speaking, "Have you studied medicine?" "Yes, I'm a nurse. I was going to be promoted to head nurse. As a result, well, it's the end of the world." Guomin sighed heavily, shook his head, and held back everything he wanted to say. Jiang Yingxue felt very sympathetic. In fact, she was about to be promoted to captain before the end of the world. "How about this? I have a doctor over there who has been practicing medicine for 35 years. I'll take you to see him later, okay? I don't mean to belittle you, but he is indeed very experienced. At least, he can give a rough analysis of this strange disease." "Really? Is it really possible?" When Guomin heard this, he was immediately filled with surprise and asked in disbelief. As he said this, he turned around to look at Qin Jian, who was running around the room. "It's okay, the doctor is from our team, and he can provide the medical treatment for you for free this time." Jiang Yingxue's words immediately reassured Guomin, and he thanked her repeatedly and bowed. Qin Jian found a single-barreled shotgun lying on the ground behind the entrance door of the house and picked it up immediately. "Oh, so he threw it here? I was wondering, how could he just throw away such an important thing?" But since there was no place to put the gun, Qin Jian scratched his head and tried to eject the bullet from the gun. Then, he walked back and handed it to Jiang Yingxue. "For me?" Jiang Yingxue asked with a look of joy on her face. "Let's discuss this later." Qin Jian waved his hand and turned back to go into the house again. Jiang Yingxue was stunned for a moment, then pouted and muttered, "So you want me to keep it for you?" In the room, Qin Jian had no idea where to start with Gu Changming's body, because he found that Gu Changming's back was not only bloody, but the wounds were actually covered with small, dense tumor-like things. "It feels like insect eggs." Qin Jian swallowed and tried to turn Gu Changming's body around quickly. As a result, he found that the other person's breasts were also covered with such things, which were much bigger than the ones on his back. Chapter 54 Payday. Fuck, how powerful are these outdoor germs? As soon as someone dies, they become a big drug lord. Qin Jian couldn't help but sigh, and for a moment he had lost interest in looting the corpse. He felt that the body needed to be dealt with, not for any other reason, but simply because the strange things on the body made him feel uncomfortable. Coincidentally, Qin Jian found half a barrel of gasoline in the corner. He picked it up and poured all the gasoline on Gu Changming's body. Then, take out your lighter and light it directly. I didn't have time to give you a ride, so I'll make it up to you now. Qin Jian said something and turned to leave. In just a few seconds, the room was filled with thick smoke and a foul smell. Fortunately, Qin Jian closed the door tightly so the stench did not spread. 10 minutes later, Qin Jian came to Jiang Yingxue and said that she was so tactless, then asked her to accompany him to search for supplies. Jiang Yingxue had an innocent look on her face and had no choice but to follow in the search. During the search, Jiang Yingxue told Qin Jian what she had just discussed with Guomin. "You mean there are two people in their team who have something like that?" Qin Jian put down the goods in his hand and asked with a frown. Jiang Yingxue also frowned and asked, "Why? Did you find that too?" Do you know why I burned Gu Changming's body? It was because his body was also covered with that kind of thing, and it gave me a scare. So you don't want to burn those two women too? Jiang Yingxue asked with her eyes wide open, and for a moment she seemed to describe Qin Jian as a cruel tyrant. Qin Jian looked at her with contempt. They are not dead. Why should I burn them? However, this matter still needs to be taken seriously. After Qin Jian finished speaking, he turned and looked at Jiang Yingxue. The other party got goosebumps all over her body when he stared at her, and seemed to understand something. Don't look at me. I don't have those things. Jiang Yingxue rolled up her sleeves and collar, revealing her flawless white skin, and hurried to prove her innocence. Is there anyone in your team who is longer? There are only 2 of us left in our team. Although one of us is half dead, we are both healthy. How about you? If you grow taller, don't hide it from me. No. Qin Jian felt that the current level of outdoor air pollution had reached an extremely dangerous level. Not to mention that after a person dies, the body will instantly be covered with those things. Even if the person is alive, it is difficult to escape. Although he didn't know what the consequences would be after growing that thing, Qin Jian initially guessed that the person would definitely not survive and it would be incurable. The blue pill is designed to resist any viral or bacterial invasion of the body within 3 days, but does not say that it can cure any disease. The red pill only heals injuries, not diseases. We have to upgrade the medicine quickly, just in case of emergency. I don't want to get into this shit. Qin Jian thought to himself, and then took out all the supplies he could. He couldn't take away all the supplies at once, so he offered chips to Guomin and others. He asked Guomin and his team to help him move things, and he protected them while they were transporting the supplies. It just so happened that they also wanted to go back with Jiang Yingxue, so it was very convenient for them. Guomin agreed without hesitation. More than 10 minutes later, everyone carried their supplies and set off. On the way back, we encountered a lot of zombies. Guomin and others had never been in such close contact with zombies. When they saw the horrible and hideous faces, they were immediately frightened out of their wits and ran away in panic. Jiang Yingxue tried to organize them to stop running around, but Qin Jian simply made a harsh threat, threatening that anyone who shouted again would be left to feed the zombies. This sentence was very effective, and no one dared to make a sound in an instant. In this way, everyone arrived at Qin Jian's refuge without any danger along the way. What a high barbed wire fence. Although it's not luxurious inside, it at least looks very safe. I really want to live in here. In addition to the piles of corpses, Guomin and the others naturally noticed the indestructible wire fence. They sighed and thought that if there had been such a shelter from the beginning, it would have been great. They would not have gone out to seek help due to safety issues and then been caught by Gu Changming and others. Mr. Qin, I'd like to ask, how much contribution do we have to make in order to join your shelter? Everything at the moment was very exciting, and Guomin couldn't help but ask a question. Qin Jian immediately turned around and looked at her. Huh? Don't even think about it, Ms. Gua. This is my personal shelter, and I won't accept any survivors. Unless you bring me airplanes, tanks, cannons, or something, I will consider letting you live in. Qin Jian's words sound ridiculous, but they are indeed an indisputable fact. Guomin and others immediately gave up the idea. That company's shelter is not going to be built, and even if it is, with more than a dozen of them suddenly joining in, there might be some problems in the distribution of supplies. So there was no other choice. Guomin and the others could only use Gu Changming's yard as a shelter. Just leave the supplies at the door. I'll take care of them myself when the time comes. Thank you for your hard work. Qin Jian did not forget to say thank you. I'll take them back to see Dr. Liu for research and bring you news tomorrow. Before leaving, Jiang Yingxue came to Qin Jian and said, Okay, well, do you have anything good left? Bring it over tomorrow, and we can exchange some supplies. Qin Jian nodded and asked again. Jiang Yingxue shrugged, indicating that there was nothing decent left. How about this? I'll give you some weapons tomorrow, and you go out and search for seeds. Qin Jian laid out his chips and stated the conditions. See, Jiang Yingxue frowned and didn't ask any more questions. Agricultural seeds, right? Okay, I'll try to find them for you. Okay, happy cooperation. Qin Jian stretched out his hand and smiled. Jiang Yingxue glanced at Qin Jian's hand and stretched it out somewhat stiffly. It was not as refreshing as the first time she shook hands with Qin Jian. His hands are so soft and warm. During the handshake, she couldn't help but think of it, and a slight blush appeared on her face. But Qin Jian didn't notice. After everyone left, Qin Jin closed the door of the yard, moved all the supplies into the house, walked out, and cleaned the bodies hanging on the wire mesh to the ground. After finishing all this, it was already dark. Qin Jin counted the supplies in the house, and today's harvest was very rich. There were more than 50 kilograms of fresh vegetables alone, in addition to more than 30 kilograms of fruit, daily necessities, seasonings, a pile of tools, a box of medicine, as well as hundreds of arrows and crossbows, 60 shotgun bullets, and 23 crossbows. There are also countless small items. The refrigerator needs to be upgraded tomorrow, otherwise the vegetables and fruits will all rot. Looking at the vegetables and fruits that had spiraled into small hills, Qin Jin immediately thought of this. As for so many crossbows and crossbow arrows, we have to find a way to sell them. The first target to sell them to is Guomin and her group of unarmed women. Qin Jin thought that with Guomin's character, he would not dare to become an ungrateful person even if he had weapons, and he had impure thoughts about his refuge. If more people use the weapons he sells to kill monsters, then he will naturally make a lot of money. Even if he just lies at home, the points will increase rapidly. Chapter 55, Disease Expelling, Level 2 Red Pill. It is worth noting that when Qin Jin asked Jiang Yingxue in the morning how many zombies she had killed yesterday, the other party replied that it was nearly 20. But the gains from killing these nearly 20 zombies were only over 50 points, which was totally disproportionate to the over 100 points he would get from killing 20 zombies. Therefore, Qin Jin believed that the points earned by his allies for killing monsters could only be half of his own earnings, or even less than half. But he can increase the number of allies infinitely. Little by little, he won't worry about earning less and less points. Soon, Qin Jin whistled and made himself dinner. Tonight's dinner is extremely sumptuous. A bag of the only bacon I had looted today. Use half the bag and top each slice of bacon with an egg. Wash a bowl of lettuce and cucumbers, prepare the dipping sauce, garlic cloves, onions. Open another bottle of loot wine and fill it up. Very comfortable and leisurely. It was as if I was the richest person in this troubled city. I can't help it. I fought for this myself. I am more qualified than anyone else to enjoy this treatment. It smells so good. I haven't eaten this kind of bacon in years. Qin Jin's mouth was full of oil, and his expression was full of pleasure and enjoyment. Qin Jin couldn't help laughing when he thought about how many people in this city could do the same as him. I guess, even if they're not living a better life than me, right? He said to himself modestly. After dinner, Qin Jin did not forget to cut some fruit and drink some milk. I'm a little overwhelmed. Qin Jin burped and had no choice but to go out for a walk. Considering that all the zombies outside the door were dead, Qin Jin opened the door, used a flashlight, searched around, and collected all the crossbows in the hands of the thugs who died in the morning. The iron ladder outside the door was also moved back to the yard by Qin Jin. This man's death is very funny, isn't it? Qin Jin couldn't help laughing when he saw the body of a thug hanging on the anti-theft net in a splits posture. It was too late, and he had no intention of dealing with the funny corpse, so he decided to clean it up tomorrow morning. As for the remaining hundreds of corpses, Qin Jin had already thought about who would be responsible for moving them. Of course, it was Guomin and her gang of women. Strength in numbers means greater efficiency. Then she gave them more than a dozen crossbows as rewards. But she didn't know that once she used the crossbows to kill the zombies, she would be the one who made the profit in the end. Hey, am I acting a bit like a capitalist by doing this? Qin Jin stopped his proud thoughts and coughed lightly. But before long, he spread his hands and said to himself, so what? The next morning, after Qin Jin got up, he immediately checked the point settlement. Survival confirmed. Plus 30 points. Good sleep. Plus 16 points. A luxurious, rich, and nutritious meal. Plus 31 points. Kill zombies with barbed wire. Plus 1,598 points. Create smoke and use tactics to kill human enemies. Plus 458 points. Kill zombies by blowing up a truck. Plus 366 points. I found a lot of supplies, and I am very happy. Plus 500 points. Successfully fend off an attack from a human enemy. Plus 400 points. Burns the eggs. Plus 41 points. An ally kills a zombie. Plus 52 points. An ally kills a human enemy. Plus 97 points. Points settlement, 3471. Remaining points, 3503. More than 3,500 points. Qin Jin immediately perked up, rubbed his hands together, and had a smirk on his face. But then, he suddenly discovered that the point settlement seemed to contain important information. Burn the eggs. Qin Jian couldn't help but think of the burning of Gu Changming's body yesterday. Hey man, I was just saying it casually, but it's really a bug egg? Qin Jian was shocked and felt terrified when he thought about it carefully. Let's not talk about why insect eggs grow on the corpse. He has no idea what will eventually hatch out of the eggs. Mom, can you be more curious? First, the cabbage grew legs and ran away, and now the body has been turned into a nest of insects. Qin Jian scratched his hair twice, and his scalp felt numb. Thinking of the hundreds of corpses lying outside and inside the yard, Qin Jian's face turned pale, and he quickly ran out to check. First, Qin Jian looked at the zombie corpses in the yard. He went close to check their skin and found nothing unusual. He breathed a sigh of relief and quickly ran outside the yard to check. Perhaps it has something to do with the freshness of the corpse. The corpse outside the yard is completely different from the one inside the yard. Almost 1 out of every 10 corpses has insect eggs of varying sizes. After a comprehensive check, there were nearly 30 insect egg corpses near the shelter. However, Qin Jian was not panicked at this moment, but happy. After all, it's just a matter of 30 years. What's there to be afraid of? The total number of bodies near the entire shelter is almost 500. This probability seems very low. Moreover, the insect eggs will not only not cause him any trouble at present, but can bring him benefits. How many points does it cost to burn one? Over 40, right? Qin Jian's eyes lit up, and he counted on his fingers. Burning 30 corpses with insect eggs would give you more than 1,200 points. I wish you had more of them. As long as you don't hatch, I promise to send you off warmly. Qin Jian thought excitedly, and quickly ran back to the yard, pushed the garbage truck out, and then carried the corpses with insect eggs one by one onto the truck and threw them into a pile in the yard. Then Qin Jian brought a barrel of gasoline, poured it all over the corpse, and set it on fire. The stench immediately hit him in the face, and Qin Jian hid directly in the house and watched everything. After looking for a while, Qin Jian lost his patience and came to the medicine-making table. It was agreed yesterday that the medicines should be upgraded to deal with outdoor bacteria. So Qin Jian could not delay at all and opened the upgrade options of 3 medicines one after another. The red pill. Upgrade direction. Level 2 red pill. Branch. Healing effect. 500 out of 100 drug amount. The effect of recovering injuries is increased from 50% to 70%. Time. 1500/500 drug amount. The benefit effect after use is increased from 3 days to 5 days. Disease removal. 2000/750 medicine amount after use. It will remove all disease and infection effects. Yo, isn't it here? Huh? Qin Jian burst into laughter when he saw the disease removal upgrade option. Now you don't have to worry about insect eggs growing on your body. Just eat one and it will kill all the germs. However, the point costs are not ordinary expensive, right? It takes 4,000 points to upgrade all 3 items. But fortunately, you can also upgrade the dosage of medicine. Qin Jian checked the remaining amount of medicine and found that there were only more than 600. But it doesn't matter. Together with the medicines seized yesterday, Qin Jian now has a whole box of medicines. He quickly poured the box of medicine into the decomposition machine. After the decomposition machine finished its intense operation, Qin Jian checked the remaining amount of medicine. The amount of medicine increased directly to 4,680. Now, I feel like I won't be short of strengthening medicine for half a year. Qin Jian was overjoyed and quickly upgraded all 3 upgrade options of the red pill. 1,350 drugs are deducted instantly, leaving 3,330 drugs. In an instant, the red pill was upgraded to a level 2 red pill. It seems like I upgraded something to level 2 for the first time in one go. When Qin Jian thought of this, he naturally became curious and started to check the second level red pill again. Chapter 56, a pistol as good as a machine gun. Secondary red pill. Upgrade direction. Level 3 red pill. Branch. Healing effect. 2,800 medicine amount. The effect of recovering injuries is increased from 70% to 85%. Time. 4,000 out of 1,500 drug amount. The benefit effect after use is increased from 5 days to 7 days. Self-circulating cleansing. 10,000/5,000 drug dosage after use. It will also produce beneficial blood coagulation cells in the body, continuously filter out harmful impurities in the body within 7 days, and reduce your demand for food and sleep by 40%. That's awesome. What kind of self-circulating cleaning method is this? We can save food after eating it. Qin Jin couldn't help but complain, but he felt that this was not good. After all, he had to enjoy delicious food all day long. One meal a day is not comfortable, not to mention it affects the quality of sleep. Moreover, it is really expensive. 10,000 points, isn't this a robbery? Qin Jin felt that even if he had tens of thousands of points in the future, he would not upgrade the third option casually. After all, the purpose of that option was to deal with emergencies. Only when you have no food, no shelter, and are in danger, and meet these 3 conditions, will upgrading this item achieve the best effect. The upgraded red pill had the effect of curing the disease, so Qin Jin felt relieved and did not plan to check the upgrade options of other medicines. Then, Qin Jin remembered that he had to upgrade the barbed wire yesterday, so he checked it immediately. Barbed wire fence. Upgrade direction. Wire mesh fence. Branch. Towering. 800 increases the height of the barbed wire to 5 meters. Fire resistance. 500 reduces fire damage from any source by 50%. Cold resistance. 500 not easy to freeze, increasing service life. Today, there are 3 upgrade options left for barbed wire. Qin Jin thought about it and decided to upgrade everything. There is no rush to upgrade the greenhouse. You can upgrade it when you have seeds. With a wave of his hand, 1,800 points were deducted directly, leaving 1,703 points. Bump! The next moment, there was a loud noise from the barbed wire outside the house, causing Qin Jin to shrink back. When I walked out and took a look, the barbed wire had changed drastically from before. The first thing that catches your eye is the height of the wire fence. After being upgraded to towering, it gives people a feeling of being airtight as a whole. This time, not to mention climbing over, even putting up 2 ladders is impossible. Because the range of the anti-theft net has also become larger from being attached to the top of the wire mesh. It has now extended forward. Just because of this extended part, I'm afraid it will discourage anyone who wants to invade. Because as long as you climb to a certain height, your head will inevitably hit the anti-theft net. The anti-theft net and the wire mesh are integrated. Anyone who knows a little about the wire mesh knows what the consequences will be if they hit it. In addition, the wire mesh has been upgraded to be fire and cold resistant. If you look closely, the entire wire mesh is shimmering and as bright as if it were coated with oil. Qin Jin felt that even if a plane crashed into them now, it would not be able to break through the barbed wire. Yeah, it's too safe. I can't find any sense of danger at all. Qin Jin sighed with his hands on his hips, and the word awesome seemed to be written all over his face. The barbed wire fence was upgraded to a steel mesh fence, so Qin Jin naturally had to check out the newly appeared upgrade options. White mesh fence. Upgrade direction. Stone wall. Branch. Materials. 2,000 replaces the original wire mesh material to create a stronger stone wall. Height. 5,000 increases the wall height to 10 meters. Earthquake resistance. 3,500. The wall foundation is thicker and can effectively withstand earthquake shockwaves. Lighting. 2,000 lighting equipment was installed around the wall to facilitate viewing of the outside of the wall at night. Sentry. 6,000 place a patrolling sentry on the wall to facilitate nighttime guard patrols. Oh my God, if all of this is upgraded, my shelter will really become a fortress. After seeing these amazing upgrade options, Qin Jin took a breath and was amazed. Replacing the barbed wire with a stone wall and then increasing its height will make it safer, but it will also be more conspicuous. Maybe in the future, many survivors will run under the wall to seek help. And I will definitely stand on the wall at that time, looking down at everyone with pride, and then answer everyone in unison, "Get lost." Thank you, it was great. Qin Jin pondered for a long time, talking to himself with a smile, full of expectations for the future. The upgrade is not yet complete. Qin Jin found the protective suit and checked the upgrade options. Protective clothing. Upgrade direction. Advanced protective clothing. Branch. Heat resistant. 200. A layer of heat-resistant film is added on the outside to protect the wearer from high temperatures. Portable backpack. 500. A detachable large-capacity backpack is added to the back, and the internal 40 caddies weight is automatically ignored. Right now, there are only 2 upgrade options left for the protective suits. Qin Jin naturally would not hesitate and upgraded both items. The points left immediately became 1,003, which is exactly 1,000. Not to mention the heat resistance. You may be burning corpses every day in the future, and you will inevitably be in close contact with flames, so you will definitely need it. Not to mention a portable backpack. It is equivalent to carrying a large bag for convenient transportation of supplies, and it even comes with its own black technology, ignoring the 40-pound weight inside. Therefore, in the future, not only can it carry weapons and supplies, but even if it is filled with 40 kilograms of things, he will still not feel any weight and will be as light as a swallow when running. All options have been upgraded, and the protective suit has been renamed as Advanced Protective Suit. Wow, I upgraded 3 items to the maximum options in one day. Red Bees, Barbed Wire, Protective Clothing. You have worked so hard to upgrade, so shouldn't the system give you more rewards in tomorrow's settlement points? Qin Jin didn't think he was daydreaming, but he really thought that there might be extra rewards in tomorrow's point settlement. After all, he is active, and he was so active early this morning. Qin Jin had no plan to keep the remaining 1,000 points. He remembered the M9 pistol, and there was only one upgrade option left. Open the upgrade option. M9 pistol. Upgrade direction. Military M9 pistol. Branch. Ammunition. 50 refills, 50 rounds of ammunition. Durability. 500. The entire gun body is replaced with high-grade materials to increase service life. Ammunition is not an upgrade option, so the M9 really only has one upgrade option left at this moment. These things have to be upgraded. After all, they are so important. Qin Jin thought to himself and immediately spent 500 points to upgrade the durability option. The next second, the M9 gun body suddenly became much longer. The overall look is more black, shiny, and exquisite. The battle with Gu Chaming yesterday made Qin Jin feel that the damage to M9 was very serious. Because of the continuous firing, loading, and firing, the muzzle of the M9 was already very hot, and the barrel was even red. Qin Jin was afraid that the M9 would explode and accidentally injure him in the next second. But now that the durability has been upgraded, he is not worried anymore. Shoot as much as you want, and shoot all night long. Anyway, we have the black technology, so what are we afraid of? With all the M9 options upgraded, Qin Jin has upgraded 4 items to level 2 in a row today. Military M9 pistol. Upgrade direction. Special M9 pistol. Branch. Ammunition. 50 refills, 50 rounds of ammunition. Drum magazine. 2,000 converts all extended magazines to large drum magazines with a capacity of 64 rounds. Infrared. 1,000. Adding an infrared device can effectively increase the accuracy of scanning. Lighting. 1,000. Adding lighting devices can facilitate night combat. Deadly bullet. 3,000. For every 3 bullets fired, the 4th bullet will do double damage. What an awesome feeling. Qin Jin couldn't help but sigh, thinking that after so many upgrades, the firepower of an M9 pistol is almost catching up with a machine gun. The first is this drum magazine. Damn, it can be expanded to 64 rounds, which is more than the ammunition of a light machine gun. There is no doubt that infrared rays increase the accuracy of strafing. After all, you can aim at the enemy with infrared rays without aiming. So how can you miss it? Lighting is also very important, so you don't need to use a flashlight when going out at night. The last item, those who understand it will understand it. It has become a black technology. 1 shot is as damaging as 2 shots. What can't be smashed to pieces? Chapter 57. Physical work, you don't mind, right? Although he upgraded the 4 items to level 2 today, Qin Jin only has 500 points left, and the lowest of these upgrade options requires 1,000 points, so he is forced to quit while he is ahead. Let's make another ID reader. Qin Jin thought to himself and came to the equipment production table. He made a very important decision, which was to hand over the single-barreled shotgun seized yesterday to Jiang Yingxue. After all, he is a law enforcement officer, and his courage and marksmanship are better than normal people. What's more, I have entrusted her with the task of searching for seeds, so I have to equip her with some decent weapons. However, even though they were familiar with each other to the point of eating together and going out together, he still couldn't let down his guard against Jiang Yingxue. In short, you have to be careful no matter what. If you sell extra guns in the future, you have to attach ID identifiers to them. After making the ID identifier, Qin Jin attached it to a single-barreled shotgun. Almost instantly, the identifier sank into the gun body and disappeared without a trace. Ding! Lock failed. The next second, the shotgun in Qin Jian's hand made a warning sound. This is too safe. I can't shoot before the gun is even pointed at me. Qin Jian exclaimed, then loaded a bullet into the gun, walked out the door, and aimed at the sky to try out the effect. Crack! Just as he was about to pull the trigger, he found that he couldn't pull the trigger at all, and the gun's safety was already on. Damn it. So, I won't be able to use a gun with an ID reader attached to it anymore. Qin Jian suddenly thought of something. Although it was not a big deal, it still made him very uncomfortable. But in the next second, the gun suddenly made a sound. The voice of the castle master has been detected. Do you want to set the keyword to unlock the gun? Qin Jian was stunned for a moment, then suddenly realized. So it can be unlocked? Yes. Qin Jian answered immediately. Please input keywords by voice. Let me think. I'm the best. No, no, no. Qin Jian thought about it for a long time and came up with lines that were all very childish, like, I am the only one who matters and the best in the world. Finally, he simply stopped pretending and said, forget it, just 1234. It's easy to remember. The unlock keyword has been set to 1234. From now on, all guns with ID readers can be unlocked by your keywords. If you need to change keywords, please call at any time. Qin Jian was happy now. He took the shotgun and opened the door. By chance, I saw a zombie with only half of its body left, crawling on the ground with difficulty. Walking up to the zombie, Qin Jian said, 1234. Crack! There was a crisp, unlocking sound from the shotgun, and Qin Jian pulled the trigger randomly. Bump! The zombie's head shattered into pieces in an instant. Qin Jian glanced at the shotgun and said to it, 1234. Crack! The gun was then locked again. So this ID reader is really considerate. The reason why he locked the gun immediately after getting it in his hand is because he was afraid of accidentally hurting himself? Very good, very good. Why is there so much dust on this gun? Take it back and wipe it off. After cleaning the gun, Qin Jian heated up 2 pieces of buttered bread and a bottle of fresh milk and took them outside to the eaves. He didn't eat first. Instead, he took off the hood of his protective suit, walked to the middle of the yard, and took a deep breath of fresh air. Ahem. Then he realized that the air was not fresh at all. Even though it was snowing and windy, the air felt like it was mixed with plastic and was very uncomfortable when it entered the nasal cavity. This is completely different from the feeling under the eaves. Perhaps the eaves are also part of the fortress. The air there is very soft. Qin Jian felt it as early as the first day. But Qin Jian had nothing to worry about. After all, he still had 2 days of blue pill buff left on him. No matter how much he absorbed, the virus would not invade his body. You better put on your hat. It stinks. My ears are also frozen and painful. The temperature is really too high. Qin Jian pinched his nose as he looked at the corpse at the door, then quickly put on his hat. With germs flying everywhere and the winter wind blowing coldly, he couldn't imagine how long he could survive without the protection of protective clothing. Now, he actually admired Jiang Yingxue a little, because every day she just covered her face with something like a rag and took some simple protective measures. She didn't wear much, just a uniform and a thin cotton jacket, but she was very strong. Maybe this is what law enforcers are like. Their bodies are much stronger than ordinary people. Hey! The next second, Qin Jian suddenly heard someone calling him. He looked up and saw Jiang Yingxue and Lu Min and their group appeared not far away. I was just thinking about you, and then you came. Qin Jian said to Jiang Yingxue with a smile. Jiang Yingxue was stunned when she heard this. Miss me? Yeah, I've been missing you for a long time. After all, Qin Jian hadn't dealt with women for many years, and his emotional intelligence had long since dropped to negative. The meaning of this sentence was very simple, without any personal feelings mixed in. But the speaker may not mean it, but the listener may take it seriously. Who wouldn't think too much when hearing this? Ahem. Jiang Yingxue coughed lightly, feeling a little embarrassed to wipe her face. She wondered if Qin Jian couldn't help himself and wanted to confront her. But even if you want to show your true colors, why not do it in front of so many people? Wouldn't it disgust others if you talked about love? We'll talk about our business later. Jiang Yingxue came up to Qin Jian and whispered. After saying that, he even twitched his eyelids at Qin Jian. Perhaps because they were getting to know each other better, Qin Jian was used to Jiang Yingxue's playfulness. He nodded and said, Okay, I think so too. Let's figure out the matter at hand first. Little did they know that the two were chatting across servers. Guomin, right? Would you be interested in doing me a favor? Qin Jian turned and looked at Guomin and asked. Guomin learned a lot about Qin Jian when chatting with Jiang Yingxue yesterday. Now that the other party has made a request, as long as he works for him, he will naturally be paid. So she didn't hesitate at all and nodded. Okay, Mr. Qin, just tell us. We'll try our best to do it. It's not a difficult task, but it's a physical job. Qin Jian curled his lips and said tentatively, Is it okay to let you women do some physical work? Sure. Of course we can accept that. Guomin didn't even ask her sister's opinions and agreed directly. Although the sisters heard what Qin Jian said, they all understood it tacitly and did not think much about it or raise any objections. Because at this moment, they simply didn't dare to refuse. Right now, there's zombies everywhere outside. They don't have decent weapons to defend themselves, and they can hardly get resources through any means. So it would be better to stabilize myself first, come to Qin Jian to do some work, and get some pay as a transition. Okay. Qin Jian was naturally very pleased to see that they were so happy. He clapped his hands and assigned them the tasks of moving the corpses and cleaning the yard. Guomin and his companions looked at the sea of corpses outside the door, and their expressions suddenly became ugly. Some were confused, some were bewildered, and some were disgusted. But no one dared to quit, so everyone picked up their tools and started working. If we move hundreds of corpses into the yard, won't it get in the way? Jiang Yingxue came over and couldn't help but ask curiously. It's okay, as long as it doesn't block the door. Qin Jian replied. Jiang Yingxue rolled her eyes and continued to ask, Are you still short of medicine? Chapter 58 Beauty Pageant? It's in short supply, very much so. Qin Jian nodded immediately in reply. As for the amount of medicine, he wished he could save up tens of thousands and 18,000 and stockpile several years' worth of strengthening medicine. Then today we will take over the host's role. Please do me a favor. What's the matter? Jiang Yingxue got straight to the point. Yesterday, I took them to see Dr. Liu. Dr. Liu said that the things growing on their bodies were very special. They were not tumors, but eggs of mites. Normally, it is impossible for mites to build nests on human bodies, but this is a mutated species, thousands of times larger. Of course, this is just Dr. Liu's own guess. The specific situation still needs to be studied in detail. If we can find someone like a medical expert, we can find a way to treat it. Jiang Yingxue was about to continue speaking when Qin Jian interrupted her. Stop talking. Dr. Liu is right. Those are insect eggs. Are they really insect eggs? Jiang Yingxue was shocked. She didn't even doubt what Qin Jian said and took it seriously. Well, don't ask me how I know. If you don't believe me, you can wait until the eggs hatch and see for yourself. Then, didn't those women die? Jiang Yingxue said with some concern. In fact, Qin Jian is now fully capable of curing those sick women, but he feels it is not worth it. After all, one thing is one thing. I am not a kind father, but a reasonable businessman. Their contribution to me is not great, so I will not sell a few of their lives. At least we have to wait until they finish the work this time, and then offer them such chips next time we ask them to work. Therefore, he could only hope that those women could hold on for the time being. If their bodies were really pierced by insects, there would be nothing he could do. By the way, after talking so much, you haven't told me the main purpose yet. What exactly do you want me to help you with? You don't want to find a few experts and professors to study this matter, do you? Qin Jian came back to his senses and asked in surprise. Jiang Yingxue took out a key and said, Of course not. This is the key to Dr. Liu's own pharmacy. We have to go there to find a topical anti-insect medicine called Allen. Oh, you mean to say that if we use that medicine on those women, it will cure their diseases? Not necessarily. The mites are mutants after all. But Dr. Liu said they are bugs after all. We have to try to find out. Qin Jian nodded, thinking to himself, don't hold out too much hope. The mutated mites must be on the same level as the zombie virus. If it is really found that this topical insecticide is effective against insect eggs, then Dr. Liu will be a great man who has made great contributions to the country and even the world. What about the reward? Qin Jian instinctively stretched out his hand. I've become a host now. You can't let me work for nothing, right? As for the reward, can you not imagine it? Jiang Yingxue smiled slightly. Dr. Liu said it himself. As long as you help us get the medicine, all the remaining medicines in the pharmacy will be yours. Qin Jian's eyes lit up slightly, but he asked uneasily, What if we find that the pharmacy has been robbed after we get there? No way. There's a rolling door that's locked. Although it may not be as safe as your high-tech equipment, it shouldn't be very noticeable. Jiang Yingxue said with hope. Qin Jian stood up, picked up the butter bread on the plate beside him, and started eating, mumbling, "Then let's go and take a look first?" "Yeah, let's go take a look. It's not far. Okay, by the way, you didn't have breakfast, did you? Would you like something high in calories?" Qin Jian then changed the subject and handed Jiang Yingxue a piece of butter bread. There wasn't much bread left, but he didn't feel too bad. After all, he had food to cook, and Jiang Yingxue might be his right-hand man in the future, so it was necessary to clearly distinguish between rewards and punishments. "I haven't eaten yet. Sorry for coming to your house to eat again." Jiang Yingxue took the bread, took a big sip of the flavor on the bread, and chewed it carefully. Qin Jian raised his head and took another big sip of milk. He shook the bottle and handed it to Jiang Yingxue. "There's still some left. Here it is." "Thanks." Jiang Yingxue drank the milk in one gulp without any disgust. Guomin and others who were working outside the door were particularly envious when they saw the two of them looking like an old couple. I'm not envious of their lovey-dovey behavior, but I'm envious of what they have in their hands. Freshly baked butter bread, steaming hot milk. Even before the end of the world, they had never enjoyed such a sumptuous breakfast. What's more, after the Doomsday, they were captured by Gu Changming and went hungry, not even having a grain of rice to eat. Soon, some rumors spread. The law enforcer said that she and Qin Jian had just known each other for a short time, and they were not boyfriend and girlfriend. So, is she being kept by him? It's very possible. After all, it's the end of the world. Even law enforcers will change. She's so pretty. Maybe she'll be a slut before the end of the world. The women in Guomin's group are not all in their early 30s like her. There are also middle-aged women in their 40s or nearly 50s. These women were not from high-ranking official families and had low educational levels. Facing Qin Jian's pressure, they dared not speak out and could only point fingers behind his back. Guomin once tried to get them to talk less, but they couldn't control their mouths. Once they saw something, they would think of the worst and most perverse things. Therefore, Guomin's team only looked united on the outside, but they were actually in dire straits internally and had secretly split into several small groups. If they hadn't met Qin Jian yesterday, they would have probably had conflicts over various issues after killing Gu Changming and would have disbanded on the spot. Not long after, someone started the discussion of Jiang Yingxue and brought it up to himself. "What? If you have the ability, go and try it. See if that guy likes you." "I'm an old woman and I will not go. We have dignity. We are not like you who are so young and so extravagant." You actually have some self-awareness. If you hadn't told me your age, I would have thought you were 70. Half of the women joined in on this topic, all of them making sarcastic comments, filling the air with gunpowder. Qin Jian noticed that they were all distracted and immediately frowned. He walked up to them and asked, "Hey, what are you doing? Why are you chatting?" When the women saw Qin Jian coming, they thought it was a good opportunity to ask directly. "Mr. Qin." "Oh no, Brother Qin. Do you like me like this?" "Brother Qin, don't look at him. Look at me first." "And me." Suddenly, 4 or 5 young women ran up to Qin Jian and started jumping up and down. Qin Jian was stunned for a moment, thinking, how did this turn from work into a beauty pageant? "Hey, stop it, come back to work." Guomin didn't expect things to turn out like this, and immediately ran over to wave and dissuade them, but was immediately pushed aside by 3 middle-aged women. Then, the 3 middle-aged women squeezed in front of Qin Jian and started yelling, "Young man, you must not choose them. They have all been played to pieces by Gu Changming and his gang. Don't even mention her now. And her. She used to be a hostess. She might have been ill for a long time. So, Brother Qin, you have to think twice. Why don't you consider us? Although we are old, we are better at work than them. We can do everything, such as cleaning the yard, washing clothes, and cooking." Chapter 59, A Sudden Hug. The middle-aged women's words were very straightforward, revealing all the secrets of those young and beautiful women. The latter immediately became unhappy and started pointing and scolding the middle-aged women, and the situation then got out of control. Bump! The next second, a shocking gunshot was heard. All the women were startled and immediately covered their mouths and moved aside. Qin Jian put down his gun, his face gloomy, and said to the women, "Who do you think I am? I think I said yesterday that this is my personal refuge, and I don't accept any outsiders. I don't know what you were discussing just now, but I have only one thing to say. Those who want to work can stay, and those who don't want to work can get out." Qin Jian then turned to look at Guomin, "Or, take them with you." Guomin's mouth trembled slightly. and for a moment he felt a little aggrieved. He clearly did nothing, but he wanted to dissuade others. But the result was, "No, young man, if you and her are not boyfriend and girlfriend, why are you so nice to her?" A middle-aged woman couldn't help but talk too much. She glanced at Jiang Ingxue behind Qin Jian and asked him a question. These words were undoubtedly spoken spontaneously. Several young women were stunned and thought to themselves that they didn't dare to ask such a question. The middle-aged woman even felt that what she said was quite tactful. But how could Qin Jian not understand? Combined with what the young women were vying to say just now, Qin Jian understood it almost instantly. "You mean I treat Jiang Ingxue so well because I'm attracted to her beauty?" Qin Jian said with his eyes wide open. "Isn't it?" The middle-aged woman actually asked back. "You guys think so too? So you're talking to me about conditions?" Qin Jian looked at the young women again, but the latter were evasive in their gazes, not daring to nod, with a guilty look on their faces. "You'll have 30 seconds to get out of my sight." Qin Jian sighed and said to the middle-aged woman. The middle-aged woman didn't react at first, but when she saw Qin Jian take out the M9 and load it, she was shocked. "What are you doing? I didn't provoke you." 20 seconds. "You are absolutely crazy. You think you are right to support someone else." 10 seconds. Hearing Qin Jian counting continuously, the middle-aged woman finally got scared. She turned around, pushed through the crowd, and started running. She was originally fat, but now she was running very fast and soon got away from the shelter. But the next second, she suddenly fell to the ground. It wasn't that she tripped over a rock, but rather someone seemed to be grabbing her feet. The middle-aged woman's eyes were full of stars. When she turned around, she saw the zombie holding her feet with a bloody face. It was the only zombie pretending to be dead near the shelter, and now she was in trouble. The next second, the zombie pounced on her and bit her fat neck. When Guamin and others saw this scene, they were all shocked and trembling all over, but no one dared to move. Qin Jian put away his gun, expressionless. "Jiang Ingxue is my partner. The reason I treat her well is because she can help me kill zombies, but you can't. If you dare to take on a dozen zombies with a knife or confront thugs with guns, then tell me with your actions, and I will guarantee that you will get the same treatment." "I'm done. I hope this won't happen again. Go back to work." Qin Jian's last sentence seemed to have changed its meaning to them. It was like a threat. If anyone dared not to do it again, he would probably be shot on the spot by Qin Jian. All the women immediately left Qin Jian, returned to their respective posts, buried their heads in work, and dared not say a word. Jiang Ingxue heard everything clearly, and she thought it was no big deal. But who would have thought that Qin Jian would get angry first? However, she also understood that the middle-aged woman's words not only slandered her, but also slandered Qin Jian's character in disguise. Even though he didn't attack the middle-aged woman personally, Qin Jian's anger suppressed everyone present. Even Jiang Ingxue didn't dare to talk to him, wanting him to be alone and calm down. Perhaps they were frightened. Guamin and his team worked very efficiently and cleared the snow in the yard in no time. Afterwards, they helped each other. 2 of them carried a corpse and placed it in the backyard of the yard as Qin Jian instructed. As dusk approached, all the bodies outside the shelter had been moved away. Qin Jian said thank you all for your hard work and called Guomingdan over. "Your reward is a crossbow. Count your men and report back to me." "Crossbow? I know. I saw Gu Changming and the others use it." Hearing such a reward, Guomin was immediately extremely excited, because with weapons, they would not have to be afraid of those zombies when they go out searching in the future. You've seen them use it, then if you copy them, you can use it too, right? "That's about right." "Okay, you don't need me to teach you. I will only give you 50 crossbows. You can distribute them reasonably. As long as you remember to retrieve that thing after you shoot it, you won't have to worry about not having arrows to use." "Well, I know. Thank you, Mr. Qin." With just a few words, Qin Jian's remuneration was paid. There were 18 women in total, so Qin Jian took 18 crossbows and gave them to them. Even though they hadn't eaten anything all day, every woman who got a crossbow smiled with relief. After all, they believe that weapons are more important than food. If they can't even stay alive and protect themselves, how can they even think about having enough to eat? "Guomin, I hope you can manage them well in the future, especially their words and actions." Before Guomin left, Qin Jian stopped her and told her these words. Thinking of the farce that happened in the morning, Guomin felt deeply guilty and helpless. Fortunately, Mr. Qin Jian gave them one last chance to make amends. Without saying anything, Guomin just nodded quietly, turned around, and left. After Guomin and the others left, Qin Jian came to Jiang Yingxue and finally spoke to her. These women said this about you behind your back. Do you still want to save them? Jiang Yingxue knew that Qin Jian was talking about the worm eggs, so she smiled bitterly and replied, Actually, I didn't even want to save them. After all, firstly, I think that thing can't be cured, and secondly, I'm tired. Who would be willing to do this if good people don't get good rewards? You are really conscious. That's right, you should think this way. Yes, but Dr. Liu didn't have this awareness yet, so he resolutely chose to save them. He and I are in the same team after all, and he's been taking care of Xiao Shun for 2 days, so I can't just not help him, right? Speaking of Shun Haidong, Qin Jian couldn't help but ask, is he still unconscious? Yeah, a severe concussion. I guess he'll be half stupid when he wakes up. Through yesterday's casual chat, Qin Jian also learned that Shun Haidong was Jiang Yingxue's apprentice. Although the two had known each other for less than a few months, they were as close as brothers and inseparable. Qin Jian could naturally understand their master-disciple relationship, which was free of any emotion. Well, I'll be a good helper to the end. I can't let you go out alone to help me find seeds. After Qin Jian finished speaking, he stood up, went back to the house, made a red pill, and handed it to Jiang Yingxue. Qinggung. Jiang Yingxue naturally knew what that thing was, and also understood why Qin Jian would hand such an important thing to her. It won't be too stuttering, will it? Seeing that Jiang Yingxue couldn't say a word for a long time, Qin Jian couldn't help but smiled and said. But the next moment, Jiang Yingxue suddenly hugged him. Chapter 60, The Huge Figure, the Mutant Vulture. Qin Jian was stunned. This hug was completely different from the one he received from the female student before. Not only is there a difference in the physical feeling, but the meaning is also completely different. After a long time, Jiang Yingxue let go of Qin Jian. Can I take this as a hug of gratitude? Qin Jian asked with a frown. King. Jiang Yingxue originally wanted to say something, but after hearing what Qin Jian said, she quickly found a way out and nodded. Well, it's getting late. Should we go to the pharmacy? Let's go. Jiang Yingxue agreed without hesitation. Wait a minute, take it. The next second, Qin Jian called her and took out a single-barreled shotgun and 60 rounds of bullets from the backpack of his protective suit and handed them to her. Jiang Yingxue did not express any extra thanks. After all, you provided the effort and I provided the weapons, and the two of them understood it tacitly, so there was no need to say anything more. This gun is old, homemade, and the law has been very strict in the past year. As Jiang Yingxue spoke, she skillfully loaded bullets into the single-barreled shotgun. Isn't that what Gu Changming does? We were able to get rid of harm to the people yesterday. Qin Jian replied, and the two of them walked out the door. At this moment, Qin Jian and the other man each hold a weapon with extremely lethal power. It seemed like they were the most powerful duo in the city, and almost no zombie monsters could get close to them. As they moved forward, the two of them sprayed all the annoying zombies along the way. The sound of the shotgun was deafening and attracted quite a few zombies, but the two men did not panic at all. They cooperated well and easily dispersed wave after wave of zombies, as if they were playing a lawn mowing game. Leave that dog to me. On the way, Qin Jian saw a corpse dog running towards him. He immediately said something, took out his M9, and shot the dog dead with a long-range shot. Jiang Yingxue certainly didn't know that Qin Jian was completing the weekly tasks provided by the system, and thought that he was practicing his shooting skills with a corpse dog. After a safe journey, the two finally arrived near the pharmacy. The sun had already set completely at this moment, and the whole city was shrouded in darkness. Wait a minute. Just as Jiang Yingxue took out the key to open the door of the pharmacy in front of her, Qin Jian suddenly spoke alertly, then took her hand, left the door of the pharmacy, and hid behind a wall. What's wrong? Jiang Yingxue didn't know what was going on yet and asked nervously. It seems like someone is coming. Qin Jian said with his eyes wide open. After all, he had taken the enhancing drug, and his hearing was several times better than before, so he easily heard the noisy and heavy footsteps in the distance. Why didn't I hear it? While Jiang Yingxue was still confused, she suddenly saw a group of people rushing out from the alley next to the pharmacy. Are these all humans? There are so many. There were about 20 people rushing out, all in a hurry and panting. However, the next scene suddenly made Qin Jian and the others confused. I saw someone in the crowd suddenly pounce on the person in front of him, then picked up something in his hand and hit the person on the head. Suddenly, the crowd tussled into a ball, screaming, cursing, and chattering. Qin Jian finally understood and couldn't help but yelled in a low voice. These people are not from the same group. When Jiang Yingxue heard this, she suddenly realized that these two people were one group chasing another group, and for some unknown reason, they started fighting. Should we intervene? Jiang Yingxue couldn't help but ask. After all, the other party had started fighting in front of the pharmacy, and they were very anxious and wanted to get the medicine before dark. Interfere? How to interfere? Are we going to kill both groups? Qin Jian then raised a question. Jiang Yingxue was stunned for a moment and thought, that's right, it's impossible to tell which group is good or bad. How can I help? But then again, is there still a distinction between good and bad in this world? Just when this group of people were fighting fiercely, a wail suddenly came from the sky. Everyone, including Qin Jian, was shocked, and then someone shouted, "Oh no, it's that vulture again! Run! Run!" The crowd suddenly seemed to have signed a truce agreement, and they stood up and ran away together again. The scene was inexplicably funny. Whoosh! But the next moment, as a huge figure passed over the heads of the group of people, making a violent sound of wind, the scene was no longer funny at all. Help! The huge figure instantly picked up a person and flew with him at a low altitude. The unfortunate person shouted helplessly and desperately, but no one could save him. The crowd quickly fled in panic and disappeared, but the huge figure was still hovering over the alley, making a shrill wail. Thinking of the word vulture that the group of people kept repeating when they were running away, Qin Jian had to be sure that the huge creature was a mutated vulture. Because how can an ordinary vulture be that big? Just when it spread its wings just now? It must be more than 5 meters long. Damn, this is definitely a boss-level monster, right? Qin Jian couldn't help but complain in his heart. Looking back at Jiang Yingxue, she was already trembling all over and gasping for breath. People have an instinctive fear of unknown creatures. Jiang Yingxue is like this now. Even though she knows it is a vulture, she still thinks it is more curious than zombies and corpse dogs. 5 minutes later, the mutant vulture hovering in the air disappeared, and the two men walked out from behind the wall. Let's act quickly. It will be terrible if that thing comes back again. Jiang Yingxue said in a trembling voice, opened a rolling door with a key, pushed open the door of the pharmacy, and went in. Qin Jian, on the other hand, had the exact opposite idea to hers. This mutant vulture is so big and can easily hunt humans. It has also occupied this territory. I believe it must be a monster with extraordinary strength. Although it looks scary, it is not made of iron, so it cannot be immune to bullets. If I find a chance to hunt it, will I get a generous reward after killing it? The more Qin Jian thought about it, the less afraid he became. Instead, he became excited. He was sure that if he hunted down this monster, he would definitely reap a lot of rewards. I have an idea. What do you think? Jiang Yingxue glanced at him awkwardly and urged, "Don't just stand there. Come with me and find the medicine. Why don't we hunt it? That way we don't have to worry about it." Qin Jian ignored her urging and smiled slightly. Jiang Yingxue was stunned for a moment. You mean hunting that thing? Yes, at least it is good for us. Forget it. That thing is flying back and forth in the sky. How can we deal with it? Jiang Yingxue had no choice but to agree with Qin Jian. If Qin Jian hadn't said that, her idea of dealing with a mutant vulture would be to avoid it if possible and never fight it head-on. Qin Jian said that there were plenty of ways to deal with the other party, but he would have to wait until tomorrow to come here and stake out. Jiang Yingxue swallowed her saliva, still trusting Qin Jian in her heart, and nodded, saying, "Okay, I will do my best to assist you tomorrow." After briefly discussing the plan, the two hurriedly looked for the location of the insecticide and soon found a few bottles of insecticide in the corner of a shelf. Then, Qin Jian took the medicines on the shelf and threw them all into his backpack. After all, the backpack can ignore the weight of 40 kilograms, so Qin Jian bumped into a lot of things in one breath and didn't feel any weight. Before leaving, Qin Jian did not forget to search the bodies of several people who had unfortunately died after the conflict at the door. What's this? Qin Jian searched out something that looked like a note from a corpse and took a curious look at it with a flashlight. What's the formula for the medicine? Then he understood what the note said and frowned. This group of people seems to be heading for our pharmacy. He thought carefully and said to Jiang Yingxue, Chapter 61. The corpse dogs were easily destroyed. Jiang Yingxue was stunned when she heard Qin Jian say this. What? No way. What if this group of people just happened to pass by here? Seeing that Jiang Yingxue didn't quite believe it, Qin Jian spread his hands, walked to a corpse at the door of the pharmacy, and picked up a bunch of lockpicking tools hanging on the corpse. I just took a special look at this guy. Before they started fighting, he had been fiddling with the door lock. He might have wanted to take the opportunity to enter the pharmacy and steal the medicine. In the end, before I could even start playing with it for a while, I was chopped down. After Qin Jian finished speaking, he sighed and patted the corpse. So that's how it is. Jiang Yingxue suddenly realized, and then thought of the group of people who escaped, and said worriedly, if that's the case, won't they come here again? They will definitely come. Medicines are so precious during this period. They'll want to get them, even if it means risking their lives. Qin Jian said with certainty, and looked down at the note again. The next second, he handed it directly to Jiang Yingxue. I just saw it. You can take a look too. Jiang Yingxue took the note and looked at it carefully. Her eyes widened immediately. There's also anthelmintic in this formula. So, among the group of people who are trying to steal the medicine, there must be patients with worm eggs in their bodies. Otherwise, they wouldn't think the same as us. Jiang Yingxue hesitated for a while and asked seriously, this pharmacy belongs to you now. I know you will definitely not let anyone take it away, casually. But we can't stay here 24 hours a day, and if we really run into the other side, how should we confront them? Should we be more radical or more conservative? Jiang Yingxue was very thoughtful, but her thoughts were now more or less influenced by Qin Jian, so she would seek Qin Jian's opinion on everything. If she hadn't met Qin Jian, perhaps her first thought when she met the group of survivors who robbed the pharmacy would be to negotiate peacefully. If the other person has a gun and points it at me, I will shoot first regardless of whether the other person shoots or not. Qin Jian said directly without hesitation. Jiang Yingxue nodded, wondering why his words were so vivid, as if she had experienced it before. The two of them walked all the way back to the supermarket. Originally, Jiang Yingxue didn't plan to let Qin Jian take her back, but Qin Jian said that he wanted to patrol the area to see if there was any trace of the corpse dog. By the way, why do you like corpse dogs so much? When they reached the supermarket entrance, Jiang Yingxue couldn't help herself and asked curiously. That thing moves very quickly and is difficult to hit with a gun. It can also bite off a person's neck with one bite. If Jiang Yingxue encounters two of them when out, she will definitely run away if possible and never hope for luck. But this guy took the initiative to look for the dead dog? Did he have a grudge against the dog? Qin Jian would definitely not tell Jiang Yingxue his secret, but he felt that even if he told her, the other party would not understand. That thing is more dangerous than a zombie. If we find it, we must deal with it immediately. I'm doing this for the convenience of our future travel. Otherwise, if we were to be chased and blocked by corpse dogs every time we cross the road, how uncomfortable would that be? Qin Jian made up a lie to get away with it. Jiang Yingxue shrugged and said, then be careful. After Jiang Yingxue went back, Qin Jian walked around the supermarket and only found a few zombies, but no trace of corpse dogs. By the way, doesn't the information say that corpse dogs like to come out in groups at night? Why haven't I seen any of them? Could it be that I've cleared out all the dead dogs around here? Qin Jian frowned and thought, turning back towards the shelter. After a while, he heard the barking of dogs not far away. Qin Jian turned his head and immediately found that there were nearly a dozen corpse dogs about 50 meters away from him. Some of them were lying on the ground to rest. Some were gnawing on the corpses beside them, and some were pacing back and forth in front of their companions like they were on night patrol. Am I blessed with a good mouth? I just said I couldn't see the corpse dogs, and a bunch of them came out right away. Qin Jian was stunned for a moment, and Ma Shan came to his senses and prepared his gun. Wait, don't be so reckless. There are more than a dozen corpse dogs. Even though he still had the buff of the blue pill, Qin Jian didn't want to confront them head-on. After all, although being bitten wouldn't cause infection, it would definitely hurt. If he got bitten off a limb or something, it would be too late. If you can avoid getting bitten, don't be so stupid. Qin Jian looked around and immediately found a small tree not far away. It's another tree, but it's a little shorter than the one I climbed before. No matter how agile this corpse dog is, it can't climb a tree, right? Qin Jian thought about it and decided to give it a try. As long as those corpse dogs can't climb up the tree, Qin Jian will be victorious. Because they can't run away like zombies, they can only be killed by one accurate shot from you. After finding a suitable position, Qin Jian picked up the M9 aimed at a pacing zombie dog, and fired 2 shots, shooting through the dog's head on the spot. The pack of corpse dogs were alarmed, easily found Qin Jin's location, and rushed over fiercely. Qin Jin had already turned around and ran away, and the distance between the two sides was widened in an instant. If it weren't for the help of the secret medicine of sharp eyes, the pack of corpse dogs would have chased Qin Jin and bit him in a few seconds. Soon, Qin Jin scurried up the tree, and the pack of corpse dogs arrived under the tree a few seconds later and rushed upwards. Hey, I can't bite it. Qin Jin guessed correctly. The jumping ability of the corpse dogs was indeed amazing, but they could not climb up the 4-meter-high tree after all. Bang! The double-barreled shotgun then spewed out flames, easily blowing up the bodies of the 4 corpse dogs. The remaining corpse dogs went crazy and tried desperately to kick the tree with their 4 legs, but to no avail. It's urgent! Qin Jin felt a surge of boredom from nowhere and taunted the corpse dog in a sarcastic manner. Just like that, more than a dozen ignorant corpse dogs were shot by hunting rifles and pistols, and all died at the hands of Qin Jin. Jumping off the tree, Qin Jin kicked the corpse of the dead dog aside, carrying his gun and walking back to the shelter whistling. After returning to the house, Qin Jin checked the task list and found that the task of killing the corpse dog was completed. In fact, the goal was exceeded. Qin Jin had no idea how many people he had killed before, but it was probably less than the 15 mission goals. Qin Jin took out a bottle of orange juice from the refrigerator and drank it in big gulps while preparing dinner. I was so caught up in upgrading my equipment today that I forgot to upgrade the refrigerator. Looking at the food scattered on the floor next to the refrigerator, Qin Jin scratched his head, feeling a little worried. It's only been a day. The vegetables and the like shouldn't have lost their freshness, right? Never mind, let's eat first. But with so many dishes, even if they are all put in the refrigerator, they will eventually go bad, right? After all, how can I finish it all by myself? If Qin Jin's words were broadcast throughout the city on the radio, 99% of the people would probably be so angry that their eyes would turn red. After all, ordinary shelters are unable to go out to search for supplies due to fear of monsters, and can only wait until they run out of ammunition and food. The large shelters relied on their large populations and eliminated their fear of monsters, so they went out as a group. However, because they did not understand these monsters, they suffered losses and setbacks repeatedly. In order to resist the monster invasion every day, they ended up living a worse life than ordinary shelters. Let's look at Qin Jin. He has food, weapons, a safe shelter, and information about monsters. His only worry is that he may not be able to finish the food, and it may go bad. I'm afraid that others are completely unqualified to have the same troubles as him. Chapter 62. An unvisited leisure area. A special mission appears. Qin Jin simply cooked 2 dishes and ate and drank, feeling very satisfied. Lying on the sofa, Qin Jin turned on the TV with a fluke mentality, only to find that the TV screen was still covered with dense snowflakes, making a harsh sound. When one is well fed and warmed, one will desire money. This state actually existed in Qin Jin a few days ago. After all, you can't just sleep all the time after eating, right? Wouldn't that make you no different from a spider? We must find some leisure and entertainment activities to do. But there's nothing to watch on TV, and even if you can watch it, it might just be urgent news about the end of the world. Wait a minute. Leisure area? But in the next second, Qin Jin suddenly remembered. Damn it. How could I forget something so important? Qin Jin quickly walked towards the door in the corner. He was in a hurry to unlock the second floor, so he unlocked the leisure area without even looking at it. Well, good things are worth waiting for. Isn't he here to check now? As soon as he opened the door, Qin Jin had a wonderful feeling. That is, empty. There's nothing at all. There is no better way to describe the leisure area than bare walls. The only objects seemed to be the table and chairs at the entrance, and a few books stacked on top of each other. Qin Jin instinctively walked over and sat on the chair, then picked up a book and opened it. Learn how to manage money. It's the end of the world. What the hell is going on with money? When Qin Jin saw the title of the book, he was immediately discouraged. The second book is called Knowledge is Wealth, still ignored by Qin Jin. The titles of the third and fourth books are similar to those of Chicken Soup for the Soul. My goodness, how can the few books given in the rest area be used to kill time? You came here to take a look and get comfort when you were mentally broken, right? It's a pity that my mentality has never collapsed. Qin Jin pushed all the books aside and couldn't help asking, System, are there any other books? I can buy them with my points. Yes, host, please unlock the library in the leisure area. There are various types of books in the library. Each book is priced at only 10 points. It's cheap. I didn't expect that the system would actually answer my question. But when I listened carefully, why did it feel like the system was selling something? Qin Jin came back to his senses and planned to check if there was any unlockable equipment in the leisure area. Recreation area. Upgrade direction. Luxury leisure area. Constructible facilities. Library, 500. Game hall, 1,000. Movie theater, 1,000. Billiard room, 500. And an arcade? Can we still watch movies? Seeing his two favorite options, Qin Jin rubbed his hands excitedly and couldn't wait. But when he saw the single-digit points he had left, Qin Jin put away his smile. It's okay, it will be there tomorrow. I must make the recreation area beautiful. Qin Jin smiled slightly, thinking that he might be late for leisure and entertainment, but he would definitely not be absent. Early the next morning, Qin Jin stretched, got out of bed, and settled the points. Survival confirmed, plus 30 points. Good sleep, plus 17 points. Nutritious diet, plus 20 points. Successfully upgrade 4 types of fortress equipment to level 2, plus 2,000 points. Burn the eggs, plus 1,265 points. Kill zombies, plus 142 points. Kill the corpse dog, plus 365 points. Complete the Kill the Corpse Dog mission, plus 800 points. Use a weapon that is not inside the fortress for the first time. Reward: single-barreled shotgun blueprint. The first giant mutant creature was discovered. A special task has been updated on the task list. Allies kill zombies, plus 326 points. An ally kills a corpse dog, plus 11 points. Point settlement, 4538. Remaining points, 4541. More than 4,000 points settled. A new record has been broken. Qin Jin exclaimed in amazement, then fell into solemnity. The settlement reward includes not only points, but also other information. Very important information. It's the task list, and now a special task has been updated. Special missions. Just by hearing the name, you can tell that they are much better than ordinary missions. The normal task list is updated once a week, but when he went out yesterday, he triggered a hidden condition, so there was an extra task. So, this special mission must be related to that mutant vulture. Qin Jin thought about it carefully and became even more excited. I was originally planning to hunt that big guy, but now there's an additional mission reward. Wouldn't that be a huge profit? The additional special mission strengthened Qin Jin's determination to hunt the mutant vultures. After all, the task list will be refreshed in 2 days. If this special task is missed, it will be equivalent to missing out on 100 million. Qin Jin quickly went to the task list to check it out. Special mission: kill the mutant vulture you found, bring back its head, and put it in the corpse disposal machine. Reward 5,000 points, and increase the number of random rewards of the corpse disposal machine by 3 times. Seeing such a generous reward, Qin Jin couldn't help but exclaim, "It's too generous." 5,000 bonus points, plus 3 random bonuses from the recycling machine. Rounding it off, he earned the equivalent of 1 million. Qin Jin immediately began to formulate a plan to hunt the mutant vultures, not wanting to delay even a moment. First of all, you must check your equipment. After all, as the old saying goes, you can only output if you are alive. If your defense is not in place, nothing else matters. Qin Jin opened the upgrade option for the protective suit. Advanced protective clothing. Upgrade direction. Special protective clothing. Branch. Viral diversification. 2,000. Your suit can protect against more mutated viruses and bacteria. Anti-collision. 1,000. Add shock-absorbing plates to reduce external impact and damage by 75%. Explosion-proof. 3,000 inlaid with explosion-proof iron sheets, reducing explosion damage by 80%. Fall protection. 2,000. Added fall protection device, reducing 80 of fall damage. Bacteria scanning. 3,000. Added automatic air scanning system, which can report the surrounding bacteria concentration information to the castle owner in real time. Qin Jin took a quick look and focused on the anti-collision option. It's better to be prepared than not. What if when you're hunting a mutant vulture and it wants to take off or escape and accidentally hits you? Although I couldn't see its full appearance last night, its wingspan alone was more than 5 meters long, so it must be very heavy. Perhaps it weighed over a ton. If you don't have adequate defense and get hit like this, the best outcome will be losing half your life. Qin Jian didn't hesitate and immediately upgraded the anti-collision option of the protective suit. The next second, the protective suit on his body felt a lot stronger, but it didn't add much weight. Qin Jian felt relieved instantly, and then turned his attention to the bulletproof vest. This thing also needs to be worn on the body. What if the vulture takes a few bites from me? With such a large body, its beak must be sharper than a knife, right? Protective clothing is mainly used to defend against invisible and intangible things such as viruses and bacteria. As for the physical defense effect, it seems that it only has an anti-collision function at present, which relies entirely on it to defend against physical damage, but it is a bit useless. So Qin Jian immediately checked the upgrade options for the bulletproof vest. Bulletproof vest. Upgrade direction, military bulletproof vest. Branch, auto repair, 100 every 12 hours. The vest automatically repairs all damage. Stab resistance, 200 increases elasticity and reduces piercing damage by 80%. Enhanced defense, 500 the overall thickness of the bulletproof vest is increased, reducing bullet damage by an additional 50%. Weight increase, 1,000 the overall weight of the bulletproof vest increases, but the castle owner will not be affected by the weight, which can reduce the knockback and knockback effects. Chapter 63, Making a Hunting Plan. After reading it, Qin Jian decided to upgrade all branches of bulletproof vests. After all, every branch is so useful, and almost all of them are related to defensive capabilities. Automatic repair is a must-have item. After all, who doesn't want to spend money on buying a new bulletproof vest? It just so happens that this bulletproof vest was damaged by goo-chaming before, so it can be repaired directly. Anti-stab might be effective against the mutant vulture's attack. After all, I just thought that the opponent's mouth must be as sharp as a knife. The third item will have to be upgraded sooner or later. Qin Jian cannot guarantee that he will not encounter armed thugs in the future. The last item is very important, because this item reminded him of the person who was taken away by the mutant vulture last night. It is precisely because of the lack of body weight that it is easily taken away by it. This item effectively increased his weight. Although I don't know how much it increased, what if it worked? If the vulture wanted to take him away, but found that it couldn't, wouldn't it be dumbfounded on the spot? In an instant, 1,800 points were deducted. The bulletproof vest with bullet marks instantly became as good as new, and the bulletproof iron sheets on it appeared more compact and delicate, as shiny as if they had been coated with oil. Qin Jian put on the bulletproof vest, and it was just as he said. There was no sense of extra weight, but he just felt that his weight was much heavier under the effect of the bulletproof vest. Wearing protective clothing and a bulletproof vest, Qin Jian felt much more at ease. Although the metaphor is not pleasant, he is now like a turtle curled up in his shell. No matter from which angle you look at it, he is flawless and 100% defensive. Now, there are more than 1,700 points left. Qin Jian immediately checked the upgrade options of the double-barreled shotgun. After all, since he had the defensive power, he couldn't let down the offensive power. The double-barreled shotgun is undoubtedly the best weapon to deal with a mutant vulture. Because close combat is inevitable and the opponent is large in size, the scattered shrapnel damage of the double-barreled shotgun can be maximized. I haven't been able to upgrade it before, but now is the chance to check it out. Double-barreled shotgun. Upgrade direction. Special double-barreled shotgun. Branch. Firepower. 300 increased damage by 50%. Capacity. 500 increased bullet capacity from 2 to 3 rounds. Fire rate. 300 fire rate increased by 50%. Concentration. 1,000 using special single-headed bullets. The shrapnel is gathered into one point, greatly enhancing the lethality, and can be adjusted to turn off. Scatter. 1,000 using special shotgun. The shrapnel diffusion area is increased by 100% and can be adjusted to off. There are 5 branches in total. Qin Jian hesitated for a moment before making a choice. Upgrade the first 3 basic items. After all, the last 2 items are somewhat special. Qin Jian feels that if the first 3 items are not upgraded, these 2 items will not be able to achieve the best results. Besides, they're all 1,000 points, and he doesn't have that many points to upgrade. With 1,100 points deducted, Qin Jian only had more than 600 points left. Of course, he would not let go of these 600 points easily. He first replenished some ammunition, and then spent 500 points to buy a smoke bomb. In order to complete special tasks, these necessary expenses are all worth it. Qin Jian was fully armed at this moment. He was not in a hurry to go out. Instead, he put the design drawing of the single-barrel shotgun obtained from the daily settlement into the light weapons production table. A single-barreled shotgun only requires 1,000 points to make. After seeing the price of the single-barrel shotgun, Qin Jian was no longer interested in it. After all, that thing can only fire one bullet at a time, and it is difficult to load bullets. The effect is only half of a double-barreled shotgun, and she also saw Jiang Yingxue actually operating it yesterday. In short, it was very inconvenient. Even if I make this thing in the future, I will at most sell it to others, and I will definitely not use it second time. For now, the option of upgrading the refrigerator and lounge area is once again on hold. But Qin Jian was not in a hurry, because as long as he succeeded in this big deal, he would become rich. 5,000 points, plus 3 random rewards from the recycling machine and daily settlement. They said that more than 10,000 points would be settled tomorrow, and he believed it. As time was tight, Qin Jian did not have time to prepare breakfast for himself. He just held a piece of bread and a bottle of milk and opened the door. In the yard, Qin Jian did not forget to check the piled-up corpses to see if there were any signs of worm eggs or diseases. After a quick glance around, Qin Jian picked out several corpses that looked sick, put them together, poured gasoline on them, and set them on fire. Then he walked out of the yard, not forgetting to take the bait trap on the ground, and then he went straight to the supermarket. On the rooftop of the supermarket, Jiang Yingxue saw Qin Jian's figure from a distance. Her eyes lit up, and she immediately took her gun and prepared to go downstairs to meet him. "Have you rested enough, Xiao Shun?" Then she turned around and asked Shun Haidong. "That's enough. I've been sleeping for days." Shun Haidong took the red pill given by Qin Jian yesterday and was revived to full health on the spot. Now he answered happily, picked up the crossbow next to him, and took off the bandage on his head directly, revealing the scab scar on the back of his head. Seeing that the two were about to go out, Dr. Liu sighed and said, "Then I will be responsible for continuing to look after the house, and then welcome Guomin and the others. By the way, please help me take these 2 boxes of Isatis root to Qin Jian in exchange for 2 meat patties." Hey, why are you leaving again?" Dr. Liu took out 2 boxes of Isatis root from his bag and found that the 2 had disappeared on the rooftop. His face was immediately filled with black lines. Downstairs, Qin Jian and the other 2 successfully reunited. "How was your recovery?" Qin Jian glanced at Shun Haidong, who was quite energetic, and asked, "Thanks to your pill, Brother Qin, I am in great shape now, as if I were reborn from the ashes." Shun Haidong said this somewhat exaggeratedly, but Qin Jian just laughed and did not answer. "So what's the plan for today? Are we really going to hunt that oversized vulture?" Jiang Yingxue frowned at Qin Jian and asked. Qin Jian nodded immediately. Yes, this is the target. Qin Jian and the other 2 made plans as they walked. First, analyze the mutant vulture's weaknesses and then prepare for the raid. After all, it can fly in the sky, so the wings must be the weak point of the mutant vulture. As long as we find a way to get its wings so that it can't take off, the opponent's combat effectiveness will naturally be greatly reduced, which will directly and effectively prevent the opponent from picking up people after taking off. If you want to injure the opponent's wings, you must first lead it to the ground. Therefore, this process may require the use of Qin Jian's bait trap. After all, that thing is sought after by all monsters, and Qin Jinjua's mutant vulture is no exception. As long as it is placed in the right position, it will definitely fly down to check it out. If we lure it down, the offensive process will begin. First, Qin Jian threw a smoke bomb, and then the 3 of them rushed forward together. Jiang Yingxue first tried to cut the opponent's wings with a long knife, and then used a shotgun to attack the wings. Qin Jian was responsible for the other wing and fired 3 shots directly at that wing. Shun Haidong tried his best to aim at the opponent's head and shot a crossbow arrow, severely injuring him. During this period, Shun Haidong made a good suggestion. That is, vultures are afraid of fire because of their thick hair. If conditions permit, they could be attacked with fire. There are 2 barrels of gasoline around the corner from the drugstore. I think we can definitely give it a try. Jiang Yingxue reminded at this moment. Qin Jian pinched his chin and thought for a while, then said, "Okay, but I have to handle this matter. After all, I'm faster than you and have better equipment." Qin Jian said this again without any modesty. Chapter 64 Raid. Heavy damage to the mutant vulture. Jiang Yingxue and the other girl shrugged their shoulders when they heard Qin Jin's words. There was nothing to question. After all, they both believed in Qin Jin's ability. Therefore, the heavy responsibility of burning the vulture fell on Qin Jin. To be honest, Qin Jin didn't think so much at first. He thought that the mutant vulture could be killed with full firepower, if he was as thoughtful as Shen Haidong. Even if he gave up the option of upgrading the double-barreled shotgun, he would still spend 500 points to make a Molotov cocktail in the tactical projectile production table. But he thought it was harmless. After all, he had already thought about how to match the gasoline to deal with the mutant vultures. About an hour later, Qin Jin and the other two appeared at the door of the pharmacy. Jiang Yingxue opened the rolling door first, and Qin Jin and Shen Haidong immediately went in, picked up the gasoline in the corner, and took it to the corner outside to prepare it. The plan is still to be carried out in that hidden corner. Because there are many obstructions above the corner of the wall, even if the mutant vulture appears in the sky, it is not easy to detect their position, which makes it convenient for the three of them to launch a surprise attack at any time. A few minutes later, Qin Jin took out the bait trap and placed it directly in the middle of the aisle. If this area is the territory of the mutant vultures, then Qin Jin feels that the other party will appear regardless of day or night. Gradually, 3 hours passed. Apart from 2 zombies attracted by the bait trap, there were no other living creatures on the street. Qin Jin was already breathing heavily, wondering if the bait trap was useless against the mutant vulture. But it was impossible that he couldn't even see the other party's shadow, right? When Jiang Yingxue was free, she naturally stood back to back with Qin Jin and would lie on each other's back from time to time, but the two of them understood each other tacitly. Qin Jin didn't react, and she didn't say anything either. Shen Haidong suddenly said something that made people think deeply. I suddenly thought of something. Do you think there are more than 1 or 2 mutant vultures this big? Jiang Yingxue turned around and rolled her eyes at him. Shut up your crow mouth. Oh, Shen Haidong shut his mouth obediently on the spot. He dared not disobey his master's words. Did I miss something? Why does it feel like the relationship between master and brother Qin has become much closer? Then, looking at the two of them resting back to back, Shen Haidong couldn't help but start to have wild thoughts in his mind again. Sister Shui, come here. After a while, he couldn't control his gossipy heart and greeted Jiang Yingxue. Jiang Yingxue leaned over curiously and stared at him with a frown. Then, Shen Haidong leaned over to her ear and whispered, Are you two done? Jiang Yingxue was stunned for a moment. What? I said, Are you two done? As Shen Haidong spoke, he turned his gaze to Qin Jin, who was facing away from them. You? Jiang Yingxue's face immediately turned red, and she pointed at his nose and growled, Don't talk nonsense to me. Good. Shen Haidong nodded vigorously, and then he became extremely excited. Since the master said so, she must have agreed to his question. No matter what, I wish you two a long and happy life together. Shen Haidong said quietly again, and Jiang Yingxue fanned her hands at him, motioning him to go aside. In fact, Shen Haidong's blessing made her very happy. It's just, I don't know when we can officially show our cards. But then, Jiang Yingxue thought of this, and the joy in her heart gradually disappeared. That's right. Although she felt that she and Qin Jinlang were in love, he had never confessed it to her directly. I also thought about confessing directly, but I always lost my courage at the critical moment. Well, let's just make do with this for now. After a while, Jiang Yingxue let it go. Until about 1 p.m., there seemed to be movement in the sky. A huge figure flew over the 3 people's heads. Here it comes. Finally, I've waited for it. I have to see what it looks like. Just by looking at the figure on the ground, Qin Jin and others were sure that it was a mutant vulture flying over their heads. At this moment, the 3 of them were filled with excitement, without any fear at all. After all, the plan has been made, and the scenarios have even been rehearsed several times. If things fail again, it will all be my own fault. It seemed that the mutant vulture noticed the bait trap on the ground, lowered its body, and swooped down directly. Boom! The mutant vulture's huge body suddenly fell to the ground, raising a cloud of dust and making a dull sound when it hit the ground. Qin Jin and the other 2 who were hiding in the corner finally saw the face of the mutated vulture, and their eyes widened in shock. This mutant vulture was covered with black and white feathers. It stood nearly 3 meters tall. Its head was as big as a computer screen, and its eyes were sharp and fierce, staring round. but it seemed that it might have suffered some kind of injury before. Its other eye was bloody, and its left giant foot was also covered with wounds and seemed to be still bleeding. When Qin Jian saw this scene, he actually wanted to applaud. No matter how you were injured, as long as we catch you today, you will never be able to go back alive. When Jiang Yingxue saw this huge creature falling to the ground, she was a little nervous at first, but after taking a few glances, she felt that the other party was nothing. After all, its whole body was soft, and a random shot would turn it into a bloody mess. Shen Haidong thought that this thing looked a little tricky, but with Brother Qin around, he believed that he could easily defeat it, and the task of severely damaging its head was on him. He definitely let Brother Qin down. Soon, the mutant vulture seemed to relax its vigilance, and it lay down, spread its huge wings, and even knocked over the trash can next to it. Its huge mouth looks very sharp and somewhat curved like a machete. At this moment, it picked up the bait trap with its huge mouth and wanted to swallow it, but found it difficult to swallow, so it spat it out and played with it back and forth in its mouth. Qin Jian felt that the time was almost right, so he picked up the gasoline barrel in one hand and took out a smoke bomb with the other. He turned around and nodded at the two of them, and they nodded in response. Crack! With a crisp sound, Qin Jian pulled out the ring of the smoke bomb and gently threw it to the ground. The smoke bomb then slowly rolled towards the direction of the mutant vulture, emitting a large cloud of white smoke. Qin Jian didn't say anything. He just waved his hand and rushed out, followed by Jiang Yingxue and the others. The mutant vulture was enveloped by the sudden smoke and seemed unable to react. It made a puzzled sound from its throat and looked around. However, as soon as it turned its head, an arrow shot at its head. Immediately, its body shook and it let out a terrifying roar. Bang, bang, bang. But the next second, Qin Jian appeared beside it, and flames spurted out from his double-barreled shotgun, making dozens of bloody holes in its wings spread out on the ground, and its feathers were instantly blown everywhere. After suffering such a severe blow, the mutant vulture's roar immediately turned into wails. But it was not over yet. Jiang Yingxue appeared on the other side of its wing, raised her knife, and chopped off a piece of meat from its wing. Bump! Then, Jiang Yingxue raised her gun and aimed at the wound on its wing, adding fuel to the fire. The attack in a split second caused the mutant vulture to instantly lose its combat effectiveness. But it was not defeated yet. At the moment, the right wing injured by Jiang Yingxue could still move, and it flapped its right wing violently. Careful! Before Jiang Yingxue could strike with the second blow, Qin Jian suddenly shouted at her and rushed towards her. Bump! At the critical moment, Qin Jian pushed Jiang Yingxue aside and easily resisted in his defensive gear. When the attack hit him, Qin Jian just took a step back. The reinforced protective clothing and bulletproof vests weakened the attack that could have knocked a person away to the power of a slap. Qin Jian did not give up any opportunity at this moment. Before the wings fell, he grabbed his huge wings with his backhand, took out the gasoline from his backpack, and poured it horizontally. Bang! Then he took out his M9 as quickly as possible and hit the mutant vulture on the wing. Crash! In an instant, the wings covered with gasoline were ignited by the bullets, and raging flames rose up. Chapter 65, Hunting Success. The mutant vulture's feathers were very lush, and as soon as the corners of its wings were ignited, the fire instantly spread in all directions. Qin Jian thought of the fireproof function of his protective suit, so he simply didn't plan to dodge the flames. He continued to pull the vulture's wings to prevent it from resisting, intending to let the flames spread to its entire body. Shen Haidong and Jiang Yingxue saw that Qin Jian's hands were in flames but did not move at all. They were stunned for a moment, then came to their senses, quickly reloaded their ammunition, and added several new wounds to the mutant vulture's body. Both wings of the mutant vulture were severely damaged, and half of its body was even burned by the flames. Its howling was a little more painful at this moment. In order to prevent it from taking off, Qin Jian almost held its right wing tightly while enduring the flames. Although Qin Jian was now in a state of being burned by fire, he actually had almost no burning sensation. He just felt a little warm. Perhaps it was due to the strengthening medicine and the fact that the mutant vulture was seriously injured. Qin Jian seemed to have slowly pulled the mutant vulture's body back for a distance. Shen Haidong pulled back and forth in front of the mutant vulture's head, dodged its 2 pecs, and nailed 3 more crossbow nails on its head, making the mutant vulture's head bleed. Jiang Yingxue took this opportunity to shoot the mutant vulture 6 or 7 times, 2 of which hit its head. However, despite such a serious head injury, the vulture showed no signs of weakness, but instead struggled even more violently. "You guys step back." Qin Jian saw that the situation was not good and immediately shouted at the two of them. Although the mutant vulture could not move its wings, it could roll its body on the ground. The moment it rolled, a large amount of flames on its body splashed around. "Let's go. Stop fighting." Jiang Yingxue pulled Shun Haidong aside, and then a large piece of fire from the mutant vulture fell on the place where they were a second ago. What the mutant vulture never expected was that no matter how it twisted its body, Qin Jian, who was holding its wings, still had no intention of retreating. Even though his body was on fire like its own, he still held on to its wings tightly. The mutant vulture panicked. From its point of view, the humans who hunted these days either ran away or were on their way to escape when they saw it for the first time. Although it had suffered a lot of injuries in fighting with them, this was the first time it had seen humans fighting for their lives. Whoosh! The next moment, the mutant vulture raised its giant claws backwards and kicked Qin Jian directly. Bump! Qin Jian still did not dodge and took the attack head-on. Then he used the same move as before and grabbed the mutant vulture's huge claw that looked like a giant pickled pepper chicken claw before it could retract its leg. The mutant vulture was stunned again because it couldn't believe that the other party was so strong that it easily grabbed its legs and prevented it from retracting. "You dare to expose your bad leg to me? Are you looking for death?" Seeing that the leg kicked by the mutant vulture was actually the injured leg, Qin Jian smiled immediately, leaned over as quickly as possible, and picked up the long knife that Jiang Yingxue had dropped on the ground, clamped the huge claws under his armpit, and chopped down at the ankle. Sizzle. Jiang Yingxue had been sharpening the long sword until it was as sharp as snow since it came into her hands. Now, she raised her hand and chopped the sword down as smoothly as chopping a piece of tofu. Qin Jian chopped off the entire giant claw of the mutant vulture, and in an instant, blood spurted out from the cut like a fountain. The mutant vulture simply couldn't bear the severe pain from its broken limbs, and raised its head and let out a terrifying roar, actually making the air around it flow. Grasp! Instinctively, the three of them uttered the word in unison and covered their ears due to the roar. The decibel level is more than 10 times louder than a tractor ringing next to your ears. The mutant vulture took advantage of the three people being dizzy and dazed, and flapped its wings while enduring the severe pain. It used its only remaining giant foot to stomp the ground and flew into the sky. "Oh no, it's going to fly away." Qin Jian was the first to calm down. Seeing this scene, he immediately took out his M9 and fired a burst of shots at the mutant vulture in the sky. Jiang Yingxue and Shun Haidong were still covering their ears, confused. The former had finally managed to hold on to the wall and avoid falling to the ground, while the latter had already half-knelt on one knee. The mutant vulture flew at a low altitude under Qin Jian's gunfire. Although its figure was getting farther and farther away, it soon stopped on top of a low house. Although Qin Jian could see him, the gun's shooting range was limited and he could no longer reach him. "It's not leaving yet." "That's great." Seeing the mutant vulture squatting on the house suddenly shake its body to shake off the flames, and then swoop down again, Qin Jian almost fainted with joy. "I thought the fat duck in my mouth was about to fly away, but the opponent seemed to be so angry that he wanted to adjust his state and fly back to continue fighting. What a respectable opponent." The mutant vulture believed that he had the advantage in air combat and could completely kill the three people who had attacked him. Moreover, the slightly advanced mutation has given it human-like emotions. At this moment, it not only wants to kill these three people, but also wants to kill them in the most cruel and satisfying way. That is to pick it up in the air, let go and throw it down, and smash it into a meat paste. This move is its ultimate weapon. It was its favorite to use when fighting with other humans before. After all, if a good teammate suddenly fell to the ground and turned into a meat paste in front of it, anyone would be scared and run away. Little did they know that these were all the fantasy of the mutant vultures. Qin Jian had done his homework long ago, and he is now on the 5th floor. Qin Jian loaded the M9 with bullets and fired all the bullets when a mutant vulture flew towards it, leaving it with a body full of wounds. Then, when it was about to reach him, Qin Jian switched to a double-barreled shotgun and loaded it with bullets. Bang! In an instant, The mutant vulture's huge claws swept over Qin Jian's head and grabbed him. But the next second, the mutant vulture was stunned. Caught, but not completely caught. At this moment, Qin Jian was being dragged slowly by the mutant vulture's giant claws, and even his feet did not leave the ground. The mutant vulture couldn't help but let out a few strange cries, as if questioning, what the hell is going on? How come his human weighs almost the same as him? Qin Jian. Jiang Yingxue had recovered at this moment, and when she stood up, she saw this scene. She immediately shouted in worry, thinking that Qin Jian would be caught in the air by the mutant vulture, repeating the scene of yesterday. Don't just stand there, hit it. But the next moment, Qin Jian suddenly grabbed the giant claw of the mutant vulture on his shoulder, shouted, and pointed the double-barreled shotgun at the giant claw. He fired 3 shots in a row, and the giant claw instantly burst into blood. It was no longer a claw. Blood and flesh splattered on his protective suit. The mutant vulture lost its only remaining giant claw, and at this moment it was unable to exert any strength, and fell heavily to the ground from a low altitude. Bump! However, soon after it landed, its eyeballs were blasted apart by Jiang Yingshue's shotgun. In an instant, the mutant vulture's eyes were completely dark. Although Qin Jian was knocked to the ground the moment it fell, he climbed up the next second, pounced directly on the mutant vulture, leaped forward suddenly, and stabbed the opponent's head with the long knife in his hand. This blow is undoubtedly fatal. The mutant vulture trembled all over, unable to even howl. Its head dropped down, and its 2 ripe wings were still flapping weakly, as if it was using up its last bit of strength to try to escape. Jiang Yingxue had already rushed to the mutant vulture's front and fired bullets at its head. The 2 of them attacked together until the mutant vulture's head was covered in blood and its wings stopped flapping, and only then did they stop. Chapter 66 encountered. Both of them let out a long, heavy breath. Qin Jian lay on the mutant vulture's back to rest, while Jiang Yingxue sat on the ground and rubbed her still aching temple with her fingers. As for Shun Haidong, when he got up and saw this scene, he was extremely confused. Hehe. After resting for more than 10 seconds, Qin Jian and Jiang Yingxue looked at each other and smiled instinctively. The battle went smoothly, but was also thrilling. Fortunately, he prepared in advance and upgraded his equipment and weapons. Otherwise, he would have been blown away by that guy's wing when he just made a move. In short, everyone deserves credit. If he had been fighting alone, he would probably have had to fight this guy for 3 days and 3 nights. Qin Jian climbed down from the mutant vulture and thought that the mission was not only to kill the mutant vulture, but also to bring its head back to the harvester. He pulled out the long knife that was stuck in the mutant vulture's head, found the right angle, and chopped twice, successfully cutting off its huge head. Return the property to its original owner. Give. Qin Jian handed the long sword back to Jiang Yingxue. Seeing Qin Jian's confusing behavior of cutting off the mutant vulture's head, Jiang Yingxue couldn't help but ask, "Do you want to celebrate by eating a roasted vulture head?" "Yes." Qin Jian smiled at her and put the mutant vulture's head upright into his backpack. Jiang Yingxue knew he was joking, but she didn't intend to ask more questions. Because the mutant vulture's body was dead at the door of the pharmacy, seriously hindering their entry and exit, the 3 of them planned to work together to move it aside. But in the middle of the move, Qin Jian suddenly frowned and signaled the 2 to let go, and the mutant vulture's body fell heavily to the ground. "What's wrong?" The 2 noticed that Qin Jian's eyes became alert, and they became nervous subconsciously, and asked quickly. Qin Jian turned around at this moment and looked toward the corner of the alley. "Don't hide. Come out. Is there anyone there?" Jiang Yingxue followed Qin Jian's gaze towards the alley and instinctively took out her shotgun and loaded it. Shun Haidong also pulled the crossbow and aimed at the alley. After a long time, there was no sound coming from the alley. Qin Jian's ears were enhanced, so as long as the surroundings were quiet, he could hear the slightest movement. Not long ago, he heard more footsteps in the corner, so he was very sure that there must be someone hiding in the alley over there. Seeing that the other party was reluctant to show up, Qin Jian simply walked over with a gun in hand and threatened verbally. "Do I need to go find you?" "No. No need." Soon there was a panicked sound coming from the corner. Then, about 7 or 8 men and women with backpacks and masks came out. "Put down your weapons." Even though this group of people were only holding sticks and machetes, Qin Jian was very cautious and raised his gun to remind them. The young man in the lead wore glasses and looked like an intellectual. After hearing Qin Jin's order, he immediately reminded the people behind him to put down their weapons. Then, he instinctively raised his hands above his head to show that he had no ill intentions at all. Don't get excited, brothers and sisters. We're just passing by. Passing by. Hearing the answer from the man with glasses, Qin Jin frowned and asked, then why don't you just come out and say you're just passing by, instead of hiding in the corner? The man with glasses was choked for a moment, but he still wanted to refute. We wanted to walk out directly, but when we saw you had guns in your hands, we got scared, so we... Don't explain. You guys, aren't you the same group from yesterday? Qin Jin interrupted the man with glasses and asked jokingly. Which group? The man with glasses looked confused, and it was unclear whether he really didn't understand or was just pretending to be stupid. Qin Jin thought it was the latter because, judging from the corpses left behind in the fight in front of the pharmacy yesterday, the backpacks of several of the corpses were the same color as theirs. Not to mention the backpacks, they were even wearing the same black down jackets, as if they had agreed to buy a set of clothes wholesale from a shopping mall and were wearing them together. I don't want to waste time. Let me get straight to the point. Are you here for this pharmacy? Are you looking for insecticide? Qin Jin pointed at the drugstore and asked the man with glasses. The man with glasses was stunned for a moment, and then he said, Yes. How did you know? I saw your little note. I guess the reason you're hiding in the corner is that you want to wait for us to leave so that you can rob the pharmacy? Qin Jin's question hit the nail on the head. The man with glasses waved his hands and said, No, big brother, we actually just need insecticide. We don't have to rob everything in the pharmacy. Qin Jin nodded and asked with a half-smile, Where are you from? The man with glasses immediately replied, Nantion Enterprise Shelter. We are all good people. Then he emphasized it again. Corporate shelter? Qin Jin thought of the information Guomin had provided him before and asked tentatively, The one near the village in the city? Yes, that's it. The man with glasses nodded vigorously and answered with a smile, then frowned and couldn't help muttering, How come he knows everything? Are there people in your shelter who have insect eggs on their bodies? Yes. How many people are there exactly? About 20 or so. The man with glasses then pleaded. So, big brother, since you already know the situation of our shelter, please show some mercy and help us get through this difficult time. We won't take more, just 2 bottles. Stop. Qin Jin raised his hand to stop him, and the man with glasses who was about to give a long speech was suddenly silenced. Then, Qin Jin asked, Free? For you. The man with glasses could understand what Qin Jin meant by this, and he immediately waved his hands and said, No. We'll pay. After saying that, the man with glasses took out a wad of money from his trouser pocket, counted it, and held it in front of Qin Jin. This is 2,000. How is it? But seeing that Qin Jin didn't react at all, he immediately took off his watch and handed over the money with both hands. Qin Jin blinked at him, turned around, and looked at Jiang Yingxue and Shun Haidong, and the 3 of them suddenly laughed. Even a fool knows that money has become worthless in this world. The man with glasses seemed to have not gotten over the traditional concept yet. He took out his cell phone again and said helplessly, Brother, this is all I have left. Look, it's not about money, baby. Qin Jin couldn't help but call the other person like that. After all, in his eyes, the man with glasses was not mentally mature at all and seemed to be stuck in childhood. Li Chuan, I know what they want. At this time, a burly man walked out from behind the man with glasses. Then the burly man and Qin Jin came face to face, and the other party spoke first. Tell me, what do you want to exchange for 2 bottles of insecticide? Be more sincere. Jiang Yingxue, who was standing by, saw the big man speaking to Qin Jin in a bad mood, and for a moment she wanted to protect her master, so she gave him a reminder. The big man was stunned for a moment, and quickly cleared his throat to hide his embarrassment. Then he straightened his body and smiled honestly. Excuse me, what can we get in exchange for your 2 bottles of insecticide? Qin Jin thought about it for a moment and asked, Do you have any seeds? See, the big man frowned and looked back at Li Chuan. Li Chuan adjusted his glasses and pushed the big man away. Do you mean planted in the field? Or in the computer? Chapter 67, Tense Transaction. The ones grown in the fields. Qin Jin snorted and laughed and replied. Li Chuan immediately turned around and asked other people. 7 or 8 people gathered together and whispered, as if they were talking about something shameful. Qin Jin's sharp ears allowed him to hear clearly what they were discussing. However, After listening for a long time, they didn't seem to hear any threatening whispers to them. They were just discussing the issue of seeds. Not long after, Li Chuan came back and said with a smile, "There are seeds, but they are all over the shelter, and I have to go back and discuss it with the boss. But our boss is easy to talk to. He should agree. How about this? Let's make a deal tomorrow at this place." After Li Chuan finished saying this, Qin Jian turned his head and glanced at Jiang Yingxue, as if asking what he thought. Jiang Yingxue didn't hide anything and just nodded slightly. Obviously, even Jiang Yingxue felt that the other party's request was inappropriate. After all, Li Chuan's gang is not a small team, but a corporate shelter with hundreds of people. You can never judge a person by his appearance. On the surface, they may cooperate in a business, but they may be plotting against them behind their backs. It would be disastrous if the other party brought all the people in the shelter to ambush here tomorrow and hold a Hongmin banquet. I don't agree. The terrain here is complicated, with alleys and alleys everywhere. It would be terrible if we were attacked by something. Qin Jian immediately rejected the other party's transaction location and said something with a hint of meaning. Li Chuan was stunned for a moment, looked back at his companions helplessly, then turned around again to discuss with them. Qin Jian and the other two also began to whisper to each other. A transaction seemed to have turned into a tense debate. 2 minutes later, the two sides faced each other again. "Brother, what's your name?" Li Chuan spoke first, being much more polite than before. Qin Jian said his name, and then the other party said again, "Brother Qin, then you pick a place?" "This is my sanctuary, no other place." Qin Jian replied immediately. Li Chuan nodded address. Qin Jian told Li Chuan the location of the shelter. Both parties were extremely happy at the moment and had no objections. No matter what the other party's plans are, Qin Jian feels relieved as long as the transaction location is changed to his own refuge. After all, as long as he is in the shelter, he is invincible. The fully upgraded barbed wire is completely invulnerable, and its height has been increased by several meters. Even the smartest person with the best equipment cannot climb in. If Li Chuan and his gang still want to hold a Hongmin banquet, he would not suggest killing one by one and executing the entire family of the other party. After all, the shelter has been attacked by humans many times. As long as a shelter becomes more and more famous, there will definitely be people with ulterior motives visiting. Food, safe shelter, and weapons. When a person does not even have these basic things to survive, no matter how kind he is, he will eventually be driven crazy. So Qin Jian no longer has much hope that there are any good people in this city. "I'll remember, Brother Qin. We'll be there tomorrow at noon." Li Chuan wrote down the address of Qin Jian's shelter, said goodbye to Qin Jian with a smile, and the group left directly. Qin Jian ordered Shun Haidong to take away all the insecticides in the pharmacy and notified Jiang Yingxue to lock the door of the pharmacy. Afterwards, he picked up the bait trap stained with the mutant vulture saliva, threw it in front of the pharmacy, took out a lighter, and set fire to the mutant vulture's body again. One must always be on guard against others. Who knows if Li Chuan and his gang will come back to rob the pharmacy after they leave. With the bait trap and the smoke from the burning vulture corpse, it should be no problem to gather a wave of monsters in front of the pharmacy. Unless they are desperate and bring hundreds of people to rob the pharmacy, it is simply a pipe dream for them to deal with the horde of zombies with the scrap metal in their hands. How about I secretly catch up and take a look? Maybe I can find the exact location of their shelter and learn about their equipment. Jiang Yingxue felt that Qin Jian might be worried, so she nudged Qin Jian lightly with her elbow and said, "No need. Even if you succeed in tracking them, I suggest you stay away from their shelter. The farther the better." Qin Jian immediately shook his head and persuaded. "Why?" "Because we're not sure whether the 20 or so patients in their shelter will suddenly fall ill. If all the bugs hatch, won't their shelter be in chaos or even fall?" Qin Jian was very thoughtful. Jiang Yingxue thought it made sense and nodded. "That's right, then I won't go. I don't want to get hurt by mistake. Why do you care about me so much?" The next second, Jiang Yingxue's words changed, and her face was full of smiles. Qin Jian glanced at her and said, "Because you are my most trusted partner." Qin Jian's words were not perfunctory. From the battle with the mutant vulture, it could be seen that Jiang Yingxue and Shun Haidong were really willing to work for him. Although they seem to have the highest damage resistance and output throughout the whole process, at least these two did not slack off. Moreover, they both know when to keep silent and when to speak. They can understand a single gesture or a look from me and never disobey me. They act very quickly and without any delay. Maybe this is an occupational disease for law enforcement officers. More importantly, they haven't put forward their own conditions yet. As long as I don't mention this, will their work for me be in vain? Qin Jian thought about it in his heart, and for a moment he felt inexplicably nervous, as if he had become a boss who owed other people's wages. It was not until the three of them returned to the supermarket entrance that Qin Jian finally realized that he should not have done this. One thing is one thing. I called these two people over early in the morning to do such a big job. I can't not even treat them to a meal, right? Have you had breakfast? Qin Jian's question stunned the two of them, and they turned around to look at him. Your treat. Jiang Yingxue smiled at Qin Jian knowingly. Seeing Qin Jian nod, Shen Haidong immediately scratched his head in embarrassment. Haha, I have a share too? I didn't help you much just now. In fact, it is not just because of this reason. If you consider the relationship between Qin Jian and Jiang Yingxue, Shen Haidong feels that he is a bit like a light bulb. Wouldn't it be disturbing the two of them if he had dinner with them? Let's go stop talking nonsense. Qin Jian's impression of Shen Haidong gradually became better. He said something and pushed him on the back. Back in the shelter, Shen Haidong and Jiang Yingxue sat down under the eaves, and Qin Jian went into the house to prepare breakfast. Soon, 2 plates of steaming egg fried rice were brought out. When they saw the fried rice, their eyes widened as if they had seen some alien creature. Are you all right? Looking at their eyes, Qin Jian instinctively expressed his condolences. Fine. It's been half a month since we last saw a grain of rice. Jiang Yingxue said with a sigh, feeling some inexplicable fear and confusion in her heart. Although all the messy thoughts were just to scare themselves, they had to admit that if they hadn't met Qin Jian, not to mention not being able to eat rice for half a month, they would probably have only been able to survive by chewing instant noodles for half a year, or even a few years. It is hard to imagine what it would feel like to work for half a year. Although I can stay alive, without nutritional intake, my body would probably have collapsed long ago. Chapter 68. Guamin and others suddenly arrived. It was just a simple egg fried rice, but the two of them ate it slowly, chewing it carefully, as if it was a treasure in their hands. After all, this food is hard to come by. It's all earned at the cost of their lives. In short, the mentality of the two is completely different from Qin Jian's. They live one day at a time and dare not imagine what tomorrow will be like. At least now that they have met Qin Jian, they are full of hope for their future life. You two, just eat some fried rice. Is that necessary? Qin Jian couldn't help but complain, fearing that they would put the food in their trouser pockets and save it for later. I originally wanted to cook them a good meal, but I was too tired and lazy, so I just simply made them some fried rice. Now it seems that it's a good thing that I didn't make them very good dishes, otherwise they would have eaten too much. Even though the yard was filled with corpses, the two men's appetite was not affected at all. Their movements became increasingly unbridled, and they stuffed the fried rice into their mouths in big mouthfuls. It's delicious. Brother Qin, have you ever been a chef before? Shen Haidong asked vaguely. Qin Jian looked at him with contempt and replied, Don't think too much. It's just ordinary egg fried rice. You are just starving. That's better than me. I can't even cook. Shen Haidong laughed at himself. His plate was now empty, but for the sake of face, he did not lick the few grains of rice on the plate clean. At this time, Jiang Yingxue put down the plate and asked, Why don't you just hire us? If there are any dangerous things in the future, we will take the lead, and you could just take care of the food. It sounded like a half-joking remark, but Qin Jian still frowned and answered seriously. That's too tiring. Not only do I have to run around outside every day, but I also have to cook for you when I come back. How about this? If you behave better, I'll sell you vegetables directly. You can cook them yourself. Qin Jian generously offered the conditions, but Jiang Yingxue immediately shook her head and refused. Don't you ever sell me vegetables. Why? Because I can't cook either. After Jiang Yingxue said this, she raised her eyebrows at Qin Jian, while Qin Jian was completely confused. Is there really a woman in this world who can't cook at the age of 28? He asked himself from the bottom of his heart. Shen Haidong, who was standing by, had already burst into laughter and was talking to Qin Jian about their time in the detachment. He said that Jiang Yingxue couldn't even cook instant noodles and could only catch bad guys. Jiang Yingxue was exposed, so she naturally did not sit still and wait for death. She said that Shen Haidong couldn't even boil water. The descriptions of the two were so funny that Qin Jian was unconsciously moved and laughed out loud. He thought that no one was born perfect. Although the two were well-trained and decisive in killing, their cooking skills were not as good as those of children. When the three were chatting after dinner, several figures walked in from outside the yard. "Is Mr. Qin here?" Qin Jian immediately stood up to check and replied, "Yes." Then he came to the gate and found that the group of people coming were Guomin and others. But at this moment, Qin Jian discovered that there were less than half of their group left compared to yesterday. Moreover, everyone looked in a dishevel, with their thin clothes covered in blood and mud, as if they had been in a fight with someone not long ago. "What's the matter?" But Qin Jian didn't ask any more questions. Guomin then took out a handful of seeds from his pocket. Qin Jian was stunned when he saw them. Before he could ask Guomin where he got the seeds, the other party spoke first. "Mr. Qin, we found these seeds at the vegetable market this morning. Do you think they're okay?" "Okay, so what happened?" Qin Jian nodded, a little curious about what happened to Guomin and the others. Guomin did not hide anything and told the whole story. "We arrived at the vegetable market and found that there were no zombies. So we relaxed our vigilance and started looking for seeds. But somehow, the rotten vegetables on the market suddenly came alive and jumped up to attack us. Some of us died, some were injured, and we fled all the way. In the end, we only managed to get back a few seeds." Just by hearing the first sentence, Qin Jian had a picture in his mind. Sure enough, almost all the vegetables in the city have mutated and grown legs and run away. How exactly do they attack? Qin Jian thought of getting some information so that he could easily deal with those mutated vegetables in the future. It should be pounce on your feet or face and bite you. It's horrible. I never dreamed that vegetables could grow sharp teeth. Guomin became more and more excited as she spoke, with tears welling up in her eyes. Qin Jian nodded. "I understand you guys come in first." To be honest, Qin Jian didn't think much of Guomin and her group at first. After all, the sudden beauty pageant scene yesterday left him with a very bad impression of them. But unexpectedly, this group of people were not afraid to fight with those curious monsters for survival and brought back a handful of seeds for him. It seems I underestimated them. Although his character is not very good, he is really brave. And they brought back what I wanted, so I'll forgive them for now. After thinking about this, Qin Jian said directly to Guomin, "I do need seeds. Thank you for your help. If you want anything, just tell me." Hearing Qin Jian say this, Guomin almost cried out of excitement. She thought that a handful of seeds would not meet Qin Jian's requirements. It seems that her sister's sacrifice for her was not in vain, and their actions this morning were worth it. "We need some clean water, some warm clothes. Just these two. Yeah, it's gone." At the moment, the conditions offered by Guomin were not excessive, so Qin Jian agreed directly and went back to the house to get 3-phase mineral water and some warm clothes. Jiang Yingxue and Shun Haidong were considerate this time and helped Qin Jian carry the mineral water. "Thank you, Mr. Qin." After receiving the reward, Guomin and his group immediately thanked Qin Jian repeatedly. Then Guomin distributed bottles of mineral water one by one, and the group of women immediately started drinking crazily. How pitiful. But there's nothing we can do. This world is just so cruel. Without the help of men, you can only become a man. Seeing Guomin and the others in such a miserable state, Jiang Yingxue and Shun Haidong couldn't help but whisper about it. Qin Jian accidentally saw a woman washing her wound with mineral water and immediately walked over to ask, "How did you get this injury?" "Well, yes, I dropped it accidentally." The woman immediately began to stammer and explain, not to mention it was fake. Qin Jian smiled bitterly in her heart. If she had fallen, then in a way, she could be considered a lucky person. How lucky does one have to be to get a wound that looks similar to a bite mark? She was bitten by that vegetable monster. Guomin knew that he could not hide this from Qin Jian, so he exposed it on the spot. But then she explained, "But I found that the bite marks of this vegetable monster are different from those of zombies." Qin Jian nodded, but thought to himself, what's the point of having different bite marks? They're all mutated and have viruses in their bodies. Once bitten, they will definitely not survive. You should know that if you are bitten by a zombie, you will become a zombie, right? Qin Jian tentatively asked her a simple common-sense question. Guomin nodded immediately. "I know, but this is different from that one." Seeing that the other party wanted to continue explaining, Qin Jian sighed and interrupted her. "Dr. Guo, to be honest, your pharmacological knowledge can't explain this kind of thing at all. How about we make a bet? By this time tomorrow, if you can still bring her here alive, I'll give you as much supplies as you want." Very determined and very confident, Guomin's inner defenses seemed to be broken down in an instant by Qin Jian. Chapter 69, We Can Risk Our Lives. At this moment, Qin Jian glanced at Guomin and his group, but did not find the women with insect eggs all over their bodies. What about the ones who were sick? Qin Jian asked curiously. They're all dead. They knew they would hold everyone back and then stay to cover our escape. After Guomin answered this question, the two women behind her suddenly couldn't help crying. It's quite great. Qin Jian was a little surprised, and then he suddenly thought of something. If it were before, there would be 4 or 5 sick people in Guomin's team, but now there's only one person in their team who was bitten and infected. So, selling them a small pill to save a life is acceptable and has little cost. And looking at Guomin's appearance, it seems that he cares about his people very much, so it will be easy to sell them. How about another deal? Qin Jian had already thought it through, and said to Guomin, Do you want to do some more business? What business? Guomin immediately asked excitedly. Doing business with Qin Jian was something he had been dreaming of, even though it was extremely dangerous. Qin Jian then pointed at the bitten woman and said, I have a way to treat her, but you have to tell me the exact location of the vegetable market. Upon hearing this, Guomin was stunned. Really? But then she remembered what Qin Jian had just said and asked in a somewhat inappropriate tone, Didn't you just say that people who are bitten will be infected and become zombies? And there is no cure? Qin Jian smiled slightly. It's you who can't cure it, not me. Believe it or not, I wanted to ask you about the location of the vegetable market, but that would be too unfair to you. So, I'm being very conscientious. I can give you some time to think about it. If possible, I will go back to the house and get the medicine directly and treat her on the spot. Qin Jian's 2 sentences confused Guomin, although she really didn't want to lose any more partners. But to be honest, does this guy really have that kind of magic medicine? If he can cure infections, then can he save the world? You definitely don't want to lose her, right? After all, to be honest, half of your people are dead. If more people die, survival will become increasingly difficult. Seeing that Guomin didn't answer for a long time, Qin Jian used psychological tactics and continued to put pressure verbally. Good. Guomin nodded in agreement on the spot. Whether it's true or false, she must dare to try. Qin Jian nodded and said okay, then turned back into the house. After a while, he took out a red pill and returned to Guomin. Tell me the location first. Guomin was about to step forward to take it, but Qin Jian suddenly retracted his hand and said. Guomin pursed her lips and said a very tongue-twisting place. After Qin Jian barely remembered it, he turned back to Jiang Yingxue, told her the location, and asked, Is this location true? Yes, there's indeed a vegetable market in Honghe District. I used to work there often. Jiang Yingxue nodded in response. Qin Jian was relieved now. He went back to Guomin and handed her the red pill. Just drink it with some water. Qin Jian gave a kind reminder. Guomin and others just watched the bitten woman swallow the pills one bite at a time. How about it? After eating, Guomin immediately asked. The woman shook her head and said she felt nothing. Just when Guomin was about to turn around and ask Qin Jian had already predicted her actions and said in advance, Wait 5 more minutes. Although it is a miracle drug, it is not that miraculous. Qin Jian said with a proud look on his face. Guomin and others were skeptical, but they still waited patiently for 5 minutes. Hey, what's wrong with me? 5 minutes later, following the scream of the injured woman, Guomin and others immediately looked back. I saw smoke coming out of the wound under the woman's leg, where the skin had been peeled off. When Guomin saw what happened next, his eyes almost popped out of his head. The wound is healing. Not only Guomin, but the other sisters also cried out in surprise when they saw that the woman's wound was growing flesh and scabbing. Shun Haidong and Jiang Yingxue, who were standing by, had also escaped from the clutches of death thanks to Qin Jian's rescue, so they were not surprised to see such a scene. After the wound was completely scabbed over, the woman was sweating profusely, but very excited. After being bitten by the mutated vegetables, her wounds were not only extremely painful, but she also felt as if a small insect had drilled into the wounds, extending from her calves to her legs. It was extremely itchy, and no amount of scratching helped. Originally, this feeling had spread to the navel, but just a few seconds ago, that strange feeling disappeared instantly. This medicine is amazing. The woman couldn't help but scream out and rush to her sisters beside her, quickly saying that she was fine. Perhaps she was popular among these sisters, as everyone gathered around her and couldn't help crying together. Guomin, who was watching from the side, secretly wiped away a few tears, turned around and said to Qin Jian, "Thank you, Mr. Qin. I have never seen such a magical medicine in my life. Excuse me, can you sell us a few more?" The next second, Guomin made a request. Although she didn't know how this medicine was made and why it had such miraculous effects, she knew it would be good to have it with her when going out. Because as long as you don't get bitten to death, you could be reborn instantly. It's like having an extra life. No, it's equivalent to having a few more lives. Seeing Guomin's excitement, Qin Jian frowned and asked, "Do you have any more information? Or do you want to exchange something for something?" I haven't thought about it yet." Guomin then came to his senses and realized that he seemed to have no chips in his hand. After all, she knew very well that Qin Jian would never prescribe conditions that were inconsistent with the value of a life-saving medicine. For example, if it was information about the location of a vegetable market, she even felt that the information she provided was not enough to exchange for a red pill. "How about, Mr. Qin, let's sell ourselves to you?" Guomin suddenly got excited and said to Qin Jian. Qin Jian was stunned for a moment and immediately looked disgusted. "I didn't expect you to say such a thing. Didn't I say before?" "No, don't think too much. I mean, I'll sell my life to you," Guomin quickly explained. "Work for me." Qin Jian scratched his head and suddenly felt that the conditions proposed by the other party were a bit ridiculous. In exchange for the life-saving red pill, he would risk his life for himself? That's not a good price, is it? He still has to risk his own life. To earn a few lives? Kill monsters and level up? This isn't a game. If you want to work hard for food like Jiang Yingxue and the others, that's fine. Why don't you ask them first? Qin Jian felt that Guomin's behavior was a bit hasty. She obviously cared about her sisters, but sometimes she suddenly seemed to forget about them. Guomin shook her head. They will definitely agree. After all, whether we work under you or not, our lives may be in danger every day. You can use us as you like. Those people who disgusted you yesterday are almost all dead. So, we sisters are all elites now, and we are all hard-working and capable. And I've already taught them all the skills of using the crossbow. They're not that scared of zombies now. So if you want us to kill zombies or something, we can do it anytime. Chapter 70. Your words are very Versailles. Guomin didn't know what happened, but she suddenly felt that as long as she worked hard under Qin Jian, her chances of survival would be very high. So, she almost put aside all her dignity and tried her best to promote them. Of course, her self-promotion was useful. When Qin Jian heard the word killing zombies, he couldn't help but think of something. Even if the ally kills the monster with the weapons he sold, he will only get less than half of the points reward. Moreover, half of Guomin's group died, leaving only 8 or 9. But as I said, a little bit of accumulation adds up to a lot. If they were brave enough to go out every day, they would probably kill a lot of zombies along the way. That way, it would be equivalent to providing him with a stable points bonus every day, as long as they don't get wiped out. How about this? If it's not too much trouble, you could just go out and kill some zombies every day. You don't have to be near my shelter. Anywhere will do, in front of your house, at school, at the mall, as long as you dare. The request Qin Jian put forward didn't sound very high, just going out and killing some zombies every day. But this request doesn't seem to be of any benefit to him. Could it be that he wants to be a righteous person and kill all the zombies in this area to benefit other survivors and make it easier for them to go out? The idea is good, but how should they be paid? Such conditions inevitably have too many flaws. But just as Guomin was about to ask, Qin Jian said, "I will send people to monitor you. The more you kill, the more rewards I will give you. The more you work, the more you get." Everyone understands this rule. Qin Jian certainly wouldn't be so idle as to send someone to monitor them. After all, the daily settlement reward was equivalent to monitoring their every move, as long as they kept killing monsters with the weapons given to them. But Guominka was only on the first floor, so he believed Qin Jian's words on the spot and nodded. "Okay, we will try our best to kill the zombies." Qin Jian's move was equivalent to taking advantage of the situation. After all, when he said this, Guomin really thought he was a good guy. Even if he had to find someone to monitor them, he would still clear out all the zombies and provide hope of survival for the survivors around him. Guomin quickly informed her sisters of the news, and they all nodded repeatedly, thinking that this task was much simpler than moving corpses. After all, killing zombies is not only for Qin Jian, but also for one's own safety. This is a win-win cooperation. Guo Min and his group bowed to Qin Jian to express their gratitude, then left with the supplies. What kind of deal did you make? Jiang Yingxue came to Qin Jian and asked curiously. Qin Jian glanced at her and said, a good business with long-term development. An hour later, another rare visitor came to the door. Dr. Liu, why did you come here alone? Jiang Yingxue, who was being ordered by Qin Jian to check the pile of corpses, saw Dr. Liu with a panic face outside the barbed wire and said in shock. Dr. Liu wiped the cold sweat off his forehead and said, Guo Min and the others just came to my place and said that Qin Jian cured their illness? Jiang Yingxue knew everything. She thought that the sick ones had died long ago, and the one who was bitten was the one who was cured. Come in first. Watch your hands. Don't touch the barbed wire. Jiang Yingxue turned around to inform Qin Jian, who immediately opened the door. Dr. Liu then ran in and took a breath. Dr. Liu, you are lucky, aren't you? Qin Jian couldn't help but complain. After all, Dr. Liu was unarmed and couldn't fight, as well as Jiang Yingxue and the others. It was really amazing that he managed to get here safely. It's okay. It's okay. Dr. Liu paused for a long time before asking Qin Jian. Brother Qin, I came to see you for two important matters. Go ahead. Seeing that the other party had a serious and solemn look on his face and said that he had discovered aliens, Qin Jian believed it. Can you give me a red pill for research? If it weren't for Guo Min and the others, I wouldn't have known that this thing could remove infections. Qin Jian hesitated for a moment after hearing this, but then agreed to the other party's request. After all, Dr. Liu gave him his pharmacy, so he could have some human touch. No problem. Qin Jian produced another red pill and handed it to Dr. Liu. He then patted him on the shoulder and smiled slightly. I hope that Dr. Liu can do a good job of research and become a hero who saves the world soon. This statement could be said to be sarcastic or veiled. In short, Qin Jian didn't think that Dr. Liu could easily figure this out. But Dr. Liu couldn't tell what he meant. He nodded and smiled. Oh, you're flattering me. Although I've been practicing medicine for 35 years and have outperformed experts in major hospitals, my talent is not enough to easily study and understand this miracle drug. Qin Jian was stunned after hearing this, thinking that Dr. Liu was really very Versailles in his words. Brother Qin, I know this medicine is your trade secret, but if I use it to research and find results, you won't mind, right? I don't mind. You can study it at will. Qin Jian couldn't help but say, I actually don't know how this medicine was made. By the way, Dr. Liu, didn't you say there were two important things? What's the second one? Qin Jian remembered what Dr. Liu said and asked. Dr. Liu patted his head immediately and said, I almost forgot. Do you have any meat patties left? I'll exchange 2 boxes of Isatis root for 2 meat patties. Is that okay with you? Is this a big deal? Qin Jian asked in confusion. Dr. Liu nodded. Then he was ruthlessly rejected, because Qin Jian no longer has any points. And even if there was, he wouldn't easily go to the food preparation table to make it, because even the cheapest earthworm cake costs 50 points, and 2 pieces are 100 points. 100 points can buy 100 rounds of M9 bullets and 50 rounds of double-barreled shotgun bullets. Even though he usually spent money like water and thousands of points were spent in an instant, he still found it a little hard to accept spending points to make an unimportant meat pie for others. If Dr. Liu really wants to eat it, he can only hope that the recycling machine's random reward will give him a meat pie. Of course, Qin Jian doesn't want that. After all, he is not without food. Wouldn't the bullet reward be more delicious than meat patties? Perhaps it is because doctors cannot treat themselves. Only people with a bubble in their heads like Dr. Liu would want to eat meat patties. After Dr. Liu was politely rejected by Qin Jian on the grounds that there are no raw materials to make it, he suddenly felt that his life had lost its color. Will he never be able to eat such delicious meat pie again? Dr. Liu came to Jiang Yingxue dejectedly and said, We only have 3 packs of instant noodles left in our shelter, and we've even finished the water. Is that all? Jiang Yingxue had been eating at Qin Jian's place these days. She only just learned about the situation in their shelter now and frowned. Wait a minute, I'll go ask Qin Jian. Jiang Yingxue then came to Qin Jian and asked if she could finish today's work under him in exchange for some food. Qin Jian nodded in agreement, then smiled slightly. Okay, call Dr. Liu to work together. After today's work, how about giving each of you a physical examination package? What is the medical examination package? Jiang Yingxue asked in confusion. A loaf of bread, a sausage, and a box of milk. Fang Cheng smiled slightly. Just good luck. Don't be so modest. I've heard everything about you. Fang Chung was slightly stunned. Really? Well, I didn't expect that you could complete the task of clearing Hua Qinggu at level 11. That's really great. That's it. Then what else? Oh, you mean someone challenged you? Yi Qinxue suddenly leaned close to Fang Cheng's ear, letting him smell a refreshing fragrance. Yi Qinxue put her palm to her mouth and whispered in his ear, "Let me tell you a secret. The teacher has someone in the demon hunting division, so the teacher knows everything about you." After saying that, he straightened up and smiled at Fang Chung. Fang Chung picked his ears and reminded, "Teacher, should we go in? Oops, I forgot to talk to you. Come on in." Fang Cheng's seat was originally in front of the podium, but after what happened with Li Ming, the head teacher thought he was a hopeless case and moved him to the last row to keep company with Crouching Dragon and Phoenix Chick. As soon as I sat down in the back, Lu Wulong came over. "Boss, you are quite charming. Just now I saw our school beauty, Yi pulling you outside and biting your ear for a long time. What did you say? Tell your brothers a little bit." He praised me for my ability and told me to stay away from you two scums and be careful not to be led astray by you. Crouching Dragon and Phoenix Chick were originally looking forward to it, but upon hearing what he said, they immediately looked disdainful. "Just blow it." "Okay, I've called the name." After Yi Qinxue called the roll at the podium, she began to distribute admission tickets and teleportation tickets. At first, these were two things, but later, with the advancement of Dragon Country's magical capabilities and technology, these two things have now become one thing. A sci-fi metal bracelet that records the candidate's information. Just touch it, and the fingerprint array on it will project the information out. At the same time, he also has the function of teleportation, which is responsible for sending everyone to the examination room thousands of miles away. At the same time, if an accident occurs in the examination room, he can also instantly teleport the candidates back to the safe area. However, for life professionals like Wulong Fengchu, there is no teleportation function in the bracelet. Their examination venue is in this city. The first day is for a theoretical knowledge test, the second day is for talent test, and the last 3 days are for professional skills test. The talent test only accounts for 20% of the total score, so as long as these two guys do not fail in theoretical knowledge, with their professional abilities, go to the Magic City is a sure thing. Of course, it is hard to say whether you can enter the legendary Magic City College. After all, there is more than one college in Magic City, and the admissions of the Warcraft College are the most stringent. The time to enter the examination hall is 10 o'clock in the morning, and it is not until 9 o'clock after receiving the admission ticket. There is still an hour in between, so everyone has to gather in the playground to listen to the old principal's last nagging. The 3 people who were visiting the school walked around the school and came to the grove outside the playground. At around 8 or 9 in the morning, the sun shines through the leaves and creates a beautiful dingle effect in the grove. Su Miao Miao took out her cell phone and took a photo of Shuang smoking in the light and shadow. Soft curly hair, a fragrant neck, a delicate jade-like collarbone, and a wisp of green smoke coming out of the red lips. Under the light and shadow, even if there's only a head, it can make people's mouths dry. "What are you doing, niece?" "We're about to graduate. Let's take a picture as a souvenir." Shuang blew out the smoke from her mouth, flicked the cigarette but in her hand, and waved to Su Miao Miao, saying, "Give it to your Aunt Ing to see." "Well, how about it? My photography skills are pretty good. I didn't realize you were so good at this. Take a picture of me and your mother." Shuang pushed Su Jie in front of her and rested her head on her shoulder. Su Jie was wearing a long-sleeved, coffee-colored suit dress. She stood tall and graceful with her hands clasped in front of her, smiling. Click! A pair of sisters in the morning light, frozen in the camera. The elder sister is gentle and virtuous, and the younger sister is beautiful and generous. "Let's take another photo together, 3 of us." "Okay, come here." The 2 men hugged Su Miao Miao in the middle and shouted cheese to the camera. Looking at the 3 people on the phone smiling like flowers, Shuang sighed. "It's a pity that the master is not here. It doesn't look good. It's okay. We'll just take a picture together when he comes out." "Look, have a master and the others come out." Students walked out of the teaching building one after another and entered the playground. A shrill noise came from a school's loudspeaker, and then the teacher patted the microphone and began to test the sound. Looking at the students who were not enthusiastic about the assembly, the dean, who was known for his strictness, miraculously did not rush them this time. Instead, he stood on the podium with a smile on his face, waiting patiently for his students. This was not a lecture at all, but a farewell to the students during the break before departure. The atmosphere was unprecedentedly relaxed. 3 years later, the classmates discovered for the first time that this evil guy with glasses would actually tell jokes on a loudspeaker in front of all the students. The reason why he is called Brother Glasses is because he always wears his metal-framed glasses and appears outside your window without you noticing, then scares you. At the same time, those glasses that could only glow at night were also the nightmare of young couples in the school. I don't know how many young couples in the woods had their psychological traumas cast on them. The man with glasses looked at his watch and said, "Okay, classmates, I wish you a bright future. I hope you will still be young after going through so many hardships." As soon as he finished speaking, the whole audience cheered. We still have a little time left, so let our old principal say a few words to the students. "Hello, classmates. Meeting and parting, returning and leaving, is the end of past happiness and the beginning of future happiness. First of all, I wish you all good results in the upcoming exams. At the same time, I also wish you better results in your future life. Finally, I want to tell you something about our classmate Fong Chung." As soon as these words were spoken, everyone began to whisper to each other. Those who were far away from Fong Chung looked around, and those who were close to him all looked at him. I didn't expect that even the old principal knew about the good things that kid did. Now we're going to have something interesting to watch. This farewell party, which was already unforgettable, will really be unforgettable for him for the rest of his life. The old principal is really dishonest. Why are you saying these things today? It seems that the old principal wants to make an example of this. It's all my own fault. Who can blame me? I just want to ask him if he is ugly for saying it in front of so many people. Don't gloat over your misfortune. After all, you have been classmates for 3 years. There is no need to do so. What do you mean it's unnecessary? Don't you know that ever since that incident with him, I don't even dare to tell anyone outside that I'm from number 13 middle school. Who said it wasn't true? The reputation of our number 13 middle school has been ruined by that kid. However, the next words of the old principal surprised everyone. I hope all of you can learn from Fong Chung. Chapter 70. This dog food is eaten unexpectedly. The whole audience was silent for 3 seconds. Everyone was stunned when they heard the old principal's words. Did I hear correctly? The old principal actually wants us to learn from him? What are you learning? Are you learning from him to be shameless? Just now, the glasses guy was joking with us. Is the old principal also joking with us? Seeing the messy playground, the old principal patted the microphone and said, "Students, please be quiet. I know there have been a lot of rumors about Fong Chung recently, but these are all rumors, hyped by people with ulterior motives. Some people just can't stand seeing us do well, can't stand seeing geniuses appear in our dragon country, and are even more afraid of our dragon country's rise. So they slandered, threatened, and even assassinated us, using every possible means to stop the rise of our dragon nation." The old principal spoke passionately on the stage, but few students in the audience believed him. That's true, but is Fong Chung a genius? Just tell me if there is any evidence. Speaking up for him like that kid Fong Chung, could he be a relative of the old principal? Fong Chung has changed his job to a rare profession, but to say he is a genius is still a little far from it. Isn't it normal for a young man full of vigor and vitality to go to such a place? The key is that if you have the ability to go, you must also have the ability to avoid being caught. That's right. I think the old principal must have taken money from that kid. I heard that kid got a lot of good equipment in a dungeon before. TSK, he just relied on the advantage of the battle pet. Besides, the ceiling for a Beastmaster is very low. Look at how much limelight he had before, but didn't he disappear after reaching level 10? Seeing the noise getting louder and louder, the old principal had to tap the microphone again. I just heard some classmates ask for evidence. I can actually produce this evidence. No way. Can the old principal produce evidence? I don't know. Maybe the old principal has surveillance video from that night. Just as everyone was eagerly waiting, the old principal waved his hand toward the playground from the high podium and said, "Miss Shuang, please come out and testify for your boyfriend." The previous moment, Shuang was still feeling indignant for Fong Qingming, but the next moment she was stunned by the old principal's words. How did the principal know that I was the master's girlfriend? And he said it in front of so many people. Would this cause trouble for the master? After all, I'm just a fierce beast. Seeing Shuang still in a daze, Su Miao Miao pushed her and said, "The principal is calling you. Why are you still standing there?" Don't you want to redress the injustice done to that kid? Of course I do. Why don't you go over there soon? When everyone saw the principal waving towards the outside of the playground, they all looked over at once. This glance is destined to be unforgettable for everyone. Many years later, when many people recalled this moment, they would sigh and say, "That was definitely the most beautiful woman I have ever seen in my life. It's a pity that such a good cabbage was taken away by a pig." Some people would say, "Do you know why I'm still single in this life? Because when you see the most beautiful woman, all the others will fade away." Some people often sit on the curb with a bottle of wine in their hands late at night when they are drunk and sigh to the sky, "That woman has ruined my life." Then a tear of sadness flowed from the corner of his eye. Shuang walked slowly to the podium and said to the old principal, "Principal, thank you for speaking up for my master, but how can I testify for my master?" "Master? Did I hear correctly? That beautiful lady actually called Fong Chung the master. That boy's really good at playing around. How could he have the heart to lay his hands on such a beautiful woman? I've decided. I'm going to save my goddess. I can't just watch her suffer at the hands of that beast Fong Chung." At this time, the old principal spoke again. "This is easy. You just need to say that Fong Chung is your lover." Shuang nodded. "Yes." The old principal smiled slightly, looked at everyone and said, "Students, have you learned Shuang beautifully? Of course I'll explain it. She is definitely the most beautiful woman I have ever seen. How can my goddess not be beautiful?" But the old principal's next words once again sprained everyone's back. "Since everyone agrees with Miss Shuang's beauty, let me ask you, since Fong Chung has such a beautiful girlfriend, do you think he would still go to that kind of place?" The old principal is not right. Doesn't what he said hit me right in the heart? Oh, my heart seems to be shot by thousands of arrows all at once. Words are not enough. Who knows if they're acting or not? Anyway, I don't believe that Fong Chung can find such a beautiful girlfriend. I don't believe it either. This must be someone the old principal hired to help Fong Chung get away with his crime. With this argument, everyone suddenly found hope. They all clamored that the old principal was unkind and had deliberately found a beautiful woman to act as a stand-in in order to vindicate Fong Chung. Although this argument is full of loopholes, no one wants Shuang to be Fong Cheng's woman, because if so, they would have no hope. Be quiet, be quiet. When the noise died down, the old principal continued, "Miss Shuang, can you prove it?" Shuang answered neatly, "Yes." After saying that, she turned and walked into the crowd. Everyone made way for her and saluted her. When Shuang came in front of Fong Chung, everyone's attention was focused at that moment. Shuang smiled at Fong Chung, then held Fong Cheng's cheeks with both hands, tiptoed slightly, and gave Fong Chung a happy kiss. "Master?" Oh. Fong Chung smiled and ran his fingers through her hair. He said, "I have nothing to ask for in my life. Anyone who said I went to a place like that for fun is simply out of their mind." Shuang smiled slightly, hugged Fong Cheng's arm, leaned her head on his chest, and said to the people around her, "He is my man. Now you believe it." Puff. My heart was stabbed. It's really heartbreaking. The good cabbages are eaten by pigs. MD, are those ostentatious people sick? They almost made me die from eating this dog food. The old principal's actions were entirely out of his own selfish motives. Although the teaching results of number 13 middle school are not at the bottom every year, it has not achieved good results in recent years. After much difficulty, a genius like Fong Chung emerged who could lead this class of students to soar into the sky. However, he was alienated by foreign forces, and all students avoided him as a plague. This is very unfavorable for the upcoming big exams. That's why he risked his reputation and put on today's seemingly child's play. First, resolve everyone's misunderstanding of Fong Chung, and then use Fong Cheng's strength to shock everyone and establish his prestige. In this way, in the next major exam, the boy will be able to lead everyone better and achieve unprecedented good results in the school's history. Looking at the people who were still eating dog food in the audience, the old principal sighed slightly. "For you, I even risked my old face. From now on, you must not let an old man like me down." Then the man with glasses came over and pointed to the watch on his wrist. "Old principal, it's almost time." "So soon? Does the old principal have anything else to say?" "That kid hasn't proven his strength yet. How can he obey?" "There's no time. Alas, man proposes, God disposes. I believe that with that kid here this year, even if our number 13 middle school is bad, it won't be that bad." Chapter 71, A Sudden Change. As the watch beeped, the examination room transmission entered a 3-second countdown. The next moment, a huge magic circle slowly appeared above the playground. As the prompt sound stopped, everyone turned into pillars of light and soared into the sky. Fangqing only felt a flash before his eyes, and when he opened his eyes again, he saw a beautiful scene of green mountains and clear waters. This is a campsite outside the forest, and its area is as large as 6 or 7 number 13 middle schools. The bright sunlight shines through the dome-shaped protective shield and falls on my face, making me feel warm. There's a lot of noise in my ears, and the students are whispering to each other, expressing their excitement or nervousness. The sudden change in environment also made everyone temporarily forget Fangqing's previous wave of dog food. Meanwhile, in the outside world, the scene of Fangqing and Shuing showing off their affection on the playground had been made into a short video by Lao Chen's people and was being broadcast crazily on the internet. In less than 10 minutes, the number of likes exceeded 100,000. I was really caught off guard by this wave of dog food. I wish I had such a beautiful girlfriend. It's definitely hype. I want to report it. Hiring such a beautiful person to hype it up hurts my heart. MD, it's true that good cabbages are taken away by pigs. But to be honest, if I had such a beautiful girlfriend, I would never go to that kind of place, even if I was beaten to death. It can't be a trick. How could such a beautiful girl like that boy? Now I don't know who to turn to. I look forward to the truth. If this video is real, then have we been deceived before? In that high-end office building in Shanghai, Park Sung-kyung also saw this video. Don't you think it's too late to fight back now? I didn't expect this boy to be so handsome. It's such a pity that he died like this. Just at this moment, Park Taiwan pushed the door open and walked in. Seeing Park Sung-kyung's happy face, he immediately frowned. What the hell are you watching? I told you to watch Dragon Country's official live broadcast. What are you doing? I just woke up. Can't you give me a break? Park Taiwan was too lazy to pay attention to him. He picked up the remote control on the table, turned on the smart TV on the wall, and found the official live broadcast of the college entrance examination. Such live broadcasts are held every year, which can help supervise candidates and prevent cheating. Secondly, it can also show the society the fairness and justice of the college entrance examination and prevent corruption in the examination system. Soon Park Taiwan found the campsite in Yujiang City, Southwest District. But there were thousands of people in the camp, standing densely together. It was not easy to find Fangqing among them. Park Sung-kyung heard a sudden silence behind him, turned around, and saw that Park Taiwan's eyes were almost glued to the TV. Those who know that he is looking for Fangqing may think he is still licking some beautiful girl. No matter how good your eyesight is, it's useless if the image resolution is not good enough. Park Taiwan turned around and glared at him, but saw Park Sung-kyung laughing and said, "It's no use glaring at me. There are so many people here. How can you possibly find that guy in there? Let's wait a little longer. With that kid's ability, he will definitely stand out." By then, the Dragon Country officials will have live broadcasts tracking these teenagers, so it won't be so difficult. But at this moment, the live screen suddenly flashed. What's going on? But maybe the signal is bad. Don't make such a fuss. Jinling, Plaster Country Folk Street, the office of the little dog Mataro. The little dog Mataro, who was tired after a night of work, put his short legs on the desk and curled up in the boss chair, dozing off while staring at the live broadcast on the wall. His live broadcast screen also flickered, but he thought it was a signal problem and didn't take it seriously. However, not long after, the door of his office was suddenly pushed open. "Little dog Sama, it's bad. Our transmission coordinates just now have been seriously offset." The little dog Mataro originally wanted to scold this subordinate who did not know etiquette, but when he heard what he said, he quickly swallowed the scolding that was about to come out of his mouth and stood up immediately. "What did you just say?" Just now, the examination room of Longwell was attacked by a mysterious force, which happened to catch up with our personnel transmission, causing the transmission coordinates to be seriously offset. All dead. It's not certain yet, but according to the coordinates, they should appear in Luanshabo. Teleportation is like skydiving. The quality of the terrain is closely related to the success rate. However, when skydiving and encountering situations such as tree branches or high-voltage wires, the parachutist still has time to save himself before the danger occurs. Teleportation is different. What if there happens to be a stone at the place where you were teleported? If you are teleported into the stone, you will be killed immediately. In the area of Luanshabo, there are dozens of huge rocks everywhere. Get in touch with them immediately. I want to know their casualties as soon as possible. E. In a village outside the Magic City, the crystal that Magni used to seal the space gradually disappeared in the magic circle. Did it succeed? Asked Granley. Magni nodded and said, "This time we have to thank Tianjibwa for providing the space parameters. The parameters we got before were all wrong." After saying that, he stretched out his hand to wipe away the magic circle on the ground, completely destroying all traces. In this way, even if the demon hunting department of Dragon Country found this place, they had no other choice but to use the existing magic circle to break the seal. It's good that it succeeded. Now we just have to wait quietly. When the Dragon Kingdom goes to war with the Federation, we can take the opportunity to implement our independence plan. Long live independence and freedom. Let's go. Let's celebrate somewhere else. I believe it won't be long before the Dragon Kingdom's Demon Hunting Division will find this place. The headquarters of the Jingen Guard of the Anti-Demon Bureau. Commander Yi Longsheng had a gloomy expression on his face. Just now he received the news that the examination room seemed to be sealed. Report. Enter. What is the situation in the examination room now? Was it a misjudgment? The person who came to report had a serious expression on his face. He opened the folder in his hand and said, "Report to the commander. Currently, the transmission between the examination room and the outside world has been cut off. According to the analysis of the technical department, the entire secret realm has been completely sealed." After hearing the result, Yi Longsheng sat down on the chair dejectedly. He frowned and asked, "Isn't there any good news?" "Well, at present, spatial communication has not been affected. We have already contacted the people in the examination room. The point-to-point transmission channels in the examination room can still be used normally. The return to the city transmission of the transmission bracelet is only affected by the distance. Anything else?" The emotions of the candidates are stable for the time being. In order to avoid causing public panic, this matter will be kept confidential for the time being and only known to us internally. Understood. By the way, the scouts just detected abnormal magical fluctuations in the suburbs of Magic City. It may be related to the terrorists who attacked the examination hall this time. Don't bother me with trivial matters like arresting people. Prepare the Marshall video conference room for me now. I must report this matter immediately. You can tell who did this just by thinking with your ass. The only country in the entire blue planet that possesses such means is the North Atlantic Federation. Even if we go to catch someone, what we catch now is just a small fry. And according to past experience, after doing something like this, these bastards will directly destroy the magic circle, leaving you no chance of rescue. So what Yi Longsheng has to do now is not how to bring those bastards to justice, but to find a way to rescue the students in the examination room. That's tens of millions of students. If they would be banned, I would not only be unable to explain to the motherland, but also to the parents of those tens of millions of students. What's more, he has two nieces who are also in the examination room. If they're sealed like this, the old man will skin himself alive when he returns.